Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
And we bring you into the month of May. Look at that, May 1st. The only problem is I'm bringing you into the month of May with a couple of losses. One of the basketball variety that's pretty significant. One of the baseball variety that was a little bit of a bummer. So let's think win. Let's think win on May 1st, all right? Let's barrel into the month with a winning attitude and take on the merry, merry month of May. Marcus Boucher sitting to my left on a Thursday, brother. Good morning, Marcus. How you doing, brother?
Murph, what's up, my man? Happy Baby Friday. It is a Thursday, but yeah, this is not the way I wanted to start the month of May because yesterday was not a marvelous day in the BAY.
Oh, it was not. It was Marvelous Day in the HOU if you're a Houston Rocket. Yeah, and what a game last night where it kind of like I had a golf event at Harding Park. Yeah, I could try continuing to snap tee shots into the rough out there.
Look at you pegging it back-to-back days.
Pegging it, buddy, pegging it. And so I had to go radio to start the first quarter, and I get in the car, and dude, it's like I had to you get settled in your car, you put your keys, whatever, put your sunglasses on, turn on the car. I just said turn on the car, by the way. How about that, as opposed to turn the key? Yeah. You don't do that anymore.
Press that button.
No more turning no more.
Push to start.
Yeah.
Well, John Joe Curley in that old pickup truck, he's still turning it over.
Except for when he gets in the morning, it goes. I'm trying to do an engine not turning over.
I'm just glad John Joe Curley can still show up in that truck.
That thing's incredible.
That little Tonka truck.
We should send a social media. I don't know. Social should do something on it.
Yeah.
Stick Mike Connell and the Please Don't Destroy Boys on that. They could do a whole bit on that. But anyway, I got in the car. You get settled. Turn the engine. It's 28-13. You say, wait. What happened? Like I woke up and they're down 15. I was like, the game just started. What's going on? But it's the NBA. So you're like, wow, 15 points. Generally in the NBA, 15 points is nothing. But that just felt different. Like, closeout game, Rockets fighting for their lives. They take that 15-point advantage. Like, I guess a long way of saying is, did it feel like it was over in the first quarter?
Yeah, it essentially did. Yeah. But I'm an idiot. I'm a dummy. I'm a degenerate gambler. So seeing the Warriors go down by that many points, Murph, I'm always looking for some action.
Man, look at you.
I'm looking for a live spread. Because I've said this before. One of my favorite bets in basketball is to wait until the Warriors go down by double digits, and then I get this incredible plus spread on the live odds. And yesterday, guess what I got, Murph? Plus 14.5. Warriors ended up losing 131 to 116. Even with the Pat Spencer renaissance in the fourth quarter, still got boned by that hook.
Kids, this is why you
don't gamble.
Kids, he's a walking morality lesson. This guy. I hope Rory the Greek's listening.
Yeah,
because that's a tough loss.
Now, I thought I was getting some good value.
I wouldn't call that a bad beat. I mean, it's not a bad beat, is it?
Well, I mean, we've seen multiple.
When they were down 27-29, had you given up on the bet?
Well, I kept an eye on it just because in the NBA, dude, we've seen multiple series, not just the Houston Rockets and Warriors series. There was a big blown lead earlier this series, but there's been multiple 20-point comebacks across the NBA
even
this
in the playoffs.
Yeah, this playoff run, there's been multiple 20-point comebacks in the second half. So I said, in the NBA, it's a game of runs. Just get it within 12, 13, 14. And guess what? The Santa Cruz Warriors did cut it down to 13 at one point. And then I was thinking, damn, Steph Curry better strap those ankle braces back up. I got to bet to win.
Well, that's the question right now. We should probably go there. That's an incredible ride you went on, by the way, to go from to take that in the first quarter, then go down 29, and then come all the way back. And at one point, you were winning the bet.
Yeah, and I was in the green. I was in the green with Pat Spencer.
And it came down to one last bucket. That's pretty brutal.
I can't believe it.
The deal is that so the question, one of the questions is, we got to 13 points in the fourth quarter. Should Steve Kerr have put the starters back in? And I get it. I get it. I'm an old head like Kerr. Like, nah, the die's been cast. You got to get some rest. Cross-country flight. You got old guys. Curry's got a thumb situation. Don't mess around. But I got to say, I think maybe go back and like put a gun to my head. Well, please don't put a gun to my head. That wouldn't be very fun. But ask me the question. Maybe he should have put him back in. Maybe he should have.
I thought about it, but Steph really taking off the ankle braces was kind of symbolic to me. Like they had decided. And it sounded like they made a decision at halftime where Draymond Green talked to Steve Kerr and said, Steve, give us 5 minutes. And if we can't show you anything in the first 5 minutes, shut it down. Let's go home. Let's pack up and get some extra rest for Game 6. And maybe that's the biggest benefit in a night where the Warriors lost a closeout game is the fact that the Santa Cruz Warriors in the fourth quarter were able to force Ime Udoka to put his starters back out there. Like Şengün, Dylan Brooks, and Jalen Green had to run back on the court because of what Pat Spencer, TJD, and Moses Moody were doing out there.
I have just a fun little digression that always amuses me, may or may not amuse you, but in high school, our water polo team, funny enough, because now my kid lives water polo, was pretty good. And I had a bunch of buddies on the team. So I always followed them, and I always was I was playing basketball and baseball. But they had a big NCS game over in the East Bay against the mighty Miramani team. Miramani and Camp Lindo are like the kings of water polo in the Bay Area, at least in the NCS. I won't digress too much. Anyway, they had an NCS game. They were, if you had to put a spread, they'd have been 14 goal underdogs.
Why you got to go 14, huh? 14 and a half, was it?
But my buddies in the game, they were getting blown out, and Miramani pulled all their starters. And my buddies, to this day, on our last dream trip, which was where? Kansas City? I forget where I went just last. To this day, after a certain amount of beers on our dream trip, we'll say, dude, we made Miramani put their starters back in. Because my buddies, they were down 14, and they went like a little 5-goal run to cut it to 9. And Miramani, and my buddy Malcolm was saying this, they were like 50, we're not 50s. He goes, dude, they had showered. They had showered, man. They had to get back in. I'm like, yeah, you guys lost by 11,
yeah,
right?
You still lost.
So anyway, it always makes me think of that when like the Rockets, they were like Miramani. They had to put their starters back in, It's like some sort of moral victory, but actually just getting back to the real talk about the Warriors, that does kind of mess with the Rockets a little bit that they had to get back out there, maybe tire them out a little bit more. I mean, minuscule thing, I don't know, but a little bit of a chip away at the Rockets' aura that the starters had to get back in, and quite frankly, didn't put the Santa Cruz Warriors away that quickly.
No, and I don't think your boys were playing against Miramonte in a 7-game series, so of course there's a bigger factor when we are talking about heading into Game 6, only a day off in between those games, and the rest factor. So we saw the Warriors get extra rest. Now, you can make the case that the Houston Rockets were ready to go 40 minutes apiece last night anyways to try to force a Game 6, but still, to me, it's even more about the conditioning level and what it does for the rest versus the non-rest for the Rockets. It's what it does to them mentally. The fact that they couldn't close out this game up 27 points. The fact that they had to sub out their backups and put their starters back in. That to me just tells me that this is not a series team. And this is a team that, even though they won yesterday, I still got them losing Game 6 and I chased it on Friday.
So this was my call all along, was Warriors in 6. And, I didn't know how Game 5 would go. But it's kind of just how it's actually the rare time I got one right. I had them split in the first 2. Warriors take 2 at home. Rockets take Game 5. Did you see this stat? Pretty good stat for you, who you degenerates. You like your stats.
I like stats. I like my trends.
What happened last night is in keeping with the majority of NBA history. There's a stat from Elias about Game 5 road closeouts up 3-1. You with me now? Where the Warriors were. You're up 3-1. You're trying to close out Game 5 on the road. NBA teams are 30-68. 30-68, trying to close out a Game 5 up 3-1 on the road. So history was on the Rockets' side, 2-1.
Now,
almost more than 2-1.
Were those numbers updated after Minnesota eliminated the Lakers on the road last night?
Yeah, maybe I have to make it 31.
Yeah, might have to put one more on that list, Murph, because they got the job done and sent LeBron and Luka home. How embarrassing to only win one game with LeBron James playing next to Luka Doncic.
And you got Luka with his wrap around his gut and all that stuff. So, yeah, that was, listen, if we're looking for a silver lining today, it's A, that Steph got some rest, only played 23 minutes, and B, the Lakers are eliminated. Yeah. I love it.
Can't spell Lakers without a big fat L.
Well, Los Angeles Lakers, there's 2 L's in there.
Yeah. Loser LeBron and Luka.
My only regret is that the Warriors weren't the ones to stick the knife in them, but I'll take it.
I really wanted to see a 7-game series at this point in their careers, we're always looking for another playoff matchup, at least 1 or 2 more between Steph and LeBron, but I wanted the smoke. I wanted the heat. To be honest with you, I really don't want to start thinking about that T-Wolves matchup down the road when the Warriors do take care of business.
It's funny. The Warriors have played the T-Wolves good, but the Warriors look like they're on the rise right now. And
Anthony Edwards in the playoffs, man.
I heard Mike Wilbon with a great line today. He said Rudy Gobert or Rudy Go Wilt. 27 points, 24 rebounds last night.
Shout out Rudy Gobert getting the job done.
Rudy Gobert, that need to go home. He need to go bear somewhere else.
He about to go bear to the second round of the playoffs.
So, listen. See, okay, Raymond Ritter, all y'all, the 610 crowd. The game is at 6 p.m. tomorrow. 6 p.m., which is a weird start time because you say it's the only game tomorrow?
Yeah, it's the only one on Friday night, I believe.
So why are we starting at 6?
Maybe for the East Coast folk who don't want to wait till 10 for a tip-off so they get a 9 o'clock start.
The heck with those guys. They've done 7 o'clock tips all year. It is the only game. Yeah, you're right.
I'm with you.
6 o'clock. They've been doing 7 o'clock tips all anyway. It's a 6 o'clock tip. Don't let Raymond Ritter down. Get there early and be loud. We've been here before. 2022, we mentioned it yesterday. The Warriors went to Memphis and got blown out up 3-1. I mean, even worse. They lost by like 45 in that game or something like that. Or it was 135-94, 41 points. So it was even worse in 2022. You know what made me laugh? It was Ann Killian's column in the Chronicle. She referenced it, and at first she goes, in the famous whoop that trick game. Remember that?
Whoop that.
And Draymond was doing the towel dance.
Yeah, he's on top of the chair with the towel.
I forgot that was the Game 5 blowout game when they were singing that.
3-6
and Draymond
Mafia.
started dancing to them. So Warriors, Rockets couldn't even play their hip hop last night. They couldn't even play their rap. They've been there in even worse situations before. We all kind of fully expect the Warriors to close this thing out tomorrow night. Now, we won't even begin to entertain the possibility of them not closing it out and having to go to Houston for Game 7. But there you go. Hey, and a quick word on the Giants. A little bit of a bummer to play the Padres for the first time all year and go 0-2.
Yeah.
A little bit of a bummer.
I'll say this about this 2-game series.
I don't like it.
2 games is not enough for a baseball series.
My kid kept asking me, Dad, why is there only a 2-game series? I'm like, I got no answer for you, buddy.
I really don't.
He goes, why is it so in the middle of this? I said, just accept it for what it is. It's just a quirk in the schedule, all right? They're home tonight to take on the Rockies, who won yesterday, which probably makes Kipe happy because Kipe didn't like the 4-25 start. He goes, because they have to win some games because that's a historic. They're on pace to have the worst record in the history of Major League Baseball. So now with a win yesterday, maybe they can cool out and lose a few more.
Oh, the red hot Rockies coming to town, 1-0 in their last one game.
5-25, like third worst start in the history of baseball, something like that. I think I heard that.
It's a bad team.
But anyway, so yeah, we can talk later on about the Padres, kind of maybe scoring a little bit of a blow on the Giants, maybe maybe bloodying their chin a little bit or something. What am I trying to say? Bruising there? I don't know.
Landing a couple jabs.
Landing a couple
on.
punches is what I'm trying to say.
Filling each other out.
All right, we'll say good morning to young Tony, Stony Tony, on the other side. We'll get the guest list on a Thursday. It's May 1st. Let's start winning on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
No, it's fun.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We are giving away 2 tickets to go see comedian Daniel Tosh at the Masonic in San Francisco on November 29th. Shout out Tosh.0. Tosh is still doing his thing. We want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win this contest. And when you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Look at Alvin Thompson, his defensive instincts. Thompson to the rack, post was there. Thompson puts his hard hat on. And a chance at 3 as Houston extends to a 14-point cushion. We cross the 8-minute mark in the quarter. Alvin Thompson, Euro step, pretty finish. As we are inside of 4 minutes left in the quarter. Here comes Thompson, full extension.
My goodness, what did we just see?
The Houston Rockets with a prolific offensive performance, built up a 30-point lead, and they get this series back to San Francisco on Friday night.
They weren't playing Whoop That Trick, but they may as well have been.
Draymond Green, remembering the legendary Whoop That Trick game from 2022 when the Warriors were up 3-1 on Memphis, went back to Memphis, got blown out the Memphis arena. What do they call that? The grind house? Isn't that what they call that thing? The grind house? Yeah, so to speak.
I have no idea.
And they blasted this, and everybody was whooping and hollering, and Draymond decided to egg them on, whipping his towel around, being Draymond Green, in other words.
Whoop that! Whoop that!
Should ask Tom Izzo what he thought of the Tom Whoop That. So was this the Whoop That Trick game that you just forget about and laugh about when the Warriors come home and win Game 6, which they did in 2022? They came home and took care of Memphis. I kind of feel like the wild majority of Warriors fans, and count me in that group, feels, extremely is a strong word, feels very confident that the Warriors will close it out Game 5. I am not, my stress level, if you're asking, thank you for asking, my stress level is not high about Game 6. Now, we got 3 hours and 40 minutes and a whole nother show tomorrow. So if you want to talk me into a stress level, we can try. Have you pondered this? Have you pondered that? Like Amen Thompson, for example, found a little something last night, scored 25 points. Picked Steph Curry twice, a couple times off the dribble. Dylan Brooks found a little something. 24. Van Vliet found a little something. They found something with this too big zone that they're running. Here I am at 6:20. 1 minute, I've talked myself now into a little bit of worry. No. But, I mean, do you feel me, buddy? Like, it kind of feels that the Warriors should close this thing out tomorrow night.
I still got money on the Warriors to close this thing out on Friday at Chase Center. John Joe Curley was asking us this morning, like, are you concerned? What's the big takeaway? What's the ramifications of this loss? And I think, to me, that's what I'm focused on, the ramifications of not getting the rest. It's not that Houston showed me something last night where I think they're going to dominate Game 6 and somehow win Game 7. And, oh, by the way, the Houston Rockets will be selling Game 7 tickets starting today, I saw yesterday on Twitter. So the Houston Rockets are thinking they're playing Sunday in Houston. I think the Warriors close it out. But to me, getting back to my original point, to me, it's about the ramifications of losing out on this rest that is needed right now, not just for Jimmy Butler and his rear end, but for Steph Curry and that thumb.
And as you say, rest, and again, not getting too far ahead, but if the Warriors do take care of business, they're going to have to turn around now, and I do believe play this weekend, Sunday, because Minnesota closed out the Lakers last night. So we are rooting, as much as fun as it was to see LeBron go down, and it was fun to see LeBron go down.
Now, real quick, I did see Anthony Slater put out last night.
You got some info.
If the Warriors close out the Rockets on Friday, they would be in Minnesota for Game 1 on Monday night.
Good news.
Monday night.
Thank you
if
for that
it
info.
does go to a Game 7, then they would start on Tuesday. But let's not get to a Game 7 on Sunday.
Oh boy, then you would have to go only one day off.
Yeah, then it would be short rest.
So, and you got to fly to Minnesota too. So they would win Friday again. We'll see what happens. But let's say they win Friday. You go home. You get to play your dominoes. You sleep. You have probably all day. I wonder if they'd fly Saturday. I'd ask Raymond, but he would be like, "Dude, we got to win tomorrow night."
Yeah.
And by the way, 6:00 tip. Raymond says, "Don't be late." And Raymond says, "Wear the shirts." That's what Raymond says.
Yeah, put those damn shirts on.
One of the
this morning show supports the shirts.
All right, guys. Well, listen, it's time to say good morning to Young Tone. Get the guest list on a Thursday, May 1, 2025. 5/1/25. Happy May, everybody. How do you feel about the month of May? Are you a May guy? It's kind of an underrated month, I think.
Once we get to May, I'm just ready for summertime.
Well, that's what I mean. Like April, you go, oh, the Masters, oh, Easter, oh, opening day of baseball. At least it used to be opening day of baseball. April, man, hey, spring break. May, you're like, yeah. May. I'm trying to get to summer.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I'm waiting for the school year to end, and as a June baby myself, I'm always like a month away from my birthday.
Wait, who, you Triple E now?
I know, I started planning. I just thought about it the other day because you sent over your vacation schedule. I'm like, I haven't taken any vacation days yet. My birthday is at the end of the June. I usually take a couple days off, so I'm trying to plan out a trip.
All right, buddy, you do that. And remember, I'm encouraging you to now start. You're at that point now. You got a couple extra bucks in your pocket. You're a celebrity. You're a celebrity now. You're getting recognized. Kids are taking pictures with you.
Careful with that term.
Time for you to start checking some boxes on ballparks, buddy. So I'd recommend you. I'm going to be your freaking Expedia, bro. I'm going to plan your trip.
I like it. TripAdvisor.
Give me
Brian
the
Murphy.
dates. Give me the dates, and I'm going to plan your itinerary.
What ballpark should I visit this summer?
Yeah.
The Brian Murphy ballpark
Give me your
plan.
dates, and we'll see what's up.
Yeah,
all right,
we'll
buddy?
figure out something.
Right.
We'll do something fun.
Stony Tony. That's right. We're calling him that because he hit iron shots next to the flag all day. So I said, "Did you play yesterday?" And the answer was.
No.
Wow.
The guy's hot as a pistol.
Come
and
on.
They need oven mitts to handle him, and he sits it out.
You should go down to Pebble Beach and have a heat check or something.
Exactly, a heat check.
Heat check, bro. You just shot the round of your life.
Needed a heat
what are you
check
doing
round,
taking days off?
I mean, 90 holes in 5 days. I figured I'd take a day off.
Why not make it 100?
You're freaking 16 years old.
Why not make it 108?
Are you kidding me?
I did get a nice 4-mile run in. I'm not going to lie.
Come on, dude. You can't be taking 4-mile runs on your off
next
day.
round?
Well, I like to be fit in all different types of ways.
This guy Eric Burns.
Will it please you to know
across
that
the country?
Will it please you to know that I played worse yesterday than I did at Stanford?
Hey, but one highlight.
We will tell this story. This is why you play golf, right? And then, first of all, you play golf to be with the great people of Provident Credit Union. That's why you do it. To be with Jim Ernest and John Haggerty. So, dude, 2 things of note on my round. Just want to share this just sports anecdote around the cooler. John Haggerty is a great, higher up at Provident Credit Union. Great guy. We play golf. We're on the 4th hole at Harding Park. He hits his drive into the rough. The rough's a bit of a problem at Harding. It's thick. So he kind of chunks one out. He's out 230 yards out, Marcus. 230 yards, Marcus. 2 football fields and change. And he hits a 3-wood. Tracking. Oh, that's on the green. Great shot, John. Oh, wait. Into the cup.
Wow. From the rough?
230 yards out. Eagle 3. Eagle 3 from 230 yards out. You just
Damn.
You'll play your whole life. You won't see that. You'll play your whole life. You won't see that.
That's impressive.
That's going to be the only time I see a guy hole out from 230 yards.
That's impressive.
So, not to be outdone, we get to the 13th hole. Here's your boy. I'm limping. I'm bleeding. But I'm trying to have fun. I hit a terrible tee shot. I popped it up, and it goes into the woods. I try to punch it out. It doesn't really work. I'm lying 2 in the woods. I do hit a good punch out then. It scurries down to the bottom of the fairway. I got, 90 yards in. I'm lying 3. Typical me. I'm gonna like, okay, if I put it on and 2-putt, I get a 6. Right? That's my life, right? Double bogey Murph. So Jim Ernest, being the nice guy he is, he's got the rangefinder. And he's taking pity on me because my round's toast at this point. I'm like, he doesn't need to give me a number, which gives you the yardage, And he goes, Murph, I'll give you a number. I was like, that's nice of you, Jim. And he goes, 83. And then he takes off to his ball, which is on the green in regulation. And because he shot 82. So I said, well, give me my little gap wedge here. I said, I feel pretty good over this shot. And I was like, yeah, I made I feel good in the swing. I crisp contact. I'm like, that's the best contact of the day. And it's tracking. I'm like, well, there it is. That's a good golf shot. That's going to be close. It lands 6 feet short of the green, 6 feet short of the flag, hops once, and Marcus rolls right into the freaking cup. Whoo! Jarred it. from 83 yards out.
Jardy.
People go, oh, dude, is that an eagle birdie? I said, no, that's a 4. That's a 4, buddy.
Nice.
But I made a 4 there, Tony.
Damn.
So there you go.
That's why they call you Double Bogey Murph?
Yes, they
See,
do.
I thought the DB stood for something else.
That's very funny. It could also mean Daily Bruin, as you know.
Yeah. Or
so anyway,
D-bag
Tony,
Murph.
you know, in the middle of a terrible round, you jar. I know, I got you.
I know.
Jarring one from 83 yards is pretty, it's a nice little memory.
That's why you do it. That's why you come back out. That's why you keep playing.
Do you have, what's your farthest, jar out story from the fairway?
Honestly, not that. I mean, maybe 50 yards, 60 yards, nothing crazy. Nothing 83, 230. Are you kidding? That's like an insane shot.
So you just keep chopping wood, baby. Keep chopping
Jar
wood.
out.
And then we went into the bar. You know what? They pour a decent pint of Guinness at Harding Park. I got to say that because, it's tough to find a good pint. Johnny Joe knows that for sure. And we basically, John, what we do is we tolerate them. We tolerate the pints here. We're like, I really want the taste. It's not going to be 100%, but I'm going to do it, right? I'm going to do it. Well, at Harding, they got the nice pint glasses, the really proper pint glasses. They take their time. I'm not going to give it an A+, but I'm going to give it a B+. And you know what? It hit the spot.
That's an acceptable beer grade.
It hit the spot.
Now, the real question is, did you split the G, Murph? I'm always curious about your skill.
That's a little personal.
And whether or not you can
Isn't that
split
a
the
little
G or
personal?
not.
Yes.
Young Tony said he's a pro at splitting the G.
I'm gonna date myself and talk to my old heads and say I think Judy Blume used to write books about that.
Ooh.
That's an inside
Hey
joke
now.
for the old heads.
Yeah,
All right, what do we got here, buddy?
Hey.
Yeah, split the G, split the guest list, Tony.
All right, coming up on today's show. Today's Thursday. We have the executive show with Zach Manassian, general manager of the
I'm gonna have
Giants.
to take our losing streak to Zach. See what he has to say.
We'll see.
Time to start making some moves,
I saw
Zach.
Alex Pavlovich and Shayna Rubin wrote stories with vaguely negative slants like, well, now that they've lost a couple to the Padres, let's take a closer look at these Giants.
Ooh, let's take a look.
The stats. They're
Take a
trotting
look.
out the negative stats. Trotting out, is this sustainable? The haters are coming. 2 losses in San Diego, and the haters are coming out.
Wow, preying on the Giants' downfall.
There it is, yes.
Good news is the Rockies come to town. The 5-win Rockies.
Well, now they're due, right? They won yesterday.
I know.
So, all right.
Yeah, hopefully they got that out of the way.
Verlander versus Kyle Freeland tonight, 6:45. There you go.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Zach Manassian, 7:30. The big hit at 7:50. We will talk to Rick Barry at 8:15. Cooler content, 8:30. Matt Mayoko at 8:50. Talk a little 49ers football. And then Matt Barnes. Incredible. NBA champion Matt Barnes with the Warriors at 9:15 this morning.
That's
the
good.
smoke, baby.
That's good booking, man. All right, let's get into some of the sound from last night. Should they have put their starters back in? How did you feel about the rest? And should we get into this thumb? Are we going to call it Thumbgate at this point? I can't believe I said that, but yeah, anything that's gate. The last 20 years, you affix the suffix gate. Is it Thumbgate? Are the Rockets going for Steph's thumb? And is that within the realm of acceptability? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Houston Rockets, with a prolific offensive performance, built up a 30-point lead, and they get this series back to San Francisco on Friday night.
Spiro Didis on TNT with Candace Parker last night. We don't usually get that duo. Spiro Didis revealed in the first half that in his pre-game reporting, Kerr was already raising the possibility of, quote, not chasing it. So we can debate that. We got 3.5 hours to go. I was kind of going to focus on the thumb here, but, the whole idea of putting that in the universe before the game even starts, that's according to Spiro Didis. He was like, yeah, we talked to Kerr before the game, and he said, if this thing goes the wrong way, we have to decide how long we're going to chase it. And he said, Kerr even said, older team, cross-country flight, etc. So Kerr walked into the building like, yeah, we're not winning this one. It's kind of crazy.
The fact that they were discussing it before the game and the fact that they were discussing it at halftime. Steve Kerr said he talked to Draymond, and Draymond said, give us 5 minutes. If we don't show you anything, wave the white flag.
Yeah.
Throw in that towel that Tari Eason threw at Pat Spencer the other day before putting Pat Spencer in the game.
And then you whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. So we did tease the thumb, and that'll be, I'd say to me, maybe 3 talking points here out of this thing. Number 1 is the thumb. One for the, didn't the Steelers used to say one for the thumb?
Yeah,
is that what they used to say?
They did.
Did they ever get that one for the, they did,
Yeah,
didn't they?
they have 6 now, right?
Look at that, the Steelers.
Yeah.
Is Aaron Rodgers going to be their quarterback?
Sounds like
They don't have a quarterback.
They drafted Will Howard late in the draft, but yeah, they had an opportunity to take Shador. Hell, they had an opportunity to take Jackson Dart. They had an opportunity to take a lot of quarterbacks.
It's May 1st, and the Steelers don't have a quarterback.
Which is crazy. They were in the playoffs last year.
That's insane.
Right? Yeah.
So thumb number 1. Number 2 is, chasing it versus not chasing it, so to speak. You know what I mean? So,
hey, now.
shout out Marcus on North Beach on a Friday night.
Hey, now. One for the thumb.
Are we back? Here we're just going to go there.
We're talking rings. We're talking rings.
Are you back to splitting the G? Is that what you're doing?
Hey, now.
And then the third one is, so to me, 3 headlines out of this thing. 1 is the thumb. 2 is the chase it versus not chasing it. And 3 is, Friday night, your concern level. So let's stick on the thumb for right now. So somebody, so God bless social media, man. They just roll on everything. I was just talking to my buddies yesterday about, one of my buddies is working on a project. He's writing a script about 1989. And he was just talking about how just, you really have to go back to that mindset where you didn't live your life documenting everything. You just existed and you connected on a different level with human beings. There's a long way of saying is there's now a social media photo of Steph Curry's thumb as he gets on the plane going to Houston.
Yes, and we're showing it now on the live stream. Young Tony has thrown the screenshot up. You can check it out on YouTube, Twitch, or by downloading the KNBR app.
This kid, Stony Tony.
He's the best.
Despite the fact that he has a mouth on him. He's getting Stony Tony.
Mouthy Tony.
So there it is. You can look at it on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Marcus, that looks like you called it a marble.
Dude, it looks like there's a marble stuck inside his thumb.
Yeah, it does.
That thing is swollen. And in comparison, you can see his other hand in the photo, too. It's not zoomed in on the other hand, but there is definitely some swelling there.
And you can see he's carrying his little food bag on the plane with his left hand. Yeah. He ain't carrying it with his right hand. So obviously, we're not breaking any news here. The guy has an injured thumb, and it has since January. The question is, what are the Rockets doing about it? Are they swiping at it? That's become a narrative now. Are they swiping at the thumb? And if so, where does that fall down on the moral acceptability? Being my age and having watched a lot of sports is kind of part of the dirty part of sports, right? And you being a Raider fan.
Yeah.
You guys, back in the 70s, that's how the Raiders got
I'd
to win all their
love to
games.
sit here this morning and go full Dora the Explorer. Swiper, no swiping. Swiper, no swiping. Dylan Brooks should not be swiping at Steph Curry. I don't think he's really doing anything extremely wrong. I got to make sure I say this correctly. Yes, it is Bush League.
You're saying,
but is it illegal? No. This is a tactic that teams use. If a guy's out there playing hurt, there's a difference between playing hurt and injured. You can't play when you're injured. Steph Curry's hurt. So, of course, they're going to target where he's hurt, and they're going to try to make it more difficult. This is a war that these guys are going into during these series.
And so in sports, what's acceptable? Football's the one you think of, right? Football's the one where the quarterback has sore ribs. So as soon as he releases, oh, I'm sorry, boom, you know what I mean? Drive him down a little bit more. So that's the real violent game. We don't really see in basketball as many chances to exploit injuries like this, but it looks like Dillon Brooks is swiping at his thumb and swiping at his thumb and swiping at his thumb. And you know what's amazing? Our guy Fitz has now entered the chat.
Yes, sir!
So Bob Fitzgerald commented on NBC Sports Bay Area that they are going for the thumb, trying to injure Steph's thumb, and this made its way to the post-game press conference to Dillon Brooks. So Fitz is now, people are quoting Fitz to Dillon Brooks. So Tony, I think it's cut Y. And somebody brought it to Dillon Brooks, said, dude, you got Fitz on your case, calling you out for swiping at thumbs. And the Warriors have cut it to 29 yesterday. Here's Dillon Brooks answering that question.
No, I've been playing the game. If you're gonna come play the game injured or whatever you got, it's all about the game. You know, if I had an injured ankle, I would attack that ankle every single time. So, whatever they're saying on the broadcast, they can keep saying it.
So there it is.
Yeah.
He's like, Fitz, go let Fitz be Fitz, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
So he just said, yeah, if I had an injured ankle, I'd go to your ankle.
Yeah, and I understand that mindset. And I don't want to be in a position where I'm agreeing with Dillon Brooks on air on 50,000 watts, but I understand that mindset. Again, this is a 7-game series. These guys are going to war, and all is fair in love and war.
Yeah.
So I can understand it because they're not just swiping at Steph Curry's thumb. They're also grabbing his jersey, grabbing his hip, dressing him up, trying to cuddle with him, taking prom pictures. They're grabbing him left and right. It's not just the thumb that they're doing.
Those grabs and those huddles and those hugs can affect his thumb, too. I mean, they can grab the thumb gets banged. Mm-hmm. I think Steph's gutting this thing out tremendously. He really, really is. We don't ever really talk about his toughness. I don't think we don't talk about that enough. He's showing tremendous toughness, and he's probably, I anticipate him Friday night to go play a courageous game and beat the thing. But the thing is, they want to win 16, and this thumb ain't getting better anytime soon. That's the problem.
No, which is why, to me, again, the biggest takeaway from last night's game is just a blown opportunity to get a couple more rest days before the next round.
And it was blown early, like first quarter.
Yeah. Which I guess maybe is a good thing because they got some rest in the second half, which led to a question earlier about whether or not Steph was going to strap those ankle braces back on in the fourth quarter.
Like we've got Miramani starters back in the water. I'm like, yeah, you just lost by 10, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. They got back in the water.
Back in the game.
So Steve Kerr gave a long discussion about it, and it gets into the rules in the NBA, which I'm a little confused on, and I need Fitz to give me a rules breakdown because I always thought if you shot a shot, because this is what happens on the three-point shots a lot. You shoot a three, and then somebody makes contact after you shoot the three, they call the foul. And you're like, dude, why were you so close to him? Let him go. You shouldn't have fouled him if one of your players commits the foul. But Steve Kerr's saying you're allowed to hit the guy's arm after he shoots. So here's Kerr breaking down the whole thing.
You know, the rule, the NBA is once the shot has been released, you're allowed to hit the guy's arm. And so what's happened in the league this year is players always they're going to outsmart, the rules. They know what they're doing. So players all over the league are just taking shots at guys' shooting hands after release because they know it's not going to be a foul. And I'm very confident that next year the league will fix it because it's only a matter of time before somebody, breaks a thumb or breaks a hand or whatever. But these are the rules. I do believe they're allowed to call a flagrant if they want. The refs could call a flagrant if the guy winds up and takes a shot. But no, it's been happening across the league all year long. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But we have to take it through the league process to get that changed, and that'll probably happen this summer, I would guess.
Okay, so Kerr's acknowledging the whole thing and saying it ain't going to change. But somebody points out here on the 925 on the Golden State Lumber and Sherwin text line, Dillon Brooks is stupid for talking about it. Could come back to bite him as a ref might now call for a foul in a critical situation.
Yeah, this storyline's been going on for a few games now. We talked about it before yesterday's game about the clip from Game 4 where it looked like Dillon Brooks was swiping multiple times on one Steph Curry shot. But you heard Steve Kerr give the breakdown. By the letter of the law, it's not illegal what he's doing. He's trying to gain an advantage. He's trying to slow down Steph Curry because there's not too many ways to slow him down. You might not like it, but it's not illegal.
Damn. 559, our great texter says, like Sensei John Kreese instructed Johnny Lawrence in the original Karate Kid, swipe the thumb. That's what he says.
Nice.
Does young Tony know the original Karate Kid sweep the leg? Does he know?
I don't think so.
Oh, then we got a good one then today. Put it in the books.
Yeah,
oh,
there
man.
it is. It's
oh,
done.
Yeah.
It's done.
It's done already.
Taken care of.
You do, though.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. 707 says, if you're not cheating, you're not trying.
That's true.
Point blank. And 650 says, that's why in hockey, all they say is upper or lower injury, never specific. That way you can't go for it.
Yeah, but you can see the tape wrapped around Curry's hand and thumb. Like, everybody with eyes knows that Steph Curry has been dealing with this thumb injury for a while now.
209, speaking my kid's language, he says, in water polo, what's under the water is fair game.
Oh, you don't know.
Refs
You don't
tells
want to know what goes on under that
My
water.
kid tells me, man.
It's dirty.
He claims he doesn't do it. I don't know about that.
I don't know if I'm buying that.
All right. So
Dylan Brooks claims he doesn't do it either.
408 says they're definitely swiping at his thumb. Have you seen the replay from 2 games ago with Brooks taking 3 swipes in the same shot?
Yeah,
He
that's the clip I was
literally
talking
takes
about, yeah.
3 swipes while looking at it. I hate to see it because ideally you want to see the best players out there in the best sports play, but it is part of sports. 408 continues to say, just seeing Dylan Brooks doing it makes it worse. You know what I mean?
I understand.
See, maybe I'm biased because I'm thinking. So, all right, guys. Well, listen, that's one of the topics, and we can continue to bang the number. 808 KNBR is the number. Like 831 asks, will Friday be a thumbs up or a thumbs down? So 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to check in on Thumbgate and what the Rockets are doing, how much it's angering you. 808 KNBR, bang the number. The other aspects to it, of course, are should Curve put the starters back in at some point last night? That's another question at 808 KNBR. And how we're feeling about Friday night. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Moses Moody transition 3. No good. The tip is up and in. Golden State has cut it to 14.
And the Rockets fans are stunned.
Kevin Knox credited with the basket. And boy, you can feel some urgency now in this place. It's a 17-4 run by Golden State in the quarter.
Was there any temptation, though, when you guys got down to, I think it was 12 or 13 to bring him in?
Yeah. No. You can't do that. When you make a move like that, and then, the starters are on the bench, you can't go back to them. It's just not the right thing to do.
There's Steve Kerr kind of showing you his philosophy on life and playoff basketball. He has been in a few playoff series in his life. Shout out Mike Jordan and the Chicago Bulls. Steve Kerr, in case you kids didn't know.
Yeah.
So that was his decision. He went with it. By the way, he's still on the Jimmy Butler playlist. Are we going? Is this Pet Shop Boys?
What? No. This is a banger. Now we're getting into music that I listen to with Jimmy Butler. This is Peace You Need by Fred Again, my guy.
Your guy
Fred
Fred
Again.
Again.
Fred Again's biting Pet Shop Boys style here. Let me tell you that right now, all right? You might want to investigate that. I was never a Pet Shop Boys guy, but now that I know that you ride like this, you might want to dive in.
Shop? Pet Shop Boys?
Oh, yeah. This definitely has heavy Pet Shop Boys vibes. Hey, Pet Shop Boys crowd, come at me. 808 KNBR.
Is there a Pet Shop Boy crowd?
Today's my favorite day of the year because we just said that.
Yeah.
Today is my favorite day of the year.
I don't know if there is a crowd.
They were quite a, whatever. Yeah. Like when the 80s started to veer off the road, like you're like, come on, bro, this is a little too 80s for me. Pet Shop Boys.
I feel like
I got people out there that'll ride with the Pet Shop Boys to the end of the earth.
Fit that entire crowd inside of a pet shop.
No, they would sell out. They'll sell out a joint. Yeah.
My bad. I was not familiar with their game.
But I just want the crowd out there. Somebody on the text line tell me, are you hearing Pet Shop Boys here? Because I am. All right, guys. We're continuing to play Jimmy Butler's playlist because Jimmy Butler had some time to curate a playlist last night. He sat on the bench for the entire second half as the Warriors lose 131-116. But they did, it's kind of funny, man. It's ironic. For years and years and years, our joke was about poor Fitz, that he had to broadcast so many bad Warriors games. Our running joke here was the excited Fitz voice of, and the Warriors have cut it to 11. Timeout Timberwolves. And so that was, and what's funny is that literally was the story last night that they cut it to 13. And we were like, oh, and I was like, hey, what is this, 2003? You know what I mean? It's like the Warriors, we're getting excited that the Warriors cut it to 13. It's like, oh my God, the Chris Cohan years came rushing back. But this was a little more juicy, obviously, because the Warriors are trying to win a championship, and they did cut it all the way down to 13. Let me just ask you point blank. First of all, 808 KNBR is the phone number. We talked about the thumb. If you guys have thoughts on that, you're stuck in traffic, you want to get your sports take off, 808 KNBR is the phone number on the thumb situation. And the other one, if you want to get something off your chest, is should the Warriors have put their starters back in the game? I mean, I'll go first, and I'll just tell you, Marcus, it kind of goes against, I'm usually like a Steve Kerr, kind of play it safe, trust the book, trust the experience, trust the macro over the micro, trust the view from 30,000 feet, and say, dude, the right thing to do is rest up, just call off the dogs, go get it Friday and even if you lose Friday, you still can go get it on Sunday, So I agreed. I normally would agree, but there's something about me last night that I felt like rolling the bones. Honestly, I felt like rolling the bones and putting them back in. Because I think if they had put the Warriors starters back in at 13, how much time was left? Like 5:50?
I would say around 4 to 5 minutes, right?
It might have been north of 5. Mm-hmm. If you put the starters back in right then and there, I think you get some tight booty holes.
Well, especially with the panic that we saw from the Houston Rockets with Ime Udoka forced to put his starters back into the game after Pat Spencer was getting buckets left and right. And maybe that's my biggest takeaway from the game, that Pat Spencer is a dog. You don't want to F with Pat Spencer. He'll headbutt you going head-to-head with Şengün.
We kind of joke, oh, he's a lacrosse player. Bro, you ever seen a high-level lacrosse game? They ain't playing patty cake out there.
Oh, they got shoulder pads and a helmet on for a reason.
And they're and sticks.
Mm-hmm. And they're hacking each other with sticks.
So, yeah, his headbutt of Şengün he was like, let's go.
Look, I'll give a hot take for you this morning. if Pat Spencer doesn't get ejected from that game, maybe the Santa Cruz Warriors do come back and win, and they end out the series in Houston.
One of my thoughts was, and 707 points this out on the Golden State Lumber and Sherwood text line, says starters might have killed that momentum. The bench earned that time. I mean, I get what he's saying. It sounds crazy to say the starters, that Steph Curry would kill your momentum. It's like the weirdest take of all time. But actually, because one of my kids was asking, he goes, why aren't they putting the stars back? And I said, in a way, you might want to keep riding this wave. Because the bench was playing so loose and so easy and so effective. Who'd we have last night scoring points? We had 14 points from Kevin Knox. Shout out Kevin Knox going 5 for 13 from the field.
Former first rounder.
You had 8 points from, who else we got out there?
Of course, Guy Santos bringing that big
Santos had
energy.
7.
Moses Moody had a really, really good fourth quarter, second half.
He scored 25.
25 points yesterday for Moses.
So, I mean, I don't know. So,
yeah, it would have been nice if Braxton Key would have hit a couple buckets from underneath the basket.
I joked on the show thread when Curly sent out the halftime text about the Memphis Game 5. I said fourth quarter could be a Braxton Key showcase, and it was.
It was a showcase for the Santa Cruz Warriors. And I was with you, Murph, because I was keeping an eye on it because I told you earlier I took a live bet on the Warriors at plus 14.5, and of course they end up losing by 15 after Pat Spencer gets ejected. But then they put in Buddy Hield. I'm like, all right, well, Buddy's the younger blood of the OG starters. Of course, Buddy was in the starting line the last 2 games. So they put Buddy back out there. I'm like, all right, let's see if Buddy and the boys can cut it to single digits. And if it would have got to 9, then I am making that move. I'm putting Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond back in the game. But because Steve Kerr kind of came into this game with the idea that he wouldn't be playing these guys in the second half anyways, like the fact that they were talking about it before the game and at halftime, talking about giving them an additional 5 minutes in the third quarter, tells me that Steve Kerr had his mind made even before this big run by the Santa Cruz Warriors. And I know the Kerr haters are out there, man. I know they are, and I see them all the time on Twitter, and I'm sure they're killing him about this too, but Kerr's like, I'm doing my thing. I'm the steady Eddie. I know what I'm doing. This is a big picture. I would say this. Last night I would have rolled the bones and put him back in. I guess, obviously they know more than we do, and I'm guessing 2 things prevented him. 1, Jimmy's rear end. We'll clean up our language from yesterday. Jimmy's rear end, and 2, Steph's thumb. So I'm wondering, before we get to the phones at 808 KNBR, bang them. I'm wondering if you put those guys back in and one of those guys gets injured. Yeah. Then that's worst case scenario.
We're killing
because
her.
then you lose Game 5 and you also lose either Batman or Robin. Or who knows? Like that's worst case scenario.
I know you can't play scared, but at what cost are you putting them back in the game? Do you have a realistic chance to win that game? And clearly, Steph's thumb has become a thing, and so maybe you don't want him out there in sort of a, I don't want to call it a desperation situation, but probably a low odds situation that you're going to win that game and go out there and bang that thumb a couple more. Dylan Brooks might have. Hell, Dylan, if he put him back in there for the last 5 minutes, Dylan Brooks might have stomped on his thumb.
He might have challenged him to a thumb war. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war.
You know what? I'm down with you. Here's another young Tony. I bet. Do you know the thumb wars, kid? Do you know the thumb wars?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right. We're down.
Done a bunch as a kid, yeah.
Not sweep the leg, but thumb or pet shop boys. But there you go.
1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a thumb war. 5, 6, 7, 8. I use this hand to instigate. I'll clean it up for the radio.
Oh, I was going to say.
Yeah, I had to clean that one up.
Careful, buddy.
Yeah, I said instigate.
We've been getting a little loose with the soirees and everything. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So I say bang the number, 808 KNBR. So a guy decides to bang the number. Ready for this? From the southern hemisphere. We got a gent named Bertram who's down in the incredible nation of Argentina. Wow. Shout out Diego Maradona. Shout out Lionel Messi. Shout out... what's his face? Come on, the Spur, right? Manu Ginobili.
Manu.
Some legends from Argentina, including Bertram. Bertram, good morning.
Yeah, I can't believe we got through. I can't believe I got through. Maybe I'll make love today, too. I'll get lucky.
Dude,
anyway,
let's go. What are the odds of that? Any chance of that?
I'm not a good-looking guy.
Did you go to Argentina with a +1, or are you playing the field?
Both. I'm married, but we're here. I actually listened. I can't believe I got through because I've been listening. I watched the game last night. I'm here on vacation, and I like your show. But Mr. Murphy, with all due respect, Mr. Kerr quit last night. You watched that first quarter. You look at the players. They didn't even defend at all. They quit. And the only thing I got from that game is, by the way, do you feel the same? They absolutely, they they punted.
Yeah, I you know what, Bertram? We I don't know if you were listening about a half hour ago. We said that Spiro Dides on TNT said early in the game that Kerr, before the game, had brought up the idea of, I don't know how long we're going to chase this, cross-country flight, older team, etc. So he had even raised the possibility before the game.
Can I just say one thing? I really believe that this is a big Baba Booey moment. Baba Booey. Baba Booey.
Well done, buddy. Well done.
Dude, I
well
love
done.
it, dude.
What a call.
He called in from Argentina and dropped a Baba Booey on us.
I'm guessing he wasn't in Argentina. That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I'm guessing we got a little Baba Booey.
I mean, he also said he was hoping to get
make
lucky.
love. Yeah, he's
not a handsome man.
You haven't made it until you get a Baba Booey call.
Dude.
Got to salute it.
That's it. And I'll say this to Burt Ram also. If Pat Spencer can get some action, maybe he can get some action in Argentina.
So, by the way, Curl, so you're now on alert for Bertram from Argentina, who's not Bertram from Argentina, who is having some fun. But you're now on alert because he's going to try to deke you a couple times.
I mean,
buddy.
here's a thing that I think young Tony does not know, Baba Booey. Do you know the legend of Baba Booey?
No, I do,
Wow.
yes. Right. Howard Stern, right? So
yeah,
he called it Howard
I think
Stern.
John Joe Curley might not know.
And then
he's shaking his head back there.
Curly doesn't know about Baba.
Oh, the legend of Baba Booey.
All right,
Oh,
we'll have to play it for him.
Oh, you got to bone up on your Howard Stern knowledge.
That guy was so old, he's still doing, because Baba Booey's like from 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I would like the creativity of Argentina. It allowed us to drop a Manu Ginobili drop, but he did get one sports take in there, which was that Kerr punted on that game, and so that is a factor. It is a factor about did you feel like the Warriors gave it their all last night? I mean, talk about the first quarter. In the first quarter, the Rockets clearly were desperate. Also, the Rockets by the way, made every shot.
Yes.
They made every freaking shot.
They made every shot, including a perfect 13 for 13 from the free throw line in the first quarter. Yeah, this game was over after the first quarter, Murph.
All right, we got some sound to get to, too, and it's not from Argentina. It's actually from the game last night. Let's go with a little Kerr about the halftime conversation with Draymond, Cut X. So, again, this was like a topic of like, guys, should we even play tonight? I mean, like, it's kind of amazing when you're that, like, championship bred that you can mail in a playoff game. But here he is, Cut X, Kerr, talking about halftime.
Yeah, I wasn't going to chase, this game, obviously, with Game 6 coming up in 48 hours. I talked to Draymond. I said, what do you think? He said, 5 minutes. And so we gave the starting group the first 5 or 6 minutes. And we kind of had, unless we had made a huge run, kind of had it in mind that we would, pull the plug.
Okay, so again, he was speaking it into existence, man. And Warriors fans, 808 KNBR, Argentina or not, if you agreed with that, let us know, or on the text line 415-808-5627.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it was part of the plan in case things did get out of hand, which we saw in the first quarter, we saw in the first half, how we saw in the third quarter, really until they cut the lead down to 13 in the fourth quarter, that the plan was to play a lot of the backups. But one thing that we have not talked about is one backup who did not even suit up last night. Jonathan Kuminga, who was ruled out before the game with an illness. Now, I was sitting there on my couch trying to cover that spread, thinking this would be a perfect game for Jonathan Kuminga to showcase his skills against a team he's had success against, but Kuminga was nowhere to be found.
Well, he said he had an illness.
I know.
I don't know what that is.
And I don't want to assume anything, but I don't know. The guy gets a start. I don't know if he was upset the next game that he didn't play at all after being in a starting lineup. Jimmy Butler comes back. Jimmy Butler's out there last night, and Jonathan Kuminga's nowhere to be found.
Man, oh man. Well, like I said, we'll see what happens on Friday.
Exactly. I don't want to be too irresponsible, accuse the guy of not being sick or anything, but like, where the hell is Jonathan Kuminga? Like, I understand you might have a stomach ache, but this is the NBA playoffs.
You're just saying you're raising your eyebrow a little bit.
Yeah, and it would have been a good opportunity for him to be out there to showcase his skills if he is looking to get a sign and trade or another contract this offseason.
By the way, 707 with an intense, pretty funny text. Did Braxton Key make that layup yet?
Oh, dude.
Man, that's tough.
That was a bad look for Braxton
How about
Key.
408 saying load management in the playoffs now, ... Perfect. I mean, he's not telling any lies. He's not telling any lies, right? That was kind of a load management game, wasn't it?
Yeah, but also, like, you could get more.
Playoffs.
You could have got more load management if you would have closed out the series yesterday, too.
Yeah.
Then you would not have to play on Friday.
Yeah.
So then there's your extra rest right there. So it's like, pick your poison. Like, when are you trying to get some of that load management in?
So a little bit more on the game. Kerr talking about Game 5 in Memphis, the whoop that trick game when they lost by 41, then came home.
Whoop that.
then came home and blew out, or not blew out, but took care of Memphis in Game 6 at home. That they're hoping history repeats itself all the way up to a 2022 NBA championship, too. So it's cut C, Tony, from Kerr. And by the way, his microphone didn't work in the postgame. That's why it's a little echoey here.
Yeah, similar vibe, down 30 in the first half. I think in Memphis we might have been down 40 or 50 even. I don't remember exactly, but similar vibe, young team, on their home floor, trying to stay alive. They came out and threw haymakers at us. They made every shot in the first quarter. So we got what we deserved.
Yeah, he seems very much at peace with all this here. In fact, here it is, 7:07. Kerr's plan. I could play them, but I won't. Oh, wait. That's pretty good.
Not bad.
That's pretty good. Actually, here's a 650. Steve's plan. I could play them, but I won't. Dude, we have two different textures coming. These guys, 650 and 707, take a bow.
I could put my starters in, but I won't.
931 says, I think it's hilarious that Houston had to bring their starters back.
I could play Kuminga, but I won't.
Here's cut A from Kerr on these guys having to come back in.
Loved our bench group. They came in. They forced Houston to bring their starters back in. They set a tone that we're going to need for Game 6. And I thought, even though we lost the game, I thought it was crucial that we fought the way we did in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it is kind of embarrassing for Houston, right? It's not like they can walk onto the plane with, swagger. Yeah, man, we had to put our starters back in. You know what I mean? Kevin Knox was too much, man. Look, Kevin Knox, former first-round draft pick. He can play a little basketball, right?
Yeah, top 10. He was a lottery pick by the Knicks.
And as you said, the Warriors bench, right to the Pat Spencer headbutt, created a little energy, a little vibe. Like, maybe they got on the plane kind of like, damn, Pat, I didn't know you rolled like that,
Dude, fourth quarter, Steve Kerr sent out the goon squad for Alperen Şengün. It was Pat Spencer and Trace Jackson Davis going back and forth. I love seeing that energy, and so did Draymond Green sitting courtside. He was like a proud dad watching his boys get into a little beef on the court.
What was your reaction at the end when Pat and Trace got into it with Şengün?
It's beautiful. You don't back down from anybody, and they didn't. So I like it.
There it is, man. So, once again, 6 o'clock game tomorrow night. We want to make sure everybody knows that. Raymond says, don't be late. Don't let down Raymond Ritter.
Don't let down Raymond.
Maybe even Marcus will wear his shirt tomorrow
night.
Maybe.
Well, here's the thing. I get in with the credential. I don't get a T-shirt.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't even get a T-shirt. So I don't have the option to wear.
You can pluck one off of an empty seat. There should be no empty seats.
No, there should be no empty seats.
Bro, somebody actually comes in with this. 408 says, is Kuminga turning into Zito and rooting against the Warriors, cheering on Brooks when he takes swipes at thumbs, dude? Oh, my God, dude. Well, listen, I'm just going to say, you read your jock blog, which very few of you do, I said Warriors in 6. So I'm sticking with it, buddy. I'm sticking with it.
I like the plan. And real quick before we break, I did want to get off this Draymond Green riff. What do you give me for Draymond Green admiring Pat Spencer and TJD going back and forth with Şengün, and Murph admiring Stony Tony just rifling off irons at that flagpole all day long? It's
pretty good.
It's beautiful.
Pretty good.
It's beautiful.
Did Pat Spencer talk S to Draymond too?
Yeah, I think so.
Game?
Once he got in, he's like, you see, Draymond, that's how you get ejected. That's how you throw a headbutt. All my buddies were rooting for that headbutt.
And for the small margin of crowd that wondered how I played at Harding yesterday, I played worse than I did at Stanford. I don't think the old man can do 18. Playing that 9-hole winter league conditioned me for 9. Can't play 18 anymore. Come on, man. I got to go out and start running marathons. All right. Hey, on the other side, we can return to this thumb incident, too, and also start looking ahead to Friday. 808 KNBR is the phone number, even if you're a Baba Booey caller. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Is Dylan Brooks' swipes at thumbs making you feel a little nervous? You feeling okay? Can Steph Curry's thumb make it to an NBA Finals? Can they sustain it that far? 808 KNBR is the phone number. And how you feeling about Friday night after, as 408 called it, a load management playoff game on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's beautiful.
Time for traffic on the sports leader.
All right, bright and early on a Thursday morning, our good friend Steve Moskowitz is on the line. Steve, you want to help people. You want to tell them what to do, Steve, if they can't pay their taxes.
Call it. It's such a common situation. People from all walks of life, all income groups, just can't pay the taxes, and they feel frustrated, and they feel like they're underwater, and there's no way out. They don't know what to do. We know what to do. We've been doing this for a long, long time. We're familiar with all the solutions, and there's good solutions. Whether we ask the government to make a deal, you just pay part and they let you go, or forgive the penalty. Sometimes the penalty and interest are more than the taxes, or get you a monthly payment plan you can really afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. Or we shift the blame where it belongs, to like a former business partner, a former spouse. The bottom line is, I can take up your whole show talking about it, but we have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to, we'll do everything for you so you don't have to deal with the IRS. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
All right, that's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. Give him a call. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Is that his real thumb? I would guess. I'm talking in that picture because that don't even look like a human hand. That doesn't look like a human thumb.
Yeah, there's the Inside the NBA crowd talking about that shot of Steph Curry's thumb and Charles Barkley declaring it an alien hand, right? It doesn't even look like a human hand.
It's
By the way,
deformed.
we're continuing to play Jimmy Butler's playlist. How long was his playlist, buddy? Where did you,
So he posts like 3 screenshots a day. I got to check today. I haven't even looked. But this was from yesterday. No Introduction, Central C, one of my favorite English artists, rapper.
We're going English rappers.
Dude, Fred again from London as well.
We can go band for band.
There you
we
go.
can go mill for mill, Tony.
There you go.
He's one of these rare artists who, when you hear him, you can hear like the Cockney accent. It's like all those great, the Beatles or the Stones or the Who. You didn't always hear their British accents.
It's hilarious. There's a great trend on TikTok and social media where people mock English rappers by doing parody music videos, but dressed up with the fake wig and the red coats and stuff like that. It's pretty damn funny.
Okay, so listen, 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. The thumb is definitely one of the storylines from last night. If you missed it, Warriors lost 131-116, down 27 at half. But the Kevin Knox Army cut it to 13, which led to one of the talking points, which is should Kerr have put the starters back in. I mean, I actually, believe it or not, was thinking he probably should have just take it, roll the dice. But I guess I can kind of understand. You put him in, Houston goes on a 5-0 run. You're down 18. What do you do? Take him out? It's I kind of understand what he was doing, but maybe it would have been. A part of me thinks you roll the bones and put him back in.
Yeah, I thought about it. And like I said, when that lead got down to 13, I'm like, ooh, single digits, we might see Steph Curry. Steph Curry actually put his ankle braces back on. But when he took them off, Murph, that to me was really the sign of waving the white flag. And also think about these guys being ages 35, 36, 37 years old. When they shut down and sit for a quarter and a half, for them to get back up, to get warm. Again, the worst case scenario would have been putting these guys back in, someone swiping at Steph's thumb, or someone knocks over Jimmy Butler and he puts him on his ass and he's hurt again, and the Warriors still end up losing by 5 or 6.
I just had to laugh. You're 35, 36, 37. Isn't that how old Copes is?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Copes looks about 50.
If Copes has to sit, if Copes has to sit out 2 segments, do you not put him back in because his takes have gotten a little stiff?
Yeah, I mean, he's getting grayer and grayer every segment.
Oh man. Hey, just one business note before we get to some of the sound from last night is we do have our new Bay Area sports calendar sponsored by Surfside. So let's get a little action in here, including telling you what's going on in the Bay Area, and you know what's going on. The Houston Rockets are coming back to San Francisco to face the Warriors. Game 6 Friday night at 6 p.m. Raymond Ritter wants you to be in your seats early. We're surfing. We're swag surfing. He wants Chase Center to be packed and jumping at 6 p.m. sharp. So get out there. 6 o'clock tip Friday night. Also happening tonight, the Giants are hosting the Colorado Rockies, who are 5-25. That's at 6:45 tonight. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka, or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. I had to concentrate to not keep you in my peripheral vision as Marcus was dancing in studio there.
I surf.
Very good. Isn't this, what year? What do we got a year on this?
Surf. Oh, this is right around when I was in high school, probably right around 2010, maybe a little earlier.
2009.
Dang, there it is. This song comes on in the club, Murph. Ladies, move aside. Me and my boys are swag surfing.
But isn't it still viable? Don't you still hear it at sporting events and things?
All the time. Yeah. And if you can get the crowd to start swag surfing, man, there's nothing like it.
Some prominent sports team was doing it within the last 6 to 8 months. What was that? Was it like a Final Four run? Or was
I want to say a lot of colleges will try to hype the crowd and try to get the crowd to swag surf in sync.
All right, so there you go. If you need to see it on YouTube, you can rewind it and watch it.
Sorry, I can't help myself.
Here's the go. Out to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 925 says, if they weren't so old and injured, maybe you put them in, but you got to rest old heads for Game 6. That was your point there, buddy.
Yeah.
928 says, Kerr just needs to goon them out. You know what I mean? Okay, what does that mean? Is that a
careful?
Okay, is that a little? Okay,
yeah, Shangoon them out.
I got you. 931 says Central C put 9. All right.
Oh yeah, careful.
Dude, all right. Sorry, go. 510 says Young Tone. The speed is so sick, straight from top boy. There you go, buddy. All right, guys. Out to this, the sound from last night where they started talking about the thumb. And, I was sort of keeping half an eye on it. But now that photo is out that we just talked about with Steve Kerr, or the Inside the NBA TNT crew saying it doesn't look like a human thumb. And there it is on your YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. And that's young Tony doing some great producing there. I mean, how's he shooting? How's he getting through NBA games like that, man?
It's a great question.
I don't know. And is that? Hey, listen, I ain't no freaking doctor. That's just a bruise or a sprain, or I don't know what that is.
I mean, it's weird. I've never really seen like that part of the thumb swollen up like that before. Like I've seen wrist injuries and like just like big thumbs in general.
Yeah.
Which again, this is not a doctor breaking down these injuries, but it looks weird. And do you think it's affecting him at all throughout this series?
Well, I mean, he has had his back-to-back. Now, this is a slightly deceiving stat.
Yes.
But these are his back-to-back. He scored less than 20 in back-to-back games for the first time in the playoffs since 2018. So, then again, he only played 23 minutes last night. He would have done that too. Yeah, it was 402 says Kirk Cousins who was swag surfing. Thank you very much. That's what I was trying to think of. Yeah, very much.
Nice.
So.
I like that.
I knew it was an NFL player or something in the last 6 to 8 months.
You like that? You like that?
So how about this? Bob Fitzgerald. So NBC Sports Bay Area is still doing these games, because they get the first round. After the first round, it turns over entirely to the national crowd. But so Fitz, our guy, has been talking about the thumb and the swipe. And somebody brought that to Dylan Brooks in postgame. Said, hey, man, on the Warrior broadcast, Bob Fitzgerald says you're swiping at the thumb.
Swipe or no swiping.
So Fitz has entered the chat, and Dylan Brooks had to answer to Fitz.
No, I've been playing the game. Shoot. If you're gonna come play the game injured or whenever you got, it's all about the game. If I had an injured ankle, I would attack that ankle every single time. So, whatever they're saying on the broadcast, they can keep saying it.
I think he's get Fitz. You have the green light from Dylan Brooks to say whatever you want.
Keep saying it.
So, we've talked about it earlier in the show, last hour, and here we are talking about it again. It's an unfortunate part of sports. It's kind of a dirty part of sports where, oh, man, my opponent is injured. As we talked about earlier, somebody said, you heard it in Karate Kid, sweep the leg, man. Young Tony didn't know about it, but it's a dirty part of sports. And by the way, shout out the 1970s Oakland Raiders.
Yeah, Murph. So if you're asking me my opinion, do I think it's dirty? Yes. Do I think it's Bush League? Yes. Do I think it's illegal? No. He's doing it by the letter of the law. I mean, we had Steve Kerr breaking down what exactly he's trying to do. Now, I do think it's a little excessive when he's swiping 2 or 3 times even after the shot. I would like the referees to call that. But I can understand where Dylan the villain is coming from here because, A, he is a villain, and he's trying to slow down Steph Curry by any means possible. Like, these guys go into these series like they're going to war, and all is fair in love and war. Yeah. And that's why Dylan the villain and this entire Rockets team are going to pull out all their bags of tricks, not just swiping at that thumb, but hip grabbing him, hip checking him, grabbing his jersey. They're making this a messy and a dirty series, so I expect this from the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, big week for thumbs. So remember we talked opposable thumbs yesterday.
That's right.
Now we got this
Our
here.
ability to text.
Draymond was asked about it. Say, hey, man, the Rockets are going for Steph's thumb. Do you have a thought here?
Yeah, I noticed it. I think it's pretty obvious, but it is what it is. Yeah.
Do you think the league should crack down on it at all?
I'm not one to come to cry to you about what the league should do. I see enough people cry about me, and I lose respect for those people when they cry about me, so I would not allow somebody to lose respect for me over that. It's all good.
So if you're a Draymond hater, you have to accept that answer. He's like, I'm not going to cry about it. It's obvious they're doing it, and we're going to move on. Now, what does Steph have to say about it?
And that's what I'll say real quick. Yeah. I'm kind of on Team Draymond here. Like, I agree. Everybody can see with their eyes what's happening, but there have been so much more physical plays, not just in this series, but across the entire NBA playoff landscape where, like, I don't think this is the one thing that the NBA is suddenly going to set their sights on because we talked about this during the regular season. We're in year 16 of Steph Curry, and he's still not getting the foul calls that he should be getting. He's never going to get those calls, and I don't expect the Rockets or the referees to start giving them their calls now.
Guys, I think this thing's been hurt since January, they said. And he's had some incredible games since January. That East Coast road trip where we were like, frickin', just build a statue right now. But here's Curry. They asked him himself, well, what's going on with the thumb? We got a little back and forth with the media here.
What's the state of your thumb right now?
Cold.
There was a picture, I don't know if you've seen it online, where it looks pretty swollen. I think it was with you walking to the plane.
You got the feds on me? What are you talking about?
No, the internet is the feds at this point.
I love this league so much. I love it so much.
How is your thumb? Besides cold because you're icing it.
I don't even know how to answer it. It's just something you're dealing with and you keep it moving. As long as I can play. You got to rap for a reason, but that's it.
Do you feel it's impacting your game at all?
No. Not at all.
That's the Warrior code right there. And I don't mean Golden State Warrior, like the elite athlete code. Bro. This thumb would put you in a hospital bed for weeks if you had it. I'm going to go out and try to score 30 points, And that was, by the way, Anthony Slater of The Athletic who was asking those questions. Good sound quality. I want to quote that, shout that out. I think Warrior SoundCloud, yeah?
Shout out to the Warrior SoundCloud.
See, again, as I say to Curly all the time, see Ritter, Raymond for any further discussion.
Greatness.
On any topic. People are like, hey, what's going on with the Great Highway? I'd say, ask Raymond Ritter. You know what I mean? So we say, what's going on with Murph's problems off the tee? Ask Raymond Ritter.
Oh, man.
I don't
know if Raymond can help you out there.
Well,
See, that's a tough one.
But anyway.
That's a tough one. But Steph Curry is looking for some help. If he's not getting it from Raymond Ritter, I'm sure he's probably getting it from our guy Rick Celebrini. And I'm just curious now, if Steph is having these thumb issues, does that make Rick Celebrini Cypress Hill's own Dr. Green Thumb, Murph? Hello, my name is Dr. Green Thumb.
Yeah, so
I just had to get that out.
I got you. I do know people who have been. I lived with a Dr. Green Thumb, and it led to an incident where our neighbor objected because of our shared roof. He didn't like Dr. Green Thumb doing his work up there.
I love Dr. Green Thumb.
We actually had a physical scuffle between my roommate and our neighbor who told him to remove his Dr. Green Thumb.
Come on.
This is back in the 90s now, before it was legal. So anyway, guys.
Shout out to greenery.
We digress. Okay, we do have one Giants segment coming your way, and it's Zach Manassian in the Executive Show. Giants lose 2 in San Diego. We'll talk to Zach Manassian. Always a good conversation. Next on The Sports Leader. Well, before we get to Zach Manassian, let's talk about Amici's Pizza, right? Let's talk about the Detroit-style pizzas that are taking Amici's by storm, and you need to go try them. I loved them. I went with Peter and Richard from Amici's to the Pier 39 Amici's, which is a beautiful Amici's, by the way. Great bar, great views. I recommend, even if you live in the city, you don't need to be a tourist. Just go down there and get a Detroit-style pizza and a beer and watch a game and check out the bay. It's actually quite gorgeous. But I digress because the Detroit-style pizza is what I need to talk about. It's rectangular. Okay, it's rectangular. They cut it into square slices, thick crust, light and airy in the middle. Outside of the dough is coated with a layer of provolone and parmesan, caramelizes against the high-sided pans. During cooking, gets that crispy, cheesy edge all the way around the pizza. You can get it for dine-in, like I said, at Pier 39, takeout, delivery, all that good stuff. It's the Detroit-style pizza, the brand new hit at Amici's. Do yourself a favor. Amici's delivered.
I just want some pizza.
Leader presents the Giants Executive Show. Every week we go straight to the offices of 3rd and King and hear from the guys who are calling the shots for the orange and black. Now, here are Murph and Marcus with Giants General Manager Zach Manassian on the Sports Leader.
All right, our Executive Show every 3 weeks. We rotate Buster Posey, Zach Manassian, Larry Bear. Today, Zach gets the winning ticket. He gets to be the guy who comes on the Murph and Marcus Show, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Always enjoy talking ball with you. Zach, but first I got to remind everybody, the Benjamin Moore Paints sponsors this bad boy. That's right, Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. There's the business taken care of. Now we get to talk baseball with Zach Manassian. Zach, good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Zach.
Good morning, guys. I'm doing well.
How you feeling about the Warriors' chances tomorrow night, Zach?
I still, anytime you get the Warriors at home, I like their chances. So they cut it to about, 11 yesterday with about 5 minutes left. I'm going, geez, maybe they can make a little run here. So to come back from where they were and even kind of turn into a little bit of a game, I like their chances.
What about, it's funny, baseball, you guys take a guy out, he can't come back. Can you imagine if you could put a guy back in baseball? You know what I mean?
Man, it'd be interesting to see what we would do with our pitching, right?
Right?
But it's interesting. I mean, I used to talk about these types of things. My boss for a long time in Milwaukee always had these little interesting tidbits, and one of them was baseball being the only major sport where you couldn't sub in and out, and baseball, when you're on defense you control the ball. The other sports, when you're on offense, you control the ball. So yeah, it's super interesting how all the sports are designed.
I love it. And just to keep this sort of digression going, I covered the 49ers for years as a writer, and we were talking to George Seifert, the old Super Bowl winning coach for the Niners, about the Giants one year, and he said, I think baseball is the stupidest sport. He said this. He said, how can you have parks that are different dimensions? He goes, I'm football. You can play a 100-yard field. That's the deal. We know. He's like, you go to one park, and you go to this park, you go to that park. He says, it's stupid, Zach. That's what he said.
That's funny. Yeah, it's I kind of laugh. You'll see a player hit a ball 105 miles per hour for an out, and then you'll see him hit a ball 30 miles per hour for a bloop single, and you just kind of shake your head, and sometimes, you say, man, this is stupid. So, but I love it.
They're great.
I love the game.
How can you not be romantic? Okay, so big picture, you said the defense controls the ball, and you can't. So how are the Giants controlling the ball? How you feeling about your San Francisco Giants on May 1st, 2025?
Really good. I think we're excited with where we're at right now, and a lot of things working the way that we had hoped. I think we're playing good defense and playing clean games, and I think the team's showing a lot of fight and heart, and if we keep a game close, that we feel like we're going to pull through and win the game. So I think it's a huge credit to Bomel and the staff and what they've set, and then obviously first and foremost the players themselves. So it's been great just kind of feeling the vibe in that clubhouse with Chappie, Adames, the JV, as well as the guys who have been here, like Logan Webb. So it's a really good vibe. It's a confident team, and hopefully we can just continue to. We've talked about all offseason and early season, pitch well and play good defense, and feel like it gives us a great chance to win every day.
San Francisco Giants GM Zach Manassian is the voice here this morning on Uma Guest Line on the Giants and KNBR Executive Show, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, 75 years and growing. And Zach, we didn't see any walk-offs or comeback wins in the last two games against San Diego, but this is a Giants team that has shown the ability to battle back late in games. 5 walk-offs this season and 10 victories where you've battled back down 2 runs. Do you give credit to maybe some of the approaches and changes that you guys made as early as spring training, or what would you say has led to the success coming back in these ball games?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Pat Burrell and Oscar Bernard and David Miner, our hitting group, have really tried to set a tone, and that we're going to play the scoreboard and do what we can to win games, and maybe not necessarily play the lift and pull, I need to get to my home run numbers type of game. And our players have really bought in, and it's really fun when you see a group that's playing for each other. And I think that's what we have going on, where guys they'll move a run over to sacrifice themselves if it puts us in a better spot to win a game, or there may be a man on first, and we've seen it with somebody like Wilmer, where there's an instance where he wants to try and hit the ball out of the ballpark because that's what helps most. There's times when he's kind of gone with that inside out Wilmer swing, and bam, we'll run around first, and now you got first and third, and the opposition's in trouble. So I definitely think it's been a mindset that Pat and the hitting group have tried to instill in our players, and credit to them, they've really bought in, and it seems to be working.
Talking to Zach Manassian, Giants general manager, as the Giants barrel into May, hosting the Colorado Rockies tonight. 4 games with the Rockies. You can get to that. But, okay, so let's talk about these last 2 games, because it was the first glimpse at the NL West. And so it was 2 good games. Padres took 2 games. Giants tried, came back both games, put a little fight up. What did you learn? It's only 2 games, small sample size, but you only play them 13. So it's like 1/6 of the games you're going to play these guys. What did you guys learn about sort of the difference in the competition in the NL West, the way they hit the ball, the way they attacked your pitching, the way they pitched you guys? I don't want to call it a wake-up call because it was just a 2-game series, but did the Padres get your attention?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say the 2 games that we played got our attention. Certainly a lot of respect for our division, and there's attention going into the series. I think something that I saw was, I think, just how aggressive Nick Pivetta and Michael King were, and just attacking our hitters, and beyond that, I don't think there's anything that we saw that surprised us. They have a talented team. I think, and we've seen this, and we've been able to come back and win games where we've gotten down early. But I can tell you, and you guys probably feel the same way, it'd be nice for us to not be down early in the game. and I think just watching their bullpen the past couple days, ours being very similar, these teams with these dominant bullpens, when you get a lead, it's you feel like you're in a really good spot. And I think they showed that, throwing Estrada, Adam, Morejon, Suarez 2 days in a row. So that's one thing I think with the Padres in particular. I think their bullpen has been tops in baseball, and ours has been second in terms of ERA. That you fall down early to these teams, and it's more and more difficult to come back. So, but talented team, and even with us being down early, I think our guys showed a lot of fight and grit, and if we keep doing that, we'll be fine.
Zach, I'd say one of the biggest takeaways from the 2-game series down in San Diego was Willy Adames' game on Tuesday. Had the extra base hit, had a home run in that game also, and I believe he's actually got hits now in 8 out of the last 11 games. After that slow start, still showed great leadership with those walk-off wins, being the first guy out of the dugout. But it really seems like Willy Adames is starting to turn it around a little bit with the bat. Are you seeing the same thing?
Yeah. I think he hit that homer in Philly a couple weeks ago, opposite field, and I think when he's going right, he'll take that fastball up and he'll drive it into right center field. And I know a lot's made about our ballpark, and it is a very difficult pitcher-friendly ballpark, but Willie hitting the ball to right center field in our place, if he hits it hard enough, it's going to be an extra base hit. And so there's probably some adjustment, and I think you're talking about a guy who just cares so much and wants to do so well. I think it's natural for him probably to put some pressure on himself to come out and perform. And I think we're starting to see him, through a lot of hard work with Pat and the hitting group, making some small adjustments here and there. And yeah, I think his at-bats have looked really good, and then I think we've seen more hard contact really all over the field, even to the pull side. So I think yesterday was the ball he hit, and Machado made a good play. So yeah, I'm really happy with the direction he's heading, and seeing him as an opposition. Once he gets hot, watch out, because he can carry a team. So hopefully that's the stretch he's about to go on.
Zach Manassian, the voice you hear, Giants GM. We do it every Thursday. A Giants executive, either Buster Posey, Zach, or Larry Baer. Today's Zach's turn to talk about the Giants, who come home to take on the Colorado Rockies tonight. Justin Verlander, the veteran, against Kyle Freeland, another veteran, 6:45. Take your mind off the Warriors for a night and watch the Giants play baseball. So Marcus did ask you a question earlier about kind of comeback fight in the offense. But the beat writers chose yesterday to kind of shine a little light on some of the things that aren't as pretty. And there are some quote unquote underlying metrics that show not great stuff. I think one of them was team batting average, 229, OPS 685. If you're a WRC plus guy, which you probably are, Zach, but me, I grew up trading baseball cards, so I wasn't a WRC plus guy, but that's 94. All of those are in the bottom 10. So you guys are realistic, you're smart guys, and now there's enough sample size. Is there a time are you guys concerned about the overall production of the offense?
No, I mean, look, I think it's a great feeling to be sitting here at 19-12. I think in our role, we would be only hurting ourselves to not evaluate things as they come. So, I hear you, but also when I look at our team and I look at us offensively, look, Jung Hoo Lee has just been fantastic, awesome. Wilmer, some huge homers. I don't know if it's fair to put the expectation on either of those two to just continue to play at the same level they're playing at. I surely wouldn't say they can't do that, but they've been outstanding. And when I look beyond that, Adames, Chapman, Lamont, Bailey, these are guys who have career norms that they've performed at, and they've shown they can do it. And I think some of this is just seems in baseball as the weather picks up and it gets warmer and warmer around the league, you start to see bats get going more and more. So I don't know Chapman's slash line off the top of my head, but if this is his slash line at the end of the season, I'd be surprised. And I think that's the great thing about baseball is, winning teams, you pick each other up, and like I mentioned, it's been Lee and Flo really pushing the offense. And, there's going to be a time where it's Chapman, Adames. There's going to be a time where it's somebody like Lamont. And I think we've seen him take some really good swings of late. So concerned, no. I think in this position, you're always trying to evaluate things and be objective and keep an eye on things. But more than anything, just really happy with where we're at overall. And as Buster and I have talked about throughout the off season is, I think the number one thing we want to do is throw the ball well, and starts with our pitching, and hopefully that takes pressure off the offense.
Zach, before we let you go, I wanted to ask you about a couple left-handers up in Sacramento. Of course, I'm talking about Kyle Harrison and Carson Wisenhunt. I went up to Sacramento Easter weekend, and I saw Carson Wisenhunt throw 6 innings, a one-hit ball with 9 strikeouts. I'm looking at Kyle Harrison's line from last night. 5 innings pitched, 1 earned run, 7 strikeouts.
Did you see his velo?
And the velo numbers back up to 96, 97, damn near touching 98. Zach, what can you give us an update on those two left-handed pitching prospects to start their season in Sacramento?
Yeah, I mean, you got it, Marcus. I mean, that's pretty much it, is these guys have thrown really well. I think Wisenhunt's fastball's in a really good place. He's throwing hard. It's lively. He's got a pretty devastating changeup, and Kyle, great to see the velo, but even on top of that, just the execution. And we're fortunate to have talented pitchers like this in AAA, and it's exciting, and I give those two a lot of credit. A lot of work has gone in, and for Kyle to go to AAA this year after spending the entire season in the big leagues and just continue to improve says a lot about who he is and who he wants to be. So hopefully those guys just continue to pitch well. And I've said this before, I'll probably always say this, and I hope they put a lot of pressure on us. I really do. So it's a good problem to have, and really happy with how those two have progressed, along with some other players that are throughout the system.
Yeah, that velo numbers were crazy. I mean, really high for Kyle. So something to check out. I know we are running out of time, but it's funny. We did this with Buster last week. You guys are having such a great start. Everybody's excited. And we have these once a week conversations, and sometimes the questions come off as negative. But believe me, everybody's thrilled about this team and this excitement. All that said, Zach, I got one more negative question.
Yeah.
But then we'll end it on a positive. How's that? And that's just it's something that's always addled me. It's the strikeout totals. And the bugaboo came back in San Diego, I thought. And you talked about the pitchers aggressively attacking you guys. But I don't know. What can you do as a franchise, as an organization, as a front office? Is there anything you guys can do to address it?
Yeah, I think organizational wise, it has to start when players are in the minor leagues and you're developing them. And I do think it's a mindset and it's an approach. I think Randy Wynn and Kyle Haynes have really tried to face this issue head on. And a lot of times it comes back to who your personnel is. But it's obviously been an industry-wide issue that I think even Major League Baseball wants to remedy, because as an industry we want more action for our fans. We want the ball in play, and we feel as a Major League team, the more we put the ball in play, the more we give ourselves a chance to win the game. And it's been a big thing of what Pat Burrell's talked about, and it's certainly something our hitters, they want to put the ball in play. I think they know that gives them the best chance to succeed. And there's a little bit of a balancing act with impacting the ball and making contact. But I think as an organization, it has to start with when players are young and there's a mindset. And I do think sometimes things can be contagious in a good way, and they can be contagious in a bad way. And I think sometimes when teams are struggling offensively, maybe there's a little bit of pressure players put on themselves to create even more offense, try to hit for more power and strikeouts come. But it starts with a messaging thing, and then I think beyond that, when you're talking about swing paths and specific approaches, it's going to be different. It's going to be different player to player. So, and you just really try to leverage each individual player's really their individual skills.
Are on it, I know, and Buster's on it, and it'll all be good. So I promised to end on a positive. So I was going to say Camilo Doval, because that's been a huge positive, but I'm going to ask you, if you have to choose, are you going to join the Jung Hoo crew or the Hooligans when you go out to your fan base? Because this guy's a star, man. You got to go out and hang out in the crowd with all the fan bases.
I want to join both of them.
Well, you get to. I mean, this guy. I know you were in the organization when you guys chased him and got him.
Yeah. I think I was the first. We have Evan Sway works in Taiwan as our Pacific Rim scout, and he may have seen Jung Hoo in person, but I remember going over there and watching him play, and I was the VP of, I was the director of pro scouting at the time, and it was awesome to see him come up the plate and see the crowd reaction. And it really hit me that, this isn't just another good player. This is someone that really seems to connect with the fan base. And you can see it, right, when he's playing. He has fun out there, but there's also this intensity to him, and it's not like he's just fooling around. He's very competitive, but also he's got this flair. And so, I wouldn't be surprised if we have more than 2 fan clubs at the end of the season. and he just brings that type of energy. So it's just been a pleasure to watch him, and he worked so hard. Dave Greshner, our medical crew, worked so hard to get him back with the injury, and Gresh from geez, I don't know, week 1 of Jung Hoo's rehab just talked about how seriously he took the rehab, and I think it meant a lot to him that we invested in like we did, and he just really was an all-in type of guy when that happened. The city, the organization kind of comes in every day like it's a gift, and it's been awesome. It's been awesome to watch. He feels it. He mentioned something publicly. said things to me privately about just the support he's gotten here from the fans and what it means to them. So it's been awesome. I still get some chills when I hear the Jung-Hoo Lee chant and to tell me that, oh boy, 4 or 5. I think we first talked about him in 2019. Wow. He was teammates with Ha-Sung Kim.
Wow.
And so to tell me that then, I would have been like, wow, I don't know if I could believe it. But huge credit to him, and he's a great player.
I love it, man. OPS 901, hitting 319, flair, style, charisma, the whole deal, and fan bases everywhere. Listen, you guys are 19-12. You just finished 16-11 April. It's all good. Now go sweep the Rockies, Zach, okay?
Yeah, starts with the first win.
All right.
We got to win the first one. I like it.
I love talking ball with you. I got to get out to the park and chew the fat, and we enjoyed you talking baseball. Congrats on this wonderful start, and the Giants fans are loving it. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks, Zach.
Appreciate it, guys. Go Warriors.
There he is, Zach Manassian on the UMA guest line. Loved it. Hey, on the other side, Rick Barry at 8:15, Matt Barnes at 9:15, but that was a good Giants break on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to go see Daniel Tosh at the Masonic in San Francisco on November 29th. Shout out Tosh.0. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
it now.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Thompson, Euro step, pretty finish. As we are inside of 4 minutes left in the quarter. Here comes Thompson, full extension.
My goodness, what did we just see?
The Houston Rockets with a prolific offensive performance, built up a 30-point lead, and they get this series back to San Francisco on Friday night.
They weren't playing with that trick, but they may as well have been.
There it is, man. Spiro Didis making the call on TNT. Yeah, are you that surprised the Warriors lost Game 5 in Memphis? I'm not super surprised. However, certain things came out of it that we must address on our big hit. So good morning, everybody. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It is the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, young Tony behind the glass there in the rectangle, Stony Tony, John Joe Curley working hard too. And you're wondering, wait a minute, why are they playing the 3-6 Mafia? Because
whoop that!
History repeated itself.
Whoop that!
Game 5, 2022, the Warriors were up 3-1, went down to Memphis in the famous whoop that trick game where Memphis destroyed the Warriors and blew them out, led by, I think, almost 50 at one point. Draymond egged on the crowd as they played this song by whipping his towel around. So why not remember the last time the Warriors did one of these? And what happened in Game 6 3 years ago? They won the game, went on to win the NBA championship. So that would be the ideal scenario tomorrow night. 6 p.m., Raymond Ritter. Don't disappoint Raymond Ritter. 6 p.m. tip. Be in your seats. Throw on the shirt for the, by the way, somebody came in because now we're working with the whole Jed's plan, Kerr's plan. They said free shirts. I could wear them, but I won't. That's Marcus. That's Marcus's plan.
Hey, but I will go full Draymond Green and use it as a rally towel.
Okay.
I'll twirl it over my head. Spin it like a helicopter.
We'll accept that. Hey,
North Carolina!
Rick Berry at 8:15. Matt Barnes, former We Believe Warrior and All the Smoke host at 9:15. So 2 guests coming your way. But right now we got a chance to talk to all y'all. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Thumbgate is one of the storylines to come out, where they continue to swipe at Steph's thumb. He sits out, and the social media photo of his enlarged thumb that Charles Barkley said on TNT. We see it on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. This is young Tony being a multimedia king over here. We can see a picture of social media of Steph going on the plane, the United Airlines plane, as my sister would like you to know.
Nice plug.
Yeah, she said, we're taking care of him. With a swollen thumb. And Dylan Brooks was asked by Bob Fitzgerald, or pardon me, not by Bob Fitzgerald. He was asked about Bob Fitzgerald, our own Bob Fitzgerald, saying he's swiping at the thumb. He's trying to injure Steph. And Dylan Brooks said, yeah, kind of.
No, I've been playing the game. Shoot. If you're going to come play the game injured or whenever you got, it's all about the game. You know, if I had an injured ankle, I would attack that ankle every single time. So, whatever they're saying on the broadcast, they can keep saying it.
So basically he just said Fitz is going to Fitz.
Yeah. Next thing you know, we're going to have Fitz start giving out calls. Dylan Brooks swiped his thumb from San Jose.
Right. And the Warriors have cut it to, we were joking now, like the joke during the bad years was, you know, you knew there's a Warriors broadcast during the Cohan years, and Fitz would be like, and the Warriors have cut it to 13. Timeout Cavaliers. And so last night they actually did cut it to 13, and we were kind of like, hey, that's kind of a good thing. So just real quick on the Dylan Brooks thing, and then we got the Steph Anthony Slater give and take that's worth playing. Do you feel that Dylan Brooks is crossing the line and swiping at the thumb?
No, I think he's stepping right on the line. And this is the series of the habitual line steppers on both sides. Both teams have guys who are habitual line steppers. Hell, we compared Dylan Brooks to Draymond Green. And I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. He's a dollar store version of Draymond Green, which means he's going to try to employ some of those same tactics. Even if he doesn't reach his goal of trying to slow down Steph Curry, now we're talking about it. Now it's a topic. It's just another distraction from the actual game, and this is what Dylan the villain wants to do. He's a villain. He's the bad guy. He'll play that role, and you can look at what he's doing with the swiping of Steph's thumb as dirty, as Bush League. But by the letter of the law, it's not illegal. And if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Dylan Brooks is going to try to cheat because that's one of the few ways that the Rockets can try to take down this Warriors
Well, like
team.
he says, not cheating. So Steve Kerr even addressed this. And I'm confused because I when a guy shoots a three in the NBA and then a hand comes through and hits the follow through, the gooseneck, I've always thought that was a foul. But Steve Kerr went on a long description yesterday of Dylan Brooks swiping at the thumb is actually, according to Kerr, within the letter of the law.
You know, the rule, the NBA is once the shot has been released, you're allowed to hit the guy's arm. And so what's happened in the league this year is players always they're going to outsmart, the rules. They know what they're doing. So players all over the league are just taking shots at guys' shooting hands after release because they know it's not going to be a foul. And I'm very confident that next year the league will fix it because it's only a matter of time before somebody, breaks a thumb or breaks a hand or whatever. But these are the rules. I do believe they're allowed to call a flagrant if they want. The refs could call a flagrant if the guy winds up and takes a shot. But no, it's been happening across the league all year long. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but we have to take it through the league process to get that changed, and that'll probably happen this summer, I would guess.
So yeah, Kerr's saying Dylan Brooks is going to swipe away, or as somebody 559 texted in earlier saying, well, he's just following the great Cobra Kai sensei who said, sweep the leg.
Swipe the thumb.
Swipe the thumb.
Swipe the thumb, Dylan.
Well, everybody was talking about it after the game. Now listen, we're just doing a segment on the radio. This isn't the entire story of the game, but it is an interesting topic going into Game 6. I mean, we could talk about the starters. We can talk about, the Warriors' chances tomorrow night. But we can do that tomorrow, too. But this is kind of a hot topic yesterday. There was a lot of interesting quotes, including Draymond Green, young Tone, who called it pretty obvious. And he said he wasn't going to cry and complain about it, which, Draymond kind of saying, dude, he's not calling out Dylan Brooks at all for doing this here. In fact, this is his post-game sound.
Oh, yeah, I noticed it. I think it's pretty obvious, but it is what it is. Yeah.
Do you think the league should crack down on it at all?
I'm not one to come to cry to you about what the league should do. I see enough people cry about me, and I lose respect for those people when they cry about me, so I will not allow somebody to lose respect for me over that. It's all good.
So Draymond chooses not to make it an issue, nor did Steph Curry, tough guy. And listen, like I said, if I had this thumb, I was just in the break room, and I was filling up my coffee and water, and it involved me pressing my thumb on the machine, and I was like, Curry can't do this.
No.
He can't do this right now.
Could you imagine how bad Murph's golf scores would be if he had that kind of thumb?
Might help. I might hold the club a little lighter. I might. Maybe I'm gripping the club too tight, young Tone. Maybe that's it.
Maybe, yeah. You never know.
Do you follow Club Pro Guy on Twitter, dude?
You sent this over. I'd never seen this.
Oh, bro, you are in for a gigantic treat. This is literally probably singularly the funniest person on Twitter, regardless of sport, topic, anything.
Huh.
It's this guy who plays this. Oh, dude. I'll digress. We can play we'll play the one example. He's back. He went on a hiatus. He's back. He's the funniest guy on Twitter, period. He plays a minor club pro at an unnamed, well, not named, at a club he calls 3 Jack National. Dude who pixelates his face on every post because he's wanted by Mexican drug cartels for because he played in the Mexican Pro League and did something to offend the drug cartels.
Whoa.
And it's all an incredible skit. He's unbelievable. He's hilarious. But he did a whole bit on Club Grip, but he did it with a sex toy.
Oh,
yeah.
Hey now.
He's like, you gotta grip. It's unbelievable.
Careful.
But
with
anyway,
that.
the point is,
careful with that. Real quick though, it was funny,
back to
Tony,
the thumb.
because
Yes.
I saw Murph sent that over to the cooler thread, and he's like, he's back, and I'm like, Murph, I've worked with you for like 5 years now. Who the hell is this guy? Who? What do you mean he's back? I've never seen this guy.
Maybe you guys had an awareness, but you don't.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're in for a gigantic treat. I'll have to give you a little backstory on it, but anyway, you could also just pick up midstream and just start enjoying. But anyway, point is that the thumb, not the grip on the club.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting byplay with Steph Curry and Anthony Slater, because Steph shows up after the game, only played 23 minutes, only scored 13 points, went 4 of 12. He and Jimmy combined were 6 of 22. And so they asked him, dude, you're icing your thumb. What's going on?
What's the state of your thumb right now?
Cold.
There was a picture, I don't know if you've seen it online, where it looks pretty swollen. I think it was with you walking to the plane.
I got the feds on me? What are you talking about?
No, the internet is the feds at this point.
I love this league so much. I love it so much.
How is your thumb? Besides cold because you're icing?
I don't even know how to answer it. It's just something you're dealing with and you keep it moving. As long as I can play. You got to rap for a reason, but that's it.
Do you feel it's impacting your game at all?
No. No. Not at all.
See, the code, man. That's the code. And he's a pro athlete getting paid, however many, 50? What's his, I don't even know his salary. What is it, 50?
Well, who knows? And
anyway.
Then you throw on the Under Armour stuff on top.
Yeah. And so he's not going to cry.
No.
He's a tough dude, man. But it's, it's a clear thing. Now, listen, the Warriors got to a 3-1 lead with that thumb. So it's not like it's inhibiting the Warriors. And he's had some really good games in this series. It just seemed to be one of the storylines because Dylan Brooks continued to swipe at it. Yeah.
No doubt. And I think really that's my biggest takeaway from last night's game. More so the fact that they didn't close it out, but it's the fact that Dylan Brooks and the entire Rockets team is going to have another opportunity on Friday to keep swiping at that thumb. And we talked about the rest ramification for Steph Curry and these older guys. Again, I hate calling them out for being old when Draymond and Jimmy are 35 and Steph is 37, but by NBA standards, they are in the elder group of NBA players. And that's why we've been talking so much about how important rest is for these guys because Steph is dealing with this thumb injury, because Jimmy Butler's got a pain in his ass, because Draymond Green might get in a fight with somebody from the Houston Rockets. It's like they need to take care of business, and that's why they got to get the job done at Friday at home at Chase Center, 6 o'clock tip.
And by the way, speaking of old, a 40-year-old guy was sent to Cancun last night down in L.A.
See you later, LeBron. So, he was a guy that was running out of gas back-to-back games in the fourth quarter.
Think he comes back next year?
Yeah, I think so. But then again, this is like perfect out of the LeBron playbook where anytime he loses a playoff series, he just throws out the word retirement and people talk about that instead of the fact that it's embarrassing that he won only one game in the playoffs with Luka Doncic playing next to him.
Well, LeBron James is one of the greatest players in the history of the game, and so is our next guest, Rick Barry, literally one of the greatest players in the history of the NBA. He joins us next to talk about the Warriors' 3-2 lead coming home for Game 6 tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. Don't disappoint Raymond. We got 707 text said, Ray's plan. You could show up late, but please don't.
Please don't.
You could show up late, but please don't. Wait. All right. You guys are funny on the text line. You guys are. Rick Barry next on the Sports Leader.
Just can't run as fast, jump as high, and not as good in bed. I'm still active. That's all I can say.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to go see comedian Daniel Tosh, who's still doing his thing. This event's going to be at the Masonic in San Francisco on November 29th. We want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
It's always a pleasure to talk basketball with Rick Barry, of course, the Hall of Famer. And, of course, KNBR Zone was on the air for so many years here. Rick, man, we got ourselves playoff basketball. The Warriors got blown out last night. They come home for Game 6 tomorrow night in San Francisco, 6 p.m. tip. We got Steph Curry's thumb to worry about. We got starters that may or may not have re-entered the game last night. Lots to talk about, Rick. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Rick.
Doing great. Thanks. Every day I get up is a great day.
It is a good day. You're right about that, for sure.
Well, you'll appreciate that more when you get older.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm getting there, Rick. I'm getting there. Okay, so your general feeling about the Warriors going into Game 6 after last night, I guess my question is, are you more concerned that the Warriors didn't close it out last night, or are you not that concerned?
Well, not concerned at all. It's a lot easier to go into a Game 6 to close it out playing at home after you just had one of those aberrations. I mean, that game was just a total nightmare for them. Houston was on a roll. They shot the hell out of it. The Warriors started out okay. They were up 8-5 and then a 15-0 run against them, and the game was basically over from that point on. The officials didn't give them any breaks at all. What did they make, 13 free throws in the first quarter? Some ridiculous thing like that. The Warriors couldn't touch anybody. They could beat the hell out of the Warriors. And I just, playoff basketball drives me crazy because it's like there's another rule book that I've never seen in my life before that I used to ask the officials, what's the rule book we're playing by now? And I don't know why the NBA does this, but it's been my biggest pet peeve as a player and as a fan watching, is that they allow the game to become overly physical, and that's giving an advantage to a less skilled player. It doesn't take ability and skill or talent to hold and grab and shove and push, and they allow it to happen, and they don't. And it's both ways. I mean, on both sides of the court. I mean, it's just crazy. It's mayhem. Some of the stuff these guys are doing to people out in the court, if you did it out in the street in public, you'd get arrested.
Yeah, and Rick, we're seeing this not only in the Warriors and Rockets series, but across the entire NBA playoff landscape. But more specifically, what are your thoughts about how physical the Houston Rockets have been with Steph Curry and the latest drama now of Dillon Brooks swiping at Steph Curry's injured thumb?
Yeah, well, here's the thing is that, again, what they do to Steph, I watch very closely. If you really watch the game and see what they do to Steph away from the ball that they get away with, and fouls are not called, it's almost embarrassing, really, if you really understand and appreciate the game. Steph's a great player, and he has guys grabbing and holding them. It's pathetic, to be honest with you. And I just don't like it. It's never been something that's been fun for me to watch when they let the game get to this point. Guys will go in and they crash, they go, they're on the floor rolling, no whistles blowing. I mean, it's like crazy. It's like, WWE or some nut stuff going on out there. And again, it's not just the Warriors. I'm saying, that it's happening to them. I mean, they get away with a lot of stuff against some of the other players. And I was with my old teammate Bill Malchione from the Nets when I was down playing in the U.S. Open Pickleball Championship, staying at his house, and we talked about it. We're watching games, and we both agree. As a player, you will adjust to what the officials do. If the officials call the game closely at the start of the game, the players will adjust. If you're going to let the players beat each other up early on, then how do you adjust to that? And so now late in the game, something happens. All of a sudden they call a ticky-tack foul that they were letting go in the whole first part of the game. If you're going to call it one way, call it the whole game. But they should just call it closer in the beginning. Players will adjust. Nobody wants to foul out. So if a player knows that he can't get away with the holding, the grabbing and stuff, he'll stop doing that. But the officials have to establish that at the start of the game. And for the playoffs, it's like, you hear the term, well, it's playoff basketball. I say, well, what the hell does that mean? Does that mean it becomes mayhem? Does that mean it becomes overly physical? That's what it seems to be, and they seem to like that. Why? I don't know, because it takes away from the incredible talent of the players. And this is why I tell people, in the NBA, look and see what somebody did in the regular season and see what they did in the playoffs. In order to have better performance in the playoffs, you have really got to elevate your game because they allow so much physicality to take place. You have to elevate your game. And a lot of players who are great players during the regular season aren't as good in the playoffs because the defense is given such an advantage by being so physical.
I think you're making great points, and you're right. It's actually like the elephant in the room. It's kind of like, how can you let this happen to ruin the beautiful game of basketball? And we're just standing by letting it happen. My question is do you think there's anything that can be done? Can they adjust? Is there something the commissioner should do, or what?
Very easy. All they do is make a mandate. They tell the officials, call the game. Don't allow all the overly physical stuff to go. Just they call it by. In fact, during the regular season, they don't even do it. They don't call it by the rules. I mean, I'm watching the guy in the center from the Rockets and everything. He sets so many moving screens, it's ridiculous, and so does everybody else. I mean, let's not even get into carrying the basketball and traveling. I mean, even that, they don't call the game according to the rule book, and then they come to the playoffs, and then all of a sudden they don't call hardly anything at all unless you kill somebody out there. So I just, it's not fun for me to watch that because again, it takes away from the talent and skill of the great players because the defense is given an advantage by being able to play so physical.
Yeah.
Rick Barry's the voice here this morning on the Guest Sign. And Rick, the Warriors were down 27 points after the third quarter yesterday, but they were able to cut that lead down to 13 in the fourth quarter. And there's been some discourse this morning about whether or not Steve Kerr should have put the starters back in the game. What were your thoughts on his decision to let his backups play out the fourth quarter?
I think he had to go with what he was doing. They were sitting a long time. They got another game going on. It's one of those games. I mean, come on. Your two star players don't score a point in the first quarter, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, nothing from Jimmy and from Steph. And, they were there. But, come on, the Rockets shot some stupid percentages in the first half. I mean, 60-something% and high from threes. And then the Warriors had turnovers. The officials were calling things close. I think it was 13 points from the free throw line the Rockets had in the first quarter. Yeah. So, yeah, it just was one of those crazy aberration games that did it. And I think Steve was right in trying to get the guys ready. There is no way in the world that Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler are going to have games like that in the game coming up tomorrow night. I mean, they're just not. And they're going to be back at home. And you knew the Rockets were going to come out and give it everything they had because it's a do-or-die situation for them. And the Warriors didn't come out flat. I really watched closely. Were they flat? No, they had an 8-5 lead. But then all of a sudden, they couldn't make a shot. Yeah. And then the officiating, again, I think helped. And then of course, their own bugaboo, which has been the case for the last decade or so, turnovers. Yeah. 10 turnovers at the half. Mm-hmm. So you just and give credit to Houston. Houston played a very aggressive game, and it's true they got the tempo of the game going. They didn't want to play half court basketball. The Warriors have to try to slow them down a little bit because they're so athletic and young, and they can do some amazing things. And Van Fleet was out of his mind. He hadn't played particularly well, but he's been really good. So hopefully he won't be as hot as he was in the last two games. And if the Warriors go out and play their brand of basketball and focus on the defense, and don't let Houston get into that up and down game where they can use their athleticism, they should have a chance to win this game at home. So I'm not overly worried. I'm just hoping that they play a good basketball game, but they can beat this team. I've always felt that this is a team that they could beat if they play their brand of basketball. So it's a matter of who's going to be able to play that brand of basketball to be able to win. If it's fast up and down all the time, the Rockets are going to have an advantage. If the Warriors can control the tempo of the game a little bit and just have Steph and have Jimmy play their normal game and have the pod guy. I mean, you look at the stats at the first half and what the guys had. I mean, nobody had hardly any points at all. It was just a horrible offensive game that happens. It happens. My coach in college, who was a former pro player, told me, Rick, when you get up there, just remember 8 to 10 times during the regular season, you're going to have games where it's just not working. This is one of those games where it's just not going offensively. You got to try to do something else. Well, when you have your two star players going bad at the same time, and the pod man didn't have a particularly good game, I mean, they really, as a team, other than the bench, God, if it wasn't for the bench, it would have been even more embarrassing.
Yeah, really good stuff. Rick Barry bringing it on the UMA guest line. Of course, Rick, the Hall of Famer. Rick, before we let you go, we checked in with you a few months ago, but now that it's been a few months, I just want to hear about Jimmy Butler and what you see him doing. He's just such a basketball player, kind of like you were. You know, it's not the three-point shooting, man. He does it all. And I'm wondering, two-part question. One, what you've sort of enjoyed and observed about Jimmy fitting into the Warriors. And two, how far can he take these guys?
Well, he's not taking them anywhere unless the other guys can contribute. You don't win by yourself, but he's been a great addition. I mean, him coming in, I think, well, it was just obvious in the body language of the team. You could see there was renewed enthusiasm and excitement by the players themselves when he came there, because he is a good all-around basketball player. He doesn't have any glaring weaknesses. He's not a guy that's going to go out there and get you 35 every night and kill you with three-point shooting, but he can knock them down at times. He'll, make his free throws like he did in the other game. Had a great game from the free throw line when they came back and won. But I'll tell you what happened. I think I saw an AI thing, because I was playing in the championships for pickleball in the U.S. Open, and so I didn't get to follow it as closely as stuff. I turned on and I saw this thing about Jimmy having a press conference announcing he's out for the rest of the playoffs. I'm pretty sure that was AI.
Yes, it was.
I know.
AI.
I'm going, oh my God. When I went and I saw that he played, oh my God, they got me on that one. I mean, that stuff that they do there, you can't hardly believe anything. So he came back. It was a remarkable performance, but he loves this type of situation. This is where he seems to rise to the occasion, but he wasn't able to do it in the last game, and Steph had a bad game. I mean, it was just one of those things. Write it off. For these guys, that's an easy game to forget. The one that would kill you if you played hard to try to close them out and you lost a close game that you could have possibly won. That's a tougher loss to get over.
Rick, last question for me before we let you go, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but after seeing Minnesota take down LeBron and the Lakers last night, what do you think about a potential matchup against Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves?
Well, any team that you play against, this could be a tough team. I mean, so Edwards is playing out of his mind right now. He's an incredibly gifted athlete. It would be an interesting matchup to see what happens. As I say, the team that I worry most about in the Western Conference, if the Warriors had to play, is Denver. Denver's always given them such a problem, and Denver looks like they're on the verge of maybe closing things out against the Clippers. But Minnesota, we can beat Minnesota if we play our brand of basketball. If they play good, sound, fundamental defense, don't turn the ball over, which is one of their biggest problems that they always seem to have. The Warriors usually are their own worst enemy, but they've got the experience. I think this is one of the things. Now, let's see how Houston performs in another chance to get closed out on the road with a team that has players who don't have a whole lot of playoff experience. It's really a different world when you get to that situation. We'll find out just what Houston's made of coming up in this game. I'm not worried about the Warriors as far as that situation goes, but I think if you're a Rockets fan, you got to be concerned.
It's great stuff, Rick. And by the way, you're not kidding around, man. I looked it up. U.S. Open Pickleball Championships, men's singles, ages 80 to 84 group, gold medal champ, Rick Barry.
Well, not in singles. They screwed me up in singles, but I won the defending champion in doubles and mixed doubles. So I got 2 gold medals there, and so that's my kind of passion, and looking forward to playing.
Fred Shuey is your partner. Fred Shuey.
Fred Shuey's my partner he's down from La Jolla. Yeah, we've played together. We won last year. We won this year. We won the U.S. Pickleball Nationals and the World Seniors. So. Yeah,
you're still racking up national championships in your 80s, huh?
Yeah, well, you got to have challenges in life, and I got to compete. I had to find something to compete. I did the world long driving stuff until they got rid of the old guys. I won 4 world long driving championships in golf, and then they took that away from me, and I found pickleball, thank God. And so now, hopefully, my goal is to be 100 years old, play pickleball, and go fly fishing.
All right. Rick, what if I told you it was 50 years ago this month?
Yeah, I know. Trust me, I know the anniversary's coming up. 50 years. It's hard to believe, and I'm hoping that this documentary finally is going to come out this year. It took 50 years to do a documentary on the team that is the biggest upset in the history of your sport, and nobody ever did a story or anything about them at all. And it probably is bigger upset than anything in any other major sport, which I've looked up. It's the most overlooked accomplishment in professional sports history that they have done nothing about the 75 Golden State Warriors and what we did.
And by the way, last one is I still love when the Warriors go to a free throw line and they do a close-up of the player on the free throw line. You can still see the number 16 on their left shoulder. And I love that. We can still see
tribute to Al. But I just wish they'd stop worrying about slapping guys' hands after free throws and he misses. Guy misses the free throw, go up and smack him in the head and say, make the damn free throw, will you?
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Off you go. Go have a great pickleball day, and thanks for hopping on, Murph and Marcus.
Yeah, thanks, Rick.
All right, guys, take care.
Rick Barry, some great takes. Still racking up championships. He's going to fly fishing when he's 100. He's got to reverse the process of aging, this guy.
That's why he's a Hall of Famer.
He's unbelievable. Yeah, long drive champ. But I love his take on the officiating was so plainly correct. Like, what are we doing here? Like, he's just called it out. Like, what are we doing? Like, we're all just standing by and letting it happen. You know, it's like we talk about elephant in the room. Like, stop letting this happen. I mean, Tom Izzo told us 3 days ago. He goes, "What am I at an NFL game?" I mean, some of the best minds in basketball, Tom Izzo, Rick Barry, are like, "This is not basketball." So, I mean, it's just we've just letting it happen.
Yeah.
We're just accepting it, but it shouldn't.
Well,
shouldn't be like this.
Well, if you want me to pull out the tinfoil and go conspiracy theory on you, I think the NBA this year, maybe they're thinking about the ratings drop this year, and maybe they enjoy the physicality that has led to some beef, that has led to Tyrese Halliburton's dad getting on the court and talking to Giannis. I don't know. Maybe the NBA likes this brand of basketball because more people have an eye on it.
But we all say we don't like it.
I enjoy the effort more than the regular season, and I actually don't mind the physical nature, but you have to call fouls at some point.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, well, listen, hey, great to talk to Rick Barry. We'll talk to Matt Barnes at 9:15, see what he says about that. All the Smoke podcast that he does with Steven Jackson, the We Believe Warrior 2. Cooler content. I had not seen this. Last night in L.A., after the Minnesota Timberwolves eliminated the Lakers, maybe the most entertaining guy in American sports, Anthony Edwards, took a victory lap outside of Staples Center. He also dropped what Marcus and I we're still picking our jaws up off the floor when somebody asked him a question about his personal favorite movie of all time. We couldn't believe it.
Wait till you find out.
And he did it while he was walking around Staples Center talking S.
So nonchalant.
This guy's got a little, he's got a little Muhammad Ali in him. See a little Muhammad Ali. He's just out here talking that S.
Got a little Michael Jordan in him.
And delivering.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher here on a Thursday, a baby Friday with Prize Picks, the number one daily fantasy sports in the world. Number one daily fantasy sports app, I should clarify. And right now, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all with over millions and millions of members worldwide. And it's a perfect time to cash in on the basketball playoffs with Prize Picks. Don't miss your last chance to add your favorite players from your court to the Prize Pick lineup. Whether it's points, rebounds, or assists, take your pick of more or less on your shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash today. And you'll have an option to take a couple players from tonight's Clippers and Nuggets game. Maybe throw some action on Nikola Jokic. Maybe throw some action on Kawhi Leonard. But I'll be throwing some action on Jung-Hoo Lee and the San Francisco Giants because the Giants are back at Oracle Park tonight taking on the Colorado Rockies. And each and every game, I'm throwing down a couple shekels on Jung-Hoo Lee to have more than 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs combined. So if Jung-Hoo Lee gets an RBI single today, you're able to cash out if you have Jung-Hoo Lee in your lineup. So go ahead and add that pick, or maybe don't add the pick. The choice is yours on Prize Picks. All you need to do is download the app and use the code word LEADER to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby!
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
It's funny, I'm just looking up, I know not cooler content, but I'm looking up at Get Up, and there's a LeBron James quote on the elimination. Quote, anytime you make a big acquisition in the middle of the season, it's always going to be challenging. I still don't think we had enough time to mesh.
Oh,
That's what LeBron James just said about the Lakers. As we were just saying to our friends Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry, yo, dude, there is no try. There is, what did Yoda say? There is only do whatever the hell. I don't know. What did Yoda say?
Do.
Come on, guys. I need
There is
your
no
help.
do not. There's no try, only do. I don't know. You're asking the wrong guy for Star Wars quotes.
Young Tony, you a Star Wars guy?
I am. Yeah. I think
you know the famous line. There is no try. There is only do whatever.
Yeah. Do or there is no try, something like that.
Star Wars crowd must be losing their minds right now at us.
Yeah, well, I'm
this
not
is
in
like
that
Star
crowd.
Wars 101. How about Curly?
Curly.
I bet
Hey,
Greg
it's
Silver.
no, try not, do or do not. There is no try.
There it is.
There it
Thank
is.
you very much.
How about
Anyway,
we just stick to Nike? Just do it.
we get that right,
That's
by
a
the
lot
way.
simpler.
Got to get that right because May the 4th be with you is coming up.
May the 4th be with you.
That's
And that means they'll probably do Star Wars night at the ballpark in the middle of August.
Yeah. In the, I bet Greg Silver knows that stuff. Is he a Yoda guy? Is he a Yoda PhD?
See, this is where we're really missing out on Triple E.
Oh, was he?
No, dude, he's got Yoda tattooed on him. I'm not even joking. He's a Wookiee.
Oh man! All right. He came in one day. Remember, he just showed us it was like a seahorse or something like that.
The dude's got an aquarium
But he got a
tattooed
new
on his
one.
arm.
He goes, "Yeah, check out my new one." It was like all fresh and raw, and his skin was like swollen and everything.
He's like, check out this seahorse. I'm
I was
like, are
what-
seahorses even real?
I go, "Why did you want that?" He goes, "Yeah, I just thought it was cool." I was like, "Okay,
Yeah.
all right."
Yeah.
Seahorses,
He's
bro.
a seaman.
Seahorses are kind of weird. Cooler Content is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians. Right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Marcus Thompson joining the 1250 crowd today, Papa and Silver. So this is, I was unfamiliar with this Shannon. I can't believe we're going to Shannon Sharp right now. It's a little bit of a charged topic.
Yeah, are we allowed
You know
to
what
go
I
to
mean?
Shannon Sharp?
I guess Shannon Sharp, in more innocent times, has a rhyme where he says Lakers in 5.
Yeah, he's a big nursery rhyme guy. I actually like this shtick. I think it's a funny bit. He picks out a certain player, rhymes 2 or 3 things with that name, and then says Lakers in 5.
By the way, 510 says, I am going Sunday. It's a Star Wars jersey giveaway.
Congrats.
I think it's the BB-8 jersey. Didn't I see Logan Webb wearing that thing?
May the 4th be with you.
Okay, so say that again about Shannon Sharp. I'm
So
sorry.
he does like a nursery rhyme. Like I would do it like Brian Murphy, Mr. Smurfy, Mr. Durfee. I don't know. You rhyme 3 things, then you say Warriors in 5. Like you basically mock the opponent, say a couple funny nicknames, and then give your prediction on the series.
Here's an example. Shannon Sharp. Here it is.
It don't matter. Divorce court, child support, Lou Dort. Lakers in 5. The Thunder, a Boost Mobile bundle, WWE Royal Rumble. Lakers in 5. OKC, KFC, UFC. Lakers in 5. Houston Rockets. I don't care nothing about no light socket, a court docket, or my empty pockets. You can say SGA, PGA, USA. Lakers in 5.
Dude, by the way, he's opening. I wouldn't do it because we're not on satellite radio, but he's opening him up some incredible riffs.
Oh, yes.
Some incredible
Yeah.
riffs. If you wanted to get a little PG-13
Oh, yeah, you could definitely
on the
go there.
news and his headlines.
Yeah, you could definitely go there.
Let's
You could
not
definitely
do
go
that.
there. But I will give
What
you
rhymes-
like a Rockets one, like Alperen Şengün drinking at a saloon or a Farhan Zaidi platoon. Dubs in 5.
You got bars. Did you just make that up?
That was just off the top of the dome. Merch.
Marcus has bars.
I was trying to think of an example
Marcus
real quick.
Bars Boucher. Dude, that was pretty good, dude. Are you going to head down to a little rap battle or something?
Yeah, I'm going to do a little open mic.
Yeah. I think that's pretty good.
You can catch me down at 8 Mile.
By the way, just on Shannon, what rhymes with gravy?
I know what rhymes with it.
All right.
Yeah.
Navy.
Yeah.
There you go. So anyway, Anthony Edwards, that was a long setup for just a short cut. Because Anthony Edwards, after they beat the Lakers last night, walked outside of Staples Center with the fans still leaving. He had his people with him. And he's just talking that S. And he does a Shannon Sharp tribute. Yeah, that didn't, you know what, Curls, that didn't work.
Yeah, that did not translate, Curly.
He tried to say Ant-Man, Superman, Batman, Lakers in 5, but man, that was some of the worst audio I've ever heard.
Yeah, that was not clean.
Damn.
You got to be better than that, Curly.
Do we dare play the victory lap then?
Well, they said it was good audio-wise, and we've already come this far, so why the hell
Do we
not?
have the video of it? Oh, we don't? Okay.
The Anthony Edwards victory lap.
I'd recommend you all look at the Anthony Edwards victory lap. Here is some of it right now. He references Morris Chestnut, which is pretty impressive here, which causes one of the great questions ever asked of Anthony Edwards, which causes the answer that had Marcus and I blown away. So here's Morris Chestnut, of course, the actor who was in Boys in the Hood.
Ricky!
Oh, man, don't make me sad now. Anthony Edwards, here he is, just talking that ass outside of Staples Center, and in fact gets onto Morris Chestnut, and so he makes a reference to L.A. movies, and he's just talking. Here it is.
I'm walking. I'm minding my business, man. How y'all gonna be out there? Hey, how they gonna do that? Man, they been talking all week. Hey, all the analysts said what they say. Lakers in 5. And then look, when we was up 3-1, they said Lakers in 7. Go to hell today. Hey, Ty, what is that? Hey, the good guy gonna die in this movie. Hey, the good guy gonna die in this movie. Hey, Morris Chestnut died in this movie.
Hey, you mentioned Morris Chestnut. Is that your favorite movie, Boys in the Hood?
Nah, that ain't my favorite movie. My favorite movie, Matilda.
Matilda?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to check that out. I've never seen it.
Are you tripping?
Yeah,
I need to go see it.
Bro, this is incredible. I hope you guys can hear that in your cars. I know audio sometimes can be muddy. That was an incredible tour de force because he was talking right in Lakers' faces as they were leaving. He was mocking the Lakers in 5, and then he said, we were up 3-1. You guys said Lakers in 7. Mm-hmm. Then he goes and says, he's making a very LA-specific riff here now. By the way, Boys in the Hood, not that far geographically from Staples Center, the Crypt. A few miles away is where, sadly, tragically, Ricky, man, I tell you, I'm not over that Ricky death. 34 years later, I'm not over it.
Still gets you,
To me, it's the #1 movie death that's affected me of all time.
I'll say R.I.P. to my guy G-Baby in the movie Hardball. First time I ever cried watching a movie is when G-Baby got shot.
We might have to do our Mount movie death more.
Yeah.
Ricky is certainly #1 for me, but there's others.
He makes it on there.
There's others. So, dude, he's making a very LA-specific reference. It's a high-level riff, despite the fact that we lost Ricky. It's a high-level riff. And some fan, some TMZ type guy who's running after him with a camera says, can you play that again about the movie, the back end of it? This was Marcus and I were like, we had to see this thing like 3 times. Listen to this.
Hey, you mentioned Morris Chestnut. Is that your favorite movie, Boys in the Hood?
My favorite movie, Matilda.
What? Okay, Matilda.
His favorite movie is Matilda.
Do you guys know what Matilda is?
Yes, I'm aware of the movie Matilda.
It's a 1996 kids movie about a little girl.
Yes.
Okay? A girl gifted with this is the IMDb. A girl gifted with a keen intellect and psychic powers uses both to get even with her callous family and free her kindly school teacher from the tyrannical grip of a sadistic headmistress. 1996, starring Danny DeVito, Rhea Perlman, and this little girl. What's her name? This little gal.
Matilda.
Her name is Mara Wilson. She's a cute little gal. Dude, no, man, my favorite movie is Matilda. Guys, I've never seen Matilda. Anthony Edwards goes, you're tripping. Bro, he continues to ascend in the cultural pantheon.
Well, he continues to ascend in the cooler content pantheon. Like, we have a whole section of just Anthony Edwards sound bites throughout of his career, Murph, and now it sounds like he might be coming to Chase Center soon if the Warriors take care of business this weekend.
808 KNBR, does anybody out there, up 209 must, he says, shout out Miss Trunchbull. She must be the teacher.
It's a hell of a poll.
Unbelievable. Does anybody else out there know Matilda?
Insane, dude.
Does anybody else? It's like a little girl's movie. Tony, you know it, buddy? No?
I do not, but I think I just found Friday Film Review, what I'll be watching tonight.
That's insane, bro. I haven't even thought about
Matilda,
that movie in years.
A tidy 98 minutes. You're in and out, bud. You're in and out.
Curly wants the Anthony Edwards Irish clip. He wants out.
Yeah, this is for Curly. This is for his people, yeah.
If you get a win tonight, that would breed confidence going into those next 4 games against teams in the similar spots beside you in the table.
Where you from, Jim?
Ireland.
I like your accent. It's tough. I want to learn how to talk like that. But ask your question again. I was too much listening to your accent.
Yeah, no problem, Ant.
Yeah, no problem, Ant.
No problem, Ant.
By the way, the Matilda Army's coming in 925. Matilda is so underrated. Ant is goated.
Wow.
408 says Matilda is Danny DeVito's best work. 707, absolute classic. 310 says, don't knock Matilda based on a Roald Dahl book. He wrote Willy Wonka. 408 says Matilda's the youngest daughter in Mrs. Mountfire. 925 says, or 650, Matilda's an OG. Dude, another one, 623, Matilda. That's the little girl from Miss Doubtfire. Dude, people at 415, Matilda's a banger. 530, I watched Matilda with my niece many times. 831, Matilda slaps. 831, I just watched Matilda with my 8-year-old daughter. Fantastic. 707, the chocolate cake scene is forever itching in my head. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, Murph, I can tell you, I did not wake up at 4 a.m. this morning thinking that I would be seeing the Matilda Army on the text line and also the Pet Shop Army on the text line this morning.
Pet Shop Boys.
Pet Shop Boys.
Dude, the texts are coming in like a slot machine on Matilda. Give me that Anthony Edwards again. He goes, Morris Chestnut's going to die in this movie. I was like, ooh, that might be a little too soon. Too soon for Ant to be talking that S. So the TMZ guy running after him says, is Matilda, no, is more Boys in the Hood your favorite movie?
Hey, you mentioned Morris Chestnut. Is that your favorite movie, Boys in the Hood?
My favorite movie, Matilda.
But wait a minute. Play the rest where he goes, oh, I've never seen Matilda. Ant's response is, you're tripping.
Ant is shocked.
Here it is.
Hey, you mentioned Morris Chestnut. Is that your favorite movie, Boys in the Hood?
Nah, that ain't my favorite movie. My favorite movie, Matilda.
Matilda?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to check that out. I've never seen it.
Are you tripping?
Yeah.
I need to go see that.
You tripping. By the way, multiple people talking about a cake scene, a chocolate cake scene that you ought to go. So there you go. So, all right, guys. Unbelievable.
Wow.
I tell you, this guy, he's got a little Muhammad Ali in him, man.
He has.
I'm telling you, I can't remember a player of this talent and this personality.
Whatever it is, Anthony Edwards has.
God, I mean, Declan said to me, he goes, Dad, man, if we weren't Warriors family, he goes, Ant would be my guy.
Dude, I mean, he's a phenomenal player. He's highly entertaining. And think about what he's done over the last 2 years after knocking out LeBron and getting revenge for Luka knocking him out of the playoffs last year. But don't forget, last year in the playoffs, took down his idol Kevin Durant and also took down the Joker before losing to the Dallas Mavericks. This guy's on a legend killing spree right now.
Unbelievable. Oh, my God. All right, Ant. Congrats, buddy. You made our morning. Thank you very much. Okay, on the other side, Matt Mayoka for a quick hit on George Kittle and the Niner draft, and then back to the Warriors with our guy, Matt Barnes.
All the smoke.
At 9:15 on The Sports Leader.
My favorite movie, Matilda.
Matilda?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to check that out. I've never seen it.
Are you tripping?
Yeah.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wow, we're still getting over the Matilda reaction. I mean, we touched a nerve. Actually, I should say Anthony Edwards touched a nerve. I mean, there's a Matilda army out there. God bless him. I feel like I missed out on something. My buddy, Coach Steve, who I coached All-Stars with, immediately texted me a picture of him and his two kids, including our All-Star Davis, in London in front of the Matilda, the musical in the West End. I'm like, does this mean you saw this? He said, yes. Dude, it's international.
There's a Matilda musical.
I'm guessing it's a musical.
That's
but anyway,
wild.
somebody says, yeah, there's a Netflix musical. So anyway, and 623, who's such a great texter, says, let's just say it for what it is. Anthony Edwards has the pop culture knowledge we wish young Tony had.
It's a great text.
You want to take that? You want to take that
text
hit,
of the
buddy?
day.
You can wear that?
Yeah, sure. Sue me, you know what I mean?
You're good, Tony.
I guess a little, yeah. He's a little salty like I was yesterday. Hey, you're listening
How's
to
Anthony Edwards' golf game? Let me tell you that.
Oh,
Well, he'll tell you.
He'll tell you
that he'll smoke you.
Yeah.
He's like, what'd you shoot at Stanford? 80? I shoot 70. That's what he would say. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco.
Trust me, young Tony, you don't want to get into a measuring contest with Anthony Edwards.
Just ask that Laker fan, right?
Yeah, I'm telling you. Careful, Tony. Careful.
Listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Did we make the connection with Maddie? No Zoom today, just phone? Going old school? Going old Alexander Graham Bell? All right, let's do it here. Does young Tony know Alexander Graham Bell?
No way.
He's like, was he a linebacker for the Jaguars?
Yeah, it's the 49ers first round draft pick.
You honestly don't know?
No.
Okay, all right. Let's move on. Matt Mayoko. Matty, good morning.
Good morning. Do you not see me? I think I'm on the live stream here.
Well, young Tony was.
You're
there you
invisible,
are.
Matt.
There you are. You're looking handsome.
There we go.
Looking sharp, buddy.
What's up?
What's up?
You look like you've had a shower already today.
No, gosh, no. I haven't showered in 2 days. I'm planning a good one, though. Planning a good one for today, though.
Well, let's say 2 days with no shower looks well on you, buddy.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
So listen, we obviously got a big Warrior Day, 9:15, Matt Barnes, but we want to talk Warriors Niners for a few minutes here because there's some big stories out there. Matt, explain to us why George Kittle settled his contract situation so fast when, clear my throat, Nick Bosa did not, Brandon Ayuk did not, Trent Williams did not, Christian McCaffrey did not, Deebo Samuel did not. All of these guys did not. Why did George Kittle settle this so fast?
I'll add another one who did not. George Kittle, the first time.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
I think what's going on is that Kittle got his big contract, the second contract. I think he saw how things turned last year when contract issues became such an overriding theme with the 49ers. I think he absolutely could have continued to grind the 49ers for every penny. I think he ended up settling and, willingly accepted a deal that was, maybe even a little lower than he could have gotten to get it done, to get it over with, to set the tone, to be a leader, all of the above. So I don't think there's any question he could have asked for more money and demanded more money and let this thing play out. In fact, the final year of his contract in the deal that he signed was like $22.5 million. So that, is certainly not guaranteed in 2029. And that kind of is the window dressing that pushes him over the 19.1 or over 19 million that Trey McBride signed. So I think it was George Kittle being George Kittle. That's why this deal got done so quickly.
Is the contract set up a certain way, or are there certain contract details that might make it easier to now take on Brock Purdy's impending contract? And what are the latest updates on Brock Purdy's negotiations?
It sounds like everything's going fine with Purdy. I mean, there's nothing, that hasn't been done yet. The Kittle thing came together pretty quickly. I think there was a report about a week ago that said that the sides were far apart, and then here they are. They get the deal done. But I don't think there's anything specific as far as the way it's structured, other than 49ers. I know it's talked about that this guarantees that Kittle will retire as a member of the 49ers. and that he'll play his entire season or his entire career with the 49ers. That's not the case. But I mean, it's pretty clear that both sides want that to happen. So usually when both sides want something to happen, it happens. But 49ers, it's not the huge financial commitment that I think you would look at and you'd go, oh gosh, that's going to hamstring the organization for 4 or 5 years. I don't think it's that at all. If his play deteriorates, if it gets to the point where, his best days are behind him and he wants to retire, if the team decides that, he's not the same player down the road that he is now, there can be a parting without too much financial burden on the 49ers. So I don't see this as being any kind of deterrent toward getting a deal done with Brock Purdy. And also the 49ers this offseason want to get something done with Fred Warner as well. So, when free agency started and all those players were leaving, and the thought was, and the spoken goal for the 49ers was to cut salary cap costs for the future and to get younger. Well, this is why they did it. It's because of Kittle. It's because of Purdy. It's because of Warner. I mean, there was a point, I think, at the owners' meetings where Jed York said, 49ers are right now, they're the least spending team in the NFL this offseason. But by the time the offseason is over, with those 3 contracts that I just referenced, they're going to be back up. I don't know necessarily toward the top, but certainly not at the bottom anymore.
Matt, there was a tweet from Adam Schefter that it could go into the summer, Brock Purdy. Like, there's no rancor, he said, like you said. Would that, is that, should we start bracing for that? In that, I don't know. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, I mean, the sides are apart. There's no question. And, if you look at it, kind of just reading the tea leaves and what Jed York has said and just look at the landscape for NFL quarterbacks, my thought would be the 49ers are probably in the low 50s. Brock Purdy's camp, his agent, is probably around 60. So at some point, the sides got to kind of come together. And, this could be done later today if, let's just say, if the 49ers go up $5 million and Brock Purdy goes down $5 million in their asking price. And I'm not saying there's a $10 million gap here. I would think that every time they talk, they get a little bit closer. They're kind of inching toward wherever that middle ground might be. And, I can see it both ways. The 49ers, or let's just go with Brock Purdy's side. Brock Purdy's side is saying, okay, here's what NFL starting quarterbacks make. And those contracts were signed when the salary cap wasn't as much as it is now. So their percentage when they signed was much higher on the cap than what even Brock Purdy is asking for. The 49ers are likely saying, well, the money is the money. And even though, when Joe Burrow signed his deal, he was darn near 25% of the salary cap was devoted to his contract for the Bengals. $55 million is still $55 million. And now, $55 million with this rising salary cap, it doesn't matter when he signed the deal. It's still the money is the money. So that's what both sides kind of have to work through. And it's a song and dance. And we'll see. I mean, I don't think that there's any, I wouldn't think that there's any fear that this thing is going to cause the kind of issues that the contract issues did last year with the 49ers. I think they'll get it done. And, the 49ers have made it quite clear, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, even Jed York, that they consider Brock Purdy to be, the quarterback now and well into the future, and they're committed to getting it done. The question is, what does it look like and what has to happen in order for it to get done?
Matt Mayoko, KNBR's own 49er insider, is the voice you hear on the Uma Guest Line this morning. And Matt, we spent a lot of the offseason talking about mock drafts and big boards. So what was your big picture breakdown on the 49ers 2025 draft class?
Well, it was quite obvious what they were trying to do. They brought in Robert Saleh. The defense was decimated, and this was the Robert Saleh draft. 5 picks right out of the gates with 5 defensive players. First time the 49ers had done that since 1981, and we know how that turned out. Whereas that was more defensive backfield related, this was a lot about the defensive line. And I think that any objective person could look at the 49ers roster and say that's where they needed the help, and that's where they got the help. 2 defensive tackles, a defensive end with the first pick, Michael Williams. And so in a matter of 48 hours, they remade, we're in a little more than 48 hours, I guess. They remade the defensive line so that now they do have much better depth, a much better rotation, a much better starting front four. So the 49ers, I think, they accomplished what they wanted to do, adding a nickel back in the mix, getting a potential replacement for Dre Greenlaw. So, if those guys turn out to be the kinds of players they think they are, that 49ers defense will be significantly upgraded, I think, over a year ago.
And they draft the kid Siegel out of Kansas State as safety. Is that because Malik Mustafa, we find out, has a significant ACL injury, which we only found out about now?
Yeah, I would think so. Marquis Siegel from Kansas State, a versatile guy. So even if he isn't a starter, and he probably won't be, I would think that Jason Pinnock, the free agent pickup from the Giants, and Jair Brown would be the starters to open the season. But Siegel is a guy that can play. He started off as a cornerback in Kansas State, so he can play corner. He can play both safety positions. He can play nickelback. He can play dime back. And the 49ers would expect him to be a core special teams player. But, yeah, that certainly was a move that might have been made anyway. But the fact that Malik Mustafa could miss significant time this season makes that one all the more logical and reasonable.
Last question for me, Matt, about the draft is on the offensive line. 49ers did not address until the 7th round, but then they also added DJ Humphries the other day in free agency. What can you tell us about the 49ers game plan for the offensive line during the draft, but also moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, they had some opportunities, and John Lynch said that he and Kyle Shanahan spoke at certain times during the draft of, wow, do we get this guy here, or do we stick to the board? And they stuck with the board. The one area where I thought maybe they would have been tempted and they might have taken an offensive lineman was with their second pick in the 3rd round. The 49ers had the 100th pick, and at 99, the Raiders took Charles Grant, an offensive tackle from William and Mary that the 49ers had showed some interest in. And so that might have been the opportunity right there. But, as they say it, and this is, basically coming from John Lynch, is that they, as much as they would have liked to have taken an offensive lineman and they were open to taking an offensive lineman, they weren't going to just reach for an offensive lineman for the sake of taking an offensive lineman. So rather than take a guy who was further down their board because, it would have satisfied the fan base or whatever else, they decided to stay true to their board and take the players that they had. The first pick of the 7th round was a little bit of a head scratcher. When you take Curtis O'Rourke, a quarterback who isn't probably going to be available this year, as he's coming off his own ACL surgery. But then later they take Connor Colby, and so he's an offensive guard from Iowa. You knew that they would add a veteran. And DJ Humphries is a veteran. He could very well end up, it could go either way with him, right? He could be the swing tackle to open the season. He might not make the team. He's 31 years old. He seemed to get healthy toward the end of last year with Kansas City. He was active for the Super Bowl, but did not play in that game. So at least they have somebody now at a backup tackle position that has significant starting experience in the NFL. But yeah, I would have expected them to take an offensive lineman in the 3rd or 4th round. They didn't. They got one in the 7th round, and I think their offensive line is maybe not quite set. Left guard is still some competition. Ben Barch, Nick Zakel, Matt Hennessy, maybe Spencer Burford. But the other 4 spots are pretty much locked in, I think, at this point.
All right, Matt, good stuff. Finally, you have 2 daughters.
I do.
What role did the movie Matilda play in raising them?
I don't know that it played any role, I don't think.
All right. We just had a huge, we do our cooler of content, the sounds of the internet and the sports world that always entertain and inform. And Anthony Edwards, the Minnesota Timberwolves superstar, was on a stream of consciousness rant outside of Staples Center last night, or crypto, whatever they're calling it, talking smack to Lakers fans. He made a reference to Boys in the Hood. Somebody asked him if that was his favorite movie. He said, no, man, my favorite movie is Matilda. It's a 1996 movie about a little girl with magical powers. It's like a kid's movie for basically, I mean, I don't want to gender stereotype, but it's kind of tailored for young girls, I think, even though young boys can enjoy it too. And I would have thought it would have been right up your alley at the two daughters.
No, I don't think it was.
All right.
Yeah, no, I think...
Either that or you were grinding over a mock draft while they were watching it.
Well, I think Moana had a bigger influence than
Moana? That's pretty recent, though.
Yeah. Is it? Well, it's not that recent, is it?
Yeah.
Well, maybe my daughters picked up on it. Maybe they were already past their formative years.
When you get to your,
a lot,
I think when you get to your college years, you get nostalgic for those Pixar things. You go back and watch them and relive your childhood. That's what they did.
There you have it.
Mic drop. All right, Matt, get the hell out of here.
Thanks, Matt.
Be good. Have a good Thursday.
All right. There you
Matt Mayoko on the Yuma guest line. Matt Barnes going to give us all the smoke. He's the All the Smoke podcast guy and, of course, a We Believe warrior. Next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to go see comedian Daniel Tosh at the Masonic in San Francisco on November 29th. I do know Tosh.0. All right, everybody out there, so stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
We're fine. Our confidence isn't going to waver any. We're going to start out better. We're going to play a better overall game because we know how good of a team we are as a unit. We know how good our players are as individuals. So we just got to, as starters, we got to kick us off better, which we know that we will do. We'll be fine.
Well, that was Jimmy Butler saying we'll be fine. We also had Rick Barry on last hour saying the same thing. We'll ask Matt Barnes about it after I tell you we are sponsored by Marin Health. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. The man played 14 years in the NBA. He got a ring with the 2017 Warriors. He was a We Believe Warrior, and now he's a podcast star. All the smoke. We know it. Marcus, you went to the live taping in the All-Star, San Francisco All-Star Week. Mm-hmm. Recently hit 1 million subscribers on YouTube, 1 million on Instagram. All the smoke with Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson. Matt, welcome back to KNBR in your old home, the Bay Area, San Francisco. How you doing, man?
Yeah, what's up, Matt?
I'm good, guys. Thanks for having me.
No, it's always good to talk to you, dude. And dude, I mean, last night, let's get right into it. I mean, the Warriors get blown out. They sit their starters in the second half for the most part. They come home for Game 6 tomorrow night. Let's go big picture, Matt. If you're the Warriors flying home from Houston last night, what's the mood of the team, you think?
We got to handle business at home because we don't want to go back to Houston. Last night you saw a desperate Houston team with their back against the wall. And I think, that's a veteran Warrior team, and I think they knew that. So they know they need to take care of business at home so they don't have to go back to Houston.
The Warriors were down 27 points after the third quarter yesterday. They cut that lead down to 13 with a lot of their backups in the game. What do you think about Steve Kerr's decision to not put his starters back in the game at that point, Matt?
I get it. I think he was looking big picture. It would have took a lot out of those guys to bring the team back and possibly get a win. So, instead he gave some bench guys some minutes. But my question is, with all that happening, what is going on with Kuminga and Kerr? There's something really going on. Obviously, I'm not in the mix no more. I saw in the report, I guess he had an illness, but I don't necessarily believe that. There's some real beef between those two, it seems like. And to me, on the outside looking in, again, obviously I feel like the Warriors have set a certain standard and a culture that was actually started by the players, which is always the best. But it's hard for me to believe that the Jonathan Kuminga, at his height, his athleticism, his ability out there, can't help that team, especially with the lack of size that they have. Do you guys have any insight on that, as just a fan of the Warriors?
We have beat writers, we have broadcasters, we have our guys, we have everybody, and nobody. What they tell you is he doesn't do what the coaches want him to do when he's in the game. Like, he doesn't move the ball the way they want him to. Kind of the anti-Jimmy Butler. Like, Jimmy moves it.
The ball stops. So he's the ball stopper.
The ball stops. Yeah. Does that? How does that sound to you?
Obviously, again, they've set a standard of how they win and how they're supposed to play. And, obviously, this past offseason coming into the season, you saw him, ask for a huge extension, and it didn't, sit well, I guess, with the team and the organization. And it just seems like it's been a really up and down year for him. Again, I don't know him. This is all obviously outside looking in. But for someone who averages 16 points a game, you would think that, you can definitely get something out of him. But again, in the playoffs, you want to go with who you can trust. And I guess there's just a huge trust issue there.
Yeah, that's what it breaks down to me also, Matt. I think there's a trust issue between Jonathan Kuminga and Steve Kerr and his future moving forward. But focusing on the guys who are actually on the court, there's a lot of beef between the Rockets and the Warriors, a lot of physicality in this series. What's been your breakdown on the way that the Rockets have guarded Steph Curry in this back-and-forth action with guys like Dylan Brooks swiping at his thumb?
I wish I was still playing because I'll slap the shit out of Dylan Brooks. Excuse my language. But I love it. I think that, where this team is at. The main source of scoring, is going to be Steph. And if you see an injury, it's only right for these guys. It's a little old school. You're going to attack, any kind of weakness that you see. But I love the physicality. I think this plays, obviously, I think, to be honest with you, it plays more into the Warriors' hands, and particularly Draymond's hands, because he's a guy that walks this line and has walked this line his entire career. And I think he's someone that can, use the physicality against them from a standpoint of kind of getting in their heads. And you saw, the ability to possibly get in one of their bigger guys' heads, maybe a Sengun or even a Dylan Brooks. As much as people don't like him, he's a huge value add and a huge part of that team. So I understand it. And really, Houston has taken on the kind of the mantra and kind of what their coach was. I had a chance to play against Ime, and he was always just a hard-nosed type player. And that team has bought into what he is selling on the defensive end. And, physicality was definitely one of his better traits.
Matt Barnes is the voice you hear, and of course he and Steven Jackson, former Warriors, have the highly popular podcast All the Smoke. They recently signed Vernon Maxwell to the All the Smoke roster. Vernon Maxwell likes to smoke. Recently hit 1 million subscribers on YouTube and 1 million subscribers on Instagram. They'll be part of the Fanatics Fan Fest in New York City in June. Check out at All the Smoke Productions across any social media platform. Matt, of course, Northern California's own Sacramento kid, and won a championship with the Warriors in 2017. Matt, the specifically, Marcus just asked you about the thumb a little bit, just specifically on that. Just want to kind of get the NBA code. Draymond said it's okay. Steve Kerr called out like the rule that you're allowed to hit a guy after he releases. So Steph's thumb, I don't know if you've seen the picture, it's really bad. And he's going to have to gut it out. How do you feel about Dylan Brooks, like, taking aim at that thing specifically?
I mean, again, as a fan of Steph and a fan of the Warriors, I don't like it. But again, as much as I would like to, be in there and slap at Dylan Brooks, I love the way he plays. I love the way he thinks. And it's kind of old school. Like if you see a weakness, if you see some blood in the water, you have to attack it because, that team knows and the league knows for that team to win, it has to be Steph. Steph has to be incredible. And the fact that he's been able to gut it out thus far and still play the way he has with a thumb on his shooting hand, I take my hat off to Steph. But again, you see any sign of weakness, you're going to attack it. So again, I don't like it, but I definitely understand what Dylan Brooks is trying to do.
Mm-hmm. Matt, I'd love to get your breakdown of the role of the referees, not just in this series, but across the playoff landscape in the NBA, of how physical it's been and how really we're seeing a completely different product of what we're seeing in the regular season.
Well, I love the fact that they turned up or allowed the physicality to increase in the playoffs, and I wish they would allow that to happen more in the regular season. I think them kind of swallowing their whistles or holding their whistles has to me, made it a better game and a more physical playoffs, but at the same time, big calls being missed. You look back to the Laker game in Minnesota with the trip where Luka got tripped by McDaniels when they didn't call it, but would have put Luka to the line to take the lead. You look at particularly the Detroit and the Knicks series with the foul at the end of the game where Hardaway would have had 3 shots to ultimately put Detroit over the top, and then they go into New York, and now it's 3-2 Detroit instead of 3-2 the Knicks. So to me, it's really frustrating from just a bad call standpoint. I don't mind the physicality. Obviously, I came from an era of physicality, but what bothers me is these mistakes during crunch time that can really shift or send a team home. And I've always wanted, and I know current players informed, but we want more transparency with the refs. I mean, when players mess up and make mistakes or play horrible or criticized or talked about as front page, when the refs do it, it's behind closed doors. It's a secret society. Like, what happens to the refs that blow these games? I'd like to see Detroit advance. You know what I mean? But if they go home now, the first thing you're going to look at is, dang, that was a big missed call. What happened to that ref? Is he fined? Is he suspended? Can he not, do the playoffs? Is he out the rest of the playoffs? I just wish there was more transparency when it comes down to these calls that are missed. Because, again, it's not the regular season now. These calls can send teams home or advance teams.
Man, that's really well said. It's a gigantic sort of, lack of accountability, but we'll definitely
absolutely
keep our eyes on that. Last couple minutes here with Matt Barnes, who, of course, you can enjoy on All the Smoke with Steven Jackson. You can check it out on YouTube and Instagram, and they just signed Vernon Maxwell, too. Hey, since you did go take us to a little bit talk about the Knicks and the Pistons and a little bit on the Lakers and the T-Wolves, I got to get the Matt Barnes take on Anthony Edwards. He's burning up the headlines today. I mean, he's 23 years old. He just knocked out Luka and the Lakers and LeBron. Last year they did it to Jokic in the Nuggets. He took a victory lap outside of the Staples Center last night, talking that smoke, giving all the smoke to Laker fans. I just love to hear it from a veteran, a man who played 14 years in the league. You see a young hustler like this. What's your reaction?
I absolutely love it. I mean, he's someone who talks but can back it up. And that's rare. He's been a giant slayer. As you just listed, he's knocked out some of the greats in this league and is sending them home early. And as someone who says he doesn't want to be a face, he's doing a bad job at, at not doing that because he's playing so well. I think Anthony Edwards is obviously one of the best players in the world. His game matches his confidence. I think sometimes he wills his team to victory. He makes all the guys believe, and all the guys have the same kind of, confidence that he does. I mean, look at Rudy Gobert last night. I don't think we've ever seen Rudy Gobert play that well, particularly in the playoffs. And then, Julius Randle, everyone thought it was a horrible trade. He hadn't really done much in the regular season, then comes out and obviously playing his former team, he's going to be more energized. But I just think Anthony Edwards put the battery in that entire team's back. And, obviously we're going to wait to see. Hopefully it'll be the Warriors next round, and they're going to have their hands full, with who can stop him. And, if they're not able to stop him, they'll slide to the Western Conference. So I'm a huge fan of Anthony Davis. I think, him and Jason Tatum are probably the two best young American players that, we're always talking about who's next. After we see Steph and LeBron and KD go, I think we're looking at him. I think Anthony Davis is going to be definitely one of the faces of the league, and obviously Jason Tatum, it's been well documented. He doesn't get the credit he deserves as far as being one of the best players in the game. So to answer your question, I love everything about Anthony Edwards. I love the fact that he can talk smack and back it up at the highest level. And he's going to be a real problem because I don't see anyone in the league being able to slow him down.
Yeah, Matt, that's really one of the ramifications for me for the Warriors not closing it out in Houston last night is getting that extra rest ahead of a potential matchup against Minnesota. But I guess that's my last question for you. When you're led by a team where Draymond Green's 35 years old, Jimmy Butler's 35 years old, Steph Curry's 37, do these guys still have enough gas in the tank to compete with a team like Minnesota and move on and make a title run?
We are going to see. I mean, I guess we're going to have to see. I mean, obviously, everyone on this call wants to see that and hopes to see that. But, it's no secret that the Warriors are older. And, for them to be able to do what they've been able to do over this amount of years and for Jimmy Butler to come to this team and inject some new life into them, at the end of the day, they're still an older team. And just what you said, I thought it was crucial for them to go into Houston, get that win, and get some days off to really rest because, now they know who's coming. But we kind of figured it was going to be Anthony Edwards. So it'll be interesting. Obviously, they don't want to look ahead. They still got a very young, dangerous Houston team ahead of them. But if they are able to, get over this Houston Rockets team, they're going to have their hands full with Anthony Edwards. They're going to have to throw several different looks at him, from Moody to Jimmy Butler. I'm sure Draymond might even, obviously get switched out on him. So it's going to be really interesting to see, what lies ahead for this team because it's no secret. These older teams, like the last of my era, all the guys that I play with are coming to the end of their run, and there's definitely a lot of new young sheriffs in town that are hungry, athletic, and can run for days.
Yeah, good stuff, Matt. You do a great job at this, buddy. You're pretty good on the mic, man. So everybody check out All the Smoke. We knew that. That's why you guys have 1 million followers on YouTube and Instagram. So way to rep the NorCal vibe, the Sacramento kid, and keep doing it with Stack Jack. Say hi to Stack Jack for us. Tell him KNBR in the morning, guys. Murph and Marcus said, because he's a dude we've hung out with on occasion, too. So it's all good. And thanks for hopping on, man.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Man, thank you guys for having me, and good luck.
Yeah, Matt Barnes. He's good. I mean, not every player is good on the mic. He's good on the mic.
Phenomenal.
And we got a lot to react to, including slapping the stuffing out of Dylan Brooks next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I wish I was still playing because I'll slap the shit out of Dylan Brooks. Excuse my language. But I love it.
Matt Barnes, man, the kid out of Del Campo High School in Sacramento. Of course, where else did he go, dude? Did you know that? He's one of UCLA's finest?
Yeah, he's a Bruin, right?
And
sorry, I'm just laughing at the fact that he came back with Matt Barnes talking about slapping Dylan Brooks and is laying it down to a ludicrous, I feel like slapping somebody today.
Okay.
I feel like slapping somebody today.
And then if you want to go old white guys, you go Paul Rudd, slapping the bass, right?
Oh, I like that. What did the 5 fingers say to the face? Slap!
We had 2 really good basketball guests today. Good job, Curly. Rick Barry and Matt Barnes, and they had slightly opposite takes. Rick Barry said, I hate this physicality. He goes, what are we watching out here? And I agreed. You have it? Oh, look at you. Look at Young Tone. Hitting irons close in this. Check it out.
Not concerned at all. It's a lot easier to go into a game 6 to close it out playing at home after you just had one of those aberrations. I mean, that game was just a total nightmare for them. Houston was on a roll. They shot the hell out of it. The Warriors started out okay. They were up 8-5 and then a 15-0 run against them, and the game was basically over from that point on. The officials didn't give many breaks at all. What did they make? 13 free throws in the first quarter? Some ridiculous thing like that. The Warriors couldn't touch anybody. They could beat the hell out of the Warriors. And I just, playoff basketball drives me crazy because it's like there's another rule book that I've never seen in my life before that I used to ask the officials, what's the rule book we're playing by now? And I don't know why the NBA does this, but it's been my biggest pet peeve as a player and as a fan watching, is that they allow the game to become overly physical, and that's giving an advantage to a less skilled player. It doesn't take ability and skill or talent to hold and grab and shove and push, and they allow it to happen, and they don't. And it's both ways. I mean, on both sides of the court. I mean, it's just crazy. It's mayhem. Some of the stuff these guys are doing to people out in the court, if you did it out in the street in public, you'd get arrested.
Yeah, that's a good quote. I agreed with Rick. Like, you're changing the playbook. He says to the ref, "What are we playing today?" You know, I mean, right before tip, hey, ref, what playbook are we playing with today? But interestingly, Barnes was like, no, I like it. Do we have the cut from Matt Barnes just last segment saying he does enjoy the physicality?
I wish I was still playing because I'll slap the shit out of Dylan Brooks. Excuse my language. But I love it. I think that, where this team is at, the main source of scoring, is going to be Steph. And if you see an injury, it's only right for these guys. It's a little old school. You're going to attack, any kind of weakness that you see. But I love the physicality. I think this plays, obviously, I think, to be honest with you, it plays more into the Warriors' hands, and particularly Draymond's hands, because he's a guy that walks this line and has walked this line his entire career. And I think he's someone that can, use the physicality against them from a standpoint of kind of getting in their heads. And you saw, the ability to possibly get in one of their bigger guys' heads, maybe a Sengun or even a Dylan Brooks. As much as people don't like him, he's a huge value add and a huge part of that team. So I understand it. And really, Houston has taken on the kind of the mantra and kind of what their coach was. I had a chance to play against Ime, and he was always just a hard-nosed type player. And that team has bought into what he is selling on the defensive end, and physicality was definitely one of his better traits.
Yeah. So Barnes said, I love it. Rick said, I don't love it.
Which is interesting since Rick is more of an old school player. Not saying that Matt Barnes is not, but obviously played in the NBA before Matt Barnes. And I actually tend to agree more with the side of Matt Barnes. And I said this earlier, I do like the physical nature. I like the effort that these guys are showing. I understand Rick Barry's point where it seems like there's 2 different leagues that we're playing during the regular season and in the playoffs, but that's also an issue with the players. That's why we riff about the NBA season not starting until Christmas or All-Star break, because guys simply do not try during the regular season. I think if there was more effort, if there was more physicality during the regular season, then maybe they wouldn't have this NBA ratings problem. But I can also understand the frustration with the referees letting it get out of control, because I think there's inconsistencies with the referees. Well, they'll have a loose whistle in the first half and then a tight whistle in the second half. To me, that's the big issue. We need to play by the same rules the entire game and establish it early so that it does not get out of control.
I mean, crying about officials is like as old as time itself, and he called out a couple specific plays in the Laker game that could have changed that series, the one, and then one in the Knicks-Pistons games for sure, too. I think just so...
think about that, real quick, sorry to cut in. But the consistency or the lack of consistency where you have that final play with the Knicks and the Pistons where it was an obviously foul in the corner, wasn't called. And then the next night, Jimmy Butler gets the call on the corner three, which there was not nearly enough contact, but that's the inconsistency that we're seeing from these referees.
Yeah. So there's a couple different issues here. One is that, the skill of the ref and what they call and when. And the other one is just the general physicality they have changed. We had Tom Izzo on a couple days ago say, and we joked with him. I said, yeah, Tom, you and me were the same generation. It's more like an Oilers-Raiders game, and it is shocking to me. And listen, like I said, I'm growing up, I've seen all the different phases of the NBA, and I don't mind physical basketball at all, but there is a point where it goes too far. There is, and that's up to the refs. You got to be good at your job, ref, to let them play physical basketball because that's part of the game. It's a contact sport, as we always say to the kids we coach, but it's also not a tackling sport.
No,
you know what I mean?
You also can't take you can't let the Houston Rockets take a page out of the Legion of Boom handbook where they're just holding Steph Curry on every play because they're not going to call defensive pass interference. They're not going to call fouls on Steph Curry off ball.
And also,
we've seen this now for 16 years. They've never called it. They're not going to start now.
I was just going to say, it's like just to state the freaking obvious. But it just needs to be stated. Mm-hmm. Has any great player ever gotten a worse whistle than Steph Curry? And I got to say the answer is no. I can't even. He gets no whistle. It's shocking the whistle he doesn't get.
And
it's
he's
shocking.
Harassed every game.
I can't imagine. I mean, Jimmy Butler gets a way better whistle than he does. It's a way better whistle. Maybe he's better than that. I don't know. Listen, a lot of reaction on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Here we go. Stan Tim's coming in with some hot ones. He says, whether within the rules or not, it's a chump move to swipe at Curry's thumb. He says, what's next? Murph coughing on purpose in Little Tony's backswing.
It's a little bush league.
Or he says, in terms of Copes' burn injury, was Greg Papa going to spill a martini on it?
Oh, watch out.
Good.
Hot coffee coming through.
That's pretty good. Okay, 510. Another one says, like Rick Barry said, it makes for a less skilled player. This is BS, is what he's saying here. Yeah.
I get that take.
It's true, too. 707. Checks in, shorten the season by 20. Well, that's a different one. 5-3 says, finesse physicality is what we're looking for because what we're seeing right now is nothing more than NFL football for sure. So 925 says Steph gets as many whistles as Bosa gets holding calls.
Yeah, it's pretty similar.
That's pretty good, man.
Meanwhile, LeBron James will get a whistle if Lance Stevenson blows in his ear.
Yeah. So anyway, it was good. Barnes, Barnes was worried a little bit about the Warriors' age, too, in terms of like how long they can go.
Yeah.
And by the way, are you signed on for 2026 and 2027, too? Because this is the same plan.
Let's go. Sign it back up. But yeah, I mean, he's right. We're talking about the three leaders of this team being 35, 35, and 37. And I think that's why he agreed with my take that the biggest ramification of not closing out this series last night is not having that extra rest ahead of this potential matchup against Anthony Edwards in Minnesota.
And there was never really a time they were going to win the game. It was 8-5. Yeah.
I don't know, Murph.
It was 28-13.
If Pat Spencer doesn't get ejected, I think the Santa Cruz Warriors close out that game.
It was funny, but we asked both Rick Barry and Matt Barnes, and they said, "Babe, dude, respect to the lacrosse player."
Dude, and
he
love
balled
the
out. So did Kevin Knox, by the way. He balled out. Both Rick Barry and Matt Barnes said, no, don't put him back in.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of tempted to. If you do, can you imagine the super friends all at the table together? Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, the pod guy, as Rick Barry called him, all checking in. You know what I mean? It looked like a wave of talent. If it's like a 13-point game and those guys check in, all of a sudden it's a 9-point game.
It's like a hockey line swap.
As the great Ronnie Lott would say, the booty hole would be getting tight.
Yeah, and I think it was getting tight for the Houston Rockets down the stretch. That's why Ime Udoka had to put his own starters back in the game, which I think is a small victory for the Warriors. But just to follow up on the age conversation, I don't think you want to shut down those guys. Steph Curry literally took his ankle braces off. He did put it on when the score cut down to 13. But to ask those guys to sit down and to essentially mentally check out at this age to say, hey, ramp it back up. We've got 4 more minutes in this game. I understand that some fans wanted them to close it out, but they have 2 more opportunities, one at home Friday night.
707 says, I'm not surprised by the Rick Barry and Matt Barnes discrepancies in their takes because they were different players. Rick was a highly skilled player. Barnes was a physical enforcer.
All right, there it is. I like that. Text line going full Nate Diaz on us.
Each guy.
I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
By the way, this guy 707 sent a text yesterday I missed in the midst of the flurry of the young Tony Murph SmackDown. He said, my unnamed homie played with Murph in Hawaii and said he, quote, has a nice swing, unquote.
Wow. We got friends of the
That's
program.
why I was jarring out from 83 yards there yesterday on the 13th fairway. By the way, for a 4.
Hey.
Out there. So, all right,
Better
guys.
than a 5 or a 6.
Oh, dude, there you go. That's the positive attitude.
That's it,
Look, you want to be my caddy?
Be positive. I'll be there for you.
Be positive.
I'll be there for you.
Be positive, bro.
It's funny. Just the other day, I said to somebody, something happened. I said, well, we got to be positive. And then I just started, that's what we call a weird kill or a silent kill, just when you just start laughing to yourself about something. Because in my mind, I started thinking about that soundbite.
Be positive, bro.
It just got me. It killed me. You guys know the story on that, young Tony. Some guy did a cameo with Mark, what's his name? The lead singer of Sugar Ray, Mark McGrath.
Uh-huh.
And his girlfriend had just dumped him. And he was looking for like some sort of sympathy. And McGrath's like, yeah, man, sorry, dude. She dumped you. I just got to tell you.
Be positive, bro.
Be positive, bro. And it was like such a half-hearted thing from McGrath. It was hilarious, man.
Uh-huh. The Rockets are swiping at Steph Curry's thumb.
Be positive, bro.
You played worse at Harding than you did at Stanford.
Be positive, bro.
Giants got swept in a 2-game sweep by the Padres.
Be positive, bro.
It's all there. Hey, you can win 2 tickets to see Daniel Tosh.
Be positive, bro.
November 29. Right now at the Masonic in San Francisco, November 29, 2025. Tickets on sale tomorrow, Friday, May 2nd at 10 a.m. through livenation.com. Call Curly and be positive. Win 2 tickets to see Daniel Tosh at the Masonic. 415-896-KNBR. Prize furnished by Live Nation. Well done, guys. All right. Well, we'll hand it over to Papa and Silver on the other side. We raised a thought on the Giants before we get out of here because we did have Zach Manassian on today. Next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Bigelow tea time. It's Bigelow tea season. Every season is Bigelow tea season, and that's why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. We got it right here at KNBR. We reach for that mug full of English breakfast, Earl Grey, you name it. We love all Bigelow's different flavor options, perfect for those of us who make our living behind a microphone. So it keeps me going, keeps you going, keeps us all going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow tea right here at KNBR. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The kid did it. He listens, he learns. This isn't what young Tony learned today, although it is. So he was playing Jimmy Butler's playlist earlier today, which is quite tremendous variety. And he was playing one of his songs. Who was the one that you played?
It was Peace You Need by Fred Again. Banger.
First time I heard, so he played it. I didn't know, and I go, are you going Pet Shop Boys on me? He goes, what? Pet Shop what? I said, Pet Shop Boys. He goes, Pet Shop who? I said, bro, Pet Shop Boys.
Oh, the auto body shop?
So I said, we could do this for young Tony, although we have a different one. There's this is one of their biggest songs. They had other songs that had Fred Again. Are you feeling the slight Fred Again influence?
Yeah, I can see it. I understand.
I'm feeling it. And now remind me, because I think we played Pet Shop Boys on an 80s Friday before.
We did.
And I mentioned that I've heard this song on the Grand Theft Auto soundtrack.
There you go, buddy. Yeah, they had other ones too. It was not really my scene. It was not really a big... It's funny we say West End Boys. My buddy Coach Steve sent that West End picture from London of Matilda the musical. So it all comes full circle here. Good stuff, man. There you go. By the way, we are still promoting the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame banquet. Okay, Bayshoff.org. Come see Alex Morgan, Joe Rudy, Eric Wright, Mike Montgomery, and Dr. Harry Edwards get inducted at the Hyatt Embarcadero 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks from today, the VIP event of the year. We'll all be out there. Bayshoff, BASHOF.org, Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.org, man. Okay, just a quick word on the Giants here, buddy. By the way, 510, I got to say, too, also, thank you, 510. I biffed a great story. I'm no George Brett. I can't tell a great story because the Be Positive Bro from the Mark McGrath cameo was even funnier than I gave it credit for.
Be positive, bro.
The girlfriend hired McGrath on the cameo to break up with the dude. So the dude got a cameo from Mark McGrath, Sugar Ray. Every morning there's a halo hanging around my dad. You know that whole deal? 90s Friday. And he clicks on it, and he's like, yo, dude, this is Mark McGrath from Sugar Ray. He's like, I'm calling because Stacy hired me, your girl. He's like, it's just not working out, man. She wants to let you know she's kind of letting you go, bro. Dude, McGrath broke up with the dude on cameo for the gal. And when he was trying to just kind of talk his way out of it, he's like, I know it's a tough one, dude, but...
Be positive, bro.
He goes, just be positive, bro. We lost our minds when we heard that one.
That makes the breakup worse, not better.
Does it? I don't know. At some point, like years down the road when you're over it, you're like, dude, McGrath once on a cameo broke up.
There is some comedic effect, but I'm also like, damn, that like represents our relationship that you're going to call up Mark McGrath of all people to break up with me?
Where are you with McGrath? Because he hosts that like Hollywood Access show or whatever, Entertainment Tonight.
Also, shout out Marky McGrath. He was on one of the last seasons of Celebrity Big Brother, Murph.
Was he?
Yeah, dude.
He
with
was
like
one of those
Chuck
guys-
Liddell and Meta World Peace.
He's one
Hell
of
of a
those
cast. He'll be hanging out on those celebrity
He's one of
reality
those guys
shows.
looking for a gig.
Yeah,
looking for a gig.
He's available.
Yeah.
He's available.
Man.
Yeah.
So,
Be positive, bro.
just real quick on the Giants. It was all Warriors today, obviously. We did talk to Zach Manassian. Did you get a signature cut, Tony, from Manassian, or no? You did? You let me know what it is. Listen, they lost 2 to San Diego. It's unfortunate. You'd have liked to have split that. You go down to San Diego, they pack it with 47,000 on a Tuesday night, 37,000 on a Wednesday night. And quite frankly, I'm going to go ahead and say that the elephant in the room is that Pivetta and King outpitched the Giants starters in that series.
Yeah.
Roop on Wednesday, and who wasn't on Tuesday?
Logan
Hicks?
Webb.
Logan Webb.
It was
Jesus,
Webby. Yeah, and they were spraying singles around in honor of Tony Gwynn bobblehead night.
Yeah, they put the ball in play. Giants are striking out too much right now.
Yeah, that's one of the key. They're striking out a lot. And we asked Zach Manassian about some of those advanced analytics that the beat writers are talking about and how they are trending in the direction of the Giants offense kind of coming back to life and being grounded a little bit. But we also talked to Zach about maybe some of the things that don't show up in the advanced analytics. The 2-strike approach, trying to spray the ball the other way, spread out, sit down, put the ball in play instead of trying to leave the ballpark on every single pitch. And here was Zach Manassian's response when I asked him about the 5 walk-off victories for the Giants this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Pat Burrell and Oscar Bernard and David Miner, our hitting group, have really tried to set a tone and that we're going to play the scoreboard and do what we can to win games, and maybe not necessarily play the lift and pull, I need to get to my home run numbers type of game. And our players have really bought in, and it's really fun when you see a group that's playing for each other. And I think that's what we have going on, where guys they'll move a run over to sacrifice themselves if it puts us in a better spot to win a game, or there may be a man on first, and we've seen it with somebody like Wilmer where there's an instance where he wants to try and hit the ball out of the ballpark because that's what helps most. There's times when he's kind of gone with that inside out Wilmer swing, and bam, we'll run around first, and now you got first and third, and the opposition's in trouble. So I definitely think it's been a mindset that Pat and the hitting group have tried to instill in our players, and credit to them, they've really bought in, and it seems to be working.
I mean, that's the positive part of the be positive, bro. I mean, they lost 2 games in San Diego, and they struck out a lot, and their starting pitching didn't totally get it done. And I told you the beat writers were shining a little. I saw Pavlovich and Shayna Rubin. They both chose violence. I'm joking a little bit, but they wrote slightly negative stories. And Shayna Rubin said, they're bottom 10 in batting average and in OPS, and she chose F4, which I don't even know what F4 is, or no, it was WRC plus. She had another stat that the Giants' first base F4, what is F4? I don't even know.
Yeah,
is 30th in baseball.
Well, I can tell you I don't F with WAR, Murph. I've never really understood the concept. There's different calculations for different WARs. And yeah, you can dive into the advanced analytics of F-WARs and X-WOBA and FIP and all that good stuff. I'm saying I'm watching the games with my eyes, and I'm seeing the little things that they are doing, playing a little bit more small ball. I think that's what Zach was talking about in that cut. Yes, the analytics, advanced analytics, are maybe not favoring the Giants, but you know what it is? Winning baseball games, and they're doing the small things to win baseball games, and that's why I do think that this is sustainable throughout the season.
Yeah, by the way, F4 is Fangraphs WAR. I don't even know these things.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. There's different websites that calculate WAR differently.
Yeah, exactly.
What is it good for?
Exactly.
WAR, what is it good for?
All right, time for Young Tony. What do we got?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, so this came early. We were talking early in the show about the Warriors losing and Steph's thumb getting social media traction and Dylan Brooks having to answer questions about swiping at it. And somebody said, well, it's 559 who texted in and said maybe he was just following the sensei from Cobra Kai and following his advice to swipe the thumb. And we thought, there's a little
Swipe
karate.
the thumb, Johnny.
And then, of course, we got to Young Tone and we said, sweep the leg. And the answer was?
No.
Karate. He kind of, it's funny because this kid has a little Ralph Macchio in him.
Dude, that's a great call.
You know what?
You do have a little Ralph Macchio
So
in you.
I would say, I'm not going to tell you what movie to watch, but original Karate Kid, bro.
I was just going to say, I've seen the 2010 version with Jackie Chan.
Oh, no, you can't. Come on, bro. If you're going to talk about the new Karate Kid, at least talk about the Netflix series that they put out a couple years ago.
Cobra Kai.
Yeah, Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
Don't go.
Give us the scene here, buddy. They're with taking advantage of a wounded Ralph Macchio here.
Sweep the leg. You have a problem with that? Yes, Sensei. No mercy.
No mercy.
There it is. Dylan Brooks.
Was there a sweep the leg scene in the Jaden Smith Karate Kid?
No, there was not.
Of course there wasn't.
I think it's a good movie,
It's
actually.
terrible.
That just shows you the difference between that's how soft we've gotten as a nation.
I know.
You can't
Now
sweep the leg
I understand why you don't like Adam Sandler's Longest Yard. Because it's different.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a remake. It's a remake. I get it.
Anyway, how about that? He's like, you got a problem with that? Sweep the leg.
No mercy.
All right, guys. Thank you for that. Okay, tomorrow's Friday. Giants baseball tonight. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Oh, by the way, Young Tony was sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly, of course. Now, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I wish I was still playing because I'll slap the shit out of Dylan Brooks.
Hey, you mentioned Morris Chestnut. Is that your favorite movie, Boys in the Hood?
My favorite movie, Matilda.
Matilda?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to check that out. I've never seen it.
Are you tripping?
Yeah.
Where you from, Jim?
Ireland.
I like your accent. Ask your question again. I was too much listening to your accent.
Yeah, no problem. And
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown!
Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Right now, Golden State is 3 of 10 from the field. They're 2 of 7 from deep. Ben Thompson goes right into Curry. Good movement. Van Vliet. And it is all Houston at the start. Look at Amen Thompson, his defensive instincts. Thompson to the rack. Post was there. Thompson puts his hard hat on. A chance at 3 as Houston extends to a 14-point cushion. Shot clock down to 4. Van Vliet contested 3. My goodness. He had Buddy Hield on his back inside of 4 minutes left in the quarter. Here comes Thompson, full extension.
My goodness, what did we just see?
And then it's Key, misses the layup.
Goodness.
Boy, Dylan Brooks and Spencer mixing it up underneath it. Now Spencer and Şengün. Boy, look out. Jackson Davis shoving Şengün. Officials quickly trying to defuse the situation.
After review, there are offsetting technical fouls on Jackson Davis and Alpert Şengün, followed by a technical foul and ejection on Cam Spencer for the illegal headbutt. 1 shot for the technical and then free throws off the penalty.
The Houston Rockets with a prolific offensive performance, built up a 30-point lead, and they get this series back to San Francisco on Friday night.
Yeah, not done yet. Here's the deal. Whether you were sporting the blue and gold on Wednesday or the orange and black, the bottom line is this. It is time for the fellas to pack up and head home and get this thing right. Starting with the blue and gold and the Golden State Warriors. Well, that wasn't much of a game 5. The Rockets come out blazing from the jump. It was 8-5 Warriors. Then the Rockets take a 15-0 run into a timeout. And it was pretty much on from there. They had everything going offensively, which sounds weird to say with the way this series has gone. Warriors clearly just did not have a whole lot in the tank. And if Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler are not going to score in the first quarter, well, it's going to be tough to win that one. But they got a chance to get this done at home tomorrow night, 6 p.m., Game 6 at Chase Center. And, of course, we'll get into the San Francisco Giants and those 2 games in San Diego a little bit later. Thanks for hanging out with us. As always, Papa and Silver with you here, 10-2. Giants back in action tonight for 4 against the Colorado Rockies. And, of course, we start with the Warriors and a nice little Game 5 dud. Papa, good to be back. Good morning.
Yes, we say hello to May. We turn the calendar, so we're not going to be yelling May Day, May Day. We're not sinking into the bay. It's all good, although we'll get into the Giants situation. San Diego's just good, and we know the Dodgers are good, so Giants are good, but are they good enough? We'll get into it. But so last night's game, and glad to have you back, by the way. We missed you, but we had John Dickinson from hellified hot Houston, and they brought out all the red, not quite the red court we saw in the in-season tournament, but it was a lot of red. We're tired of the red. We talked about lineup changes. We had Craig Ackerman on, and they didn't make a lineup change. Although TNT's graphics to open the broadcast last night with Spiro Ditas and Candace Parker did have Jabari Smith in there for Amen Thompson. So I'm like, oh, he made a change. He didn't go with he went bigger, but not the big we thought with Adams. And then, wait a minute, Amen's out there. He's the one stripping Steph every other time. So what they did, though, and they're hard to deal with. They're a little bit like, whoa, which way are they going? Sometimes offensively, I think, who's in charge of their offense? Ivy is the only assistant coach that I know on their staff. Ime, he's a head coach, so he runs it all. But sometimes they're just stagnant offensively. Jalen Green is going to try to beat you off the dribble. The Warriors play boxes and elbows behind him, a box and one. Or let's attack Draymond Green with putting Şengün at the nail. The area right at the free throw line, right in the middle where the nail is, to line it up to the hoop. He likes to start middle there. That's your offense? That's all you got? This game, man, they were flowing. And I think because they saw Buddy Hield was going to be on Jalen Green, and Buddy Hield's not a great defender, but on the ball's the one thing he can do, and he tries hard. We're not going to do that. We're not going to have Jalen Green initiate offense and try to drive into Buddy in the wall behind. We're going to bring Jalen Green off doubles and movement. Well, he was flying around early in the game, and it just opened up their entire offense, and they were a much more efficient team. And then the Warriors just started turning the ball over. I mean, that's the bottom line. Yeah, the only way the Rockets, I think, really can stay in this series, if they shoot like that and have that kind of movement. Let's see you do it in Game 6. And it is a 6 o'clock tip, so get there early. Funky start time, so you can't let this team jump you. But in any event, we'll see if they can shoot like this. They've shown moments where they can shoot the nets off and actually make free throws. But it starts with the turnovers. And the Warriors, the number wasn't hideous, 14 turns, 18 points off the turns, but the 5 in the opening quarter. And in particular, Steph had a couple. We'll get into it and what they're doing. It's not a surprise. I said this from the beginning of the series. It's one thing to fly by a right-handed shooter. You go to his right hand. You give him the high five. It's not Dusty Baker and Glenn Burke. That's the way you defend. The great Steve Javy, a good friend of mine, will be joining us later on, one of the nicest guys in sport. And, boy, he was so nice till the ball went up, and then he was an a-hole. He'd throw you out of the game like a minute in. He was Joey Crawford's evil twin. Anyway, we'll get into it all. I thought the Rockets would just slap Steph's hand while he's dribbling the ball. Just go, whack it. Who cares? That's one foul. I got 5 more, and I got 5 more goons that'll do that. So to fly by his shooting hand, duh, I thought it would be a lot worse, but I don't want to single out anybody. I just didn't like the Warriors' energy. I know Dieter wrote about this. Spiro mentioned what Steve said in the pregame meeting, the TV production meeting, about, we're not going to chase it. Chase it, exterminate them, eliminate them, make them chase you. They're the ones that have got to win. The Warriors went into the game last night thinking, let's get the hell out of here and get back home for Game 6. Is that what they were thinking? I didn't like their energy. Houston came out much more aggressive. They play a lot of zone when they go to the 2 big lineup, and they bring in Jabari Smith, and it really is a triple big lineup. They went to that zone early in the game before the king-size Kiwi came into the game. It is a funky zone. It looks like a 2-1-2 where Adams is in the middle when he's there, but then he drops back into a 2-3. It's hard to get a handle of what they're doing. They were doing it when Steph was on the floor. I could see when Steph's off the floor and they go double big, triple big zone right now. But to do it when Steph was in the game, Steph just didn't look right the whole game. Just his ball handling. Do you notice? And I reached out to Brandon Payne, and he said he's dribbling with his left hand a lot. Where he's bringing the ball up the court, it's with his left hand. The one bounce pass when he threw the bounce to Pajemski and he missed him, it was a left hand. And then Thompson, when he got up into him, his ball went to the right hand at that moment, and Steph wasn't strong enough. When he came out of the game to end the first quarter, and he was on that side of his body, but he acknowledged all of his teammates going down before he sat down with his left hand. He did not. Only thing I see him doing with his right hand is biting his nails. But Brandon, it is typical for a right-handed shooter to use his left hand to get into a shot. But just keep an eye. That hand's not right. It's not been right for a long time. They are obviously targeting it. And if Van Vliet, Fred Van Vliet had a bad thumb, the Warriors would be whacking on his thumb. That's just I'm surprised they're not just pulling at it. But he just wasn't good early in the game. He didn't make a basket. He looked tired. His energy was down. I'm not going to single him out because nobody played well really early in the game until they got into the bench. But just didn't like the Warriors' mindset early in the game, and they got rolled. And they're fouling. They're turning the ball over. They're retreating. All of a sudden, this team can't miss a foul shot. They're 13 for 13 in the opening quarter. And when they, like Jimmy Butler, when they're shooting free throws, they're able to set up their defense, and then they're giving you all the weird box and ones and 2-1-2s and 2-3s. I don't know what the hell they're doing. They change it. I think it's just a matchup where they get up, but they're good at it, and they're long. So this team, if Jimmy does not fall in Game 2, I think they sweep this series. But the reality is he did fall. You lost that game. You had to fight to get the 2 at home, and they ran you last night. And now we're getting into the portion of the schedule. Warriors flew home right after the game. Houston's flying right now here, and it's far. The state of Texas alone is a continent. It's so damn big. And then you got to fly. I mean, how long's the flight depending on the winds? 3.5 hours. You got to go right back. And, then the good thing is, And the worst scenario yesterday occurred, and JD and I were talking about it, was the Warriors lost and Minnesota won.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the series was going to start on Sunday, but the NBA did the Warriors a break, and it will not be till Monday night. But either way, after tomorrow night, they're getting on an airplane, and they're going to either Houston back for a Game 7 they want no part of, or they're going to go to Minneapolis to play the Timberwolves, who are a much better team than the Rockets. So my thing when this series started, the Warriors are the better team. Exterminate them, eliminate them ASAP. I wanted the sweep. Jimmy Falls, you're not going to get a sweep. I wanted 5. Now, that's not going to happen, obviously. So now it's become a long series. It's not 4 and 5 games. It's 6. Hell, we don't want 7.
Yep.
You do not want to go into that place and deal with the hellified Hades of that whole red environment they got going there. Now you're up against it. I don't think this bodes well for a long playoff run, but we've seen them stumble and fall. Not so much in the first round, Greg, but we'll get into it a lot. But the Rockets were way better. They are capable of playing offense. They don't do it when they come to chase. They're very stagnant, lethargic. But last night, they were flying. They can't play half-court offense. I saw them moving last night, cutting and weaving and hit double screens and Jalen Green, and we're going to lose Buddy. We're going to switch. And then they get into your defense. And no one's a step stopper. No one. But Amen Thompson is guarding him about as well as anybody. Avery Bradley, to me, was always the best guarding him legally. He had guys like Beverly would grab him and
Delly.
You know, I think Steph was asked who was the best. I think he said Drew Holiday. When Durant was here, Holiday would guard Durant a lot. Holiday's a great on-ball defender. But this guy, with him, I think you got to get Steph off the ball. He can guard the ball because he's so damn long. He can reach right around you and grab your dribble, especially when your right hand and right thumb is compromised. Run him into some screens. If Bogut was here, he'd lay that guy out. Just bring him off a pin down and put him on his back. He's skinny. Lay him out. Draymond can set a screen. I think, who else on this team can come in and really rock a body? Quentin Post is a young guy learning to do it. We miss Zaza Pachulia. You miss Andrew Bogut, that kind of mentality. They have it in Steven Adams. He's Bogut in New Zealand. Just Amen Thompson, you want to lock and trail and run with the best shooter of all time? You're going to do it on your back.
Lots to get into today. 415-808-5627, the number. And the question I'll throw out to all of you out there listening, if you want to chime in on the YouTube chat, the text line, or give Walter a call. We got Walter back. We got the band back together for the first time this week, and it's Thursday, so better late than never for all of us. But it's great to be here. And my question is, 1 to 10, what's your concern level? The fact that the Warriors didn't close it out in 5 and got to come back to Chase Center. Is that a burn-the-tape kind of game? Are you expecting a tighter defensive effort when you come back? Or do you think the Rockets maybe found something with a little confidence in the way they could run up and down the floor? Warriors played right into their hands when the way the Rockets could play some offense. They scored 40 in the first quarter. It's Papa and Silver, and I'll tell you the guest list on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors lose Game 5 in Houston, 131-116, and Steve Kerr pulled his starters with 5:50 left in the third quarter, with all the focus turning toward tomorrow night Game 6 at 6 p.m. at Chase Center. So if you're planning to go, get some tickets. Make sure you're in your seats and wear those shirts. Good to be back, everybody, because it's good to tell you about the Dolan Law Firm. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area? Some not even in the state of California. Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area. They have been for more than 25 years. And yes, we're talking about award-winning injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. You can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights. Because over the past year, well, Chris and his team, you know it by now, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents in the Bay Area is chaotic. I had to come from the other side of the bridge to get in today. Traffic was out there. People were out there. It's busy. Can't be on your phone. Got to be heads up, and let's work together. Make the Bay Area a safer place. But feel confident that you are in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Thursday, everybody. Papa and Silver hanging out with you at 10 all the way up until 2. Question I asked you at the end of the last segment was 1 to 10. How concerned are you about the Warriors having to come back to play Game 6 at Chase Center tomorrow night, 6 p.m.? If you're getting out there, by the way, wear your damn shirts. Or if you want to be like Walter and protest me, and I'm not even making this up, he's like, what if I want to be nudist? And I said, all right, fine, be my guest. Good to have Walter back with us here on the building today. But Phone lines are open all day long. I'll tell you about our guest list as well. Zach Harper is going to come by at 10:50, writes for The Athletic, does the daily newsletter The Bounce, so we can get into this series as well as what went down with the Lakers losing in 5 to the Minnesota Timberwolves and Rudy Gobert legacy game of 27 and 24. We're also going to have Steve Javie, longtime NBA official, who actually joined JD and I when Papa was out a few weeks ago, but going to be great to reconnect with him now that we got Papa back, now that we are 5 games into this series. And Marcus Thompson is going to join us at 12:50. We were unable to connect with him on Tuesday due to some travel challenges, so hopefully we can get the full conversation with him later in the show. Before we get back into the game, or I guess as we get back in, as a little segue, I want to play this cut from Steve Kerr and the discussion he had with Draymond Green at halftime about how much he was going to give the starters, ended up giving them about 6 minutes. This courtesy of Anthony Slater's Twitter, as Steve Kerr's microphone was having some issues at the beginning of the presser. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, I wasn't going to chase, this game, obviously, with Game 6 coming up in, 48 hours. So I talked to Draymond. I said, what do you think? He said, 5 minutes. And so we gave the starting group the first 5 or 6 minutes. And we kind of had, unless we had made a huge run, kind of had it in mind that we would, pull the plug.
So, yeah, once it gets to halftime and it's 76-49, I feel like it's a fair decision to maybe give it a little push and then pull the plug. Were you surprised he didn't put the starters back in, period?
We'll get into it. I mean, there was one score that was a palindrome. You don't like palindromes. When it was 74-47, I went, something broken here with my LG? What's going on here? It was just, there was an annihilation. So he said that about when they got everybody together at a halftime, and that's pretty common. And they used to call it the old, you don't remember the Gong Show. There was a Chuck Barris Gong Show where somebody go out kind of like American Idol, try to sing for a minute, and if they sucked, they'd gong it. Doug Moe, and the guy would have to leave, or the girl. Doug Moe called them, gong games. Mainly in the regular season, you do it, you move on. But I didn't like what he said, and Spiro wrote about it before the game. Where Steve was talking, Dieter wrote about it. We were talking to Spiro Dietis and Candace Parker. And his mentality was about chasing the game and, getting behind in the game. And I just thought they said, look, very little rest, cross-country flights. First of all, it's not a cross-country flight. You're not going all the way to Miami or New York. You're going to Texas. So it's far. But it's not across the entire country. It's not 5 and 6 hour flights and headwinds coming home, but it's 3.5. I got an older team. This is the interesting part. We'll see how this thing goes early, see how long we can potentially chase it. See, that mentality going into the game, and he's talking to the production people, so I don't know why you bring that up at all. We're not planning on falling behind 40-24. After one quarter. We're not planning on being behind, giving up 36 more points in the second quarter and being down 76-49 at halftime. We're not doing that. We're coming here to win. Otherwise, let's just forfeit the game. Keep them all in the Bay Area, Joe. Write them a check. What are they going to fine you for not showing up? Probably a lot. But you want to go play. So I didn't like the mentality coming into the game that we are going to gong this game and get out of there. So it turned out that way. And then, 5 minutes into the third quarter, you're way behind. Your guys are tired. They need to come off the floor. Steph has taken off his splint on the thumb and the ankle wraps. And I did like the way they were talking on the bench. And I have to think it was a lot about what to do with this Houston zone. Yeah. That they're playing more than just when they go double big. They use the zone a lot when they bring in Adams with Şengün. And they also have Jabari Smith. They've done that all year, usually against teams that can't shoot. But they're using the zone when Steph's out there. They're playing a lot of zone. And I don't know what it is, 2-1-2, 2-3. It's a box and one. They're kind of amoeba zoning it a little bit. Anyway, then the guys off the bench came in and played really well. Moses Moody played really well. I think there's a discussion to be had if they're going to attack Buddy Hield with Jalen Green and movement for tomorrow night to go back to Moses Moody. I agree. You don't want to react. He didn't fit this series. But if they want to put Şengün on him, then we're going to move him, and we're going to figure it out or create switches. We also need that, and Moses is not a great lock and trail defender, but he's better than Buddy. Anyway, those guys off the bench, hell, you know what I would do in Game 6 is start the guys off the bench. Let's start Moses Moody and Kevon Looney and Kevin Knox and Pat Spencer and Braxton Key. How are you going to match up with that, Ime? We're starting our Scribinis. Screw you. But they did come back, and all of a sudden they're like, whoa. So the one thing about Steve, and I understand that, in the regular season, once you tell your guys you're done, they're done. And but they ice knees during the game. They start taking everything off. But Ime, and Steve said you don't bring your starters back in. Well, do you want to win the game tonight? There was a point there. What did they get it to, like 13 with 6 minutes to go? And you could easily say, let's just leave the guys that were out. Hell, they've been playing. They haven't played all year, and now you're asking them to play 12 continuous minutes? They're going to get tired here. So do we want to win the game, or do we want to just get out of here ASAP, fire up the bus and the charter, and we're going home and play Game 6? It just seemed that way. Ime did bring his guys back in because they have to. There is no Game 6 if they lose the game. There was a point where the argument could be made about bringing your starters back into the game. I'm not sure it would have worked. They already shut it down, but I think their mentality was to shut it down before the game even started. And I do not like that. I don't want a discussion about chasing it. If that's the way the game goes, that's the way the game goes. I'm not telling the national broadcasters 5 minutes into the game when we've already committed 5 fouls and they've gone on this crazy run. They scored 15 in a row to go up 20-8 after it was 8-5 Warriors. Like, what some of these runs that they had last night,
Warriors went 7 minutes no scoring, and it was a Guy Santos free throw that finally broke it.
Guy Santos' shooting ability is valuable here against the double bigs. And Adams is really, I love Steven Adams. That guy's a player.
He always gives the Warriors a hard time, too. Thunder, Grizzlies.
He's older. He's gotten to be, he knows how he's so crafty and the way he sets screens. He's Andrew Bogut. And Bogut was one of my favorite players. Anyway, so I just didn't like the mentality before the game was, it's almost like, do we have to be here? Can we just get out of here and go back and, play Game 6 in front of our fans? Now, if something goes wrong Friday night, tomorrow night, you don't want to go back there for a Game 7. So, but the starters did not play well. They're going to have to figure it out some way. You're going to have to get Steph more active. Obviously, Steph's had big games in this series, but he's also had a couple. And last night, he just looked tired. Maybe that's why you don't go back to him. They just, Jimmy, I don't think he's moving any better. Really, he's not moving hardly at all. None of them played well, really. Pajemski was trying, but they just didn't play well. So, but I thought there was a point there, hell. And everybody's talking about it. Home court advantage doesn't matter anymore in the NBA because you can come back from, the Warriors blew a 31-point lead against Houston. We had a game earlier this year where somebody blew a 29-point lead. I think it was when Ja Morant went down. Oklahoma City came back against Memphis. You start bombing threes, and you got Steph Curry, you can come back and win the game. I just feel like they went into the game thinking, if we come out and roll them right away, we'll play hard tonight. But if it goes the other way, start up the bus, get the food on the charter. We're flying home and going back for Game 6.
Yeah, so I had a good back and forth with JD when we did Dubs OT after Game 4, already talking about Game 5. And I was in the boat of you got to go foot on the gas and try to wrap this up Game 5. And JD's point was not that he disagreed, but he said the worst thing that could happen in a game like yesterday would be it's a replica of Game 4, but the Rockets find a way to pull it out, and then you got to go back home tired, and the Rockets have some confidence because they close and everything. Of course, the Rockets are going to get a little confident when you get a game like that and everything's going your way, but by and large, at some point you got to be realistic. So I'm not saying that, and I'm not disagreeing with you in the sense that, once it gets to 40-24, and the Rockets score 15 in a row, and the Warriors can't score, and they just don't have it, and it's their night, I think you got to be realistic with where you're at and get your guys some rest. As far as bringing the starters back in, I actually don't think it ever hit a point where it was like, let's call Steph, call Hurt Jimmy, and call Draymond right off the bench. And by the way, Draymond always a risk to get into some technical trouble or get part of the Pat Spencer, Şengün, Trace Jackson Davis mix or whatever have you there. But Kerr knows his players really well. He knows his vets really, really well. And I'm with you. Steph looked tired. Jimmy Butler has clearly been impacted in his mobility. And Draymond, he's a lot of wear and tear fighting defensively. And yes, figuratively in this sense, what he's got to do to be that defensive anchor and essentially play the 5 on a lineup that is pretty small. So lots to get into. A couple of really good texts I want to read on the other side. And we'll keep breaking this one down before we catch up with Zach Harper at 10:50. It is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. I got a question for you. Do you struggle with glasses and contacts? And if you have, you probably thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO ICL. But if you now need readers or bifocals, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley is a permanent solution to ditch them all. It's called CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. I had CLR from Laser Eye Center a couple of summers ago, and I see perfectly without any glasses, including those annoying readers. It has been a life changer for me. It's truly amazing. If you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar Friday, May the 9th. They're incredible doctors, so polite, so skilled. Will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, extra bonus, you will never develop a cataract. So find out if CLR could be right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar. That's Friday, May the 9th. CLR means no readers, no glasses, no contacts, no cataracts. Sounds right for you. Laser Eye Centers in Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shot clock out of 4. Van Vliet contested 3. My goodness. He had Buddy Hield on his back.
Yeah, it was that kind of night for Houston last night, going for 40 in the first quarter, 76 at the half. Fred VanVleet hitting these wild contested threes. Dylan Brooks banked one in at one point. Fred VanVleet, by the way, and this will lead me back to the text line on Pop and Silver here, 10 to 2. Thanks for hanging out with us. And the text line, of course, 415-808-5627. 707. Fred VanVleet can't keep up this shooting streak. Well, yeah, he's 12 of 18 in the last two games from beyond the arc. He is certainly on one, as the rest of his team as a whole really can't shoot the ball that well. Going back to just the concern level discussion, 916, I think the Warriors need to close this series out tomorrow. I hope the refs don't allow the Rockets to maul the Warriors and call fouls off the ball. Well, we'll talk to a longtime official, Steve Javie, in about an hour and a half about all that. 707, different 707. On the confidence 1 to 10, I'm at a 4. There is no way the Rockets shoot that well tomorrow. Bring Moody back into the starting lineup. I like that. We can get into that. And then to do a little Shannon Sharp exercise, don't worry, Mr. Curry. We'll bury the Rockets in a hurry. Dubs and 6.
Let's keep the Shannon Sharp mentions to a minimum around here. But Fred VanVleet, we know him well from Toronto, Ontario, Canada, with Kawhi Leonard and OG Anunoby and Pascal Siakam. At that time, he reminded me, and maybe because Drake was hanging around a lot, and he looked like the Drake lookalike. Now, I don't know, is he heavier, the beard? He doesn't look as much like Drake, but Fred VanVleet with the shot was going off. And that guy, honestly, I do admire him. At one point in his career, I wouldn't mind if he was a Warrior. He's a good player. He's kind of like Mike Conley with Minnesota, and he just stabilizes everything, and he's a very good player. Obviously, Amen Thompson is on Steph a lot, but Fred VanVleet is on him a lot as well, and he gets up into him and hugs him, and he can stick to him coming off a screen because he's smaller. He doesn't get picked on as much. I do remember Kevon Looney. We were talking about screen setters earlier. Who do the Warriors have? Kevon can set a screen. And I remember one time when the Warriors won at home, I think it was game 3, he splattered VanVleet to get him off his step. So the way the Rockets used their motion and movement last night to get Jalen Green going, and, he banged knees. He didn't have a huge game, but it just set the tone for their offense to get him moving. The Warriors have got to get more motion going. They got to move bodies. It doesn't help that Jimmy's still a little hobby, but Jimmy always plays slow anyway. Wish they just play faster. But the bottom line here is they can't turn the ball over. They just cannot turn the ball over, and that's the one thing that allows Houston to play fast. They're playing better in the half court because they're attacking the Warrior half court defense a little bit. A lot of movement. It's amazing. Sometimes they look so predictable and stagnant, and your whole offense is putting Alperen Sengun at the nail. Have him face up Draymond. That's what you're going to do over and over again. That's your offense. And then at times they look like Andy Reid or Sean Payton, and they're using the entire width of the court. They're spacing out wide and cutting and moving and playing like the Warriors play offense and breaking down bodies and getting angles. And so they're a hard team to realize. They're going to be a good team in a few years. They're not ready for this now. They could easily come in here and win Game 6 and win this series. So my level of concern now is real. I think this series should be over, and they should be behind us. I'm looking at the big picture. I didn't want this series to go long. I didn't want Jimmy to hurt his butt. I don't want Steph to get whacked. Who knows what's coming? And just obviously watching the Timberwolves last night, everybody's so shocked that the Lakers lost. I predicted Minnesota would win this series going in. The matchups for Minnesota, and they didn't even, the Lakers just doubled Anthony Edwards last night. He didn't wait for a ball screen. They ran a second defender at him right when he crossed midcourt. And he's moving the ball. I mean, it's just, we'll get into it with Zach Harper. The Lakers don't have any size. They chose not to play.
I mean, and the Wolves were helping by not shooting. They did their own Houston Rockets version of missing 18 straight threes before Conley hit that one in the corner.
They were 7 for 47 on the three last night. Anthony Edwards was 0 for 11. Dante was 2 for 12. And they got good looks, but they kept getting offensive rebounds. Rudy Gobert had 9 offensive rebounds in the game and 24 in total. He doesn't know what to do with it when he gets an offensive rebound. If the Warriors do play Minnesota, he's the guy to go at. Gobert, the Stifle Tower, the French rejection. let's see. That you isolate him and let Steph dance on him and topple him over. But anyway, my concern now is that this series is taking too long. I am glad, assuming the Warriors win tomorrow night, that, a game one in Minneapolis would not be till Monday night. There was time when the Warriors were flying last night that it looked like it was going to be Sunday, and then we got the alert, no, it's going to be Monday, which will give them a little bit of time, but it's a short turnaround. If you beat them tomorrow night, I don't know when they would fly there. They need a day to prep. They need all day Saturday to prep. Would you fly Sunday and play Monday? It's going to compromise the start of that series. They're a much better team than the Rockets. The Minnesota Timberwolves showed who they were last year. They got a guy that is very difficult to deal with. Let's just get there. I think the Warriors will still win this series. My level of concern is you got to respect them. And coming into this series, Greg, honestly, Pop's line, appropriate fear, I just didn't have it, especially after game one. I guess after watching the April 6th game when they came in and strangled Steph and he only had 3 points, it was 1 of 10. I thought they were capable, but their half-court offense was so bad. Then after watching game one on Easter Sunday on 420, it's like these guys can't beat the Warriors. And if Jimmy does not fall in game two, I think this series is over. But he did. And you had to go back there for a game five, and they went off. And now you're back home, and they're flying here. And now let's not have it be like the Sacramento series of a couple of years ago where you played. And that was also an early start. It was during day 2 of the NFL draft. They came in. Keegan Murray went off. The Warriors lost game 6 at home. Had to take a bus ride to Sac, so it wasn't that bad. And Steph dropped 50 on him. But you don't want to have to do that. You don't want to have to lose this game and go back to Houston. And then even if you win a game 7 there, when would the series start? Tuesday in Minneapolis? So how do you pack it? Let's not get into that. But my concern now is we thought, Draymond said at the All-Star break, we're going to be championship. They're older. They're still a younger, more athletic, longer team like the Rockets are giving them more problems than I thought. Now you're going to run up against a team that's a little more seasoned. They got defenders coming at you at all angles. Minnesota is a better team. So that's going to be a hard series. So I think as far as winning this series, I still am confident they can do it, but it's coming at much too much of a cost. This series has taken way too long.
Yeah, I got to say, I don't think my level of concern is quite as high as yours this morning. And I'm not saying that guarantees they're going to win tomorrow or that I don't think the Rockets are worth taking seriously. I do think the Rockets responded and they weren't going to lay down yesterday. And if you leave the door open and the way that tone was set from the get-go, 4 fouls in the first 4 minutes, 2 on Curry, 1 on Jimmy, 1 on Draymond. And Houston was able to just get it to go right there. So, honestly, I just think that the Warriors and, if you've been a fan since the 1980s and you've seen the lowest of the lows with this team and the Thunder days, or if you really started following it, when they got hot and got Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Andre Iguodala, Draymond Green, the bottom line is I just don't think the Warriors are a team that is going to dominate in blowout fashion anymore. Like, even with Jimmy Butler, it took them to a new level, and it made them grittier, and it made them smarter, but the reality is they are just an older group. And if you look at the fashion in which they had to win games 3 and 4, game 3, Houston did not play well, but you didn't have Jimmy Butler, and the offense was completely missing until you were able to kind of get some things going in the second half, and then Gary Payton II, Buddy Hield, Steph Curry end up being able to close it out down the stretch. Game 4, Draymond with the foul trouble. It was a lot chippier. Houston wouldn't go away. They did play much better, and without Draymond, Şengün was just cooking. Then the Warriors executed down the stretch. They got it done. They got the 3-1 lead. I'm not saying the right thing to do was just to go in with the mentality of we're going to mail it in, but realistically speaking, it is a team that's got some age added up. They're not a team that is just going to blow you out. I do think that with the experience they have, the confidence isn't going to waver a whole lot, so that's not to say that it's over. They're winning in 6, but I do think that the reset and just not playing your guys for the last 18 minutes will probably serve them better in the long run tomorrow. We'll see how it all goes. Let's get to Zach Harper coming up, and then we can revisit this discussion. And, of course, we want to continue hearing from you because lots of good comments. Big question of the day, 1 to 10, what is your concern level now that the series is going back to Chase? That could be concern for tomorrow night. that could be concern for maybe even Minnesota if the Warriors do make it there. Let's talk to Zach Harper. Coming up next is Pop on Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, Poppin' Silver? Thanks for joining us on a Thursday. We'll get into the San Francisco Giants a little bit later. They dropped 2 in a row in San Diego in their first taste of NL West action, but they now got more NL West, and it's the good kind of NL West. 4 against the Colorado Rockies, so we'll be breaking that down a little bit later in the show. It is time to welcome in our first guest of the early morning. It is The Athletic's Zach Harper, who you can read every single day without having to pay for an Athletic subscription by the newsletter The Bounce, which gives you everything you need to know for the NBA, the playoffs, Giannis, that whole situation, Tyrese Halliburton's dad. By the way, Cleveland shirts for Game 1. Awesome job and well done. Zach joins us live on the UMA guest line. What's happening, Zach? Thanks for joining us. How are you?
Thanks for having me. I'm great, guys.
So I guess first off, I mentioned Cleveland shirts. What do you think about the shirts that say "Control Your Dad" for the Pacers coming in, and also just that whole situation with John Halliburton kind of getting in Giannis's face and the way that all collapsed for the Bucks there at the end?
Look, I don't know. It's great trolling. If maybe your dad has owned the Cavaliers and once had a letter to LeBron on the team website for 4 years, I don't know if you can have that. It's great trolling, don't get me wrong, but he did have an unhinged letter in Comic Sans on the team website for 4 years. I don't know.
That's a
Maybe
fair point.
control your dad.
Yeah, it was not a good look, but the big picture here, what a terrible ending for Damian Lillard, who had to fight through the thrombosis, the blood clotting, and then he tears the Achilles. What are we looking at, you think, this offseason with Milwaukee? I mean, is Giannis going to be on the move, do you think, between now and the start of next year, Zach?
I mean, I think they have to look into it. I think he has to look into it. It's a mess because think about the timing of this injury. I think it's reasonable and I think it's logical to think Dame misses all of next season, right? Like you're looking at a year when it comes to the Achilles. We're past the regular season in terms of this timeline. Like maybe he comes back at the end of it. Maybe if they're in the playoffs, he comes back during that. But this isn't going to be Dame back at 100%, even if he comes back at the end of next season. And so they can get, if he's ruled out for next season, they can get the disabled players exception, which will give them half of his salary. So you can sign a 1 year, $27 million contract for a player. So you can bring in a pretty good player for that. But with their free agency situation, with their cap situation, they're going to be up against the second apron. So it's a mess financially. It's a mess roster construction wise. Giannis is 30, 31. He's looking at this situation. The Bucks have to look at the situation. They can't even tank because they don't have control their picks until like 2031. I think that they need to look into, either a rebuild or a retooling or something to just get young talent, get cap relief, get some kind of draft capital into the mix because they are in a really bad situation. They're not going to contend. No matter what happens, they're not contenders. They've proven that the last 2 years. They haven't been out of the first round in 3 years. I mean, I think if you're Giannis, look, the whole idea of being with the same team for your whole career and everything is great, but that guy is focused on winning championships. He's not going to compete for a championship for at least the next 2 seasons based on how that looks, if not deeper. And so I think he would do himself a great disservice if he doesn't look around at where else he could be.
Talking to Zach Harper here from The Athletic. You can read him in The Bounce, as I do just about every morning as a nice little show prep. So here on a Thursday, Zach, we have a little bit of a healthy disagreement going on with what happened Game 5 Warriors-Rockets yesterday. I think it's safe to say Papa's not a fan of the series being prolonged. The Rockets, the way they were running up and down. Now you got to go to Chase. On top of that, if you don't win Friday, then you got to play a Game 7 before maybe even going to Minnesota, and that's all understandable. I'm more in the boat where I just think the Warriors are at the stage where they're older, and if their backs aren't against the wall, then, they might just have performances like last night and a big letdown. So it's not ideal, but it's also sort of the reality of having a 37-year-old and 2 35-year-olds carry your team. So just your reaction to that game, and, should the Warriors be concerned for Game 6 beyond just the standard appropriate playoff fear?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some concern. They certainly got trounced, right? And I don't think you want them to go out there and look that overmatched. I did expect Houston to come out and have a great effort. I didn't expect it to look that dominant. I did kind of expect them, the Warriors to weather the storm and come back and be the Warriors and do what they do against the Rockets every time and kind of hurt that and hurt that confidence and really cut their legs out from under them. It didn't happen. We got a fun little run there with the reserves in the fourth quarter. I'd be a little concerned that they look so lost against that kind of like matchup zone thing that the Rockets are running. The good thing is that, look, I know it looked good in Game 5. The Rockets really don't know what they're doing on offense. Like, they don't have a good offensive system. It looked good in Game 5, but in most of these games, they look so lost and rudimentary offensively that I think the Warriors, especially at home, you're going to see their defense overmatched. So it's just, can you score enough against the Rockets to overcome that? I think they will. I think saving the legs of their veterans in the second half was smart by Steve Kerr. I think that if he wanted those young legs to just play the entire game, Steve would have had the young legs play the entire game, not even bring the veterans to Houston. I think he probably saw some of that writing on the wall. I would expect the Warriors to be fine. I think they'll win Game 6. I don't think it'll be a big issue. But yeah, like, there's a lot of pressure not to go back to Houston.
Without a doubt, you don't want that. But my concern, historically, the Warriors, and this is not the same team as HB's team or Durant's team or even Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole's team. They're different. But you want to get the first round over ASAP, have it be done in 4 and 5, not 6 and 7. So which leads to what's coming next. And I picked Minnesota, Zach, to win this series. It was not a surprise to me. We'll get into the Lakers' problems and a lack of a big. But just on the Timberwolves and the way they guard. And Jaden McDaniels was in foul trouble last night, so he wasn't as impactful. Naz Reid didn't play as well, but both of those guys can guard. You got Dante DiVincenzo, obviously the shot blocker, and Gobert. They've added Randall. Anthony Edwards is a monster, didn't shoot well last night. And then Conley, makes the big corner three to win the game. So on. And they're well coached. Just what are if the Warriors do beat the Rockets, what are we looking at in the next round, which would start Monday night in Minneapolis?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, Conley is obviously a normal-sized human being, but everybody else on that team, I mean, they're big, right? Like, they're big across the board. Ant's a big guard. Jaden McDaniels has great size. Even when Alexander Walker's in there, he's got good size for a wing. They're long. Minnesota's just a big team, and we know that the Warriors like to be small. The good thing for the Warriors is that they're a strong team even when they're small, so they you can have some good size there. I don't think it would look quite as dominant with Rudy out there as it looked in Game 5, where he just made the Lakers look like children around the rim. But yeah, like, that size advantage and the fact that, Randall has played so well for the last month and a half. I mean, probably the best basketball of his career. I know he had that one really good year with the Knicks, but this is the smartest, best basketball of his career over this last month and a half, and it's carried into the playoffs, which I think the Wolves were a little concerned about. That with, Naz Reid can really shoot the ball. He can really score. And Ant, aside from last night, Ant has been just a monster in the second half of this series against the Lakers. I mean, he's just been so clutch and been so good for them, and he's such a great leader, and he guards on the other end. Like, he's been so spectacular on defense throughout this entire run. It's just a lot. It's a lot to deal with on both ends of the floor. And when Ant's hitting, and he's, he took what happened last year, and he took the experience of playing with Steph and playing with these guys over the summer in the Olympics, and added a lethal 3-point shot this summer and had it all year round. He just has supreme confidence, and I think you're going to find a Wolves team that, most people aren't used to the Wolves being a confident team, which of course not. Like, over the first 32 years of that existence, they've found ways to just be the Wolves and not really matter. I think Anthony Edwards has turned this team kind of into being Wolves proof. And they may not win the series, but they're not going to lose it in the way that they normally would. And Anthony Edwards just exudes this confidence that I think permeates throughout the entire organization. And, the Warriors have, great players, and, Draymond's amazing, and Steph is obviously Steph, and Jimmy Butler has created, that great confidence that they used to have as contenders. But this Wolves team defends as well as anyone I think can defend the Warriors, and I think that's going to create some real matchup problems for them.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Zach Harper, kind enough to stop by with us on the UMA guest line. All right, so I want to just do the larger picture of the Western Conference for a moment, because I think that in 2023, you heard a lot of, the West, there's so much parity. And I think, yeah, there was parity, but when you kind of look at how it played out the next couple of years, I'd say it was more collective decency, collective mediocrity at times. Last year seemed a lot more like parity, but then in the first round, all those higher seeds that were younger beat up on the teams that had the resume or the legends, and they got bounced out of the playoffs. This year, it feels like the West is as competitive as I can remember it, at least in my recent memory of watching basketball. And you saw the youth of the Timberwolves maybe starting to take over. OKC seems to have taken that next step. And then you got teams like the Warriors and Clippers who are a little bit older, but proving that they had a great push in the regular season to get them in the position that they are now. So just kind of what is your evaluation of the West? And do you think that we are trending a little bit toward a new era, changing of the new guard in the long term here?
Yeah, I mean, I can just off the top, I hate parity. I think it's stupid. I think parity is for losers. Like, I really do. I think the NBA is at its best when there are dynasties. I think it's better when everyone hates the Warriors or hates the Lakers or hates the Bulls or whatever. I think it's best when it's there's a giant to take down. So I hate parity. I think it's for dorks. Like, I'm out on parity. But there is this era of parity, right? We've had 6 different champions in the last 6 years. And I think, the Thunder are in a great position to make that 7-7. And so, yeah, I think the Thunder have to be considered the favorite right now because of their resume this season. But at the same time, they're such a contradiction because everything about them and the season they've had says this team's going to the finals and they're probably going to win the championship because of the dominance, because no one's ever had such a dominant season in terms of margin of victory and all this stuff, and their defense is historically great and all the everything. And Shea Gilgeous-Alexander had a season no one's ever had and all this stuff, right? At the same time, their starting lineup is younger, I think, than the starting lineup of that Auburn team that was in the tournament. Right? It doesn't make sense. So many things don't make sense. They still don't have playoff experience. They've won one series, and that was against a Pelicans team that didn't have Zion. And then they got kind of smoked against the Mavericks last year in 6 games because they couldn't hit shots. We still haven't seen them tested in any of these close games. They won one game this year that was decided by 3 points or less. They were only in, I think, 5 of those games. So they just don't play close games, and so we don't really know what to make of them if they're in these close battles. At the same time, they might just be so good they're never in a close game. So I don't know what to make of them. They don't have experience. They don't have experience in close games, and they're dominant. And so, everything points towards them dominating the West and making through. And at the same time, I could see Jokic in the next round just completely flossing his teeth with his entire team. I could see the Warriors using their experience in the conference finals to take them out. I could see the Wolves and their size and their confidence taking them out. I could see the Thunder just walking through everybody. I don't know. I literally don't. It's not a good answer, but I don't know what to think of this Thunder team versus everybody else.
Well, it could also be the Clippers. We'll see. We got a huge game 6 tonight, and the Clippers can get back into that series. So the Lakers last night, and we touched on the Minnesota side of it and how good they were. The obvious lack of size for the Los Angeles Lakers just killed them, and they didn't play Jackson Hayes at all. They went to a small lineup. They did bring in Maxi Kleber, which is interesting. He hadn't played with the Lakers or even practiced with them, and they just got overpowered. So Mark Williams, after they made the Luka deal and gave up Anthony Davis, we thought, how are they ever going to get a big? And then somehow Rob Pelinka pulls off a deal with Charlotte to get Mark Williams, and then quietly, just after the trade, the Lakers rescinded the deal due to medicals. What was exactly wrong with him? If Mark Williams is on the Lakers, and I think he played with Charlotte, I know he played against the Warriors after that, did they make a mistake by flunking him on the physical and calling off that trade, Zach?
I think they did. You heard his knees were bad. You heard his back was bad. You heard that the Lakers just got cold feet and kind of used it as an excuse to not give up the picks. There were a bunch of rumors flying around. I don't know what to make of it, but regardless, they rescinded the trade. I think Mark Williams is really good. Like, I think he would have helped a lot. I never thought, I mean, when they were just going to roll with Jackson Hayes, I don't want to be mean here. I just don't think Jackson Hayes is any good. And I think that was proven throughout the rest of the season and in the playoffs. And the fact that you would go with essentially a lineup that is a 6'8" and under league versus this Minnesota Timberwolves team, and especially in the final game of an elimination game, you don't play anybody other than Maxi Kleber 5 minutes or 6 minutes or whatever it was. And you just see Rudy Gobert dominating you in a way that he's never done in the playoffs before. I think that was just very telling of what they think of Jackson Hayes. And so, yeah, I think they made a huge mistake. I think Mark Williams, you put him in any kind of decent system, which he clearly has not been in Charlotte, because that team is a disaster and that franchise is a disaster. I think he would have thrived with the Lakers as long as he's healthy. Now, he has not been healthy very much in his career. So if that's a concern, I get it. But I think Mark Williams is really good. He even, trolled on social media last night, just tweeting a smiling emoji, which I thought was hilarious because I love chaos. But I think they made a mistake. We'll see how they make up for that this summer. And I get the whole idea of you have Luka now, you have this long-term vision that you have to keep in mind. At the same time, you've got a 40-year-old LeBron. I still think you have to think in the terms of you're trying to win a championship now. You have Luka and LeBron now. You're not going to have that much longer. And I just am of the opinion, I get it. Picks are valuable and they matter and stuff, and you can use them for trades maybe this summer or next year or whatever. I also think we overvalue picks. I think it became way too, we've got all these picks and we've got to use them. I get what the Thunder have done and what the Jazz are doing and all these teams have done, but I think at a certain point we got too obsessed with first round pick allocation, and I think if you have a chance to swing for the fences and go for a shot at the NBA Finals, I think you have to do it. And I think you can go find a way. If you're a smart front office, you can find a way to get picks later on. And I think the Lakers really messed up by not having Mark Williams at their side to at least try. And we saw the result last night. They made Rudy Gobert look like Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. A few more minutes here with Zach Harper on the UMA guest line. I want to circle back to a comment you made about 5-6 minutes ago, saying that the Timberwolves can defend the Warriors as well as any team left in the playoffs. Now, I don't necessarily disagree with that at all, but I do want to get your elaboration on it, because the Warriors did beat the Wolves 3-1 in the regular season, and granted, the Warriors changed a lot with their construction and Jimmy Butler, but the Timberwolves are pretty much the same team that they've been for most of it. So, what makes you believe that Minnesota would still be right at the top of challenges for the Warriors offensively, even with the addition of Jimmy Butler and the way he's been able to attack?
Yeah, I think the key is that I know he's played really well and I know he's had some games. I don't think Brandon Podziemski is a shooting threat, right? And for whatever reason, Buddy Hield is not shooting 40% from three. He had a good game in, game 4, but I don't understand why. I feel like I haven't seen him hit a shot in 4 months, and Buddy Hield should be a lights out shooter. And so the shooting has not been there consistently outside of Steph, around Steph. And so I think if that shooting continues to not be consistent, the way the Wolves defend the perimeter, they can kind of meet Steph at the level of screens. And I know they'll try to put Rudy Gobert in a lot of that. Rudy Gobert did a pretty good job in this series. And obviously things are different guarding Luka versus guarding Steph. Steph just changes everything historically, right? But they've been very good, one, at navigating screens, and two, at meeting the screen level and not allowing that, kind of corner turn and kind of pushing out to the side, pushing out in kind of a retreat. And so I think if they can keep that consistency in terms of how they defend those pick areas, I think that they can disrupt enough of the Warriors' offense while still protecting the rim. And they do that with Alexander Walker. They do that with Conley, who's excellent at navigating screens. DiVincenzo's excellent at navigating screens. Jaden McDaniel's one of the best at that. And Ant's become really good at that. And so I think you do a good job of that, and it's less of Rudy being left on an island in these moments against people like Steph. And if that shooting around Steph is not consistently helping him, then I think the Wolves can really defend that. Now, if Buddy Hield starts shooting like he's supposed to, or if Podziemski keeps hitting consistently like he has at times, then that changes things. But I think based on what we've seen for most of this season, I believe the Wolves in a 7-game series can defend them about as well as anybody else.
There's no doubt. But we're not onto them yet. They still got to exterminate the Houston Rockets, and that'll be tomorrow. So happy 56th birthday to Billy Owens. You're making me feel old. I know Bill. I remember when they traded him from Sacramento for Mitch.
Absolutely.
But you pointed out, he played 10 years in the NBA. He was traded 8 different times. I remember the first one when Billy Owens was traded for Mitch Richmond and broke up Run TMC. But Billy got traded 8 different times in 10 years?
8 different times, and then I didn't know this. I was just kind of looking up things to try to throw into the newsletter for this morning, and then I noticed this last night, and I'm a little sleep deprived, so I had to double check this a few times, but I was like, I saw that he got traded for not just Horace Grant, but Harvey Grant, and it was in the same summer. 2 different trades, one in June and one in August for the Grant brothers in 2 different trades, like 2 months apart, which I thought, to me, is fascinating. I'm also a huge basketball nerd. I don't know if anybody else cared about that, but I thought that was cool.
No, I cared about it, especially because my co-host is a Syracuse Orange man himself. So
there you go.
Got a little bit of a coincidence here in the newsletter today.
Just an orange, not PC.
Oh, you're right.
Orange man anymore. Just an orange.
What's the mascot's name? Otto, your buddy?
Otto's my man. One thing, Zach, I loved your time, and you enlightened me on a lot of things. You got to watch Brandon Podziemski a little closer, bro. Brandon Podziemski can shoot the basketball.
He sometimes. I also think it's not a good-looking shot, so I'm a little biased against that. If it goes in, it goes in, but I don't think it's a good-looking jump shot.
You want to get him in a game of horse with Billy Owens? I guarantee he may have been traded for Ho Grant, but he's not getting Podziemski to even get to Ho in a game of horse. Pods can shoot.
As long as I can watch Chris Mullen outshoot anybody, I'll still take that all day.
Well, Mullen's a different level.
I know.
He's a different level. Good stuff,
awesome.
brother.
Thank you, Zach.
Thanks, guys. Anytime.
That is awesome. Brandon Podziemski going up against Billy Owens. Hey, you didn't even beat him on his birthday,
can't
man.
Shoot? Is he watching Podziemski play? What's going on here?
Yeah, Podziemski's been stroking the ball ever since he came back from injury. And hey, Buddy Hield, he did have 2 really important playoff games at Chase Center in which he was shooting the ball, and they're probably going to need a third from him tomorrow night. So on the other side, let's play some post-game sound. We're going to talk to Steve Javie at the end of this hour around 11:50, get into the Giants in this 12 o'clock hour. So let's go back to our big question. Concern level, 1 to 10. What'd you make of Zach's comments? We'll unpack it all. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
One of our big questions of the day for you to chime in on. Text line, YouTube chat, and the phone lines 415-808-5627. How concerned are you 1 to 10 about the Warriors losing Game 5 and coming back home for a pivotal Game 6 tomorrow night? Is this another repeat of 2022 in Memphis and whoop that trick? Or does Houston have something left in the tank that's going to surprise the Warriors? As always, sound off and we'll share your thoughts.
and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Silver. Happy Thursday, hanging out. By the way, good chance actually to check in with Walter. Walter's back after missing some time. I got to stay away from my own show, I think, because I was dealing with some medical stuff yesterday. I'm all good. Walter had what I think is the flu. Greg Papa is still recovering from the flu. Our show is just getting snake bitten. But Walter, good to have you back. Glad to know you're alive. I really wasn't sure if it was you texting me or not the last 3 days.
No, glad to be back. Last week I was giving a hard time to Pods. I was like, oh, come on, man. He can't play with food poisoning. And then here I go down with the count. I can't even run a board because I got the flu. Yeah.
I know. It's a real humbling experience, as was Game 5 for the Golden State Warriors. So as we kind of get back into this, let me actually ask you, where are you on your concern level for all this? I mean, the Warriors kind of just mailed it in after the first quarter, giving up 40, and now they got to go play against a team again that just wants to fight them every possession down the floor.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting because last night I was watching the game from the luxury of my couch, still recovering from the flu symptoms. But, it was kind of apparent that they weren't playing to win yesterday. They have their sights on tomorrow night. I'm not concerned at all. I think they take care of it. I think that they're going to have a date with Minnesota.
Oh, we like dates. So, Papa, when we took our super adorable photo shoot and everything, and that was actually like hours before you were getting flu symptoms.
No recollection of super and adorable. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Anyway, yeah. Must have been
the day I got sick. I missed the Z-Man's 80th birthday party that night. That's where it really hit me hard.
So what'd you do to Walter to get him down?
What's that?
What'd you do to Walter to get him down?
I have no idea. French kissed him. I think that would be it. So,
you're not supposed to say that on air,
when
Bob.
the Warriors, we don't want to go back for a Game 7. When they were there last time, Pajemski had some bad sushi. Who's ordering sushi in Houston, Texas? Don't even go to Papado. If you are going to order sushi, just get the California roll to go. But the other side of it last night was Jonathan Kuminga was not available to play due to an illness.
Yeah.
And he would have played a lot last night, and he would have played the rust off in his game. So that was a lost opportunity. If you're going to play the backups, and can Braxton Key make a layup in the key, brother? Wow. 0 for 7. How many were just 2-footers around the cup? It's fine. You're in the NBA. Pat Spencer played well. I love the headbutt by Pat Spencer on Şengün. Get back, bro. I'm not a long stick defenseman from lacrosse. I'm a midi that can score, but I'm going to headbutt you. And then Trace Jackson Davis came in. And
see, that's how we know Trace Jackson Davis and Pat Spencer are boys now. We know about the Jimmy and Buddy friendship. Trace Jackson Davis sticking up for Pat Spencer. That's how I know they're buddies on the bench.
Is it possible Pat Spencer gets suspended for Game 6? I mean, that was a headbutt. It wasn't a big headbutt. I've seen a lot worse. So is Steve Javy. We'll talk to our friend at 11:50 and what they're doing with Steph and running through a shooting hand, which is pretty common. Anyway, last night was just a missed opportunity for Kuminga.
Yep.
What did he get sick doing? These flights going back and forth, the cabin pressure, and you just don't want to have to fly. And I know, I think they'll win this series. I don't want to go back to Houston for a Game 7. We can all agree on that. And just elongating these series, not good. And then you got to go to Minneapolis in the next round. I mean, all these teams that should be in the Eastern Conference that are stuck in the West, and the Rockets used to be the San Diego Rockets. But I remember when the Timberwolves came into the NBA as an expansion team, and Eric Musselman's dad, Bill Musselman, coached them, and they had Tony Campbell and Randy Brewer and Pooh Richardson, and it's just having to play these teams that are in the central time zone does not make it easy. So all this air travel and back and forth, it just wears your body down. So it would have been great if Kuminga could have played last night. Maybe he gets him over the hump a little bit, but I just let him go out there and play. Like Moody played 26 minutes off the bench. Let Kuminga have 30 minutes. Jimmy played more than he probably would, 25. He played a lot. Just give him all those minutes when Jimmy's not on the floor and more, and let Kuminga play the rust off. I thought would have been invaluable, but damn, every time they go to Houston, one of the Warriors gets sick.
I know. It really would have been the perfect Kuminga game. He probably would have gotten 23, 24 minutes. And the old broadcaster cliche of a DB in football dropping what would have been an interception, and that's why they don't play wide receiver, because they can't catch. Braxton Key, 7 rebounds, 5 on the offensive glass against the Houston starters. Like he was doing this against Şengün. And I'm thinking, I kind of know why he might not be in the rotation now. Was not being able to finish the layups.
Not make a layup. Who misses more layups, Braxton Key or my guy TJD? Trace Jackson Davis, man, he didn't have this problem. Remember he went in and dunked over Wembanyama?
Of course.
And he was 2 for 2 last night, but man, if you're not going to develop an outside game, it's hard to play in the NBA. Look at you. I mean, hang out with Quentin Post, shoot threes. Hang out with Mo Spates, Mo Buckets. But if you are going to get a roller to the goal, and he made his shots last night, but he was 0 for 4 from the line. Trace Jackson Davis, just put the ball in the basket when you're around the rim, brother.
So just to revisit something from earlier in the show on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, I wouldn't overreact to the minute distribution for some of these guys on this series if they end up playing Minnesota because things are going to change. But you brought it up. A texter brought it up. Would you go back to Moses Moody in the starting lineup instead of Buddy Hield for Game 6?
Yeah, I think that's what they're doing today. And it's not – it's more how Houston is attacking Buddy. And I understand why they took Moses out of the starting lineup. And it doesn't have a whole lot to do with him scoring 25 points and 9 of 18. He played hard. He played well. That one offensive rebound putback was impressive. He also had 9 rebounds in the game. But if we do that, then what's the plan when Şengün is guarding him?
Yes.
What's the plan? For whatever reason, they don't have a good answer for that. I thought, really, you can't figure it out? If they're going to switch, then have Moses Moody set a ball screen for Steph Curry and get Şengün on Steph Curry. Or just run Moses Moody off action. He's not that kind of player. He's not a movement guy. He's more of a drift shooter than he is, a guy coming off a pin down. So maybe he just can't do it. But I think it's out now that they're going to attack Buddy Hield and they're going to use Jalen Green. The problem with Buddy is it's fine when Jalen Green's walking the ball up the court and Buddy can get up on him and put a leg up and push him to help. But they're not doing that. Fred VanVleet is a point guard. The guy's played point guard. He's a combo guard. So he can play with the ball, and then Jalen Green plays off the ball, and now they're running him into a lot of screens, and he's not a lock and trail defender. Buddy, here's what I think they may do is play Gary Payton. Let's just start GP2 and have him guard Jalen Green to start. Moses, you'll get him on the second turn. Early in the series when Jimmy was down, Kuminga came in to guard him. So let's put GP2 on Jalen Green. And then is Şengün going to guard GP2? Good luck. He's one of the best screeners and rollers on the team. So I think the anecdote to that, and I was waiting for them to kind of do this, is it's not your fault, Buddy. I think Buddy's a sixth man anyway. He just got a license to kill coming in off the bench. He's a shooter. He's the quintessential NBA sixth man. Come in, read the game, shoot the hell out of it when you come in. We're going to run plays for you. It's going to be a different look. It's not your fault, but they have initiated their offense a little bit based on you guarding Jalen Green. They're getting more movement from Jalen Green. Gary Payton, can he lock and trail? Sure. He's not as big. But I think then it solves two things. Who's going to guard Jalen Green? GP2, you got him. And if they put Şengün on Gary Payton II, good luck with that. Because Gary Payton II is one of the best ball screeners for Steph Curry. And if they put 2 on Steph Curry, Gary Payton's going to be doing chin-ups on the rim on you.
And Gary Payton II also making some threes yesterday. When the Warriors couldn't get anything going offensively, I was laughing at a bunch of their points came from Guy Santos drilling threes, which could be a factor coming up against the zone, as you mentioned. Gary Payton II hit a 3. Draymond Green hit a 3 right away. I'm like, ugh. Steph and Jimmy, at some point, you got to get it going. Anyway, it's all over. It's in the past. They're going to look at the tape and then probably burn the tape. One quick click on Steve Kerr about Moses Moody, talking about number 4 being positive in a very decisive loss.
Yeah, it's great. Got some rhythm. Very important for him to go out there and compete and play the way he did. There were some positives in what was otherwise obviously a decisive loss. Houston was great, and they took it to us right away. But Like I said, it was an important finish.
I think Moses Moody has got to stay ready in general, not just for Game 6, if and when he gets his chances, but every series is different. And if the Warriors are able to take care of business and go to Minnesota, I'm looking at Moody as a guy that could spend some good minutes on Anthony Edwards.
Ugh. I'm doubling that big boy. They don't have anybody. Now that Andrew Wiggins is not, we'll worry about that later. I watched them and I respect them. They're a problem. There's very seldom have I gone in this series with this Warrior group, and this is not the HB, KD, Wiggins, Jordan Poole. This is not that team. Totally different team. But very seldom have I gone into a series thinking, oh, man, I don't like these matchups. Minnesota, I feel that way. I'm not there yet. They'll figure out a way to uncover them. Gobert's not playing. You're going to pick and roll him to death. But they got Naz Reid, who's the real problem. But I'm not thinking about them. I'm thinking about them, but I'm not thinking about them. You got to get through Houston to start. And I think I like what we're talking about. I think start Gary Payton II in this game. Now, does he give you enough spacing with the shooting? That brother is wide open. He's so wide open. He spins the Spalding around. He gets it all on his fingers. Shoot the ball. You're not going to be open forever, but they're not going to run at him. So I think, is that the anecdote here to them not, attacking Buddy's defense with movement with Jalen Green, and then they don't want Şengün on Moody. I don't even know if Steve watched the end of the game. He was just sitting, he's just like, let's get out of here. He was watching earlier. We want to talk to Steve Javie about what they're doing with running through his hand. And Steve was getting on Zach Zarba early in the game. You could see him talk about it. It's not a violation of the rule. Should it be in time? I think they're going to be more aggressive. I'm surprised they haven't been just slapping down on his hand when he dribbles. He is dribbling more with his left hand than his right hand. But I think as far as the lineup change, assuming Houston stays the same way, and why would they change now? They haven't changed all series. They're not going to. They're going to change the way they play off of it. They're attacking Buddy Hield now with Jalen Green's movement off the ball. Let's put Gary Payton II on him. And then if they want to put Şengün on Gary Payton II, that is not going to work. So who does Şengün guard? It's got to be GP2, right? He's not guarding Steph. He's not guarding Pods. Maybe they put him on Draymond, but they like Fred VanVleet on him. Takes away a lot of action, and then Dylan Brooks on Butler, they can match up. So I think the only guy that he could guard would be a smaller player, and they're trying to hide him on Moody. So Moody, we're not going to play to start the game. Are we on board? Well, we're going to do more tomorrow, but I kind of like that thought that Gary Payton II solves two things, defensively to guard Green and offensively to attack Şengün by him being the screener for Steph Curry.
I'm with you, bro. Gary Payton II absolutely could have an important role, and we saw him do it without Jimmy Butler there down the stretch in a very important Game 3. Warriors lead at 3-2. Game 6 at 6 p.m. tomorrow night, Chase Center. And you said it well. The ref comments from Steve Kerr, from Dylan Brooks. We got Steve Javie joining us in a couple of segments. So coming up next, let's hear from Dylan the Villain. Let's hear from Steve Kerr and what they had to say on the notion of being able to hit hands after the shot. We'll play that for you on the other side. It is Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us. Papa and Silver hanging out with you all the way up until 2 o'clock. Giants back at it for their first of 4 tonight against the Colorado Rockies. That's going to be a 6:45 first pitch. We'll talk a little orange and black on the 12 o'clock hour. We got Steve Javie, longtime NBA official and television broadcaster throughout the playoffs and regular season. He's going to be joining us in about 15 minutes. So to get into our topics with Steve Javie and the officiating and the physicality of this series and the fact that, frankly, these two teams they don't like each other. They don't like each other at all. You know, I thought me and Walter was bad, and then I watched Warriors Rockets, and I was like, oh, man, like I wouldn't be, stepping on him like Tari Eason or anything or throwing towels. But I do want to play this soundbite from Steve Kerr after the game about the rule that you can hit a player's hand after the follow-through with the little gooseneck and the shot going up. Steve Kerr said it is the rule, also needs to be changed. Here was his assessment.
You know, the rule, the NBA is once the shot has been released, you're allowed to hit the guy's arm. And so what's happened in the league this year is players always they're going to outsmart, the rules. They know what they're doing. So players all over the league are just taking shots at guys' shooting hands after release because they know it's not going to be a foul. And I'm very confident that next year the league will fix it because it's only a matter of time before somebody, breaks a thumb or breaks a hand or whatever. But these are the rules. I do believe they're allowed to call a flagrant if they want. The refs could call a flagrant if the guy winds up and takes a shot. But no, it's been happening across the league all year long. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but we have to take it through the league process to get that changed, and that'll probably happen this summer, I would guess.
All right, so when a coach is going to talk about a league-wide rule or the way things are called, they're usually not just saying it to say it. And in the case of Steve Kerr here, I think he's being protective of his star player who has gotten his fair share of physical contact in this series and probably also, to a degree, dislikes the rule because of the way that Steph Curry, who's already playing with a thumb on ice and wrap and looking a little swollen going around the internet and all of that, the Rockets are taking advantage of an NBA rule right now.
So here's the rule, and Steve will explain it exactly. It's not exactly allowed to do, but in the NBA, contact to a player's hand while they're holding the ball or during the follow-through of a shot is considered a foul if it interferes with the shot or the follow-through. However, incidental contact after the ball has been released is generally not a foul. So the old line is the hand is considered part of the ball when it's in contact to the ball. We talked about the concept. Steph has had a wrap on his thumb since December. The first time he played with it, he dropped 8 for 8 on threes against Philadelphia. But he's been playing with it a long time. When you have a right thumb injury or anything on your right hand and you're a right-handed individual, how do you not get it bumped? How do you use a fork and knife? How do you open a car door? Well, you can hit a button, I guess, and the door opens for you. Your driver does it. But, the point is, these are hard injuries to recover from. He's been playing with it a lot. I have noticed he dribbles the ball up the court with his left hand a lot. If you're around him in a non-basketball sense, I would imagine he uses his right hand very rarely. You could see him when he's going down the bench to dap up his teammates. He does it with his left hand. It's obvious the right hand is, and he's not going to use it as an excuse, but it is an issue. They see it. It's all wrapped up. I think I'd wrap up the left hand too. Dylan Brooks, are you smart enough to know which one's right and left? You're just going to hit the whack that's wrapped, so I'm going to wrap the left one too. Screw you. But I thought going in, and we talked about it, that they're going to hammer his right hand. And I thought when he's dribbling the ball, that may be a big reason why he's not dribbling it with his right hand. He dribbles more with his left hand. So if you just grab his right hand while he's dribbling with his left hand, that's not in contact to the ball. So that's a foul. I don't think that I wouldn't care much about the foul trouble with that. If I'm a player, how many minutes am I going to play? I got 6 whacks. I thought when he does dribble with the right hand, it's open game to just whack. And if you have it, when he shoots the ball and it's out there, that's also how you're taught to defend. You run through the shooter's hand. If Steph Curry's shooting the ball, where are you going to run in his body? You're going to come to the left side of his body? You're going to try to obstruct the shot and get to his right hand. Now, are they going to hit it a little bit after? If it doesn't, and there was one time early in the game when it was 13-8 last night that Dylan Brooks did run through his hand and he knocked Steph down. Steph got up and looked around, and then Fitz pointed it out. Yep. You could see, and we'll talk to Steve Javie about it. I've known Steve Javie forever. I always called him the Steve Fizziak lookalike. He looked just like former Bay Area sportscaster Steve Fizziak, and a lot like Fizz, the nicest guy in the world. And then when the ball went up, Steve Javie turned into an a-hole, and he would tee you up immediately. He was Joey Crawford, and Joey had anger management issues. He threw Tim Duncan out of a game one time for laughing on the bench. Joey had issues. Anyway, Steve's a nice guy, but he would control the game. So I do want to get into Steve. We've had 17 technical fouls the first 5 games of this series. Mm-hmm. So I know the officials are out of control. What do you want them to do? Stop every single play, call a foul? And you got John Goebel, you got Zach Zarba, you got a veteran officials on this crew. It's a hard series to officiate. But Steve will explain, it's called the high five when you run through the shooter. And Dusty Baker and Glenn Burke invented the high five in baseball with the Dodgers in the late 70s. It's just a running through the hand. So I know why Steve is saying it. He doesn't like Steph getting hit. And if you see after Dylan Brooks knocked him down, Steve is talking to Zach Zarba on the sideline, and he's mimicking the shot and how they're hitting his hand on the follow-through. It's borderline, whether it depends on when you actually do it. Steve, there is a rule where you can do it, but it cannot interfere with the shot on the follow-through. If it does that, then it's a foul. So Steve will explain all of that. But honestly, are we surprised that the Houston Rockets, these big, bad, physical Rockets, I thought they just grab his thumb. Like when you go out as a captain's meeting, don't send Steph out as a captain meeting. They're just going to shake his hand and pull his thumb. And this is the playoffs. This is professional sports. I thought they would do much more blatant, dirty, smack his hand. That's one foul. I got 5 more, Steph. I'm going to take all your fingers out. I thought that's the way they would play this, so I actually commend them for doing it a little more subtly. But Dylan Brooks said, and I don't know what he was talking about, if I had a bad ankle, I'd attack my ankle. I think you mean if Draymond Green had a bad ankle, you'd attack his ankle, not your own ankle. I'm not sure what he's talking about there, but it's obvious what they're trying to do. Are we surprised? They're not trying to go at the greatest shooter in the world's injured right thumb. Who would not do that?
All right, a couple of things. Number one, there is still at least 48 minutes for the Rockets to be a little more blatant with their attempts. Number two, I
want to get them out of here. I don't want them fouling Steph and compromising him in the next series even more. Get rid of them.
And then number 2, let's hear from the man himself wearing the full-on shades at the podium. Dylan, the villain, was asked about the local broadcast. Bob Fitzgerald saying they're going after Steph's thumb. Here is what Mr. Brooks had to say.
No, I've been playing the game. If you're gonna come play the game injured or whenever you got, it's all about the game. If I had an injured ankle, I would attack that ankle every single time. So, whatever they're saying on the broadcast, they can keep saying it.
All right. So translation, yeah, he's playing with the hurt thumb. I'm gonna keep doing it. Yeah.
Right. And now, but the officials were notified before the series. I'm sure before game 1, Steph told him and Steve, and so now Steve Javie has been a really good official for a long time. I wish he was still working. Steve was part of the generation with Joey Crawford, Dick Pavetta, Eddie Rush, both Eddie Rushes. There were so many great officials. They took control of the game, and Zach Zarba is a good official. Monty McCutcheon, why is he not a game official anymore? And he's in Secaucus, supervising the officials. We need more people like him. We don't need any more Mike Pereiras out there. We actually need good game officials. So I think, and this generation's fine, but Steve will talk about the rule, how you officiate it, is it a foul, isn't it a foul, and then just the physicality on this series. I mean, We've had 17 technical fouls called throughout the series. Draymond has 3 techs and a flagrant already. We just started. We only played 5 games. He's got to play maybe another, win 16 games to win a championship. So do the math. If you play 7-game series, 28 games, you may have to play 23 more. So Steve is the perfect guy to have on. He is a really good guy. He's a good broadcaster, despite the fact he's a doppelganger for Steve Fisiak. We love Steve Javie. Good guy.
Can't wait to have Steve Javie on. As I said, we did it a couple weeks ago when Papa was out. Now we're going to have him with Papa in silver. Going to be great to catch up with the 17 technicals, the physicality, and the fact that the Warriors and Rockets just do not like one another. He's next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey, I got a question for you. Are your monthly bills keeping you up at night? Are you worried about your finances in these crazy times? Greg Papa here. If you're like most people, you have racked up a sizable amount on your credit cards, and the monthly payment is not making a dent into it. It's time to call Loan Pronto. Pronto, if you own a home, you have a super easy way to get tens or even hundreds of thousands in cash. Loan Pronto has lots of options for helping you tap into the equity in your home and get the cash you need to get back on solid footing. Most homeowners who do this end up wiping out all their credit card debt and cutting their monthly expenses by $1,000. Look, you didn't mean to end up here, but you're here. You don't have to keep stressing about money, not sleeping at night. So call Loan Pronto for fast debt relief now. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com. One more time, and you'll have a beautiful sleep tonight. LoanPronto.com.
Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Welcome back, Papa and Silver. Great to be with you. Almost at the halfway point on a show for a Thursday. Whole lot of NBA Warriors basketball here in the first couple of hours. And here to join us and talk even more about it, the officiating, the animosity, the physicality, is our good friend Steve Javie, longtime NBA official dating back to 1986. Then he was in television, and now he is our KNBR favorite on the Yuma guest line. Steve, what's happening? Greg Papa, Greg Silver, good to have you again, and what's going
on? Greg Squared, good to hear you guys, man. Everything's going fine here.
Great to have you again. And look, I want to get into the specifics and the rule about hitting the hand and all that, but just kind of to get into it, just the broad evaluation of this Warriors-Rockets series thus far. Because when John Dickinson and I spoke to you a couple of weeks back, it was right after the Warriors were set to play Houston. They hadn't seen each other yet. There's a lot of history, even with guys on formerly other teams like a Dylan Brooks. And I think it's very clear after 5 games, these two teams really, really, really don't like each other. 17 total technical fouls, couple of little injuries, and a whole lot of physicality.
Yeah, it's a series that as a referee, let's put it this way, when you're assigned that series, you put your hard hat on and you come in and you're just like, wow. I mean, you got to be prepared for it all. There's no doubt. What you said earlier about we talked about earlier on the show a couple weeks ago or 10 days ago is the history, and now the history has come to fruition. It's the two teams are just, you know what, it happens. They match up and they just don't care for each other. They have very similar players where they're aggressive players. They're not going to back down from anybody, and it makes it a real challenge to officiate games like this and series like this.
Good to hear your voice, my friend. You came into the NBA from the CBA right when I came to the Warriors in '86. I have great respect for your work and the way you controlled the game. But when you go into a series like this, Steve, does the league provide information, kind of a scouting report on the players, or do you do that yourself when you know they met 5 times during the year? You know, Dylan Brooks, the history with Gary Payton II going back to when he was a Grizzly and the undercut and getting suspended. How much advanced work, kind of like a player or a coach, do the officials do going into a series?
Yeah, I think they have very similar reports like players and coaches do on other teams. The league and, the crew chiefs of the series and of each game have these films from the past. They look at the films from the past. They see the matchups. They study the matchups. So they should be prepared. I mean, obviously, they know they're not walking in blindly, let's put it that way. They know exactly what the history between the two teams are, the players are, and they just have to be aware. It's one of these series where I talk about where when you blow the whistle, you can never take your eyes off the players, whether it's blow your whistle for a foul, blow your whistle for a timeout, whatever it is. You can't even look down until the players get to their huddles, and then you can take your spot on the court, relax a little bit, and then, in another 2 minutes, you got to gear back up again, too. So your concentration level, not only is it during the 48 minutes, during the clock running, but even when the clock stopped, you better be aware of everything around you and every player around you.
Talking to Steve Javie here on the Yuma guest line. And when we last had you, we got into what it was like officiating a player like Steph, who really is one of a kind, just with his range, but also the way he moves without the basketball. And that's where I want to take this next question to, is the off-the-ball discussion. Because as a referee in the playoffs, you got so much context to keep track of. You have so much to look at and examine and process in real time, and you can't review everything. So when you think about a Steph Curry, and I believe we actually might have just lost connection with Steve Javie for the moment, so we're going to
I'm going to tee him up.
I was going to say we'll give him a quick call back, and I was all ready to go into my question, but what I did want to go to, Papa, and when we get Steve back, I will make sure to ask him this.
Already?
Yeah, he was too sick of us. He's like, too long, that's delay of game, and you don't get a warning on this one.
All right.
But yeah, just kind of the element of off the ball and Steph Curry and how you kind of keep track of the way the Rockets have been really holding him when you got so many other things to look at during a play, and just how to set that tone and also keep your eyes on it while still being able to watch the play and the ball.
Well, that's why they have so many officials now. They got 4 on the floor. It used to be 2, then 3. That's a great point. I know as a broadcaster, it's hard to train yourself to look off the ball. You're so locked in. And in football, it's even harder, but you have to. But I know, talking to Brian Anderson, and you watch Steph, and Kevin Harlan was on the other day, you're always watching him off the ball come off a pin down or a floppy or a curl, and because they're running action for him in order to see it ahead of time. As an official, that's where a lot of the clutching and grabbing go with Steph. It's not just when he's on the ball. Those are blatant fouls. It's when he comes off the ball and he comes off a pin down, and that's where the expert defensive switching comes into play, where one guy will run with him and a lock and trail into the pick, and then out of the screen, that guy gets bumped off, and somebody from the wing has to jump out, and that's where they hold him more than ever, is the off-the-ball activity. You're exactly right.
Yeah, just working to get Steve Javie back on the Yuma guest line right now, and lots to get into. And, of course, Steph Curry with the uniqueness of off the ball, and you mentioned the point of having the extra officials now and everything, but that's certainly been one of the areas. I mean, it's been every area, but I would say it's been the most obvious area where the Rockets have really tested their limits. I know we just got into the hitting the hand and Steph's got the hurt thumb, but really the way Steph moves without the ball, we've seen a lot of players test this before, going back to Delhi in 2015 in the finals and what he did for a couple of games. But Houston, with all the guys they got, you said it well earlier. Sure, Fred VanVleet can afford a couple of whacks or a couple of holds because they got 5-6 other guys that have no problem racking up the fouls if need be.
Yeah, and I mean, that's where we're at. Is just, they're obviously going at Steph. He's the epicenter of their defense, and it all starts with him and putting 2 on the ball. And whenever you get Steve, let me know so we can get him back on the air ASAP. But the one thing we wanted to ask him, and it's great to have him on just for the totality of the series. I mean, 17 technicals. It's so physical. Steve's dad, Stan, was a longtime NFL official and a good one. I mean, it's almost, I don't want to say it's football physicality, but there's so much going on. And when you do go and watch an NBA game, and if you're close enough, like where Christian McCaffrey, Kyle Juszczyk, and his wife are watching, the amount of contact that it's like Trent Williams pulling out in the line. I mean, they just slam into each other. I believe we have Steve Javie back, right?
Steve, we got you loud and clear?
Yeah, sorry, guys. I don't know what happened there. My phone dropped it, and I just had to reboot it for some reason, but I'm back again. It wasn't that I was afraid to answer the question. No. I know that.
No, you know what I think it was? It was a delay of game with no warning on me for too long on my question.
We shot like 8 technical free throws when you were gone, Steve, all at your expense. You owe the league some money.
Oh, my God.
So what I was...
You're in the middle of the question with Steph Curry and then off the ball.
Yeah,
yes, exactly.
Right, yeah. So how do you officiate him off the ball is the question.
Yeah.
Well, what happens here is that this is where the officials, you talk before the game and your pregame and so on, just like players have certain plays and so on. We have area mechanics that we go on in our fundamentals where there are certain areas of responsibility. The ball in the front court will dictate where each official is going to be looking, and you rotate according to the ball. So it's not like all 3 guys are watching the ball or all 3 guys are watching Steph Curry. If the ball is on what we call the strong side, one side, then the off-ball guys have to be, watching off-ball. So not all 3 guys are watching the ball at the same time, and each one has an area of responsibility. And this is stuff you talk about prior to the game, and it's something that's second nature to the officials.
So when it comes to Steph Curry and the case of him in particular, I mean, how do you kind of do the appropriate job of setting the tone without over-officiating? Because if we're just going to be frank about it, he's been getting grabbed on defense off the ball pretty much every possession down the series. And I get that you can't necessarily call it, but how do you sort of also moderate it to where it just doesn't become a norm? Because if there's one thing that we know about this Houston Rockets team through 5 games, and it was to be expected from the get-go of the series, they're going to test the limits on every possible category that they can.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And obviously, guys, I haven't watched every game as you have, and I'm not disputing because I know when you have a player of Curry's caliber, you're trying to do anything you can as a defense to dislodge him, to hold him up, to even if that one or 2 second delay can affect the whole the whole play. So this is again something you talk about as a crew. And I personally, I know when I used to referee, was like when you're familiar with what they're trying to do, if you can grab that early in the game, like first, second, third time down the floor, whatever it may be, and you just try to stop it from the beginning. If you let it go, or for some reason you're just letting it get away with that, just a little grab here and there, that's causing the play, disrupting the play on offense, then obviously Houston's done what they've what they set out to do. So I just think everything with regard to Steph Curry, with regard to physicality and all, has to really be started from the time the ball is thrown up in the air. And that's not to say that you call something that's marginal or not illegal. You penalize the illegal stuff. There's no doubt, but you have to do it right from the jump ball. There's no doubt.
Yeah. So, Steve, Steph is obviously playing with a compromised right thumb. It's all wrapped up. It's going back to late December. He's played most of the year with it. And Steve Kerr was really outspoken after. It was mentioned during the Warrior broadcast that Dylan Brooks in particular, but there are several situations where a number of their players are going high five on the shot. So when Steph releases the ball out of his hand as a right-handed shooter and he's got the wrap on the right thumb, they are making contact with that hand. Some have been called, some have not been called. Steve Kerr was asked about it, and he was pretty outspoken in what they're doing, and the league needs to change the rule. Dylan Brooks kind of acknowledged that they know his thumb is hurt, and they're gonna high five him and give him a little tap when he's done with the release. What actually is the rule on making a contact on the follow through of a player's shooting hand or any hand, and how do you officiate this situation where they're kind of admitting they're targeting Steph's thumb?
No, it's really a good question, a good thing to talk about. First of all, with the shooter. The defender can't prevent a natural follow-through. Okay, number one, he's got to be able to follow through. Then, after the release, contact on that hand after he follows through is okay if it's deemed what they call incidental contact. But if it's deemed hostile or possibly overly physical, I think that's what the wording is, overly physical, you can call a foul on the play. Here's the thing. I disagree with Steve Kerr with regard to the rule. I thought the league went over the top, in my opinion, the Rules and Competition Committee a couple of years ago, when after the release of the shot, which now, one thing I'm going off on a tangent. I used to ask all the best shooters around when I was refereeing about when can I affect your shot? I say, when you release the ball, when you follow through and it's done, can I affect your shot? They go, absolutely not. But we still had players who would be like this little pest, who would, even after the release, would smack the elbow or smack the arm, which had nothing to do with the shot and is really incidental because it wasn't really a hostile act. But I would go to the defender and say, knock it off. He goes, it's not a foul. I said, well, you're pissing this guy off over here. It's going to be a foul the next time if you do it. So my thing is, if somebody is hunting someone down, which now it's out there, then you sit there and you say, is it incidental or is it overly physical? And you can deem it as an official overly physical if it's, say a hard slap to the arm or a hard slap to the thumb area, whatever it may be. I personally don't think that they should, protect the shooter that much where, and I'm not talking about somebody who has an injury. I'm talking about a normal shot, follow through, and now the guy gets tapped on the, say on the wrist or on the forearm. I think the release is done. There's nothing more that the shooter can do to shoot the ball. In this case here, what the referees could do, I would suggest is the fact that you play close attention to whether it is overly physical or not. If it's just a normal high five, nothing you can do about it. It's incidental. But if it's overly physical, where maybe the guy take a smack at it, well then you can penalize it.
Steve Jaffe on the line with us. And as far as Steph Curry in particular and some of the threes he takes and the way he gets hit and there is no whistle, I kind of want to just get into a little bit of reffing philosophy, either from your days or maybe your days on television and just being so well connected in this. Do you think some of that might have to do with referees maybe being trained not to award the offensive player on contact? Because there was a point, I feel like, maybe call it 7-8 years ago, where players were just beginning to get so smart offensively about getting players up in the air or knowing how to kind of draw contact, and people would use the term foul baiting to get extra free throws and all that sort of thing. So I think about Steph and how unique he is and just the quick release and the type of shots he does get, that sometimes with the way he moves, maybe contact isn't seen quite as clearly. Maybe Steph is viewed as someone who is so crafty where they don't always want to call contact because they think he knows how to perfectly use his body to maybe sell it. I'm just trying to get in the perspective of reffing philosophy in the era of Steph Curry and and moving in the present.
No, that's one thing I preface always by saying officials do miss calls. There's no doubt about it. So I'll preface that by saying everything because we don't get everything right. We all know that. But in a situation here, you're right. There were shooters, 3-4 years ago who were, as soon as they felt any kind of touch or somebody breathing on them, they would fall to the ground just to try to get to the foul line. And the league wanted to put a stop to that, and they have. I think overall they've done a pretty good job, with that. And I think it's really in a good position right now. Steph is unique because, as you just said, he shoots it from a variety of positions. He's off balance. He's going backwards, forwards, shoots it at half court, and he can catch you by surprise at times. So maybe some of the calls that you think that are fouls, or maybe the league does deem as fouls, maybe people are being caught by surprise. But he is the kind of guy that sometimes when he shoots it, if he's just what the referee would say incidental contact, and he's fallen to the ground because maybe the off balance that he's shooting at it. But he is different. There's no doubt. So he's the difficult guy to referee on the jump shot. And I think what happens is if the referee has a question, like whether or not a shooter is trying to flop or not, they're probably right now erring on the side of saying, I'm not going to give him the awarding the free throws because he might be flopping on me.
Now, this is a hard series to officiate, Steve. It's just so damn physical. And we got a couple of guys in this series with reputations, and I'm being kind, on each side. We got Dylan the Villain, Dylan Brooks on Houston, and we know him from his Memphis days. And then we got Draymond Green. So about the scouting report, all about players. So how do you officiate those two players? Because a lot of times we say, that's a foul, Draymond, and anybody else in the league wouldn't have been called for a foul there. They wouldn't tee anybody else but Draymond. Is there a little bit of that when you're officiating guys that are that take it to the edge and maybe step over the edge, or is it just 23 in blue and 9 in red, and you just go officiate the game?
Well, I think you can't, as I stated a little earlier, you can't just make something up for these guys. The reputations definitely precede them. You're going to penalize anything they do illegally, and you're going to have your awareness is going to be heightened more. I know mine would be heightened more that if things start getting a little too physical, well, I'm going to sit there and make sure I have the air in the whistle to control the game, because if I don't recognize the fact that you mentioned two players there, and I'm sure there's a couple more on the court there that are physical guys too, and even a kid who comes in last night who headbutts the guy, went, oh my gosh, my goodness. But you sit there, you have to be aware of it, and you're not going to make up calls. You're not going to say that was a foul when it wasn't. But at the same time, if you're not aware that things start getting a little more physical within their matchups, whomever they're guarding, then you know what? Shame on you as an official. And I would always concentrate, like if I had these, if they're not matched up with each other, we always talk as officiating, watch that matchup over here and watch this matchup over here, and let's not miss anything here. That doesn't mean make anything up, but make sure you concentrate and you don't miss anything, which then can tend to escalate the game into a little more physicality.
We've had 17 technical fouls combined on the two teams the first 5 games of the series, and just the physicality. And there, you got in the league in the 80s when it was more open flow, and then in the 90s it got down in the mud. And you hear the constant calls about, hey, the officials got to take control here. What are you going to do here? Well, we've had John Goebel, we've had Zach Zarba, we have veteran guys on these games, Steve. What do you want to do? Blow a whistle every single play? So how do you control this? Do you tee somebody up? You would take control of the game right away. You and Joey, do you just tee somebody up right away and get back, or do you blow a whistle all the time? How do you keep it to basketball in this series?
Yeah, I know. The game, obviously, the game and the way they play it is going to dictate it. Now you mentioned 17 tees in the first 5 minutes. That was usually like 2 games for me. I don't know about you, but that was no. But
I'm well aware, buddy. I'm well aware, Steve.
No,
you're gone. Yeah.
It really, each game, and I know it seems like it's increasing in physicality, but each game will dictate how you try to control the game. If that means you come out and you start blowing fouls from the get-go, you have to do it. If that means coming out and guys are starting to get a little chippy with each other and you have to call technical fouls, then you do it. You do whatever it takes as an official to get the game going. Now, what you're going to hear, conversely, is the opposite of what you just said, is the fact that, why don't you just let them play? This is the NBA. It's the playoffs. Let them play. Well, guess what? I mean, it's so hard to referee games like this and keep the game in control and let them play, because what happens sometimes is two teams, sometimes players don't want to play. All they want to do is show who's the baddest guy on the court, or who's the toughest guy on the court. And guess what? I'm not there to referee, and one of these UFC fights. I'm there to referee a basketball game and give everybody a fair chance to win the game. So each game will dictate it. And I just think that you just have to be ready for who's starting what, whether it be fouling, whether it be more physical after the whistle. And you just got to penalize it immediately and not be afraid to continue to penalize it until the players say, I give up. And if the players don't say I give up, you keep calling fouls and you keep calling technical fouls until the game's over.
Steve, thanks so much for coming by. I hope you don't call a technical foul on both of us on the way out, as we got a little delay of game here, a couple minutes into the segment. But seriously, great to have you. Always awesome to get the insight, and this is certainly the series for it with Warriors Rockets.
Thanks, guys, for having me. I'm sure I'll talk to you later on down the road.
Look forward to it, brother. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
He is Steve Javie, longtime NBA official, goes back to the beginning of Greg Papa's NBA days, 1986.
Well, I was actually in Indiana in 84, but when I came to the Warriors in 86, It was and Steve took charge. It was a different era then. It was the two Eddie Rushes and Eddie T. Rush and Eddie F. Rush, the one that Bill King wished Happy Mother's Day to, and it wasn't even Mother's Day. And obviously Dick Vivetta. There were so many great officials back then, and Joey Crawford. It went on and on. I mean, Darryl Garrettson. He was different than the other guys. He was unapproachable, but he ran the crew. So I just think, we've lost kind of that generation. And Zach Zarba's a good official. John Goebel's a good official. Steve Javie and Joey would take control. And maybe too much, and I could tell you a million Joey Crawford stories. He had anger management issues, and he would bark back even at team doctors. So in any event, he was a great official. His dad was a baseball umpire, Shag, and Steve's dad was a NFL official for years and years. So I just think it's a hard game to officiate right now, the way it's ramped up. One guy I keep looking for in these playoffs is Scott Foster. And now that Chris Paul's gone, that was borderline what's up. He would run CP3 all the time. And the Warriors don't have a good record with Scott Foster. And speaking of headbutting, remember Sean Livingston got into it against Portland, I think it was, and Scott ran him, and Steve has had a lot of problems with Scott Foster. Scott does control the game. He's not able to work right now. He's got a calf injury, so I'm not sure. But we're just Monty McCutcheon. Do we want him in the league office supervising? I'd rather have him in a gray shirt working NBA playoff games. We got good officials. But we got the era of Steve and Joey and Dick Bavetta and, going back to the days, Mendy Rudolph way back when, Earl Strom, they just took control of the game. I mean, they'd go up, Joey Crawford would go up to Dylan Brooks and wave his finger right at him before tip and say, "You touch Curry's hand, flagrant. Stay away from him. Play clean basketball or I'm going to run you."
Speaking of Dylan Brooks and aggressive tone setting, we'll play a cut a little bit later on from Matt Barnes, who was on with Murph and Marcus around 9:15 this morning. But on the other side, we haven't done it yet, so let's get into the San Francisco Giants' first NL West games, both losses down in San Diego, and they were plagued by slow starts. Valiant comeback efforts, but not enough to get a win on either Tuesday or Wednesday. We'll do that, and then Marcus Thompson is going to join us at 12:50. All coming up, Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants finished April with back-to-back losses in San Diego, but all in all, it was a really successful month. 16-11 in April, 19-12 overall, and they got a chance to get right starting today against the Colorado Rockies. The 5-25 Rockies come to Oracle Park for a 4-game series, and Justin Verlander is gonna be on the mound tonight. First pitch 6:45. Pre-game starts here on the Sports Leader at 5:45. Hey everyone, Greg Silver here, and did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, some not even in California? Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area. They have been for more than 25 years. Yes, this is award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you locally where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, wrongfully terminated, or had your rights violated, well, you can go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights and how they can fight for you. Because unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, people, motorcyclists, cars, bikes, whatever you want to get in your way, they are everywhere in this crowded region. So let's work together and make the Bay Area a safer place. But if you need the assistance, you can feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion, that's right, 9 zeros of $1 billion, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Adames drives one deep right center field. Tatis chasing at the wall. Gone! Willie Adames goes to right center.
Yeah, Willie Adames with his second home run of the year. Giants lose a pair down at Petco Park in San Diego after the Padres got swept. Nick Pivetta pitched in that game. Michael King yesterday, and they went after the Giants hitters who did test a bullpen that is the best in the major league. They had a valiant effort to come back, but in the end, it's 2 straight losses, and now they come home for the first of 4 tonight against the Colorado Rockies. Obviously, you don't want your first taste of NL West action to end in a pair of losses, and this is going to be sort of the bar and a little bit of a measuring stick for where the Giants are at here in April. That said, I wouldn't define it as a disaster by any means. Good to see Willie Adames in particular, a guy who'd been very streaky and struggling at the plate. I think he has a hit in 8 of 11 games now, and that being his second homer you just heard.
Yeah, that was on Tuesday night against Nick Pivetta, and he's a good pitcher, and he likes to work that top rail. And Willie took a pitch away and hit it over the wall, and he pulled one in the gap in left center. He drew a couple of walks yesterday, but took an 0 for 2. He's just not he's starting to make hotter contact, but he's got it. I mean, right now, Willie Adames is not Willie Adames, but now you're out of April, and historically that's been his worst month. Elliot Ramos hit a bomb of a home run, and he talked about his confidence level. We've talked about Lamont Wade Jr. and Patrick Bailey, but the guy now that is really in a funk is Matt Chapman. And again, it's the high fastball. Just when we thought, and Mike Krukow was talking about the strong top hand getting on top, and he has hit a home run yesterday on one down low. I would never throw Yastrzemski a low pitch. He's so good, but now he is flattened up at the top, and he along with Jung-Hoo Lee, are your best hitters right now in the lineup. Wilmer's got the production, but man, Chapman and Wilmer Flores, when it combined 0 for 16 and struck out 12 times. What? How's that even possible in 2 games? And we're seeing to face a lefty tonight. Kyle Freeland is just the kind of pitcher that gives the Giants problems. He is good. He knows how to change speeds, and he's a left-hander. So the injury to Gerard Encarnacion with a dislocated, or actually a fractured finger, we're worried about Steph's, right thumb. Encarnacion's fractured finger is just set off a lot of events here and he's on the 60-day IL. So, early in the year, they were scoring. They went to New York and Philadelphia and banged with those teams. They were right there. They were third in baseball in scoring runs behind the Cubs and Yankees. Now, they're not scoring as much. They've been shut out 4 times. The good thing 1 month through the year is the come from behind wins. They are 19-12. They have 10 comebacks from down 2 or more runs, the most for any team in a single season. Joe Castellano, thank you for this note from Sports Radar. 2 or more runs, the most for any team in a single season through April since 1906. That's how far we're going back so far we can't even find out what team it is. Now, a little of it's deceiving. They didn't start seasons, on April 1st. When the Giants moved here in 58 and played the Dodgers in the first ever game at Seal Stadium and Ruben Gomez shoved and, the home run by Cha-Cha, that game was April 15th. So you played like 2 weeks of April. Now the season starts in March. So it's a little deceiving, but they are coming back. They do have the belly caps on. That's been good. The offense is just sputtering. And I heard Zach Manassian on this morning, and Willie Adames is going to hit better. Matt Chapman's going to hit better. Elliot Ramos is starting to warm up. But Lamont and Bailey, they've got to hit, and they got to figure out a lineup against left-handed pitching. And then Adames's defense is just so-so.
Yeah.
He's kind of what, and I'm being kind. He makes spectacular plays, but he does not make the ordinary play. I'd rather have it the other way around. So it's just been okay. The hard thing is, and we had John Shea on yesterday, Greg, they began this series in first place in the National League West. Now they're in third. So it's all bunched up, and the Dodgers just took apart Miami, bombed Alcantara on Tuesday night and won a day game yesterday. They're 21-10. San Diego's 19-11. Giants are right there at 19-12. Arizona actually beat the Mets yesterday. The Mets are hard to beat. Arizona's been struggling overall. They're 16-14. And then the Mets are 21-10. So it goes back to the Giants are good. They're not perfect, but they are good. They're playing at a 6-13 clip. So they're going to win in the 90s right now. But are they good enough? The Mets are they lost yesterday, but wow, is that team good? And the Dodgers are good, and we're going to see that the Giants are going to Wrigley next week. I wish that was a weekend series, but you have a Cinco de Mayo and a May's birthday and then a day game on May the 7th. It just boils down to what we talked about at the beginning. You've got 3 good teams around you in this division. So, and maybe they can feast on Colorado. They won yesterday to break their 8-game losing streak. They've lost 16 of 17, but you got to deal with Kyle Freeland tonight. But it really boils down to, in your own division, you're going to play the Dodgers 13 times, the Padres 13 times, Arizona 13 times. Your fate will be how you do in those 39 games. Now, you can't let Colorado beat you. You got to win the game, but it's hard in baseball. But when you look around the National League, the Mets are good. The Dodgers are good. The Cubs are good. The Padres are good. Philadelphia's better than they're playing. Arizona's better than they're playing. And then what do you do with teams like the Reds and Brewers, Cardinals, Atlanta after their 0-7 start? They're within a 2-game. They were in a game of 500. Now they're 14-16. So the Giants are playing like a good team. They have room to grow, though. The starting rotation's not been as locked down. The reason you lost these 2 games in San Diego, and you scored a little bit on their bullpen, I think the Giants' bullpen can pitch with the Padres' bullpen.
Yeah, me too.
It was a little disconcerting to see them just throw fastballs. They weren't dicking around with breaking balls. They just said, Matt Chapman here. And they got one guy that throws gas after the other. And if you can't hit a high fastball or a middle-cut fastball, that's all you're going to get. The Giants are not a perfect team. I think they're a good team, but there are a lot of good teams in the National League. And then obviously, is it good enough to finish third in your own division? You can't finish fourth in your own division. The math is hard. Can you finish ahead of Arizona? Can you run down San Diego? I mean, I thought San Diego would come back a little bit. San Diego is really good. And they've had a lot of players on the injured list. They just got Jason Hayward back. The catch he made in left field was extraordinary. They got Luis Arraez has changed their team around since when Bo Mel was there. They don't strike out. They put the ball in play. They're all watching the way he hits. Now Machado's going to right field. Tats is going to right field. They're not trying to all lift and separate. Jackson Merrill, who they just gave a lifetime contract to just about, is on the IL. They don't have Cronenworth. They're going to get healthy and get better. I think the main takeaway is San Diego's good, And, are they going to even win the division? And if it is Dodgers-Padres 1-2, you've got to finish ahead of Arizona to make the playoffs.
So we'll preview the first of Giants-Rockies with Verlander on the mound. You mentioned Kyle Freeland's going to be out there for the Colorado Rockies today. By the way, I know it would be great to win these next 4 against the Colorado Rockies. Kyle Freeland is a lefty, and that is where the Giants have really struggled. So let's see if Justin Verlander can get a win number 263 and his first in a Giants uniform. We'll continue this conversation on the other side as well before Marcus Thompson stops by and joins us. Are you more encouraged or discouraged by what you saw? I'm with you, Papa. The Giants are good, but so is their division. We'll get into it next again. It is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Pop here. I got a question for you. Do you struggle with glasses and contacts? And if you have, you probably thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO ICL. But if you now need readers or bifocals, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley is a permanent solution to ditch them all. It's called CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. I had CLR from Laser Eye Center a couple of summers ago, and I see perfectly without any glasses, including those annoying readers. It has been a life changer for me. It's truly amazing. If you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar Friday, May the 9th. They're incredible doctors, so polite, so skilled. Will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, extra bonus, you will never develop a cataract. So find out if CLR could be right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar. That's Friday, May the 9th. CLR means no readers, no glasses, no contacts, no cataracts. Sounds right for you. Laser Eye Centers in Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
pitches. Adames not running, and Lee hits a high fly ball. Shallow left. Hayward coming in, still coming in. Makes a dive, and he caught it! Oh, what a play by Jason Hayward.
Yeah, hell of a play there by Jason Hayward yesterday afternoon, and Jung-Hoo Lee had a chance to keep that inning going, and the Giants had a nice effort against a Padres bullpen, but ultimately it was San Diego who prevailed in both of the games of a mini 2-game series. That game yesterday, 5-3. Giants have 4 against the Colorado Rockies, and Justin Verlander will be on the bump tonight. Before we get back into San Francisco Giants and prepare for Marcus Thompson coming up at about 15, I should also tell you about the annual Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame enshrinement dinner. It's going to be Thursday night, May 15th at the Hyatt Regency on the Embarcadero. Cocktails at 5 p.m., dinner at 6:30 p.m. Many VIP sports celebrities attend each year. It's the elite sports banquet of the year, and your inductees, Alex Morgan, Joe Rudy, Eric Wright, Mike Montgomery, who was on the show with us for St. Lee's 9 to 9, and Dr. Harry Edwards. Individual tickets are a $350 donation. Visit bashoff.org, bashof.org, to purchase. Part of proceeds benefit Special Olympics of Northern California. As far as the Giants and yesterday, so Shayna Rubin wrote a great piece off of this one, and it was just observations on this team as we officially close the door on April. And I think a fair question is, can the Giants thrive in this division with this offense? So, yes, the 10 wins when trailing by multiple runs is incredible, and it was the first time someone did that through April since 1906, as Greg Papa let us know in the last segment.
Joe Castellano.
Joe Castellano,
you,
shout
Joe.
out.
Sports Radar, thank you.
The OPS is 746 in high leverage situations, which ranks 6th in the MLB. So their approach, their grit, their fight, their resilience has all been really fun. It's yielded a lot of wins. On the other hand, the slow starts, it's fun when you're down 2-0 and you can come back and you get the Little League walk-off multi-error home run from Elliot Ramos. It's another when you got to go to San Diego and you got to face their pitching, and Logan Webb gets knocked around early, gives up 3 runs, and Landon Roop had a clean first inning but then got knocked around a little bit as well. It's not necessarily the most sustainable as you continue to play good team after good team.
Well, let's take it part by part. And the offense, they started out, and they've had some guys hitting and not all. When everybody's hitting, you're scoring 8 runs a game. That very seldom happens. But they've had, Mike Yastrzemski's having a tremendous year. Jung-Hoo Lee is having a tremendous year. Wilmer Flores, with a guy that's hitting 229 with an ops of 704, is having a tremendous year. Clutch and RBIs, but when you look at the numbers from this series and the way San Diego, and Dylan Cease didn't pitch in this series, and Yu Darvish is on the IL, but I think even with those guys, they pitched their 2 best pitchers. Nick Pivetta is nasty with that high fastball, and then Michael King, what a transformation he's made from being a Yankee short reliever, sometimes closer, really a setup guy, to one of the best starting pitchers in baseball. And he's got that Ryan Walker crossfire. He's just nasty. And he was not supposed to pitch in this series. Mike Schilt rearranged his rotation. They had an off day on Monday. They're off again today, where he would pitch. So he wanted to push the Giants back a little bit and jump ahead of them. But it was the nature of the way they just went at him with fastballs. And in particular, Matt Chat, Wilmer Flores. They were 0 for 16 combined in the 2 games, and they punched out 12 times. What? Those are your 4 and 5 hitters. And with Matt Chapman, they just went at him. They went at him. They punched him out 3 times yesterday, and Wilmer again. Really, in a good lineup, like San Diego's lineup, those guys aren't hitting 4 and 5. They're 5, 6, 6, 7. Where are they? They're not middle of the order hitters. Matt Chapman's a great defender. Although Manny Machado, wow, is he a tremendous third baseman. Nolan Arenado, this generation of third basemen are just, Chapman I think is the best of all of them, but Manny Machado, wow. Anyway, so the offense, is this what it's going to be? Adames is going to hit better. I do wonder about moving guys around. Patrick Bailey is just struggling. And there's no other way around it. He was 0 for 4, 2 strikeouts yesterday. His average is 160. On base plus slug is 442. Ouch. The catching position's giving you nothing. They only have one homer. He played a whole month of baseball, and Bailey's not gone yard yet.
Yeah.
Sam Huff's got one. First base is a problem. You're going to have to address that at some point. Lamont's got better swings. He was striking out a lot early in the year, and now he's walking more. But yesterday, Lamont Wade Jr. punched out 3 times. At San Diego, remember when Bomel was there, they could not situationally hit. They could not drive in a runner in scoring position. They could not win an extra inning game when you place a runner at second base. Why? Because Tatis and Machado are hard. They're just going to do their thing. Them going to get Luis Arraez, to me, has changed the Padres team. I'm not saying he's Tony Gwynn or Rod Carew, but man, his bat, he just barrels everything. He's won 3 batting titles, and then he knows how to make a proper out. You get him in a situation where a fly ball or a ground ball, even with 2 strikes, he won't swing. When he gets to 2 strikes, he don't care. He gets more 2-strike hits than anybody. He just puts the ball in play. So we're back to that a little bit. Striking out, but striking back. Home runs have been, intermittent right now. So offensively, how do they upgrade it? What do? Do you have to go out of the roster? Or do some of these guys just need to start swinging the bats better? Or it is what it is? The starting rotation has been okay.
Yeah, it's been okay.
Logan Webb has been good. He wasn't good the other day in the first inning. Robbie Ray's been good, not great. I think the top 3 guys you're not touching. Jordan Hicks needs to pitch well. He's going to go Saturday against Colorado. Landon Roop, I love his curveball, but the whole world knows you love your curveball more than anybody else loves it. You cannot throw 50% of pitches, even to these great. They're all just waiting on you. They know curveball. Dig them out. Just dig them out, go down. And then he's walking too many batters. The defense is, Adames is just not. You got like 4 shortstops on this team. Casey Schmidt is now hurt. So, what is it, 3 shortstops if you want to include Chapman? Adames is the worst shortstop on the team. You got other guys that can play that position better. So he's going to make mistakes. He makes great plays every now and then. Like, wow, how did he make that play? And then a routine play. How did he choke that throw? Why are he and Fitzgerald not turning double plays? So the pitching's been okay. The defense could be better. The bullpen's saving you. Here's the question, and we asked John Shea this.
Yeah.
Hayden Birdsong is your best arm right now. I mean, not as far as resume. Verlander's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Robbie Ray's got a sigh. Logan Webb's Logan Webb. But if you don't know anybody and you're just watching guys throw the ball, like, who's that guy? The ball he has no wind up. He's just calm and just boom. Runner at third. Nobody out the other day on Sunday when Yaz couldn't run down the fly ball. Punch out, weak round out to first, pop out, inning over, nobody scores. So Roop has proven he can pitch in the bullpen. So one thing about Buster and this, they're going to be patient. They're going to let baseball players play baseball. But the question is, Birdsong is the real deal. The way the ball comes out of his hand is just special. Would you say he pitches, you're going to get 6 innings out of the guy, all right? Would you rather have him start a game every 5th day and throw 6 innings there, or would you rather have him throw his 6 innings twice, 3 innings Monday, 3 innings Friday, or 3 innings Thursday? So you're going to get 6 innings out of him. Is it better to bring him in a tie game, or we're up a run? Let's give all of our leverage relievers the day off, or do we just start him? And then could Roop, I think Birdsong could get through a lineup, not once, not twice. He can get through a lineup 3 times. He's got ways to get you out. Where Roop, maybe it's better served with him. He's got to open it up more. It can't be all fastball, curveball. We need the changeup and we need the cutter. He was talking about it. Let's throw him. So would Roop be better served being in that, I don't know if you put him in that leverage role, but better able to get through a lineup one time and use him in that role? So, I mean, would you flip him? And really, it's Birdsong's special arm. What's more valuable, having him, Lincecum, when he wasn't winning size anymore and he wasn't that guy, they moved him to the bullpen in 2012, and he rediscovered himself, reinvented himself. He was like Birdsong is now, but this was after he was a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. That's a debate. You could easily say he's more valuable pitching out of the bullpen. I can use him in a tie game, or we're up a run, and if he just throws up zeros for 3 innings, we should win that game and go right to the closer. Or is it better for him to be a starter in that role? But hey, I just can't wait for Hayden Birdsong to pitch again. When did he throw Sunday? Throw him tonight. I want to see that guy.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm with you, and I'm with Buster Posey in the patience approach, right? If you talk about Bryce Eldridge, if we're talking about Lamont Wade's struggles, if we're talking about what you do with the starting rotation, as of right now, I am enjoying seeing Hayden Birdsong in greater frequency in little 3-inning spurts. By the way, that home run he gave up in Philly, only runs he has given up the entire year. He has been lights freaking out. Camilo Doval also, after a little shaky Mariners series to start, has been much, much better. And even when he comes out and starts throwing balls early, he's been able to get it under control well enough. Tyler Rogers, I believe, has a 0.7 WAR at this point and has had a really solid start to the year. So the bullpen's been great. Starting rotation, I'm with you. It's been good. Hasn't been amazing. Logan Webb wasn't fantastic going up against Pivetta. That was a big reason why the Padres took care of that one on Tuesday. And there's a lot to kind of process here. Today, coming home, and these next 4, you would think is a get-right kind of reset for your San Francisco Giants. Justin Verlander looking for win number 263. So we can talk some Giants baseball in the 1 o'clock hour. We're going to mix it in with our conversation from Marcus Thompson. He's going to be next. Talk a little Dubs, talk lots of orange and black, mix in all the Bay Area colors in this final hour of the show, and then get you ready for a Friday. Cool little announcement coming later in the show, by the way. We got a fun guest early tomorrow. We'll tell you all about that. It's Poppin' Silver on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors lose Game 5 in Houston, 131-116, and Steve Kerr pulled his starters with 5:50 left in the third quarter, with all the focus turning toward tomorrow night, Game 6, at 6 p.m. at Chase Center. So if you're planning to go, get some tickets. Make sure you're in your seats and wear those shirts.
This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Silver. I know that I teased Marcus Thompson on Tuesday and just now, and he will be joining us on the show, but he also did just get off the plane. And I got to tell you, Papa, that's the one thing about our show slot that is tough with these every other day basketball games in the second half of the Warriors-Rockets series. We're getting everyone right in the middle of travel. So Marcus Thompson is going to join us at 1:30. Give him a little bit of time to get off the plane, not be in a noisy airport. Fully understandable. And so we're going to do a little bit of mix of some Warriors sounds and hear from Matt Barnes, who was earlier on the show, but also continue what we were getting into with the Giants. Zach Manassian was also on for the Giants executive show today with Murph and Marcus. Zach, definitely awesome at speaking. Before we get back into any of that, though, I also want to tell you, because it is a Thursday, that it is time for the Bay Area KNBR Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Well, this is a good weekend to do this little sponsored read because it's time for everybody to come home, okay? The Giants have 4 games today through Sunday against the Colorado Rockies, the 5-25 Colorado Rockies, who just got their 5th win yesterday over the Braves. Their 4-25 was tied for the worst first 29 in Major League Baseball history. So you'd hope that the Giants can take this version of NL West action and use it to get over the 20-win mark. The Warriors, of course, tomorrow night. It is a 6 p.m. tip at Chase Center for Game 6, looking to not have to flirt with Houston and mess around any longer. That's going to be a big one. And if you're out in the San Jose area, well, the Earthquakes play at PayPal Park Saturday at 7:30 p.m. against the Portland Timbers. I went to a Portland Timbers game one time in Portland. They got a whole section of the crowd behind one of the goals, the home goal, and they just go bonkers for a straight 90 minutes. I thought it was going to mellow out after maybe 5. They really go in on it. So if you're ever up in the Pacific Northwest and you like your sports, go check out a Portland Timbers game.
Yeah, I'll put that on my list with a Pinot from the Willamette. PayPal is the place to be, though. It used to be Avaya. Have you been to the home of the Earthquakes?
I have.
The largest outdoor cocktail bar in the country. Took Derek and Nicholas there when it first opened. Almost took a header as I was getting myself a gin and tonic. But that is a blast. No one watches the match at all because you're at the largest outdoor cocktail bar. We do love that. So that's a good scene. Fun.
I went to one Bay FC game last year as media and one San Jose Earthquakes game last year as a cocktail drinker. And both games were wildly entertaining. You know, actually, the Bay FC one was a great game. I think it came down to the very wire. But Earthquakes game, I paid a lot less attention to because I was enamored with the country's largest cocktail bar. Had a fantastic time out there.
Is it world or country? I'm not sure. It's long enough, though. It goes from corner kick to corner kick. Love it.
So we got Marcus Thompson joining us in about a half hour. I'll also tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Want to get into some sounds that we had yet to play on this one. Walter, let's go with cut D from this morning when Zach Manassian joined Murph and Marcus for the Giants executive show, which happens every Thursday. This one on the Padres bullpen and how hard it is to come from behind when you're facing a team of that caliber.
And we've seen this and we've been able to come back and win games where we've gotten down early. But I can tell you, and you guys probably feel the same way, it'd be nice for us to not be down early in the game. and I think just watching their bullpen the past couple days, ours being very similar, these teams with these dominant bullpens, when you get a lead, you know, it's you feel like you're in a really good spot. And I think they showed that throwing Estrada, Adam, Morejon, Suarez 2 days in a row. So that's one thing I think with the Padres in particular. I think their bullpen has been tops in baseball, and ours has been second in terms of ERA. That you fall down early to these teams, and it's more and more difficult to come back. So, but you know, talented team, and you know, even with us being down early, I think our guys showed a lot of fight and grit, and if we keep doing that, we'll be fine.
Yeah, I think there's truth to both sides of that, right? I mean, going behind against a team like the San Diego Padres is really tough. And the Giants simultaneously have been the comeback kids. They have been gritty. And even in these two that they lost, they put in a really nice effort to make the comeback. I mean, Bogarts hit the homer on Tuesday, which kind of really squashed the comeback efforts. It made it back to a 3-run game. But Jung-Hoo Lee was up yesterday, and Jason Hayward had to make a sliding catch. I mean, you can't take your eye off the ball, pun intended, when you're going against these Giants. The problem is they got to have better starts with the way the starting rotation's been. Again, not problematic, not anything special either.
Well, I mean, that's where you lost the series. You were down, 4-0, 5-1, and you fell behind 4 runs in both games. And Logan Webb looked like he was getting out of the first inning clean, and then a base hit, a walk, and all of a sudden he gives up a couple. And San Diego's approach going the other way against him. They know who he is. It's going to be down, 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 and usually away, and that's where it was. And then obviously Landon Roop's just got to throw more strikes. But their bullpen, and those guys always, Zach said, they came at you. Jason Adam, the right-hander. We didn't see Ryan Burgett, but Estrada, Jeremiah Estrada, what a story he is as a closer where he's come from. Just throws smoke. Alec Jacob out of the bullpen. Matsui, they got a lefty, and they got a couple of them. They got Marijon, Adrian Marijon, love that name. And then Morgan and Wandy Peralta. They got 3 lefties in their bullpen. The former Giant is also, and then Suarez. Wow. But the Giant, that's why, let's leave Hayden Birdsong in the bullpen. Games are won. These games are 2-2 after 6, and it's 1 in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. But their bullpen is really good. The L.A. Dodgers bullpen is really good. They come at you with closer after closer after closer, and they bought a couple of guys this offseason. So, I mean, the way this, and we all get into the starting rotation and the offense and all that, I think how will the West be won? By these bullpens. And the Giant bullpen has been extraordinary, but San Diego's bullpen is slightly better, and the Dodgers bullpen may be better than all of them.
Dodgers bullpen is fantastic when fully healthy, and as of late, the Dodgers rotation as a whole has been decimated by injury, but they have enough good hitters where seems like they're still doing okay. By the way, I was monitoring during the break, so Juan Soto going against the Arizona Diamondbacks has a multi-home run game, but they're both solo shots, and so Arizona just took a 4-2 lead moments ago. I got to check if that one's officially over. I think it was the
going to the bottom of the ninth at Citi Field, 4-2 Arizona.
Okay, so Arizona might be able to steal one against the Mets, even with Soto going deep twice. But
and
this
Cubs already won their game today in Pittsburgh, 8-3. The Cubbies are the real deal. They are good.
Cubs have been awesome, and I like it for the sake of having both Suzuki and Swanson on my fantasy team. I don't like it when I think about the NL Central and the space for wild cards that may be available come October.
You have any Giants on your fantasy team?
Yeah, I got Yaz. I've got Ryan Walker, which hasn't been amazing.
Right.
Let's see. I'm trying to think if I have any others. I had Patrick Bailey. I had to drop him though. So Patrick, if you're listening, it's not personal.
Who's your catcher now?
Austin Wells. Yeah. So at least I'm not Walter taking Rafael Devers and having that start. I'm kidding. Walter's team's probably going to beat me.
Rafael Devers has gone off since that. The American League East race is like the old days. It's Yankees, Red Sox. Love it.
Yeah, no, Rafael Devers absolutely cranked it up. And, think about the minor leagues, too. I haven't been following a ton of Sacramento River Cats, but Carson Whisenhunt has been throwing it as hard as he could. And Kyle Harrison was up to 97.8 miles per hour. So that velocity is getting back up there for Kyle Harrison. And I know in spring training, we weren't trying to obsess so much about the velo, and it was kind of just the general command. But still a good sign because when he started with the sickness and then the injury and he wasn't right, I mean, he was hitting like 93, and this is a nice climb up after a very slow spring training in which both Birdsong and Roop wildly outperformed him.
Yeah, I obviously, Zach was talking about those two young guys, and Kyle not only with the velo, but he's got to get arm side command. That's the whole secret to his life, and apparently he is locking in a little bit, and Whisenhunt's got the extraordinary changeup, and his fastball's been playing. Zach Beirudi, the voice of the River Cats, is kind enough to send me their lineup card every single day, and Marco Luciano's playing a lot of left field. Wisely's playing a lot of shortstop, names to keep an eye on, but McRae's been leading off for them with the speed, Grant McRae, but really it's their starting rotation, and they got so many arms down there that are high quality. I don't think the Giants need to tap into that if they did make a change in the rotation for whatever reason. And we had Shehey on yesterday, and we talked about, would you move Birdsong the rotation, move, maybe the curveballer out to the bullpen, Landon Roop. He didn't think they would do that. They would only make a change due to an injury. But Kyle Harrison pitched the entire year in the major leagues last year. And Wisenhut's not been up, but we've seen him in the futures game, and we saw him in the spring game. His changeup plays, and if he can get a little more fastball off of that and keep the changeup, so they got a couple of lefties to keep an eye. Carson Wisenhut's a lefty, and Kyle Harrison is a lefty, and that's the one thing about this rotation with Robbie Ray being the only lefty is some of the best hitters in baseball, and certainly in the NL West, and in particular the Dodgers lineup, you got to get out the best hitters in baseball, the left-handers. So I would like the Giants to add a lefty at some point. I mean, the Padres got 3 lefties in their bullpen. They got Wandy Peralta. He was a great Giant before they traded him for Mike Tauchman. So I'm not saying to pitch those guys out of the bullpen. They're starters, but you never know. You need to have good left-handed arms.
Let's go with another piece of sound here before we get to some Silver Linings playlist, and then ultimately Marcus Thompson here at 1:30. Matt Barnes making some big headlines. That's right. We believe Matt Barnes. He got a ring in the 2018 season, I want to say it was, or was it 17? Either one. Matt Barnes, forever champion here with the Golden State Warriors, the Sacramento native.
The year
played
Durant
all over.
Got hurt when the Durant was down.
That's right, 17.
Durant's first year, yeah.
Yes. He was on with Murph and Marcus this morning, and he had some thoughts to share about one Dylan Brooks. Made a nice little graphic there by our digital team that's gone around the internet. Here's exactly what Matt Barnes had to say. Did not mince words.
I wish I was still playing because I'll slap the shit out of Dylan Brooks. Excuse my language. But I love it. I think that, where this team is at. The main source of scoring, is going to be Steph. And if you see an injury, it's only right for these guys. It's a little old school. You're going to attack, any kind of weakness that you see. But I love the physicality. I think this plays, obviously, I think, to be honest with you, it plays more into the Warriors' hands, and particularly Draymond's hands, because he's a guy that walks this line and has walked this line his entire career. And I think he's someone that can, use the physicality against them from a standpoint of kind of getting in their heads. And you saw, the ability to possibly get in one of their bigger guys' heads, maybe a Sengun or even a Dylan Brooks. As much as people don't like him, he's a huge value add and a huge part of that team. So I understand it. And really, Houston has taken on the kind of the mantra and kind of what their coach was. I had a chance to play against Ime, and he was always just a hard-nosed type player. And that team has bought into what he is selling on the defensive end, and physicality was definitely one of his better traits.
I love the evolution of this show, how about an hour ago we were on the phone with Steve Javie, and he's like, you got to get it under control. Sometimes guys don't even want to show up and play basketball. They just want to show you who the baddest person on the court is. Then we're here an hour later, and we're talking about ex-Warrior Matt Barnes being like, I'd slap the you-know-what out of Dylan Brooks. Can we sign him to a 10-day?
Yeah, but I want to keep Dylan Brooks on the floor. I don't want to slap him and have him swing and get suspended. I want to go at the guy. He is a good defender. When did he get so good offensively? To me, he could not make a shot. When we saw him in 2022 when he cheap shot a GP2, he couldn't make a 3. Now, he scored 24 points. 24 points, Dylan Brooks. You could lock him in the gym for 24 hours. He couldn't score 24 points all by himself. The way he's improved, I got to give it to him. I didn't think he was that guy. And then as he's getting older, and Van Vliet's a good leader. You see the point last night when Amen Thompson wanted to mix it up a little bit, and then Dylan Brooks, of all people, came in and pushed him away. Like, don't do that. Really? Dylan the villain, you're saying don't have a skirmish? So
yeah, I thought I was still loopy off of my meds.
How would we react one day? This would be fun if Dylan Brooks ever became a Warrior.
Not into it. Not into it. Until he wins elsewhere. Not into it. Nope.
Nah, that guy's I know he's dirty. So is Draymond. Nope. I mean, a different way. Dylan Brooks, the way he's improved his skill level, I thought he was a borderline G-leaguer. Honestly, as a skill level, he was just a thug. The guy has improved a lot as a basketball player, and then he's got the edge, and he does guard. I know he's hard to And he's public enemy number one around here, there's no doubt. But I just love to see practice where it's Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler. How fun would that be?
Because I'll slap the shit out of Dylan Brooks.
I'm sure you would, Matt Barnes. I'm sure there's no doubt what Matt Barnes would do. Former football player, great wide receiver in Sacramento.
Yeah, good point there. You're going to shout on Matt Barnes, the wide receiver. Yeah, here's the thing. Until Dylan Brooks being the instigator or being the villain leads to his team getting past the second round of a playoffs, then maybe I would consider having him on my team. Right now, he's been the 2 seed 3 times. He's won 1 playoff series. He got to the second round once. So
it's all on him?
No, I'm
like
just, it's not all on him.
Seventh best scorer. That guy, as he's, I know no one likes him, but as he's getting older, you do appreciate the edge he plays with, and his skill level has improved immensely, is all I'm saying.
Oh, amazing. All right, well, on the other side, and I'm seeing some hilarious texts here right now. We got a Silver Linings playlist submission.
They don't like Dylan Brooks as a Warrior idea. Is that what it was?
Actually, no. Haven't gotten much feedback on that. I have gotten a couple of pieces of feedback on the Portland Timbers Army, though. We got someone.
Oh, nice.
707. That's right. Timbers Army, we out here. PCA. Hell yeah. Props to you. All right, we'll do a little Silver Linings playlist on the other side. And to the other 707 who just made a suggestion, I'll tell you what, I'm going to keep that one in the bank for down the road. It is Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Because I'll slap the shit out of Dylan Brooks.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
One of our big questions of the day for you to chime in on. Text line, YouTube chat, and the phone lines 415-808-5627. How concerned are you 1 to 10 about the Warriors losing Game 5 and coming back home for a pivotal Game 6 tomorrow night? Is this another repeat of 2022 in Memphis and whoop that trick? Or does Houston have something left in the tank that's going to surprise the Warriors? As always, sound off and we'll share your thoughts. Never a bad time to catch up with our friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Always helping out the people, the tax attorney and founder at Moskowitz LLP. And speaking of taxes, well, Steve, let's talk about what people can do when they can't pay their taxes.
This is such a common situation. Cuts through all walks of life, all income levels. It's frustrating. It's scary. People get sick over it. They have fights with spouses, divorces, businesses close, all things that don't have to be. We have a lot of good solutions for you. Whether we can convince the government to qualify you to just pay part and they forget about the rest, write it off, or forget about the penalties, and sometimes the penalties of interest are more than the taxes, or get you a monthly payment plan you can really afford. Not what some IRS agent thinks you can afford, but what you can really afford. Just shifting the blame where it belongs, to the former spouse, former business partner, and a lot of other good solutions. I could take up your whole show talking about that. It's like a doctor talking about medicine. Instead, I invite your listeners to call us for a free consultation. We'll go over everything with you. And then if you want us to, we'll do everything for you so you have nothing to do with the IRS. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, "Hey, Steve, take care of me."
There he is, Steve Moskowitz. You can give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAXDEAL. And if you need help, what you can do when you can't pay your taxes, you can dial that number or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist, the tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver. Little Silver Linings Playlist time before we get to Marcus Thompson. I thought of a handful of different directions. I almost even went with the dad theme, like Father of Mine, Everclear or something, because of all the father-son drama. Jax Olbrich with the prank call and Shedeur Sanders. Now Jeff Olbrich is getting fined and the Falcons are getting fined with all this. What is going on? And then you had John Halliburton, Tyrese's father, getting in the face of Giannis seconds after the Bucks had a hard and heartbreaking end to their season. By the way, Shams Charania had just putting out there, like recently, John Halliburton will not be in attendance for the Pacers' home and road games for the foreseeable future. I mean, that could be 4 games at this point with the way that Cleveland has been playing. So I was joking with my dad yesterday. I said, hey, are we good? Like, do we have any drama between us right now? Am I not pissing you off, costing you $100,000? You know, you're not embarrassing me. We're all good? Okay, just checking. The texter, 707, said, what's up, Pop and Silver, and suggested let the children play. I kind of like it, but here's the thing. The Golden State Warriors tomorrow night are going to be leaning on the old heads who got an extra quarter and a half of rest. So what you're hearing in the background right now is Motley Crue, Home Sweet Home, because whether it's the Giants or the Golden State Warriors, the bottom line is let's get back to the Bay and get back to business. We want a 5-0 weekend. 4 against the Rockies, and the big one tomorrow night against the Houston Rockets. Look, if it's got to be 4-1 and the Giants drop one of them, so be it. But I'm saying let's get a 5-0 weekend here at Home Sweet Home, known as Oracle Park and Chase Center.
I got you. 4 against the Rockies. Game 6 tomorrow night's going to be big. So I was wondering where you're going to go with it. I like the choice. I thought you were going to go whoop that trick and go back to Memphis.
I thought about it.
Did you think I want to hear that in my life, honestly? And Ann Killian kept bringing up past playoff series and the comps, and your team did this and your team did that, and this ain't that team anymore. It's not. Even the team from 2022 that got rolled in Memphis and they were whooping at everybody's trick, they were down like 55. Steve had COVID in that game, but they did make a lineup change the next game. They started Kevon Looney. But they had Jordan Poole, they had Andrew Wiggins, they had a whole day of Klay Thompson. It was a whole different team. And obviously, all the comebacks before with the HB Warriors, the KD Warriors. These Warriors, we don't know yet. I know the record flip when they got Jimmy, but it's just different. And I don't know if Jimmy does not look completely healthy to me. They're going to go at him and pick on him. He can still be effective. But we'll talk to Marcus. The Warriors are actually not practicing today, but they are doing a film session. And you cannot burn the film from last night. They don't have to show them the entire 48 minutes, but you may want to show them 48 minutes. And the guys know. They probably watched it when they were flying home, or they watched Minnesota and the Lakers, and that's what they do. You can see the brainiacs on the bench, and Jimmy and Steph and Draymond talking, and they got to figure out what to do with their zone, for one. And they go zone. It's not just when the king-size Kiwi comes in and they play him with Şengün. They're playing zone, and it's a matchup, attack, amoeba zone. The Warriors solved this zone earlier when they were home. Last night they looked paralyzed by it. They couldn't figure out what to do with it. So they got to figure that out.
18 of their first 24 shots were on the perimeter, and with all the long rebounds, that played right into the kind of offense that Houston wants to play. Just downhill, run up and back, don't have to do too much in the half-court set. And how many late in the shot clock bad looks did the Warriors have to hoist up?
And your guy shooting it, it's called butter, at least when Nelly was here. There's this call when the shot clock gets under 5. I mean, damn, the butter melted. The Jello's jiggling. It was parquet. I mean, there's so many, like, what are you doing? Because you're not, and the Warriors want to play, 0.5 and move the ball. They couldn't solve it. It was like a Rubik's Cube. They couldn't figure it out. So, that's one thing. The double big lineup, I thought they'd run that off the court. Are you kidding me? And we've seen, one time the Warriors had Will Chamberlain and Nate Thurman and Wayne Hightower. They came at you with a triple big. And the Knicks had Patrick Ewing and Bill Cartwright. And they traded Cartwright for Oakley. But the Houston Rockets, I don't want to say they invented it, but the Twin Towers look, when they got those number one picks back-to-back, where they got Ralph and Akeem, and, Akeem was a much better player, but it allowed Ralph to play outside, Ralph Sampson, and face it. That's where the draft lottery came in. Their owner then, Darrell Alexander, they openly tanked. Back-to-back years, they got Ralph Sampson, they got Akeem Olajuwon, and they went to a Twin Tower. Now, those guys were really athletic. You can't tell me they can't run Şengün and Steven Adams off the floor. How about going back to that 4-guard lineup? And I know Jimmy's back, but if they're going to match up, well, they usually do when Steph's off the floor. But you got to run them. There's no way they're coming in here and playing those two bigs. Run them off the floor. Let's get small. We invented small ball with the Warriors, with Nelly, and Steve Kerr's taking it to another level. Run their ass. They just, you have to make them get out of that. Or, go ahead and kick a Kiwi. Well, we'll get in there with Marcus a little bit, too. They went at Buddy Hield a little bit. And Marcus is so good with lineups. Do you like our lineup suggestion? And I don't want to go back to Moses Moody because Şengün's bothering him when he guards him. I don't know why, but he is. But GP2 back in the starting lineup, he's been in and out, but mainly a bench player. Buddy Hield to me is more of a 6th man. So we'll talk with Marcus and basically Steph's got to play better. There's no doubt he needs to be Steph. He just did not have his mojo. We got to get his mojo back for tomorrow. He's had some big games in this series and other games. And then, what are they doing as far as injuring his hand and trying to target the hand? We'll get his thought on that. But they got to solve the zone. They got to figure out how to attack it exactly. And then Houston's going to move. If you're going to put Buddy Hield on Jalen Green, they're going to motion and move him and get him off the ball. So I think GP2 would help in a couple of regards. He could solve the Jalen Green problem. And if they put Şengün on him, then he can set a screen and roll off of it. But the Warriors will be fine. Their mind will come out. I just don't like this being a long series. But this game tomorrow night in your line, it's not a must-win, but it's a gotta-have it.
Yeah.
You do not want to go back to Houston, Texas, and have to deal with them where 48 minutes of basketball could eliminate you. You do not want that to happen. So you can get through this and just say, we had to play a couple extra games. I think it's going to take a toll on the longevity of the playoffs. Today's May Day. So the way April ended, losing to San Antonio at home, losing to Houston on April the 6th, losing to the Clippers, it all conspired to put you into a play-in game, extra game. I don't want to play that 83rd game. You had to play it. Yeah. I wanted to sweep Houston. Jimmy falls. Now we're playing a game 6. So all these April stumbles, will it lead to a long May? And then will we even have a June? I'm not even looking that far. The NBA Finals are June. I'm just trying to get through early May and mid-May. But these April stumbles have tumbled you down where May the 2nd, tomorrow night, you can lose and still win in 7. No one wants to do that. And Minnesota is now resting. They already eliminated the Lakers. They're watching, and they're better than Houston. So we'll talk to Marcus about what adjustments need to be made. They need to come out with fire. They didn't even show up last night. And how do they get Steph unlocked? And what do they do with this racket zone?
Warriors want to win 13 more games, but they can't do that without winning one. And they have a great chance tomorrow night, 6 o'clock, Chase Center. Be there, or at the very least, be cheering on your squad through the TV or even outside Chase Center, where a couple of my friends were for Game 3, and that was awesome.
Thrive City is fun.
Thrive City is awesome. So, and
get there early. Tip-off is at 6 tomorrow night. And only NBA game tomorrow night, right, is the Warriors. That's why it's tipping at 6. So the entire basketball world will watch this game, and don't let them get off to a good start. Be in your seats by tip-off.
Absolutely. And come check out Harmonic Brewing afterwards, where I'll be hanging out with JD and hopefully talking about the Minnesota Timberwolves and what is ahead. But that is all, of course, TBD. And for anything, just don't go back to Houston so that somebody else doesn't have to get sick. Can we please avoid that fate? And maybe Walter was in Houston the last 3 days. Jeez. Anyway, let's catch up with Marcus Thompson, who we hope is also doing nice and fresh off of the plane from Houston. We'll do it on the other side. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Final half hour here, Papa and Silver hanging out with you on a Thursday. Good to finally catch up with our friend Marcus Thompson, getting caught in the travel tornado. It's Houston. It's the Bay Area. It's Houston. It's the Bay Area. Hopefully for the Warriors, it is not Houston again, and instead it's going up north to cold Minnesota. Either way, we're going to talk all about it and what went down at the Toyota Center last night and how the Warriors can prepare for Game 6 tomorrow at 6 p.m. Marcus, appreciate it. What's going on, man?
Just travel fatigue. Just got off the plane.
Are you feeling it? You feeling it more than the Warriors vets right now?
I have no idea. They're younger than me. I should be feeling it more. Mm-hmm.
How long was that flight? Did you get a straight shot? How long did it take you to get home?
It's like a little bit less than 4 hours.
Yeah.
It's really not the flight. It's the waking up early in the morning to get on a commercial. And guess who was with us on the commercial flight?
Who?
Raymond Ritter.
What? They didn't put him on the charter?
Mr. Valiant Raymond Ritter gave up his seat for someone else.
Wow.
And
He got kicked off
to
by
fly
one of
with
the
us
owners.
media people.
Nice. That's I was texting with him last night. I thought he was airborne coming home. So the Warriors flew home right after the game, and the Rockets are flying today. So that's 4 hours is headwinds. It's a long way to go. Just how do you explain last night? I mean, Steve was talking pregame with Spiro Ditas and Candace Parker about not chasing it, and they got blown out in the first quarter. Steph just looked really lifeless last night. He wasn't alone, but what are your thoughts on what happened last night?
I mean, the thing that kind of tends to happen to them, they know they have this kind of cushion. They let off the gas. The other team goes absolutely crazy, and they don't really have the energy to fight. This has all happened, by the way, once Steph passed a certain age. So I do the Steph and Draymond. This has happened in their 30s, right? This is 2022, right? We saw it in 2023 when they gave away the game to Sacramento. This is just like the byproduct, I think, of them being older, it being harder to just flip that switch. And I do think last night was a bit more calculated than even in the past, because these games are coming every other day now, and they had to fight for the other game, and then you fly in 2 time zones. Like even at halftime, Steve Kerr was wondering how much time to give them to try to fight back, but they just can't summon all of their energy every single game. So yeah, that's why Game 4 was important, because they got a cushion. If they lose that game, they'd be in serious trouble. So now with their backs against the wall, I expect them to bring a particular effort, but it was almost like they knew they weren't going to play that hard. They were going to see how it went, and then 5 minutes in, they were like, yeah, this isn't our night.
Yeah, it was absolutely not their night. And at one point I'm thinking, man, the Warriors are down 20-8 or whatever, and 3 of those points were a Draymond Green 3, but we digress, and I think the fashion in which they won Game 3 and 4, because Game 3 had to be without Jimmy, and then Game 4 you had Draymond out for a lot of the second half. I mean, I wasn't too surprised by the letdown, but you mentioned Steve Kerr and his communication with the vets, and look, he's really in sync with his vets. We've known that for a long time, but did you think that he should have considered putting the starters back in at any point when the league got cut to 13?
No.
I'm with you. Yeah.
No. We've already seen this movie before anyway. Like, he did that in 2022. They were down 29 entering the fourth quarter. He put in all this. They were up 3-0, so it really wasn't that big of a deal.
Dallas Western Conference Finals.
Moody, and Moses Moody and Damian Lee and Nemanja Bjelica and them rallied and came back. They cut it to 8, put the starters back in to try to steal it, and the starters didn't have anything. They had been sitting for the entire quarter, thought they were done, and it just didn't work. And after that game, Steve said he wished he would have just stuck with the guys who got him there. So I think that's the right play. Steph had taken off his braces, his ankle braces and his thumb. He's like, give me my brace back. He wasn't I know he's Steph Curry, but like he's 37-year-old Steph Curry who's been sitting for 20 minutes. I'm not sure that would have been the best plan anyway. You had to ride it out with Pat Spencer. If he didn't get ejected, he would have won
it. I'm worried about him being suspended tomorrow with a headbutt, but
that wasn't a headbutt.
Yeah, it was a headbutt. No, it was like Sean Livingston against Scott Foster.
Yes, exactly.
I'm kidding. Our time is precious. Let's get to poignant things here. It all comes back to Steph, and they've won games when he hasn't necessarily scored. He had 31 in Game 1. I didn't think they could guard him. And then Jimmy fell. He only had 20 in Game 2. Then he had 36. The last couple of games, he's not shot it as well, and last night 13. My question is, he just looked a little fatigued last night. I think he'll be fine getting back home. But his thumb, I'm watching him even bringing the ball up the court, Marcus. He dribbles with his left hand a lot. I know as a right-handed shooter, you want to dribble left and get into the right-hand shot, but he seems like he's going out of his way to avoid using the right until he absolutely has to put it on the deck with the right and then shoot the ball. Obviously, it looks gnarly. He's not going to make an excuse. He's out there. Tell me truly, when he's talking to you off to the side, what's going on with his thumb. And then Steve's trying to protect him, and he uses fits as the way to get it out there. And that's basketball, to go high five and contest the shot on the thumb. So just tell me what's going on with Steph's thumb, what the Rockets are doing with the thumb, and how do they get past this?
I mean, he's saying it's not a big deal. That's what he's saying publicly. That's what he's saying privately. He's getting a little irritated about being asked about it. When I asked him to find out what was really happening, he's like, "Dude, I scored 36 with the same thumb." So his shot is actually fine. He's not getting shots up. That's the real issue. The 2 games he took 19 shots in this series, they won, right? And the 2 games he didn't, or 3 games he did now, they either lost or almost lost. So it's less about the shot per se. I think it affects his handle, especially when he's trying to do his little, his wiggle on Amen Thompson. Like, I think it affects that a bit, but I don't think it affects his shot. And in his mind, he's been dealing with it so long, it's been normalized anyway. But he's still shooting it at a pretty good percentage. He's just got to get shots up. They're allowing Houston to take him out of the game, like hoping Moses Moody and Pajemski and Quentin Post can make enough shots. That's just like a risky formula. So they got to get him shots, get him free away from Amen Thompson and Dylan Brooks and all them, so he can get shots up. But I tried to get the insight, and he was like, "Nah, it's fine. Like, why are y'all asking me about this? It's not a big deal."
Talking to Marcus Thompson here on the UMA guest line. Papa and I have been spending a lot of the day, and I'm sure we'll do it even more tomorrow, kind of tinkering with lineup adjustment ideas. Now, the Rockets seem pretty set in their lineup, at least at the start. For the Warriors, what would you envision for Game 6? Would you trot Buddy Hield back out there to start? It worked well in Game 4. Moses Moody, with the way he played off the bench last night, has he earned a little bit more minutes in the sense of he could be a defensive stopper? And then the other one we've been floating around, what about the idea of starting Gary Payton II as the perfect pick and roll man with Steph? And if Şengün ends up guarding GP2, that is a funky little matchup that I think can work in the Warriors' favor.
Yeah, I think Steve is so adamant about spacing that he's going to go with 2 shooters. It's like it's either going to be Buddy Hield or Moody because he just wants the space. And I think he's going to go with Buddy Hield because then they could put Şengün on Moody, and he doesn't like that. He at least wants Buddy to move and make them guys run. So I think he cares so much about space on the floor that's going to be the priority. I think if he does anything, it's going to be starting Quentin Post to get another shooter out there because, Quentin Post, he didn't shoot the ball well last night, but just over the whole series, he's been stroking it as well as just about anybody outside of Steph. So with Jimmy and Draymond, they just need more shooting on the court. I think he's going to go that route. And I also think they need to use GP2 as a stopper because some of these dudes are just getting hot, and you don't know which one it is. It's been Jalen Green a game. It's been Fred VanVleet the last 2. Dylan Brooks is shooting well. It's almost like, hey, who will you need to put GP2 on to slow everybody down? That's a bit of a tough one, but I don't think they're going to start with 3 non-shooters and Steph and Podziemski. I think it's going to be either Buddy, Moses Moody, or maybe they go Quentin Post.
Yeah, Gary Payton can make a shot. He can make a baseline
He
three.
can.
I hear you. The other side of it is this double big lineup that Houston rolls out. And it's really a triple big lineup because they play Jabari Smith, who, if he was a Warrior, he'd be center. He's so big, but he plays small forward with Şengün and with Steven Adams. And they love to play zone in that. They play a lot of zone, but they jumped into a zone earlier in the game last night, Marcus, and is it a 2-on-2? It's a 2-3. They slip into a box and one on Steph when he comes off some kind of an action. The Warriors are not practicing today, but they are having a 3 o'clock film session. I think a lot of it, there's been moments in this series when they've completely dealt with the zone and dissected it, and there's been times, like last night, they were just bombing late in the shot clock, long shots, bad shots, over the zone. How do they solve this zone and carve this zone up tomorrow night?
Well, number one, make some of those shots. Like that's where that will help a lot. They're just missing shots, but the answer is the same answer, and it's one of the holes on this team that they're gonna have to fill this offseason. They need somebody to penetrate. Like the Rockets pressed up even further last game, and they're just passing the ball along the perimeter. Steven Adams and Şengün aren't under attack at all, and they have these aggressive wings who are just making it hard, and you have to take them off the dribble. The other thing they was doing was putting Jimmy Butler in the middle, and that helped a lot, but I think the size inside when he's turning around and it's too big is a little bit tougher for him to do his thing. So somebody's got to beat a man off the dribble. Like, that's just what it is. It's Podziemski, it's Steph, it's Jimmy. Like, somebody's got to say.
Jimmy cracking the paint and then pitching it.
Absolutely. You're overplaying. You got to get into the paint. They just gave up on the paint last game. I don't think they can do that. And also, I do think a lot of it is Steph. He's got to be aggressive off the beginning. Stop. He's taking the screen to draw 2 so he can kick. He needs to start this game. Forget the screen. I'm taking Fred VanVleet right now. I'm drawing that help defender, and I'm a kick that way. I'm gonna get into the paint and make them rotate instead of saying, all right, let's draw them out and whip it around and hopefully, Moses Moody hits his shot. I don't think they can risk that. It's got to be Steph getting into the paint, Jimmy Butler getting into the paint, Podziemski getting into the paint, break it down to defense.
I mean, game one was a perfect exhibit of that, too, when they kind of weathered that early storm from Houston and the Şengün dunk over Draymond and just the general physicality. Steph really started getting inside after that 0-for-3 start. He ends up 7-10 at the half, and then they built a big lead for which they had to hold on. So as far as Jimmy Butler, I mean, I was really kind of taken aback by Steve Kerr's quote the other night when he said if this was a regular season, Jimmy Butler would miss another week or two with the injury. So right now, is it just a matter of pain tolerance, and that's kind of what is restricting his mobility?
I mean, yeah, Rick Celebrini wouldn't let him out there if it was anything else. I mean, that was the issue with him missing game 3. But Jimmy is one of those players who is, if it was a regular season, he wouldn't be trying to play. He's like, listen, I'm not about to. Yeah, he's like, let me know when the games matter, right? Like, so I think it's a part of that where Jimmy would take the time to get fully healed. But yeah, it's just pain. He's getting hit, and he fell on it a couple of times last game, and you could just see like it hurts. So it's a matter of pain tolerance. But Rick Celebrini was very clear, and his own trainer too. Jimmy's got his own trainer. They both kind of was like, yeah, nah, you can't play game 3. So I don't think they're going to let him out there if he can't play.
All right, tomorrow night. And they could technically lose tomorrow night and win Sunday in a game 7. I don't think you want to go that route because Minnesota's sitting on you and waiting, and they're a better team than Houston. They're going to be a matchup problem. But the Warriors did go that route with Sacramento. Now, they won, game 5 to go up 3-2, and then that Friday night game. And it was also an early tip time, if you recall, was up against day 2 of the NFL draft. Keegan Murray went off and the Warriors wound up losing, and the bus ride you wrote about. Only get on the bus if you want to compete with me, and Steph dropped 50. But that did cost them in Game 1 against the Lakers, and indirectly cost them that series. So how crucial of a game for not just this series, obviously exterminating this team, but if they want to do well deep into May, I don't think they can play a Game 7. So how crucial is tomorrow night?
Yeah, this is it. I mean, they've already hurt themselves. Now it's just about mitigating how badly they hurt themselves, because in the end, it's just more minutes for Steph and Jimmy Butler and Draymond. And if they win Game 1, if they're not turning around real quick in 23, and they almost won that game. Remember, Jordan Poole had a good look at the buzzer. But if they win Game 1 in that Lakers series, that changes the tone and tenor of the whole thing. So, like that, it's not nothing that they're playing this extra game. And now they're either playing Monday in Minnesota against the rested Timberwolves, or they're going to Houston. Like, this is everything. This is the season right here, because even if they go to Houston and win in Game 7, they're going after, what is this, like that would be 4 straight every other day games, and then going into start the next series on every other day. Like, this is punitive every extra game they play. This is the burden of having 335 and up Euro star. So this needs to be the best game of the season to date. Like, that's just what it needs to be. Perhaps Houston bails them out and plays a poor game. They've put together a few solid games. And the last couple have been really good. They're probably due for a stinker, but they just can't bank on that, because teams get up. They get up for the Warriors. So I think this is the season right here. This is the must-win game for whatever ambition they have, however far they want to go. It begins with them winning this game on Friday.
Yeah, plus I think yesterday showed Houston's not just going to lay down, and they do not like the Warriors, and the Warriors do not like the Rockets. So I think we're going to get some fiery competition tomorrow night in whatever form it ends up taking. Marcus, go get some rest. I know it's been a long journey home. Appreciate you coming by as always, and I'll catch you out there tomorrow. Hopefully, you, Steph, Draymond, Steve, y'all get a little bit of rest,
brother. Sleep when you're dead. You're fine.
I don't need no rest. Give me a triple shot latte.
Let's roll. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, we good.
All right, no load management for Marcus Thompson. Love you, man.
Take care, Marcus. Thank you. He's going right to bed now. He's going night.
Yeah.
He's
then
going
a triple shot.
Day. There's nothing like day. You do like a little day, even when you're doing your night. But
I was doing day yesterday, and I wake up and the Giants were down 4-1, and I was all delirious. I was like, "Am I watching the same game as yesterday?" Yeah. So
kind of, sorta.
It was a really similar one, but hey, they're back tonight, and on the other side, we'll get you ready for Dirty Work. We'll also get you ready for Justin Verlander searching for 263, and I will also tell you who we got joining the show at 10:15 tomorrow. It's Papa and Silver with a little reveal on the other side on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
One of our big questions of the day for you to chime in on. Text line, YouTube chat, and the phone lines 415-808-5627. How concerned are you 1 to 10 about the Warriors losing Game 5 and coming back home for a pivotal Game 6 tomorrow night? Is this another repeat of 2022 in Memphis and whoop that trick? Or does Houston have something left in the tank that's going to surprise the Warriors? As always, sound off and we'll share your thoughts.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just about ready to close up shop here. Papa and Silver on a Thursday. We'll hand it off to Dirty Work, Copes, D-Pop, and Jacob today. No Tim Webb. I guess he made too many mistakes yesterday and had to fire off that sounder. I'm joking, of course. We've all been missing days this week except for Greg Papa. And you know what? As our voice of San Francisco 49ers football, I'm going to let you do the honor in telling everyone what's going on at 10:15 tomorrow.
Tomorrow we're going to have a treat, so it's got to be a lot of Warrior talk, obviously, as tomorrow night is, as you heard Marcus said, they could lose this and go play Game 7, but if they want to have a deep run in May, they need to win tomorrow night. So the motto for the Warriors tomorrow is very simply, let's do it! I'm a dog! So Upton Stout is going to join us tomorrow, 1 week before the rookies do come in for a rookie mini camp. But this guy, we talked about guys that get drafted and could be starters right away. This guy in the slot is a madman, the way you can use him in a lot of different ways. So we will do it. We'll get you ready in the proper frame of mind for the Warriors in a huge game tomorrow night with Upton Stout's going to join us early. At 10:15, we'll talk to Matt Mayoko about the contract extension for George Kittle and what that does for number 262, Brock Purdy. So a lot of Warriors tomorrow, but we'll start with 49ers to begin. And then obviously we'll react to what happens tonight with the Giants. And I've been keeping this hat too long for Justin Verlander. He's been stuck on 262 career victories. Kyle Freeland, he's 0-4 with an ERA of almost 6, but I think he's Colorado's most. Herman Marquez is good, but this guy can really pitch, so he'll be on the mound. Giants don't hit lefties as well. We'll see about Bo Mel's lineup. Willie Adames in his career, interestingly, is 0-13 against Kyle Freeland. Adames is not the kind of guy you give a day off to, or. So I don't know. I assume he'll just be out there and try to get off the schneid against him. Mike Yastrzemski, left on left, does hit him well. 18 career at-bats of 444. So Matos will be in there. You get some of your right-handed hitters. But let's see if Willie Adames can get a hit against him. And I think even left on left, you'll put Mike Yastrzemski in there because he does have ownage against this guy, including a lifetime home run. So a lot going on in the Bay Area.
I'm going to say it again. We want 5-0 this weekend between the Giants and the Warriors. That's just one at a time. Starts tonight. And Pop, appreciate you. Good to be back, and we will reconnect tomorrow. Let's do it, Coach.
Let's do it.
Big thank you to our guests today, Marcus Thompson. Where did my guest coordinator go? Steve Javi and Zach Harper, who all spent time with us. Big thank you to Walter. Good to have him back, I guess. And it is time for Copes, D-Pop, and Jacob. As soon as Walt gets his ass out of the chair, am I right? You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini. Yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Jacob Violante with us today.
Is his ass in the chair? It is.
Walt already got his ass out of the chair. And then, Silver kind of stole my thunder, so I wasn't going to say it again. But here we are. Anyway, Tim off today. By the way, Tim and his airport sagas continue. You remember we talked about this around March Madness time?
We did, yes. Where he went to Tahoe?
Tim every year goes to Tahoe with his buddies for March Madness, as one does. Gamble, watch some games, drink 100 beers, all that deal. those who remember and who are part of the filth and listeners of the show may remember that Tim, the tournament starts on a Thursday. Tim left early on the Wednesday.
Around 5 o'clock.
Around 5 o'clock to catch a flight to Reno.
To Reno, yes.
Yeah. He flew to Reno, and we crushed him pretty soundly, I thought. I thought it was deserving.
Yeah.
And he just said didn't want to miss any time, couldn't drive up there. His buddies were going, all right. He's like, I'm flying up, and then he drove back. Tim took a whole day off today to drive his family to the airport.
You never know when you have to drive your family to the airport.
Not drive them to the airport.
Especially when you have to go from San Francisco to Oakland.
He needed the whole day for that?
You never know, Copes.
There's no way. By the way, there's Bart, right? I can't remember the last time I had a family member drop me at the airport.
Well, it's a lot of family members.
Yeah. Is it a lot? Is it a bunch? He's got to take his whole family?
I think it's a whole pick-up and drop-off situation.
Not in that little Mustang he's got.
Oh, yeah.
No, he's not putting him in that thing.
Oh, I think so.
There's no back seat in that thing.
What else does he have?
There's no real back seat in that thing.
Well,
maybe he's borrowing like his sister's minivan.
Hey, man, Tim's the same. Would you or I ever do that for our family members? Probably not.
I don't even have a car, so no. Of course not. I also am pretty self-sufficient. I don't usually ask anybody for stuff like that.
Yeah, I usually take Bart to go to the airport, whether it's Oakland or San Francisco.
At some point, you're too old for some stuff. You know what I mean? Hire movers, call a cab, or call an Uber. You can figure stuff out on your own. You know what I mean? I don't have buddies ask me to help them move anymore, and I really wouldn't ask anybody to help me move. I would just figure it out. And
it's kind of mixed. I mean, I will probably get movers. At the same time, if Walter Icabalseta is offering his truck to move my couch, I'll take him up on that.
By truck, do you mean his scooter?
No, his I think it's his father-in-law's truck helped me out on one Saturday afternoon.
Really? When you moved into your new spot?
When I moved into my new spot.
Walt's got a big pickup, huh?
Yeah.
How about that?
Came through.
How about Walt?
So even though he's kind of late to get his ass out of the chair, he'll help you out with a jam when it comes to couches.
I'm just glad he's feeling better. Which brings me to my next point.
Okay.
My next question, philosophically here, because nobody wants to talk Dubs, right? I mean, I sort of thumbed my nose at that game, and I'm like, yeah, we'll see you on Friday.
I'm a little concerned.
I'm not. I didn't put too much into yesterday's game. I thought the Rockets shot
mildly concerned.
I thought the Rockets shot as well as they could have shot, and I'd be shocked if they did it again.
Well,
I'd be shocked if they did it 2 more times, but I'm certainly not expecting them to do what they did yesterday, putting up 40 in the first and 70 in the first half.
Again. Although Fred VanVleet definitely shooting well consistently in 2 straight games.
It'll tell you how desperate they were, too, because as the Warriors cut it to 15 with the baby Dubs out there, your Pat Spencers and your Tress Jackson Davises and your...
Getting feisty. I like it.
I liked it, too. I love that once it happened, he and Şengün getting into it, Pat Spencer just walked away. Yeah. And then Tress Jackson Davis jumped in. He was like, I'm out of here. Spencer's like, I'm not dealing with this crap.
Do you count the Pat Spencer headbutt as an actual headbutt?
It's funny. I was anticipating there being some sort of penalty towards him for that because he puts his head down. It was not a bring his head back action. The same as how when there's a flagrant 1 or 2, they're like, did you swipe at the head? Was it just incidental contact?
It wasn't a wind-up.
It wasn't a wind-up, right. So it wasn't a wind-up. Also, Şengün started it. Şengün shoulder checks him to get his attention.
He usually starts all of that. I mean, the Rockets instigate all this stuff.
That's my point is, when they've got Pat Spencer on the court and the Rockets are running out Şengün and Dylan Brooks, same old sorry-ass Rockets. That tells you how nervous and concerned they were about yesterday's game, even when they were up 17 points with a few minutes to play.
Yeah, I mean, they need to get it done tomorrow, and I kind of anticipated them losing last night. I wanted them to come with a little more energy and a little more care in the game. It sounded like Steve Kerr and everybody was just like, we'll see how it goes. The Warriors in recent years have been known for kicking games when it really doesn't matter. And that's evident in playoff series too. The way, I guess Steve Kerr phrased it as, I'm not going to chase this one, which is fine. You and I were talking about it in real time when they were down by however many it was, 30 at halftime. We were like, how do you play this in the second half? And you were right. They played 5 minutes. Draymond was like, let's play 5 minutes. If we can't get back in the game, then
that's kind of what I said. Is I think, when we were leaving yesterday, I said, I don't think they're going to bench them all entirely for the second half. You got to give yourself a chance to get back in it. I actually questioned if there was ever was there a point in the fourth quarter where if they had gotten to a certain number, they would have put the starters back in? And I sort of thought no, only because
10 or less.
That's what I thought. I thought if you can cut it to 10, I thought maybe they'd get them back in there. And at one point it was at 15, and they had an opportunity to cut it to I might have been at 13. They had an opportunity to cut it to
13.
And they missed 5 shots in a row, dude, missing layups, and they were grabbing the boards. But
Steve acts like no matter what, when I told those guys they're not coming back in the game, they're not coming back in the game.
And that was kind of my thought is if you mentally tell your guys you're out of it and you want to get mentally it's a different thing, and you sort of I think you cool your body off a little bit. Right. Steph was taking his ankle brace off and all that stuff. Kind of reminded me of I was thinking about that 49er game in Detroit maybe 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
They had a 41-17 lead. And
then here comes Jared Goff and the Lions in Detroit. It was week 2 maybe. Maybe it was week 1.
Equiminius St. Brown. Before it was Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I think they're brothers.
No, they are. But like, I think he was on the Lions before he went to the Bears.
Yeah, they were. Anyway, they made that comeback. And remember, they were like Nick Bosa like taking the tape off already, and they were like, "Dude, you guys got to get back in there. We need dudes out there to be playing." Anyway, I thought maybe because he'd already told them you're probably not coming back in the game, that was just going to be it.
Yeah,
but I wasn't real stressed about last night's game. We got away so early. I thought, you know what? This was my thought initially. You win game one so that you give yourself an opportunity to never have to win another road game.
Yeah.
And I don't like the mentality of like, we don't need this one. I would have liked to finish it off, especially since Minnesota dusted off the Lakers last night, right?
Now, that's where it backfires in your face.
That's what I was saying is if the Warriors lose, really wanted the Lakers to win last night, so at least that series continues regardless of who you might have to face in the next round. You want to be on equal footing and rest with those teams.
Definitely.
Especially now you're playing a younger team that outsizes you. You got a killer out there in Anthony Edwards.
I'll tell you what, if the Warriors advance next round, I am really skeptical about them beating the Minnesota Timberwolves. I know they've had their success against them in the regular season. This team is different, though. Anthony Edwards is not intimidated or scared at all about what Draymond Green or Steph Curry has accomplished in the past.
Bring your ass.
Yes. So let's get through this series. We'll see what happens against Minnesota. I do not know if they can handle that team right now, being younger and more physical. And Anthony Edwards
have to turn right back around and start the series.
I mean, they're going to have to do it. If they close it out tomorrow night, the series will get started on Monday night. But, yeah, I was more pissed off that the Lakers couldn't come through last night. But
you see LeBron in his last 14 playoff games, 2-12?
He looked like a shell of himself last night. And he was hurt. I can never tell if he's milking it.
Everybody's he's always milking it. Everybody's tired. Everybody's hurt. You don't get to be the biggest, fastest, most feared, greatest player we've ever seen and then be like, well, I was kind of banged up. No.
Now, banging into Dante DiVincenzo and he act like he got shot.
I don't care. LeBron does it every night. It doesn't matter.
What was your philosophical question, though?
It wasn't even philosophical. It was about Walt, because you mentioned him getting his ass out of the chair. Nice to see Walt back with us.
Yeah.
Question I have is, how many days can you miss that people actually believe you're sick? 2 is 2 the max? I think Walt pulled a 3. I think he pulled a 3 into a weekend.
Well, no.
I think he rolled a Friday. Did he go with a Friday?
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
You tell me Walt's ass didn't get out of bed all weekend? I'm not buying it.
He kind of gave me a backstory about what transpired to make him sick. I kind of believe him now.
I don't want to hear the story. I just don't buy it.
Okay, fair enough.
My mom told me that one time when I was when I got my first full-time job, and I actually did get sick, and I never called out of work sick before because I just done like part-time stuff, you know. It was the summer after I graduated high school, and I had a full-time job, and I actually did get sick. I was like throwing up and needed to call out, and I was like 18.
The boy cried wolf.
I was
sick.
I was all nervous, and I was like, dude, they're never going to believe me. And my mom said, you should just always go into the mindset that nobody's ever going to believe you when you call out sick.
Yeah. I mean,
I wonder, like, if you get to like 4 days, then people might be like, okay, dude, it's been a while. Maybe he's actually sick.
Yeah, I would say.
I thought Walt came back too soon. Now I'm not buying it.
So if it was a whole week, you would actually. If it was
a whole week, I'd be like, damn, that dude got a bug, huh? He's really down. Really knocked him on his ass.
Yeah, I would say probably 5 days is believable. 3 days, you're like, something's up here.
Yeah. 2, come on. And over the weekend, come on, Walt.
Come on, Quinn.
Come on. Come on, Quinn. Sean's in Madeira.
9 times.
Yeah, he was absent 9 times. Don't forget, he shaves that down to like 2 when he hacks it on the computer. He wanted a car, but Ferris Bueller got a computer.
Well, between the two individuals, if you know the backstories, Ferris Bueller much more of a good person than Principal Rooney.
I thought you were going to say than Walt. Yeah, Principal Rooney, the actor, fell.
Have you looked him up recently?
Yeah, fell on some hard times.
Yes, he has.
Fell on some hard times.
Wasn't in Beetlejuice 2 or Beetlejuice?
707 says, why is Cope snitching on everyone? I'm not snitching on anybody. You guys know he wasn't here. You guys know Tim's not here. It's not for any bad reason. If something was going off, something was off color, something was a miss behind the scenes, I wouldn't say anything. But if you guys think that like I didn't get crushed anytime I missed a day on Murph and Mac, you're fooling yourselves.
Well,
all those guys did was question everything you ever did if you missed a show.
So that would be a topic of conversation. If you weren't on the show that day, they'd be like, God, Cope's obviously lying.
I missed last week because of my burn. I missed on Tuesday. These guys said I was hungover. You know what I mean?
Well, I had to make it good for the show.
They made it up. I ain't snitching on nobody.
Your birthday was the day before.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was.
It was there for the taking.
And the show starts at 2 p.m. Again, never been too hungover to be at work for a 2 p.m. show.
I thought it was a pretty good story.
You have seen me come in pretty like playing hurt at 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
I have come in real hurt, hungover at 2 o'clock, not at 2.
Hey, we do the dirty work here. Like I'm kind of a little. You can probably hear in my voice a little bit. I got the sniffles. I do have more allergies today. I'm here, like I was a couple weeks ago, where my voice was crappy.
You know, Jack Loader, dude, taking the day off because of his allergies.
Oh no!
What do you got, Jacob?
You pop some Claritin in, you're good to go.
Sniffles from the allergies, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Let's go to Sean in Madera.
By all means, Jacob.
Hey, Sean in Madera, for some reason, he's got a moving story. We're off to a roaring start here on a Thursday. What's up, Sean? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, this is going back 20 years, but a big group of friends. Everybody's moving. Everybody hates it. They said, bring $20. So we're all mad. We bring the $20, and they had $20 from all the friends, and they had already had a moving company. We sat there. They used the money to get pizza, and we didn't lift a finger, and we all hung out. So going forward, that'd probably be $50 these days, but that's a much better way to make your friends happy.
Wait, so did you use the 20? They used the 20 to pay the movers?
Yeah, this is going back. Everybody showed up, and the ones that were moving said we had to bring $20. So we're mad because we're bringing $20.
So you're doing a favor, and they're telling you to bring cash.
Yeah, but they used that cash to hire a moving company, and they used the money for food, and we all celebrated and didn't lift a finger. So it was worth it.
All right, appreciate the call, Sean. Like I don't
know if I understand that story.
I mean, I get the story.
Oh, he's still there.
He's still there. Yeah, we got you, Sean. Yeah, appreciate the call, bro. There we go. Do you want to hit the Jacob Violante mistake of the day? What's going on?
How long was Sean on the line there? Good Lord.
I look up and Jacob's got his head turned. Who's he talking to? Oh, he's talking to Mr. KNBR back there. It's Mr. KNBR's fault. But much like Tim, not wearing headphones. You know what I mean? Some things never change.
No, he's got them on now.
Now he does. Yeah, but he did when I was asking for favors. Anyway, Adam Copeland, Depop. No Tim Webb today. He's, I assume, on his way to or from the airport all damn day long.
For all we know, he could be home by now. Just listening to the show.
Should be here by now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He could leave an hour early to catch his flight to Reno, but he can't show up an hour late to do the show.
He took the day off. He could do whatever the hell he wants.
All right. We are still, by the way, giving away 2 tickets today. May 10th. How about that? May the 1st today. 9 days away. You can go see Daughtry it's Disturbed with Daughtry, not Daughtry with Disturbed.
Okay, can't get that mixed up.
No, Disturbed with Daughtry at Chase Center, May 10th. Tune in between 3 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win the tickets furnished by Live Nation. Find the rules at KNBR.com. Tickets are on sale now at LiveNation.com. Jacob, what's the cue to call today?
We are back at halftime, and the National Thanksgiving Day tradition of kicking off the Red Kettle campaign for the Salvation Army is about to take place in its new home, Cowboys Stadium.
And now, here to kick off the 2009 Red Kettle campaign, 19 RCA recording artist, Daughtry.
So that's the game I went to where Jim Nance was infatuated with Daughtry.
That's the game where you spoke to Nance before the game.
Yes, 2009. It was Cowboys and Raiders Thanksgiving Day, and Jim Nance was all about some Daughtry, and that's him for the Salvation Army halftime show introducing
Daughtry.
Exactly.
I gotta tell you, I'm not the biggest Nance guy.
Really?
He's fading on me.
Well, you don't have to worry about him in 10 years.
He announced he was going to retire in 11 years or something. Right? I was like, what?
So it'll go fast, Copes. Don't worry.
2036. I think he's anyway. I think he's friends of the morning show and all that. I don't think I'm a Nance guy.
Okay.
I don't think Nance would be a dirty word guy.
Probably not.
Doesn't strike me as a dirty word guy.
He's good on the mic. He's solid with his play-by-play.
Yeah, he's a very yeah, he's good. I mean, he's good with play-by-play. He's sometimes
easy, man. He might be listening. He lives in the area.
I could give a damn. Adam Copeland, Depop, Jacob Violante with you. When you hear that cue to call, be caller 10 415-896-KNBR. Hey, Nance, if you're listening, I dare you to call.
Hello, friends.
When we come on back, Warriors mentality from last night's game. Did it feel like they really tried to close the game out or the series out last night?
I would say no.
Certainly didn't look like it. They didn't shoot like it. We'll get to that next. Steve Kerr on his conversation with Draymond on halftime about when the starters would come back in. We'll get into that. I got to tell you, I'm really not concerned about it. I think they close it out tomorrow at Chase Center. More to come, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Warriors got smoked by the Rockets yesterday, but that's okay. Game 6 is tomorrow. Keep it tuned on The Leader. And also, we got great Warriors guest. Matt Barnes says he'll kick Dylan Brooks' ass. That was on the morning show. Check out that interview and more on KNBR.com, KNBR app.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Holland. When your paychecks stop coming in, it's important to know where your retirement income is going to come from. Are you planning correctly? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Inside of 4 minutes left in the corner. Here comes Thompson. Full extension.
My goodness. What did we just see? I've seen some tremendous athleticism, but seeing it in person is different, folks.
That was kind of my reaction. What did we just see last night?
What was that in reference to?
Candace Parker.
Yeah, but what was it in reference to?
Amen Thompson making a shot.
Okay. What did I just see? That's what amazes them? Amen Thompson in that game?
Good Lord, you're fiery today.
I'm just like, dude, we just watched Steph Curry's performances in this series, and we're like, what did I just watch with Amen Thompson? Good for them. Good for the Rockets. Making it a 3-2 series.
So you're not concerned at all?
No, not even a little bit. Mike, literally not even a little bit.
Neither am I.
I don't know. You just told us you were.
A tad, just because.
Now you are a little bit. Yeah, okay.
I would anticipate they're going to close it out tomorrow, but I don't like their lackadaisical nature last night of how they just handled that game.
But you're the one who keeps referencing the game you brought it up like 5 different times. The game from 2022 against the Memphis Grizzlies in Game 5 where they lost by 40 something. They came back in Game 6.
I know.
Win that one.
I know. But I also think that we're looking to the past too much with this team. They're not the same team. They are much older.
I'm not looking to the past. You brought that up 5 times yesterday.
Okay. Jesus, dude. Okay.
I'm saying I didn't look to the past. I'm saying I'm not concerned about the Houston Rockets at home tomorrow. The Warriors haven't lost to them at home since they played them on Sunday. What's that? April the 6th or the 8th, whatever the hell that is.
What was the question?
I didn't ask a question. I said I'm not looking to the past. I said they have not lost at home to the Rockets in this series.
Not in the series,
no. So I'm not anticipating it happens tomorrow. Again, the Rockets had to play a game last night they haven't played the entire postseason.
Okay. All right.
So I'm not concerned about them against the Warriors at home. Why is everybody so sensitive? Everybody's so sensitive today.
No, not sensitive. Just you're coming in with a lot of.
I came in and said I'm not concerned at all about the matchup with the Rockets.
Okay, I do anticipate them closing it out tomorrow. I just don't like the way they went about it last night. I thought that they kind of just, all right, we'll kind of see what happens here. But roll the dice. As Draymond Green said a few weeks ago when they lost to the Rockets at home, he referred to the Denver Nuggets game as a scheduled loss. That's how I think that's how they treated it last night. Even though it was a playoff game, for whatever reason, I know that, it's tough with travel and a quick turnaround. I just didn't like the way their mentality was. And I know that the Rockets would have come with a lot of energy, and they shot well. I mean, they were damn near perfect last night. You're not going to see Dylan Brooks shoot that well. 2 games in a row, Fred VanVleet looking really, really good. But I don't anticipate them doing that again. But if this series does go 7, for whatever reason, I don't feel good about it. I don't feel good going back to the Toyota Center. I don't feel good about it.
No. Everything changes if they lose tomorrow.
Exactly. So that's where I'm concerned. They need to take care of business tomorrow. They do. It's not a question at this point. I gave them the benefit of the doubt if they lost last night, and I anticipated it. I thought it'd be a better fight, but hey, whatever. They wanted to kick that game. All good. They realized that it was going to be tough, so they went into it with they went with it with good intentions, but not the best mentality. So, yeah, they lost. They got the crap kicked out of them, and they have to come back tomorrow and close this series out. Otherwise, I don't know what to feel about this series or the next one.
They cut it to 13 points with just under 6 minutes to play in the game. Steve Kerr pulled the starters after about 5 minutes in the second half. Here's what he said about his conversation with Draymond at halftime when asked about putting the starters back in.
Yeah, I wasn't going to chase, this game, obviously, with Game 6 coming up in, 48 hours. So I talked to Draymond. I said, what do you think? He said 5 minutes. And so we gave the starting group the first 5 or 6 minutes. And we kind of had, unless we had made a huge run, kind of had it in mind that we would, pull the plug.
Was there any temptation, though, when you guys got down to, I think it was 12 or 13 to bring them in?
Yeah.
No?
You can't do that. When you make a move like that, and then, the starters are on the bench, you can't go back to them. It's just not the right thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Spiro Ditas and Candace Parker were talking about that in depth last night. But unless they got to single digits or 10, you weren't going to put those guys back in the game. I understand that, it was there for the taking, and if they came back in, then Steph Curry could go off and the series is over. But I didn't think Steph just wanted. I think Steve wanted to risk that. Just at that point, the mentality was game's over. Let's rest. Let's come back Friday night. I think the rest will do them well, but they are older. So I just think that It benefited them last night to sit out the rest of the second half, and they'll come back stronger, hopefully tomorrow night. But yeah, just kind of the blasé nature. And I know, I've referenced the Memphis game. It's happened a lot lately, though. The Memphis game, the Clippers series in 2019 where they couldn't close it out at home, the series a couple years ago against Sacramento Kings where they couldn't close it out on home. And I don't love this game being at 6 o'clock. I know, it's not that big of a deal. It's just 1 hour pushed up. But for the Bay Area and, people, going to work, I don't know how many people go to work these days on Fridays, but I want the fans to be there. Get your asses in the seat. People make a big deal about putting on the shirt. Make sure your ass is in the seat at 6 o'clock on Friday to get this thing done.
We'll be at Harmonic Brewing tomorrow for the Warriors and the Rockets. Any concerns, 808 KNBR, are you concerned at all about the Warriors not closing it out tomorrow? Because, everything changes if they lose tomorrow's game. I, in my mind, was sort of giving that game back. I did. I thought they'd lose game 2. I told you that. I thought they'd lose yesterday's game. Or I didn't anticipate that they'd get blown out in the way that they did. Right. I also just didn't really care. I sort of thought, in the way that I think the Warriors are thinking based on their confidence at the end of the game, that they're going to go back home and they're going to handle business. And if this team, and we've seen from the past, is determined to get something done, they frequently do. Jimmy Butler showed up in the fourth quarter of that game in Game 4. Last night, they didn't have the shooting, and the Rockets had to win in a way that they have not won throughout the entirety of this postseason. And I guess that confidence is upsetting people today. We'll talk more about your concerns next on whether or not the Warriors can close it out tomorrow. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's Sports Leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
The Houston Rockets with a prolific terrific offensive performance, built up a 30-point lead, and they get this series back to San Francisco on Friday night.
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop. No Tim Webb today. Jacob Violante with us. I have very little concern about the Warriors closing out tomorrow. I'm confident in their play in the series. I'm confident when they've played at home. And again, the way Houston won last night is not a way they've found victory. The one other victory they had in the series, that's not a way that
right.
They've been winning ball games. They don't shoot the way they shot last night. They don't score 40 in the first quarter and 70 in the first half or whatever it was that they had. They're not putting teams away like that. And the Warriors are not a team that's been blown out like that since Jimmy Butler showed up. So to me, that's the outlier. To me, that's the game that is different than all other games they've played in this series. There was no grit in last night's game in the same capacity. There was no banging in the same way. The Warriors couldn't find shots early. They turned it over early. They pulled the starters. They ran away with it. Never really got back into it. Yeah, the bench players come in for a while at the end of the game and shave it to 13, but you never really felt like, okay, they're back into this one. Steve Kerr was never going to put him back in. I don't have a lot of confidence in the Rockets. I said this to you before. I didn't see the Rockets in this series having enough firepower to outscore the Warriors 4 different times, especially 3 consecutive games, and that's what they're looking to do. I mean, there's far more that they have to do than the Warriors do to come away with a victory.
No, I agree with you. I think it's going to take a lot for the Rockets to win tomorrow. It just puts a little doubt in the back of your mind, but yeah, we were talking about it. I was always anticipating them losing last night, and that's just how they've been through 10 years of basketball, honestly. They've been their MO lately is just like, okay, if we don't need to win this game, then we're not going to go all out, which I have a hard time with at times, but also I don't know this team. I don't know what's best for them behind the scenes. Steve Kerr could be like, maybe the best thing is for us is to, play a half, see how it goes. We're not as intense as the Houston Rockets. My guys are older. Let's let them rest. We'll come back on Friday night. But yeah, I would have liked them to lose close last night. Just everything that kind of blew up in your face. The Lakers winning, they have to move up the game on Friday night. The Minnesota gets a head start on you. I just don't like all those things. But yeah, it's going to take a lot for the Rockets to win this series. So I would anticipate the Warriors come to play. It's probably going to be the same kind of game we saw on Saturday night and Monday night, where it's going to be gritty and the Warriors prevail in the end. It's not going to be a blowout. It's just that's been the case the last time the Warriors have been to Houston is they've gotten their ass kicked. And it took Jimmy Butler, hurting his butt, and then last night they just didn't have it. But the Rockets have gotten better offensively in each game, and last night it was their best performance yet with 131 points. But I don't anticipate them replicating that on Friday night. Fred VanVleet is shooting awesome last night. He
shot well 2 games ago, too.
Absolutely. And Alfred Şengün is unstoppable for the Warriors right now. I do like the fight and the grit that I saw from the bench players in the fourth quarter for Pat Spencer and Trey Jackson-Davis not to be intimidated by those guys. I don't think it's going to carry over to the next game. But, I'm not that concerned. I am more concerned if the Warriors wouldn't have to face Minnesota on Monday, what that series is going to look like. I just want them to get it done. They need to get it done on Friday night. If this does go 7, I feel very, very uneasy about their chances of winning this series.
They shot 43% from 3 last night. Did the
Rockets?
Did the Rockets, 13 of 30, and they shot 55% from the field. So, again, they were on fire yesterday. I mean, they haven't had a game like that where 3 guys had 24, 25 points or more. All 5 starters were in double digits. They got a game. And, again, they ran them out there. It shows you the desperation of the Rockets. They were playing Şengün and they were playing Dylan Brooks late in the game. VanVleet late in the game. Like, they had those guys out there against Pat Spencer and the bench for the Warriors and still only won by 15 points.
I know.
Right? They had a 40-point quarter. They had a 36-point quarter. I'd have to go back and check. I would wager those are the 2 highest-scoring quarters of the series for them.
Well, I mean, the fact that the Rockets scored 40 points in the first quarter, the Warriors scored 36, 4 points away from 40. So, again, I'm not going to get too
Warriors
wrapped up.
Scored 24 in the first.
No, I'm saying the Rockets scored 40, and then the Warriors' answer in the fourth quarter was scoring 36.
You're right, yeah.
So my thing is, I'm not too concerned with last night. We don't need to break down the game. It was the Warriors kicked it. That was their mentality. I don't love that. I just wish they came in with a better mentality, but they're always going to be confident. And this is them being champions and having the expectations every year of, all right, we lose 1 game. It's not that big of a deal in the postseason. We come back at home and we'll get this thing done. I just don't love the idea of them, this early on having a 6-game series. I would like these series to be as short as possible when it's this early, and then next you have to play Minnesota. You're going to be on the road for the majority of your series going forward. I don't know. I guess they're the lowest seed remaining, so they're not going to have home court in any series they play in. So from here on out, it's going to be tough for them to go on the road and steal games. You just want it to be done as quickly as possible, but that's not the case right now.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Jacob Violante with you, 808 KNBR. Are you confident the Warriors close out the series tomorrow? And do you think Steve Kerr should have played some of the starters in the fourth quarter yesterday? Let's go out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR. Derek is in Hayward. What's up, Derek? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, fellas? So I agree with everything you guys are saying so far. I really can't find anything I disagree with. I'm not concerned about getting this series done and over with, whether it takes 6 or 7. And obviously, we prefer it in 6. Well, we prefer it in 5, but that hasn't happened. That's sort of like how the season has gone. It's kind of like what we really want them to do. They just kind of like don't exactly get it done, but they end up getting it done in the long run. I'm more concerned about Minnesota just because the way that they looked against the Lakers, man, they looked solid.
Yeah.
But as far as Houston's concerned, they're not consistent enough to put up another performance like they did last night, and we're not consistent enough to play as bad as we did. So I'm not really concerned. I think we get it done for sure.
Okay, Derek, so let's just say hypothetically they don't win tomorrow night. You're actually still confident they can get it done in 7 in Houston?
100%.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love the quick turnaround and the flight and all that. I don't want to go there right now, but
I don't like it, but I just don't see Houston sustaining their performance.
Yeah.
Honestly.
No, that's fair.
I'm with you, Derek. I appreciate the call, man. And that's where I'm at. I'm like, you saw something from Houston that is not something they do. They don't shoot at that rate from 3. They don't score 130 points a game. They scored almost 80 points in the first half.
Yeah.
It's still only won by 15. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. And by the way, I'm looking at this right now. I'm through the first 3 games. I'm just looking at the box scores or the line scores by quarter for the first 3 games of the series. Now through 4 games. The Rockets entering play yesterday had only scored 30 in a quarter in the series 2 times.
Yeah.
2 times.
They came out on fire.
And they did it twice in the first half yesterday and then did it again in the third quarter. I'm not anticipating they do that again. They do it again, you tip your cap. You're like, man, they figured something out. Warriors defense wasn't executing. I cannot imagine that's the way things go again.
No.
We've talked about this for a couple of weeks now. They don't have enough firepower to survive a Jimmy and a Steph Fleury and whatever else the Warriors can get. They've got some guys who will go off night to night. Şengün, again, scored 31 points on like 28 shots against the Warriors a couple of games ago. They had 2 quarters prior to yesterday's game in the first, 16 quarters of the series, right?
Right.
That game, game 6 tomorrow. So the first 16 quarters of the series, they scored 30 or more twice. And then yesterday they do it twice in the first half and then again in the third.
It took them being perfect for them to have an offensive explosion.
And they still didn't kick the crap out of them when it was all said and done by the end. I mean, 15 points in an NBA game. They were up for the duration of that game.
Right.
But the fact that they still had starters in at the end of the game and the Warriors emptied the bench and got 25 for Moody and got back, quote, into it again. I don't think it was a ball game by any stretch, but they were a shot away from making it a 10-point game.
So what does that tell you more of? Does that tell you more of the Warriors for their ability from their bench to come back?
It tells me that the Rockets are exactly what I thought the Rockets were.
Frauds.
I'm not concerned. I don't think they're fraudulent. They're just not a series-winning team. I just can't imagine they're able to put the Warriors away. They don't have a killer like that. They just don't.
I agree.
Back out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR. Let's go to Bob. Bob's in El Dorado Hills. What's up, Bob? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hi, how you guys doing?
We're doing well, Bob.
Good. My comment is I frankly agree completely with what Kerr did. You've got an older team. Your other best player's hurt. You've got a short window because it's only 1 day travel and only 1 day off. You got a short window coming back. I'm much happier for them to get blown out and rest those guys than I was if they played pedal to the metal for 38 minutes and lost by 3. That would have been a much, much worse loss. They're going to be a little bit more rested. Hey, if Houston shoots the ball like that, so be it. Not much you can do about it. I'll tell you the biggest concern I have is handling that zone because they put Draymond in the middle, and he's a great facilitator, but he can't score. And that creates a little bit of a problem. And the Warriors have really seemed to have some issues with that. Hopefully, Kerr will draw something up. They'll work on that, and they'll be in a better shape with that. But they need 2 shooters against that zone because that's the only way they're going to get them out of it is if they have 2 guys who can hit from 3.
Yeah, you got to shoot your way out of it. I'm with you, and I wonder about that too. It's interesting to say. I was wondering why they went to the zone. I'm like, why would you do that against a 3-point shooting team with Steph Curry like the Warriors? But part of it is that the Warriors now with Jimmy Butler can play so inside out that he can drive and they collapse on you. If you're playing a zone, it doesn't all work the exact same way. You can sort of plug the lane a little bit and not allow him to be the facilitator. I'd say once they see it once, you're not going to fool them with it again.
No, probably not.
The other thing is they're boxing one on Curry a lot. They're not going to let him get the shots off. They'll let everybody else try to beat him. But
gimmicky defense.
He got a little more rest. He got a little more rest. He should be in a little better position to go, and we'll see where it goes from there. So good series so far. They are the 7th seed, for goodness sakes. So.
Yeah,
that is true.
Appreciate the call, Bob. Thanks so much. Let's go to Justin. Justin's in Vacaville. What's up, Justin? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Hey, I definitely think Kerr. I think Kerr should have brought him in once the game got under 15.
You think so?
They had the Rockets reeling. You put them back in for 4+ more minutes and try to get this series over with. They could have easily brought that lead down to nothing with the way it was going. The Rockets were reeling, man. They were reeling.
Yeah, but what if it doesn't go in your favor? You put Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green out there for nothing in the end.
For what, 3-4 more minutes? I don't think that's going to make a huge difference. For
no, I'm with you on
he's
that.
Right. It's a 13-point game with like 5.5 to play.
I get that.
I can't remember his name, but if that guy hits that bunny right before that altercation where there was the headbutt, it would have been an 11-point game. Yeah. That altercation really threw everything off.
They missed like 5 shots in that sequence too. They were like missing threes, then couldn't get. They got the rebound, couldn't float it in. I know. TJD missed one. I think Looney might have missed one. There's a bunch of guys just smoking shots in that sequence.
It's about to be an 11-point game right before that altercation. That would have been the perfect time to bring the starters back in. I think there's 4 minutes left, and just hope they can. I don't know. A miracle could have happened, and the series would be over, and we'd be like, "Yeah, great idea, Kerr. Good job."
To that end, though, Justin, I mean, the fact that they did, it's all hindsight, but to that end, the fact that they did sit most of the second half, it gives me even more confidence in tomorrow's game. Again, they were playing, Dylan Brooks was playing at the end of this game, right? Like, these guys were in there. Şengün was playing against, the fact that there was a Pat Spencer-Şengün dispute tells you all you need to know about where the Houston Rockets thought they stood in this series.
Exactly, yeah.
You know what I mean? Appreciate the call, Justin. Thanks so much. I'm looking at the minutes here for those guys. I mean, yesterday you got only 29 from Dylan Brooks, 35 from Thompson, who's young, 31 from Şengün. Van Vliet played 33, 28 from Jalen Green, whereas the Warriors starters, 18 from Draymond, 25 Jimmy, 23 Steph.
I mean, I get the argument. I do. It's just that I've seen Steve Kerr, I forget what game it was, but years ago, it was kind of the same deal. The Warriors were out of it, and he played most of his bench, and he just went with it. And there was an argument to be made. I think the game was in reach, like 4 points, whatever it was, and Steve was like, I'm sticking with my guys. I'm sticking with the bench right now. They got us there. I think for whatever reason, Steve just has the back of the players, and when they say we're checked out, we're not going back in the game, he's going to honor that. Now, if the game was manageable, it's a playoff game, for God's sakes. If it's a 10-point game, 9-point game, and Steph can make 3 threes, and then you're back in the game, you're tied up, you do that. But 13 points, I get it, I understand it, but at that point, he made a decision they're not going back in the game.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Are you confident they close out the series tomorrow? If they lose tomorrow, what's your level of confidence for a Game 7 in Houston this weekend? We'll get to your calls and your thoughts next. Also, how confident do the Warriors feel? We'll let you hear what Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond had to say when Dirty Work, Greatest Show in America, rolls on. It's a Thursday on the Sports Leader.
All right, Giants fans, 2-game sweep against the Padres, no big deal. You got the Colorado Rockies, who we love seeing on the schedule for not 3, but 4 games at the house at Oracle. Come check it out. Keep it tuned in on KNBR. We got the pregame for you starting tonight at 5:45.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Moses Moody transition three. No good. The tip is up and in. Golden State has cut it to 14.
And the Rockets fans are stunned.
The hell you waiting for, Steve?
I don't get this Candace Parker being amazed about everything deal. I'm just not getting it.
It was a little over the top.
Call me salty, call me pissy today, call me surly, whatever the hell you guys want. Grow up, all you babies. I don't get it. I don't understand what she's so amazed by. The Rockets, unbelievable. They scored 30 in a quarter.
She's got to sell it. It was a blowout.
Okay, no, good. You didn't have to sell it. We know the game stunk.
I know. I like when announcers are honest, like Charles Barkley when they do the Heights. Like, we really got to do this game?
Like Nance.
Yes. Well, Nance will never do that. This game, my friends, is piss poor.
It is a piss poor performance, isn't it, Tony?
Go watch Joe Buck and Troy Aikman.
I'll tell you what, Jim. It's a piss poor performance, man.
Oh, if I was the people at home, I'd click over to Fox.
What you got, Jacob? You had something for us, sir?
I was going to say, Candace Parker can be amazed at whatever she wants to.
Yeah.
I love that woman.
You like Candace Parker?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Miss Parker.
Oh,
okay, all
nicely
right.
done.
Okay.
Candace Parker actually is one of the better analysts in basketball right now.
No, I like it. I think she's good. I just
not a lot of good ones.
I didn't understand what those clips were that we played of her. I was like, these are like TV clips of her talking.
And the Warriors are back in the game.
It's like, when was that? I must have missed that point. The Dubs were back in the game.
No, I mean, honestly, when she has to fill in on Inside the NBA and she like schools Shaq in like basketball knowledge, I love it because those guys. I mean, it's fun. I'm not looking for basketball knowledge when it comes to Inside the NBA. But like when she's on there and actually knows
she's filling in,
watches the whole league. And Shaq's like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. It's just hilarious to me where she's like actually taking her job seriously, and those guys don't have to.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Are you confident the Warriors close out the series tomorrow? If they don't, how confident are you in a Game 7? Let's go to Scott in Fresno. What's up, Scott? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hello. Scott, you there?
What's up, Scott? We got you.
Yeah. Hey, longtime Warriors fan, and just curious, maybe you guys talk about it, I'm sure, but I just haven't heard. And on social media, just don't see a lot of talk about Kuminga, why he's not playing.
Well, he stinks. He's not very good, is the number one point. Yesterday, though, he was scratched from the game before. It's funny, Derek and I texted each other yesterday going, it's sort of ironic. This would be a game you want Kuminga out there for 25, 30 minutes.
The only guy on the roster that didn't play yesterday.
The only guy because he was scratched from the game beforehand with an illness, I guess.
But even before then, is there a particular reason why, or has Coach said why he's not playing?
Well, Scott, with all due respect, I ask you respectfully, what makes you think Kuminga could actually contribute in this series?
Just his athletic ability. He's a little bit taller.
I know. I mean, all the traits are there.
But my only concern is that maybe he doesn't. He's had plenty of opportunities. He was playing really good in the beginning of the season. I think even when Curry was down. And then he got his injury, and then he's just never been the same ever since.
Well, I think you might have just hit the point there, Scott. Is he's been good when Curry and Draymond aren't on the floor. When he's gotten to be the guy, the only guy, and we're talking about he was good for a team that was in 10th place when they traded for Jimmy Butler. It was relative to the players he was playing with, and when nobody else was scoring and nobody else was a focal point of the offense, when Steph was down and Draymond was down, I think we all looked to be like, okay, Kuminga, this is your time to shine. And he did have a couple of good games. He actually played well against Houston this year. I would say, though, and he has played 2 games this series. The one where he played 26 minutes, he was 4 of 12 from the field, and they lost 94-109. They did win the game that Jimmy was out.
Yes.
The game that Jimmy missed. He did play 17 minutes in that game, 3 of 7 from the field, 2 assists, turned it over once, committed a handful of fouls, only had 7 points. He just really hasn't been very good or effective at all.
And Jimmy Butler's basically taking his role right now.
That's kind of it.
Yeah. Well, I understand. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate the call, Scott. Thanks so much, man.
I like Scott saying, I looked at social media, and no one's talking about it. It's all anyone ever talks about on social media when it comes to the Warriors.
Well,
Where's Jonathan Kuminga?
Depends on your algorithm, bro.
Well, true. You know, the truth is, the straw that broke Kuminga's back was the Portland game before the regular season ended, where he took the ball up the court and Steph Curry was visibly upset with him. I think it's not just Steve. People blame Steve all the time. It's Steph and Draymond saying this guy cannot play in the playoffs right now. They've dictated this before. When they were up against the Toronto Raptors into the 2019 NBA Finals, Steph and Draymond told Steve, we cannot play DeMarcus Cousins anymore. He's a liability on defense. And he didn't. He only played out of necessity because KD got hurt. So I understand, like, the whole, like, and as far as is he actually sick, I wonder that too. With how their mentality was going into the last night's game, I wonder if the whole thing was, let's just see how this goes, and then Kuminga knew he was going to play mop-up duty and didn't want to do it.
Brings me back to my point from the start of the show. 925 Jason says Kuminga's done. He's finished with the Warriors. He wasn't sick. how often can somebody call out before you're like, he ain't sick?
It turns all back around now. All right.
He ain't sick. I don't know. I wasn't buying it. I didn't buy it for a second yesterday when they said he was sick.
Yeah, I didn't buy it either.
I don't know why I didn't, because when somebody calls out sick, I just buy in my nature. It's like, you're a liar. You lying ass.
Well, at least we had an excuse with Brandon Pajemski. There was actually details. With Kuminga, it's like, he's sick. It is what it is. Believe me or don't.
Pajemski was like, I'm going to try to play. He got out there. He worked out a little bit.
Well, he went to a team dinner and ate some bad seafood. I'd be hilarious if Kuminga went to the same spot. I was like, I'll try it out. Can't be bad twice.
Can't be that bad. What are the odds it happens again?
Yeah.
Pretty good if you're Kuminga.
My thing is, I'm with you 100%. I am confident they're going to close the series out tomorrow. If it goes to a Game 7, that's where I have a little trepidation. I'm like, damn, they're not the same guys that I grew accustomed to where they can handle that. Like the last time they were in a Game 7 on the road.
You're with me 100%.
I am.
So you're all in on the win tomorrow. You think they're winning tomorrow? What percentage do you think they win tomorrow?
I have it at about 85%. It's not
a little low for me.
Okay,
yeah.
You're 100% they're going to win tomorrow?
I'm like 95. Yeah.
So it's 10% better than me.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Well, you're at a B. I'm at an A+ right now. You know what I mean?
My thing is though, okay, your agreement though, if it doesn't get done tomorrow
everything
night,
changes before Game 7.
Yes,
everything changes. Then you throw caution to the wind. Everything's gone at that point. Then it's just like who can play the better game. Well, at that point, it doesn't even really matter what's happened before. It's a winner take all.
My only worry last night was just when the Rockets are home in these last two games, they just suffocate the Warriors right away. And the Warriors need to come out with a ton of intensity tomorrow night, and they need to hit threes. They need to be dominant. They need to be physical on defense. If we're going to Houston, it's just a natural thing. When you have a Game 7 on the road.
It would have meant you lost 2 in a row, including one at home right now, right? The team that's hot then is going into a home game in Game 7.
I mean, we don't want to hear this crap again. Having a 3-1 lead and you blew it. I don't want to hear that. We shouldn't get to that point where we're in a Game 7. You had 2 chances.
We don't need that.
I know, but it's on the table, obviously. And I just worry, like, the last time they were at a Game 7 on the road, it took Steph Curry scoring 50 points for them to advance. That was a close game. It took everything for Steph Curry to take him to the next level. Klay Thompson did not have a good game in Game 7.
You're talking about against the
Sacramento Kings.
Sacramento Kings, yeah.
Yeah, so
you're looking at that one. I'm going one back, I guess, if I'm looking at the comp. I'm looking more at you're looking at if they lose Game 6, that's what you're looking at, is having to win a Game 7 in the fashion that they did against the Kings. But if you go one year before that, you go to 2022.
Yeah.
Then you're talking about losing to Memphis in Game 5 by 49 points and winning Game 6.
Well, okay, see, that's why I brought that game up, because I thought it was kind of like an apt comparison with how the structure of the series has gone. The Warriors are the lower seed. They won Game 1, lost Game 2. They had a 3-1 lead at home, and you could close it out in their stadium. And sometimes you're just like, I mean, well, like not I mean, like you want to win the game, obviously, but like we're up 3-1. Let's see what happens here. Okay, we didn't get it done, guys. All good. Let's rest. We'll come back for Game 6. My thing is, I don't love Steve Kerr before the game telling Spiro Ditas and Candace Parker, if we're going to chase this one, I want to rest my guys. I don't like that mentality already. It should have been where we're going to win this game. We're going to close the series out. I think for whatever reason, the Warriors knew that the Rockets were going to bring that ass and have all intensity, and it was going to be tough for them, and they just wanted to tap out and say, okay, let's come back. It's a scheduled loss. Let's come back on Friday night. We'll close this thing out. I'm not mad with the outcome last night. I just don't like the way they went about it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't bother me one way or the other because they came out so flat. You know what I mean? Like, again, they got blown out so bad early, 76 points in the first half. You're like, whatever. Tip your cap. Again, you're going to need to play that well again. I'm saying this one more time. Before yesterday's game, in 12 quarters in this series, is it 16 quarters in this series prior to yesterday's game, they had scored 30 points, the Rockets, in a quarter, 2 different times, and they were 2 different games. And neither of them reached the number of points that they scored yesterday, 40 and 36. It was a 31-point quarter in like Game 2 and a 32-point quarter in Game 4 or something like that. I'm not concerned about their firepower. I just, with what you saw yesterday from the Warriors bench, getting the Warriors, whether you believe that's back into it or not, the Rockets still had starters on the floor. The Warriors, Steph and Jimmy played 25 and 23 minutes respectively, right? So I'm generally just not all that concerned about their ability to score. That's also the Warriors' high watermark of the season the series in terms of points scored.
Right.
They still allowed 116 and gave up. They have 2 30-point quarters, 31 in the third and 36 in the fourth. So the Warriors are more capable of that than the Rockets are in my mind. And again, we're talking, they're a 7 seed. And somebody on one of the callers said that, hey, it's pretty incredible. They're a 7 seed. They only had 4 fewer wins than the Rockets.
I mean, with how jumbled the Western Conference was.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, they are the lowest seed remaining in the West. So as I said before, any series they have here on out, they'll be on the road. But yeah, I just have the mentality of the Warriors from the past, and maybe that's bad of me to bring up the Memphis game, but all of them did last night after this loss as well. So it's 3 years removed. I think of it as still that team from 2015. This the best formula to win is have a quick series in the first round and just try their best to get to the NBA Finals. But they're not that team anymore. They're going to be on the road for the rest of the time. They are older, so it's best to close this thing out as quickly as possible, and then we'll see what happens in Minnesota. But I just don't want this series prolonged. I don't think that they have the youth and stamina to compete with the Rockets if it is a Game 7. Tomorrow night, absolutely.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call. Let's go to Tim, who's in Sears. I assume that's Sears, California, not Sears, the dwarf planet. Sears. Tim in Sears.
No,
what's up? You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, it's Series right by Modesto.
There we go, Series.
Yeah, I was wondering if you guys could elaborate. Kurt didn't really say why, but, they're only 13 points away with 5 minutes left. Why didn't they put their starters back in and kill it last night?
Well, he kind of did say that in that he talked to Draymond at halftime, and I said this to Derek before we got off the air yesterday. Derek said you probably just rest the starters the whole second half. I said, no, you got to give yourself a chance in the first few minutes, and they didn't ever really get it. I mean, they got it down to 25, then it was back up to 27 and 30. I think he mentally sat them out. He said, I'm going to play you for the first few, and unless there's a big run, we're just going to sit you down for the remainder of the game. And I don't think he felt confident in cooling his guys off, mentally taking them out of it, and then saying, oh, we're back into it at 13 points. We're going to ramp you back up with 5 minutes to play. I think he cut his losses and said, we're better off with the rest for Game 6 than we are putting them in for 5 minutes and exhausting them and maybe not even winning.
And they might get an injury on that, too? Or?
Yeah, I mean,
possibly.
maybe. I'm okay with the logic when you're down that much. If they had cut it to 10 or 9, I think we'd have more of a discussion. I think we'd be like, you know what, dude, there was like 4 minutes left. I would have liked to see Steph in there with a 9-point deficit, And he's gone.
I mean,
that's it.
If we're being honest, I think that the guys just didn't want to go back in the game as well. I think that if it got to single digits, okay, then there's all right, there's an argument to be had here. Let's get back in the game. Let's see if we could do this. But I think collectively, the starters were mentally checked out. They were tired. They're not senior citizens, but they are an older basketball team. I think that Steve Kerr was protecting them. I understand people's, people questioning this today, but really, if you put them back in and then someone pulls a hamstring because they were cooling off for so long and they come back in and played 110%, it doesn't look good. So the best case scenario last night was they got rest, no one got hurt, and nothing happened on the court with Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green or anybody else who makes you think that they would get suspended for the next game. Nothing happened that was chippy like it was in Game 4. Obviously, Pat Spencer headbutting Alfred Şengün and Trace Jackson-Davis getting involved, but nothing that makes you think, okay, no one's going to be there for the next game. So all in all, no harm, no foul. Just close it out tomorrow night.
I just like seeing the young guys get their piece of flesh. You know what I mean? I like seeing that. I like seeing that fire from the young dudes out there at the end. Not that it matters for anything for the rest of the series.
You like those Braxton Key minutes?
Yeah, dude, once again, I was like, who the hell's this?
Dude, all these, everybody played last night, except for Kuminga.
Somebody checks in on the 925, says, dude, did Kuminga pull, actually it was 415, said, did Kuminga pull a Devondre Campbell? Not quite. No, not quite. He was scratched before the game. 925 says, last summer the Warriors could have gotten some decent picks for Kuminga. This season they're going to lose him for nothing. It's not necessarily true.
Not true.
By the way, last season they weren't looking for picks for Kuminga. They were looking for a key player.
Starters.
A starter in it for Kuminga. Also, he's a restricted free agent. You're not losing him for nothing.
No.
You can match an offer sheet, or you could sign and trade him with a team.
Exactly. There's sign and trades in the NBA. It's not that simple if someone just leaves like a free agency with baseball or football. You could trade him away and get something.
I'd actually go the other way, where I think they're definitely going to get something for him, would be my thought, if they decide to move on.
I'm leaving here with something. If Jonathan Kuminga's leaving next or this summer, you definitely want something in return. He's not leaving for free.
209 says teams in their position only win that game 30% of the time. Are you saying the Warriors, 209? I don't know what you're referencing exactly.
Well, 30% of the time, it happens every time.
It doesn't make any sense.
I know it doesn't. I don't understand that text at all.
I'm going to go with London Gentleman. No, wait, I know. Blackbeard's Delight. 559 says, does anyone think this is all Lacob wanting another home playoff game?
You think Lacob went there, went in the locker room, like, fellas, I understand you want to win tonight. Close out the series.
I got you, Jimmy. Give me a Game 6. That's all I'm asking for.
Listen, we'll come back Thursday night or Friday night. We'll close this thing out at Chase Center with all our fans. 6 o'clock tip. Don't love it. Just want the people to get there, put the shirts on. It'll be great.
More people, 707, right after that says, come on, guys. Joe Lacob just wanted another home game. This came from the top.
Stop this. I'm willing to entertain the Jonathan Kuminga conspiracy theories, but please.
Oh, so yesterday you're willing to entertain the referee theories that they really want a Steph and LeBron game, which, by the way, obviously not true.
No, not true.
And now you won't entertain Joe Lacob wanting to make some more cash.
Well, that one makes sense.
Joe Lacob one makes more sense.
You think Jonathan Kuminga's telling, or you think Joe Lacob's telling his players, grown ass men, and be like, Let's hit this one, guys. Come on.
I can't imagine. Steph, I know you're a killer. I'd like to win another game at home.
Yep.
I'd like to get one more. 925 says, I don't think you can bank on what happened in Memphis 3 years ago. Nobody's banking on that. We're just talking about the similarity in circumstance, because what we're talking about with the Memphis series is if they don't win this game tomorrow, then you're looking more at hoping you get what came out of the Sacramento series a couple of years ago.
Yes.
And then what happened after that? They squeezed every drop of energy out of that series to get past Sacramento, and the Lakers, too big in size for them, just ran them off the floor in the second round. That's my fear about Minnesota in the second round, especially if you have to go to a game 7. Now we're talking about all this extra rest for Memphis. Like, I'm not trying to get ahead of myself. I'm not going to start timbering my Wolves quite yet. But I do have a bit of concern. Like, if the Warriors have to go to a 7, everything is, they throw everything out the window. But I told you before, if the Warriors were the 7 seed, I just had less confidence. Now that I would have loved to play the Lakers in the first round. Would have loved to get the matchup that Minnesota got, and the Warriors claimed the 6th.
God, I would love to have the Lakers right now.
That's what I'm saying. I think the Warriors would have won that series. You know what I mean? I said this before, and people go, I think it's a blessing in disguise they're playing Houston. Still not feeling that way. I don't think the Warriors are going to lose this series. I think they win it tomorrow. I still don't love this matchup more than I would have liked the Laker matchup in the first round.
No, I agree with you. I would have taken the lack of size with the Lakers right now, and LeBron looking a shell of his former self, just looking old out there. And Luka, I didn't like the trade, but Nico Harrison said 1 million times, we did this to improve our defense, and that's evident with Luka right now. He is a liability as a defensive player.
650 checks in. Golden State Lumber Showroom text line says it's chess, not checkers. Our starters get lots of extra rest, and their starters less so. Plus, our bench got reps against their first stringers, which is good for the next game. I'm with you there. 415 says, everybody wanted the starters back in. Starters were on the bench. They were the ones who gave up the 30-point deficit. It is something to be said about that. Everyone's like, put them back in. I'm like, the only reason we're back in this game in any capacity that they're back in it is because
they were so checked out. Like Steph's taking off his ankle brace and everything, and it looked like they knew what it was. At that point, it's like, we lost this game. Let's prepare for the next one.
510 says, I'm hearing terms like protecting and resting. Only once they were down by 30. I don't see other teams having to do this as much. Show me any other player left in the NBA playoffs with as many rings and finals appearances as Steph and Draymond and Steve Kerr.
No, but
that would be my counter to that, is nobody else is doing it because nobody else has, had the luxury to do it. Nobody else, you don't think if LeBron and the Lakers were up 3-1 on the road that if they were getting blown out, they wouldn't be sitting? What I'm saying is they're one of the oldest teams left. They're one of the oldest teams who are relying on 35 and 36-year-olds and 37-year-olds. Like, that's a huge factor in the way that Steve Kerr has to manage this and manage the minutes for these guys, right? Also, they missed Jimmy Butler for a game where Steph had to play more than 40. He wasn't just going to sit them. If they were up or they were in this game, they'd be playing. They sat because they didn't have a shot really to win this game by the time they got to halftime. They felt like they were out of it and said, hey, we'll live to fight another day. I don't think, and by the way, to your point, I don't know that they're championship contenders.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. Like,
I told you that as a 6 seed, I felt like maybe, but it told me a lot about how they finished the regular season and closing stuff out. I still think they closed this series out. I'm not confident against Minnesota. I don't know that I want that fight. I don't know if I like that.
I agree. I mean, if they were the higher seed, if they were the 6th seed, I would give them the edge because the
Warriors were at home.
Yeah, just to have the home court advantage. But man, can you imagine Rudy Gobert right now? Like, if Draymond Green has his struggles against him, we will not hear the end of it, and he will choke him out.
209 comes back and follows up that 30%. Says, yeah, it's the Warriors. Teams up 3-1 and on the road in a Game 5 only win that game to close the series about 30% of the time.
Yeah.
Well, they would have been the outlier to win that game yesterday.
No, and that's a common thing. Like, we see it all the time. When you're up 3-1 and you go back for a Game 5 on the road, you kind of kick that game. We saw it a couple years ago with the Lakers. The Lakers were up 3-1 on the Warriors, and they didn't really fight that much in Game 5. It happens all the time. I was hoping the same intensity, and I know it's hard to ask this because the Timberwolves are such a younger team. But the way that they were able to fight in that game and close that series out, I was kind of hoping that from the Warriors last night. But I also know, as you said, Copes, they're an older team. They wanted to rest a little bit. It's not going to have as much intensity. They've been here before.
I think it was an opportunity to rest. To say wanting to rest or they want to do it, like, I don't think that's what the mentality was personally. Right. I think that was opportunistic.
Yes, you're right. They did not go into the game thinking they wanted to rest. But I think the mentality also was, let's see what happens. And when you've been in the playoffs for 10 straight seasons, not 10 straight seasons, but 10 years, most of the time you've been in the postseason, you've been there, done that, you kind of know the formula. These guys are veterans. They knew what was going to happen. The Rockets would come with way more intensity than the Warriors had. So it is what it is. They got to play tomorrow and they got to win.
510 checks on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line. Says Daddy Papa mentioned today that he predicted Minnesota winning in the Lakers series. I knew before anyone the Minnesota Timberwolves were going to win that one. I picked them first.
Is that on record?
Are you telling me that Greg actually made a take, unlike the NFL draft where he just refused to make a pick for the Niners? That's because I knew it was going to happen.
I knew Mike Hill was going to get drafted all along.
I knew they were going to take him. I didn't want to upset anybody, and I didn't want to show their hand. Yeah, because all the NFL teams were paying attention to Greg and Greg to find out who the Niners were going to pick.
Hey, our guys on the line.
Yeah, let's go to him. I need this today. Let's go to Dwayne in Stockton. What's up, Dwayne? How you doing, bro?
Bring the positivity, Dwayne.
Coach.
What's up, bro?
Coach.
How we doing, brother?
I found Tom, bro. I found Tober.
You found him?
Where is he?
He got a show, bro.
Yeah.
I think it's in his backyard.
Yeah, we've seen him, man.
Yeah, I've seen him. He's sitting in his yard, just talking to the camera, bro. Yeah,
it's good.
It is hideous, bro. It is awful. Hey, man, I'm concerned, bro.
Whoa, Dwayne, that's our guy. Come on now.
I'm concerned, man. I think that situation warrants an intervention, man. But you know what else I'm concerned about, bro?
What you got, dude?
You know what else I'm concerned about, bro? I'm concerned about Steph Curry's thumb, bro.
I am too, bro. They're coming at the thumb like every time he shoots.
Did you see his thumb, bro? Did you see the picture?
I did.
So I'd be in ER, bro. I'd be in the ER, bro. And this guy is playing. And he's also playing with Dylan Brooks targeting his thumb, bro. Dylan Brooks said he was trying to hurt him, bro. So today, I wonder what Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green are thinking about that today, bro.
Yeah.
Because protect Curry at all costs, right? Ain't that what Jimmy said?
Yes.
So tomorrow night, man, I see a backyard brawl, y'all, at the Chase Center. And I see the Dubs stand on business, man.
Yeah, I think
that's all I got today, man. And y'all be cool and stay filthy, man.
Hey, let's get one from Verlander tonight, too, Dwayne. Much love, bro. We'll talk to you soon.
Stay filthy.
Stay filthy. I love that, dude. Dylan Brooks talked about that after the game, that they're taking aim. Steph just said, I don't think about it. I try not to think about it, and if it's a foul, they should call it.
I'll get into it next segment. I think that this is just something we see in sports sometimes. And, yeah, Steph's thumb is swollen. I wonder how much it's actually bothering him. The back and forth last night with Anthony Slater was pretty funny, where he was like, we saw pictures of your thumb enlarged. He was like, what, you got the feds on me? But, yeah, it's swollen. But you know what? He put 36 points up the other day with that same thumb, the thumb that he hurt a couple weeks ago against Portland. So I'm confident Steph will be fine. Not that concerned.
Yeah. I mean, if he gets banged up, if he gets more injured, then yeah, it's definitely a concern. He's been okay with it. There's been questions about it. That said, it's been an issue all season. He's still had a pretty damn good year.
Yeah.
He's had a pretty damn good postseason to this point. It's just, I'm with Dwayne when I hear, like, Dylan Brooks is out there and is malicious about it. That's where you're like, this guy's reckless and malicious.
But was there
doesn't really care what he leaves behind. You know?
Are we surprised by that by any means?
No.
Exactly.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We're going to get into that next. Problems with Dylan Brooks going after Steph Curry's thumb. Steve Kerr checked in on like what the actual rule is and how you're supposed to break this down. We'll talk about it next. We'll let you hear what Steve Kerr had to say, as well as Dylan Brooks, and what Matt Barnes had to say this morning on Murph and Marcus.
Not a fan of Dylan Brooks.
About how he would handle Dylan Brooks on the court. I would imagine it's something violent. We'll talk about it next. Dirty Work rolls on. Greatest show in America. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
That situation warrants an intervention, man.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Redwood City Sports Leader.
Giants get the Rockies tonight. 6:45. Pregame starts at 5:45. We love to see him in town, boys. Keep it locked here on the leader for all that noise.
what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, tax season has come and gone, but people have concerns. What do people do if they can't pay their taxes?
They call us, and that is a lot of people, and they're frustrated and scared, looking over their shoulder. It's the day the IRS agent comes knocking on your door. Don't let this ruin your life, your business, your marriage. We have a lot of help we want to give you, and we have a free consultation, and we explain all the things we can do. Do you qualify for a program where you just pay part and they write off the rest? You never pay it. Or do you qualify for a penalty abatement? Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or if we're going to do a monthly payment plan, we get you an amount you can actually afford. Not what some IRS agent says you can afford, but what you can really afford. Or we shift the blame where it belongs, off of you and onto your former spouse or former business partner, or a lot of other things. There's so many good solutions. We've been doing this for years and years. We have tremendous experience. We're familiar with all of them. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And then if you want us to, we'll do everything for you so you have nothing to do with the IRS. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone, and this is going to make you feel so much better, and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STILL, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thought we were going to get the uncensored version.
I was hoping for it.
I can dream. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Jacob Violante with us. Tell you what, we get some good music when Jacob's on.
Oh, yeah. It's not a rotator.
Would it kill Tim to hit YouTube once? You know what I mean?
I know. Jacob, what's on the playlist today?
Do you map out your songs before, Jacob?
Absolutely not.
No, he just kind of feels it.
Hey, just kind of feeling it. Yeah, attaboy.
But he's got a few favorites. We got like Public Enemy, As Hard as You Think.
Oh, yeah.
Probably in the rotation.
I just think, what would Tim Webb not listen to?
Exactly.
This. Yeah, nailed it. One for one.
It was usually like the first couple of weeks he started like mixing in some music. And he realized the theme song for the show was Run the Jewels, so he kept playing Run the Jewels, and then that didn't last too long.
Yeah, I think we've told him before, get off the rotator and start playing some music. And he's like, yeah, I got to start doing that. Then
he's got to do his takes. He's got to, do whatever he's doing on his phone back there.
Dude, whatever he's doing on his phone back there, that's what I wonder about for years now. I'm almost like, what the hell's he doing back there on his phone?
What's he doing back there? I never know what he's doing.
What's he talking to back there on the phone all the time? Always text him. Not Jacob. Jacob's locked in.
And he's not texting me. I'll tell you that.
He's not texting you.
No, why would he?
He's not even here. Well, he's probably driving right now. Don't text and drive, Tim. If you're out there driving to the airport. Still. I don't know which airport.
Driving him to the airport.
Is he driving him to LAX?
When's the last time you had to take somebody to the airport?
Again, I've had a car in years. I'm guessing it was probably. I probably have not personally dropped somebody off at the airport in like 10 years.
God, when's the last time I've done
Because
that?
once Uber became a thing, people just Uber to the airport. I call Ubers to the airport. I don't ever ask anybody for rides.
I never wanted to bother, like especially in the Bay Area with both BART stations connecting to airports. I never ask anybody for a lift to the airport.
You know the last guy who dropped me off at the airport?
Tim?
Overnight Dave.
Oh, really?
I think so. I think OD was the last one.
I met Dave for the first time the other night.
You met Overnight Dave for the first time?
First time.
Wow.
How'd that go?
Well, I came back.
I bet he had some things to say.
He had a lot of Raider takes he wanted to get off his chest.
Was he rocking the piano key beanie?
I didn't see that. But I came in.
What do you mean you didn't see that?
I didn't see him wearing the piano key beanie.
Was he just going with the dome?
He was wearing a hat.
Was he wearing a beanie? It wasn't a baseball hat. He was not.
He was wearing it.
I've never seen Bill
Dave.
Overnight Dave in a hat with a bill. That's what I'm saying.
He must have been wearing the piano key beanie. Well, I wasn't paying attention to what was on his head.
Usually, it's pretty unmissable. Usually he's rocking a piano key beanie and a matching piano key scarf. And most people go, he must be a piano enthusiast. Not a lick.
Oh.
Not a lick. Never doesn't play.
Okay, I will say this, Derek. It took me a while to figure out it was a piano key. Like, I didn't see that day one and think about, oh, yeah, it's a piano. You know, it looks like a beanie. So I get that.
Yeah, I didn't really notice that. I just came back for the Warriors game, dropped off the equipment, so said what's up to Kyle Hart. I was like, oh, Dave, good to meet you, man. And we were talking about Ashton Genty getting drafted by the Raiders, and that was about it.
Yeah, overnight Dave dropped me and I guess it was medium impact Brian. A handful, like a couple of times he did, because I would finish the leadoff spot when I was doing the morning show, and I would cover the Army-Navy game, and you had to fly to Philly when I did it. I guess he flew to New York. I guess Murph has driven me to the airport, too, maybe since then. But I went with him, like we were both getting on the flight together.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different. But overnight Dave, like leaving here at 6 a.m. after the leadoff spot, a couple of times, it's like, I'm going back to Santa Clara. I'll just drop you at SFO.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't count if the person's going on the same flight as you.
No,
like,
no.
Yeah, that's not dropping off at the airport.
Was it in the slingshot? Did he drop you off in the slingshot or no?
No, dude, no, I wasn't riding in the sidecar. No, I was
slingshot.
Amazing.
I've had
This is where you get off.
I've had overnight Dave like pick me up from a Niner game too on like a Monday night, like leaving or Sunday night, leaving a Niner game. He was coming up to the city and I didn't have a ride back. He also though he had me walk like I don't know, dude. He's like, I'll pick you up at this Jack in the Box. Little did I know it was going to be like a half-hour walk for me.
Ooh,
I was booking it for a minute. Didn't even get any tacos.
Damn.
Love a Jack in the Box taco. Anyway, 925-6 on the text line says Tim's almost as bad as Copes, calling in sick the day after his birthday when he was hungover. I was not hungover. I burned myself.
I had to say that.
Burned myself. 408 says, I know what Tim's doing. He called me a bedwetter, and I'm getting a little butthurt. Are we friends now? Tim called this guy a bedwetter?
Wait, he knows what he's doing, though? What did that story have to do with anything? The text started off with, I know what he's doing.
I know what he's doing.
He called me a bedwetter yesterday.
I don't know what that was either.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I know what he's doing. Call me a bedwetter. It may be true, but I don't care.
I hesitate to ask this as the 650, but doesn't KNBR have like a CBS National blather on overnight? What is Dave doing? Dave is the only living being in the building keeping everything on. Dave's like, he's the only guy in the building at night.
Dave's the most important person here at KNBR.
I've said this for years. Jeremiah Crow used to tell me this. And I realized it when I was the program director for about 10 minutes. Overnight Dave, the most important employee in the building. You know why? Because we have to have somebody here overnight to make sure everything's running and everything's on and operating. Also, Midnight Replay, Giants Midnight Replay, he operates that himself. Like, he's running that himself. When there was the leadoff spot, he used to do the board hopping for that. Yep. So there is stuff that has to get done at night that overnight Dave is here taking care of and making sure. He's also the first line of defense when we get a new hire. They get trained on the overnight. If overnight Dave is out, you try getting one of these Gen Z kids out here to work an overnight shift for a week. I dare you. Nobody's doing it. I hired all these. I went through so many interviews interviewing all these kids, and I tell them, here's the deal. When you get hired here, you're going to have to work overnight shifts. We operate 365, 7 days a week. This is sports media. You don't get holidays off. You don't get everything has to be operated at all times.
You want this?
Especially when the Niners are playing on Christmas and the Warriors are on Christmas and you got Thanksgiving games for the Niners. Like, you got to know this is the industry you've chosen to be in. And they all go, yeah. Then I go, and you're going to have to work some weekend overnight shifts when David's off. Oh, I don't know if I can do that on a Friday or Saturday. Well, I don't know. I don't know if we can have you here then.
Yeah.
You got to do it. Overnight Dave, the backbone of KNBR.
There you go.
Did we say number one in the KNBR board op rankings overnight, Dave?
Oh, no. That's been established. That's Young Tony.
Ooh.
Self-proclaimed. I'm gonna reject that wholeheartedly on Young Tony. Well, 925 says Papa could have just sent Martin to go pick up Tim's family and drive him to the airport. All right, let's get into what happened yesterday. Warriors lose. Dylan Brooks gets mouthy after the game talking about Steph's thumb. So,
well, not even. Like
he was asked about it.
He was asked about it because Bob Fitzgerald on the broadcast, the local broadcast, was talking about how Dylan Brooks is going after his thumb. He's slamming the ball when Steph Curry's trying to shoot.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what's been happening. He's coming in hot, trying to hit the hand.
I've noticed it. And honestly, I don't mind it because that's kind of what happens in sports. When you know someone's hurt, you kind of go after the injury.
Jacob, what did you say to me during the break?
It's like you're in a fight. You see a weakness, you got to expose that weakness.
Yes.
It's that simple.
Steph's playing hurt. We know he's hurt. We know he's on the injury report.
Would Draymond do the same thing?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So I'm not taking offense to Dylan Brooks doing this.
I'm not either. If he does something cheap, then it's different. We know he's capable of that. I, to this point, don't feel like it's been overtly over the top or it's been, I don't think it's been dramatic to this point.
It's not like he's challenging Steph to a thumb war or anything, okay? He's just playing a little brush defense. Like, it's what happens in the NBA. Sorry.
Right, yeah, exactly.
And in the WNBA too, yeah.
For sure, in the dub. Come on.
The dub.
Take it down.
You get down with the dub?
I think so.
Yeah.
I like to think so.
Down with the dub. 831 checks in and says, overnight Dave works 7 days a week. No. 5 days a week.
Five days a week.
My man's pulling a Sunday night through a Thursday night. That's a grueling shift, though, man.
He grinds.
He's grinding, dude. 10P to 6
Grinds more than young Tony, I'll tell you.
I'll tell you that, man. That kid, barely any overnights worked. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what it takes. You know what I mean? Jacob knows what it takes. Jacob's he's out of that loop, though. Jacob's not pulling overnights anymore.
Never again.
When's the last time you pulled an overnight?
It's been a while. It's been years.
I pulled an overnight more recently than you have, I bet.
You definitely have.
Yeah.
What, Christmas night?
That was Tim.
Like today when I asked you guys if you need any more guests, it's almost like a going through the motions when I say, like, oh, if you need me, I'm available. It's not. I'm not showing up for that. No shot. Sorry.
It's the
you put in the work already.
It's the fake offer. It's kind of like when Greg Papa said he would pick JD up from the airport. There you go, picking somebody up from the airport to go to the.
True.
But you got to be here on time. When he picked him up,
I give him credit. He did it
before the Niner draft party. But also, JD admitted he just sort of called him on it because he goes, "Oh, I'll pick you up. We'll go and get lunch and blah blah blah." And JD's like, "I'm going to take you up on that." It's sort of like he was offering and didn't really mean it, but he followed through. So good on Greg.
Yeah, do you ever have that situation when you do follow up on something and the person's like, "Listen, I was just talking."
It's like when you ask,
I'm not doing that.
You ask somebody how they're doing and they tell you.
Yeah.
You're like, oh man, I just wanted you to say fine. You know,
like when I moved into a new apartment, it was a communal thing, and my roommate. She was like,
"This is your last apartment, right?
Last
you,
apartment.
Shared a kitchen with people.
We shared a kitchen. It was terrible.
Sounds like a hostel.
Yeah, kind of. I wish it was, but it wasn't. Anyway, there was spices in the cabinet, and I started to use it. When I moved in, she told me anything that's mine is yours. So one day, I just used a little bit of cayenne pepper in my chicken.
Oh, dude, you used her cayenne.
I did, and it was a big thing. She texted me later, just being like, "Hey, I know what I said earlier, but." Can you just respect the fact that this is mine? You know, I'm kind of working on a budget. And I was like, yeah, no worries. But you told me when I moved in, I could use it. I'm not like Kramer. I'm not going to like burst into your apartment and steal things.
Are you telling me that she said
Burgeon?
I'm working
Tell
on
Burgeon.
I'm operating on a budget. So
yeah, I'm operating on a budget.
I need you to go a little lighter on my cayenne.
Yeah.
I'm not buying it.
Yeah, me neither.
How was she as a roommate?
Not great. Not great. She wasn't even a roommate. She was like, communal, like next door. So we didn't share the same room.
She the one that would sit in the little breakfast nook and talk real loud on her
talk loud, and then like at 5 a.m. her alarm would go off nonstop, and the walls were paper thin, so I could hear her alarm through my room. And I was like, after a while, wake up. She let that ring for like 30 minutes. She her own alarm couldn't wake her up. It was waking me up.
That's a tough deal. That's just you know what I mean. She said, what's mine is yours, especially my alarm. You get to hear that, too.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm with you, though, on the Dylan Brooks thing. We're back to that, too. If there's an injury out there, I mean, in hockey, they're big and they're coy about this, right? It's why I sort of even feel like the Warriors have gotten a little bit more vague with how they disclose injuries. But in hockey, they'll just say lower body injury, right? They don't even tell you exactly what the guy's dealing with.
Lower soreness.
Well, it's also
that was a Jimmy Butler injury years ago.
It's a free-flowing game, and so you know that guys can get targeted, and you know you're going to take hits, and if you know you can hit somebody and affect them, why wouldn't you? It's part of the game. It's a physical game. If you can exploit something, I get it. Is he trying to hurt Steph more? Maybe. Probably. I'm sure he would like it if Steph weren't out there. I don't think he wants to end anybody's career, but he also knows this guy's already hurt.
Yeah.
He's not trying to break his finger off when it's 100% healthy.
Again, if he was doing something dirty, that's when we all, as a fan base and NBA fans, would be like, what are you doing, Dylan Brooks? But he's just like, yeah, I'm going after his thumb. It's on the injury report. People in football do that all the time, and I know it's two different sports, but that's part of the deal. I would expect Draymond to do the same thing. So for anybody that's coming down Dylan Brooks' like, believe me, we do not like Dylan Brooks. You and I have established that. We're not Dylan Brooks fans. But I understand. Yeah, it's being a competitor. It's part of sports. You go after what the injury is. I get it.
Yeah, it's part of the gamesmanship to me. If you're playing hurt, you're leaving yourself open to being more hurt and having
it's a loophole in the rules. We'll play Steve Kerr sound late.
Here's what Steve Kerr had to say. He was asked after the game if players are going after Steph Curry's thumb.
You know, the rule, the NBA is once the shot has been released, you're allowed to hit the guy's arm. And so what's happened in the league this year is players they're going to outsmart the rules. They know what they're doing. So players all over the league are just taking shots at guys' shooting hands after release because they know it's not going to be a foul. And I'm very confident that next year the league will fix it because it's only a matter of time before somebody, breaks a thumb or breaks a hand or whatever. But these are the rules. I do believe they're allowed to call a flagrant if they want. The refs could call a flagrant if the guy winds up and takes a shot. But No, it's been happening across the league all year long. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but we have to take it through the league process to get that changed, and that'll probably happen this summer, I would guess.
I love when Steve gets like that, where he says that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. He's done that multiple times when it comes to NBA rules. He thinks a lot of rules are dumb. I totally get it, and that's a loophole in the rule book. But yeah, I would say Draymond looks for that same stuff. Dylan Brooks is going to do that. I hope that Dylan Brooks doesn't land and hurt Steph Curry on his thumb. But Steph's a big boy; he can handle it. He's been like he never gets any calls, which is ridiculous. But I'm not going to come on this microphone and bang my microphone and say I want Steph Curry to get more calls. It just comes with the territory. It is what it is at this point.
I think we'd all appreciate it if you didn't bang your microphone. More from the postgame. Dylan Brooks was asked about it after the game as well. Here's Dylan Brooks discussing going after Steph's thumb.
No, I've been playing the game. Shoot. If you're gonna come play the game injured or whenever you got, it's all about the game. If I had an injured ankle, I would attack that ankle every single time. So, whatever they're saying on the broadcast, they can keep saying it.
Fair. It's fair. I mean, I don't like the guy, but fair.
Again, if he does something egregious, they should call it. If not, it's just sort of part of the game. Yep. Quick check of the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line. 916 says, Derek, everyone knows stealing cayenne is the gateway to stealing from your roommate.
The gateway?
It's the gateway.
I wasn't stealing anything else like toilet paper or anything else. It's just cayenne pepper, for God's sake.
It's a gateway
drug?
I don't know.
Oh, you on that cayenne?
Oh, man. Got that cayenne. Well, I was trying to think of what is it in Breaking Bad when Jesse's when he's cooking his own meth?
Yeah.
Chili pea.
Chili pea,
He's like,
yeah.
keep that chili powder out of my house, like meth, dude. Like that spice, the chili pea. Yeah, cayenne pepper's like $1, says the 925.
Seriously.
707 says, dude, when is Tim staying 24 hours in the studio after his loss to Derek in fantasy?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Tim, every time we
It's
bring
May.
it up now, he gets real crappy about it, I feel like.
Okay, you know what? Since Jacob's in, we'll talk a little Giants baseball next, but I do want to get Jacob's opinion on this as well.
Yeah, we'll get Jacob's opinion on this because every time I brought it up on there, he's like, it'll happen. We're working on something. He's not working on S.
Michael's been here for 2 weeks.
He's like, we're doing it when Mr. KNBR gets back from Japan. He's been back for like 2.5 weeks. And Tim goes, we're working on something. He's not working on anything. He doesn't want to do it.
It's not even the plans.
We might just boot him from the fantasy league.
I think so.
Doesn't pay up, dude. Well, I haven't paid you either.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We probably should boot you, too.
Yeah, we'll just boot me then. That's fine. As long as Tim doesn't get to play.
All right, fine. Both of you are out. Just
We're
me and
both
Jacob.
out, yeah.
Have I paid even?
No, you have.
This is for like last
You
season.
have.
Anyway, we'll get more into what people are talking about. At least you didn't take the Cumin, says 916. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Giants against the NL West. So far, 0-2. They got to San Diego in first place. They leave San Diego in third place. They get the Rockies, though, who come in red hot. Picking up their 5th win of the season yesterday.
Oh, boy.
Red hot Rocks come to town. Also, don't want to miss your KNBR Weekend Sports Calendar. We got that coming your way next. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America. Rich Aurelia at 3:50, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on. Greatest show in America on a Thursday afternoon. 209 says you guys are going to ban Tim from the Fantasy League for life.
It's only right.
I'll tell you what, he
follows Tim's rules.
Don't make a bet if you're not gonna make good on the bet. And we gave him options of how to make good on this bet.
Yeah.
The bet was if he lost to Derek in the fantasy football semifinals, he was gonna have to either see Wicked in theaters back-to-back times, twice. And don't forget, he was even trying to get out of that. He's like, well, what if we did it next year before the new one comes? We'll do it after the Super Bowl, after the playoffs, when everybody's weekends are busy.
It's been plenty of time.
Tim, that was in January.
I was talking about if I lost, I don't want to do this on a Saturday when the NFL playoffs are happening.
Yeah.
Now we're well past that.
We're in May. And by the way, the facade that he put up about, when Mr. KNBR gets back from Japan, we're going to make it a content.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get Mr. KNBR on later in the show.
We have details.
We'll talk to him because we just met with him in the bullpen. I'll tell you what, there ain't a lot of details, and Tim ain't working on S.
Yeah.
It sounds like. Sounds like there's going to have to be some other form of punishment that comes in.
Now watch Tim actually do this and not announce it and just do it one night. Like, yeah, I stayed over. Bet's over.
That'd be a classic Tim move. He's got to tell us from us.
Yes, there's got to be promos. There's got to be videos.
His whole thing was the only reason we're waiting this long was because his thing was we should make it content. So it better be content, and it better be done this month.
Well, yeah, if it's the first of the month, yeah.
It's May now. He's supposed to do this in January, and we gave him the out to be like, fine, after the NFL playoffs are over.
Let's be honest, we're running out of time here.
And by the way, I'm not sure what NFL playoffs had to do with it. He's supposed to be here during the week.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a weeknight that he's here, like Thursday to Friday or Wednesday to Thursday.
Can there be like a stipulation where every beer he drinks 30 minutes goes off the time of the 24 hours or something?
No, because he's supposed to be here from the time he starts his shift on like a Wednesday. We go to the show, we do the show, so he gets here at like 11:30 to 12, whatever.
Yeah.
He gets here, say, 11:30. He gets here at 11:30 on a Wednesday. He's supposed to stay through our show, run the board like always. Then he must stay here overnight until the next day's show
28
ends.
hours.
So it's like 28 hours. He's got to be here until the show ends the following day. So we can't have him get housed. Now, he did ask, well, can I get food? And I'm like, you can't go like sit at the old ship. You can't go to Grumpy's and hang out. You can order food and go pick it up if you want, but you got to be back. You got to be in here. And having it on video is a good thing.
Or pick it up, come right back.
You got to be in the building. And I'm like, whatever. You can hang out, watch TV, do whatever the hell you want.
Inflatable mattress, sleep on that. It's fine. But just be here. Be here.
503 says, is Overnight Dave territorial? Would this be a safe environment for Tim?
Oh, he'd be fine.
Overnight Dave is territorial, but it would be a safe environment.
Well, he would welcome the company, wouldn't he?
He would love the company.
Yeah.
It'd be like two bull elephants, going over territory, I believe. Just when they...
What's a bull
elephant?
Like two elephant males. They call them bull elephants.
They do?
Yeah.
I didn't know you were...
I'll take your word for it.
Where did you come with this elephant knowledge?
I got safari knowledge.
So male elephants are bull elephants?
Quick check of the bull elephant. It does say the bull elephant refers to a male elephant. Male elephants also known as
I'm not
bulls.
questioning Jacob's knowledge.
I wasn't questioning it.
Interesting.
Surprised me.
Dude, Overnight Dave definitely has bigger tusks than Webb, for sure.
What does the tusk tell you about a bull?
Length?
I mean, is it like rings on a tree? Is it like age?
I mean, I would think the lady elephants are going after the big tusks.
Well, let's be real, too. He has a piano key beanie.
Yeah.
You know what piano keys are made out of?
Ivory.
There you go. Tusk.
Or ebony.
Yeah, true. Let's sing it. Let's sing it together, Coach.
No, let's not.
Okay.
Let's not, dude. I sing it in my head internally all the time. I walk around and that's a theme song that plays.
Really?
Just in my life. Let's go out to Mr. KNBR. Mr. KNBR, Tim is claiming that he's been working on this. Not claiming that he's been working, but he goes, we're working on something. And I know that that's just his coy way of saying, I'm not doing it yet. And he was just kept punting it and kicking the can down the road. Mr. KNBR, how far along and how many discussions have you guys had on the details of him staying overnight for 28 hours?
I think maybe we've had 2 in total since I got back from Asia. Maybe 1. but it must have been right when I got back. We might have not had any discussions.
And it wasn't
one of the plans, yeah.
It was just a comment.
It was no discussions. Just like, hey, if I do this overnight thing, like, do you want to make a thing out of it? Like, we can film it and something. Like, yeah, that'd be fun. That was it.
Okay.
530 says, dude, that's
Way
like
on the back burner.
530 says, dude, that's like a 20-hour shift. Poor guy. It's not a shift. He just has to be here. He doesn't have to work.
It's not a shift.
He just has to sit here, and he made the bet. And the original thought was see Wicked back-to-back times twice. See it in theaters twice in a row because it was like 8 hours.
We're getting trailers for Wicked 2 coming up this November.
Dude, Tim, when we brought that up as a potential punishment, Tim lost his mind. Like, Tim was like, "There's no way. I can't do that. I'm not seeing that."
No, I was.
Thought Tim was pretty adamant.
I was more like, I can't, like, if a movie sucks, I can't go back in the theater again and be like, I'm going to see that again. Now, Wicked could be awesome, but I just can't tolerate that.
So, Michael, or Mr. KNBR, how hard would it be to set this up?
You can call me Michael.
No, I like Mr. KNBR.
No, so I don't want to be with him, like, at all while he's doing it. My plan, I kind of just want to set up, like, multiple webcams all around the office.
A Blair Witch thing.
Like 100 webcams all around the office. And viewers can, like, click on different rooms and watch him in different rooms.
I like that.
The camera, like, automatically switches rooms wherever he's walking. Stuff like that. Like, yeah, Big Brother stuff.
Yeah,
I want to do a Big Brother 24 hours with Tim in the office.
Okay. I think since Tim has lied to our faces about working on something with Mr. KNBR by getting this done, and it's taken him 5 months to even, it still hasn't even happened. I think there's got to be some additional punishment.
I think he has to do this tomorrow.
Let me set up the cameras.
Saturday.
Let me set up the cameras. I want to be able to construct something to where the audience is going to be able to like give him challenges, and maybe if he achieves one of the challenges, maybe that like gets rid of a half an hour or something like that.
Yeah, what kind of challenges do we want to put him through?
He's got to be there for the
humiliation rituals.
You mean like after like Barstool After Dark challenge?
Yes,
things like that.
Ooh, okay.
I mean, he's allowed to sleep.
Yeah, he's allowed to sleep. That's fine.
Yeah,
but the camera's on while he sleeps. Like he's got to be on camera.
But
while
he can't
sleeping.
go to the bathroom.
The whole time he's got to be on camera, even in the bathroom.
Yeah. 209 says, Jacob, do you know what female elephants are called? Female elephants. You know what they're called? You said they're bulls if they're...
No idea. He has no idea.
I don't know if this is true. 209 says elephant knowledge. Females are called cows. So we just name them male and female. We call them
lazy as hell.
Other elements. Hold on, I'm looking up cow elephant. I don't know if I buy this yet. I don't know if I. By the way, Richard Really right around the corner.
Hold on, should we do this calendar real quick since we have to do it?
I guess, dude. In elephant society, cow refers to a female elephant. So we call those are just two other animals, though.
Weird.
That's bizarre. All right, it's time now because everybody wants it.
Yeah, you don't have a phone.
They beg for it.
You can't look it up.
They beg for it. Yeah, nobody has internet, so they can't look up what's on the Bay Area sports calendar for this weekend. So they come here to KNBR on Thursdays and Fridays so that I can tell you. The Bay Area sports calendar is sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. You see what Jacob put on my calendar here?
Giants Warriors.
Yeah, that's it. Giants play this weekend against the Rocks, 4 games. What'd you say on the trending now, Jacob? You said Rockies come to town.
We love to see the boys. Keep it tuned in here for the noise.
Keep it tuned on KNBR for all the noise. You got Warriors tomorrow in Game 6 out of Chase Center. We'll be out there, Harmonic Brewing.
We will.
Out of Harmonic Brewing at Chase from 2 to 6, actually till like 2 to 6:45 tomorrow.
Yep.
With this Giants 7:15 first pitch. We'll be there for a whole long time tomorrow. Come on out, hang out, get some beer. It's a Friday, should be a poppin' environment. So I bet you a lot of people are going to come out to Thrive City.
Definitely.
Just watch the game
Definitely
in the little theater there. Anyway, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Richard Really joins us talking some Giants baseball. Giants come on home after a quick 2-game stint down in San Diego. They take on the Rockies in a best of 4. We'll do it next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Male elephants bull elephants. Now you know. But if you don't like elephants, you know you love the Giants here on the leader. We got the Rockies in town. 6:45. 5:45 pregame, 6:45 first pitch. Keep it right here on KNBR 680. Giants win streak starts today.
It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
original number 35 at 3rd and King.
Kipper swings, rolls one to short, and a bad hop. Aurelia somehow comes up with it, races to the bank with a putout, and the sign is retired.
And now he joins dirty work every week.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Aurelia hits one deep to left field, and this baby is out of here. A grand slam home run for Rich Aurelia, and it's his second home run of the season and his first grand slam of his career. It is 4-0.
Forever Giant Rich Aurelia on the Sports Leader.
Craig and Jacob. Nice. Love to hear it. Rich Aurelia joins us each and every week. He is sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Rich Aurelia joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Rich? How you doing, bro?
What's up, Richie?
Good, guys. What's going on?
You back in California after the trip out to Baltimore for the big? Was it the big?
Yes.
Was Big the Big Ten golf
Big
tournament?
10.
Yeah, how'd it go?
Yeah, it went okay. Their team finished middle of the pack.
Yeah. All right.
I think my son finished. I don't know, somewhere in the top third of the field, but I didn't realize there's 18 teams in the Big Ten.
Oh wow!
I mean, I was shocked, and the worst part was the last day we were there on Sunday. He went off early because they start earlier on getaway day because teams got to get home. But it was 47 degrees and it was 35-mile-an-hour winds.
Oh my God!
So it wasn't an ideal, say the least, golf day, but it wasn't an ideal day to just be watching golf, walking around. So, but all in all, it's good. They made the regionals. It was announced yesterday, so I'm headed to Tallahassee at some point in the next couple of weeks. And he made second team All Big Ten.
Nice.
Very cool.
Well
Very
done.
proud.
Good deal, man. Very cool. And it should be some better weather in Tallahassee when you get down there for golf than in Baltimore in April. By the way, I think you said 16. There's 18 teams in the Big Ten. There's 16 in the Big 12.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense at all. College football just does whatever they want. And there's actually, by the way, 2 in the Pac-12. As Jacob, our producer, tells us only 2 teams left in the Pac-12. I always forget that they're just hanging out there. Rich Aurelia with us on the UMA guest line. All right, just quickly on some Giants baseball. If I were to evaluate what happened in San Diego and how they've played this month, now that we're into the month of May, and you got to be pleased if you're a Giants fan with what they've been able to do to this point. I would say that they've been carried in the lineup. It seems maybe series to series or week to week by like 2 or 3 guys, and now it's kind of catching up to them, it feels like.
Yeah, the record in April, I think, was 16-11. I think I'm correct there. You take that. You're 5 games above 500, right? Overall record's good too. But I think now you're starting to see like the depth of this division, right? Because you just played the Padres, who had lost 8 out of 10, and they pretty much came out and beat you pretty handily. Dodgers keep winning, even though their rotation is just a disaster right now.
Shambles now, yeah.
And the Diamondbacks are playing better. So, again, it's one of, and I know I say this kind of stuff a lot, but it's like if you would have told us a month ago, hey, you're going to be 16-11 in April, are you going to take it? And I'm like, yeah, absolutely, you're going to take it. But tough series, man. They ran into some really good pitching. That Padre bullpen is pretty filthy. I think, honestly, I think the top 3 bullpens in the National League are, in this National League Western Division, with the Giants being one of them. But all can turn good today because you come home and you got a 4-game set against the Colorado Rockies. So hopefully they come home, the bats get going again. And for me, the starting pitching, I always seem to, I'll give the veteran guys a pass if they give up some early runs, but, you got to see some more strikes early in the game, get these guys stretched out a little bit more. And, it's hard when you have a little bit of a struggling offense when you feel like, you're down 3-0 after the first and you got to come back. That's not easy to do on a consistent basis in Major League Baseball.
To that point, Rich, I asked you a few weeks ago, is it too early to be scoreboard watching your own division? And yeah, it is. But, how How much urgency is there in these divisional matchups when there's fewer divisional games now in Major League Baseball, and the Giants, lose 2 against the Padres? Just how important in this tight race is every National League West matchup going to be, with the exception of the Colorado Rockies, of course?
Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was playing, and you get to September and you're in the race, and the thought in the clubhouse was, all right, we're going to be head to head with the guys we need to beat to make up some ground or to knock them further back. Well, that doesn't exist anymore, right? I mean, was it 13 games in your division versus all the teams?
Used to be 19, right?
Yeah, it used to be 19, where you could, you get to September and you'd see the Dodgers twice, and you'd see the Padres twice, and the Diamondbacks twice. Where now, who knows? You may get the Minnesota Twins in September, or you just don't know. So I think I don't want to say that you put more of an emphasis on these, divisional games, but there has to be a little bit of more meaning to them based off, you're playing 6 less than you did in the past. So, but they got a good look at what San Diego is, and, they'll see them again later on down the road, and hopefully they learn something, and they could work with what they learned. And, again, every game, every sport, you got to learn from your losses, and hopefully they can do that.
Talking to Rich Aurelio on the UMA guest, and I think I sold them short on the record. 19-12 is where they are. Padres are 19-11. Dodgers 21-10. So still just 2 games out of first place after the 2-game sweep in San Diego, and they get to take on the 5-25 Rockies, who come to town for 4 games. Their run differential through 30 games -77.
Jesus,
that's alarming. That's alarming. With the
how do you do that playing at Coors Field?
I don't even understand.
It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, you got to feel bad for that organization. They really haven't had anything to root for in about 15 years or so. But it's a good team for the Giants to have coming in though right now.
You want to get right. Everybody else gets to play them. You want to get your licks in and your pound of flesh too. They're 1-14 on the road. Are the Rockies entering? They've won 1 game on the road to this point. Not a good time for them. When things are going against the Giants, Kruk will be like, yeah, he's due. But when it's the other way, you go, it's ownage. So let's hope it's ownage for the Giants in this this road series for the Rockies. Hey, did you see the home run ball that was hit yesterday that the Giants fan reached out and tried to grab?
I did not see it, actually, but I heard about it on the radio this morning.
Yeah.
With your morning crew. I guess somebody leaned over, right? And they deemed that it would have went over the fence anyway.
Yeah, it was like a low-line drive home run, and a Giants fan kind of reaches out, and when they looked at it on replay, I guess it hit the fan like – the more egregious thing was that he was wearing a glove, and he didn't land in his glove. It hit him like in the wrist or the arm, but the arm was behind the wall, so it was a home run anyway. Kind of no harm, no foul. But we got into a discussion on the air yesterday after the game about if there should be a punishment for something like that. And I know at Oracle Park it's case by case, but a lot of times if you interfere with the ball, they'll just toss you out of the ballpark for the game. Tim Webb, our producer, said he thought that was a bannable offense. Somebody could be banned from the ballpark for life for interfering with the ball that's in play. Being that you played shortstop most of your career, I don't know if you ever interacted or had that issue. If you ever, when you were on the corners at first or at third base, but any thought on how fans, if there's a punishment that should be handed out for interference with the ball?
Well, isn't it all relative?
Yeah,
right. I mean,
exactly.
where it happens, who was the kid in the Yankee playoff game
Jeffrey
years ago
Mayer?
that leaned over? I mean, they threw that kid on a float in a parade probably the next day, right? I mean, so but then you have last year, right, with Mookie Betts, those guys leaning over, and they're banned from who knows? I listen, man. The fans get into it, and if you're that close to the field, of course you're going to try and lean over. I would think something's wrong with you if you didn't try and lean over and try and catch the ball, but. I think in San Diego, the problem is that fence is like, head high.
Right.
So, like, anybody could reach over there and then interfere with an outfielder at any point in time. But I don't know if it's a bannable offense for life. I mean, it's not like it's Halliburton's dad or something coming on the court.
That was insane, dude. That was nuts.
But, I mean, I could see – I understand them, like, kind of kicking people out of the game. I understand that.
Sure.
I saw that all throughout my whole career, no matter where you played. But I mean, I don't know if it's a bannable offense for life or anything like that. It's just part of the game, and you deal with it when it happens, and hopefully it doesn't go against you.
Yeah, I think a little excessive from our producer Tim Webb. Talking to Rich Aurilia.
I was like, you want him to get the same punishment as guys get for gambling on baseball?
Seriously.
And baseball? I was like, I don't think so. I don't think that's an arm for an arm.
A little too much. So Richie, I mean, right now the bats aren't really going. But what do you think of Matt Chapman? I mean, obviously he's a fantastic third baseman, but 6 strikeouts the last 2 games, hitting 198 right now. Just what do you think about him at the plate?
I mean, listen, we know, I said this last year when they got Matt, you know what he is, right? You know what he is as an offensive player. And, you know, he had some struggles early on last year, and then he ended the year with probably one of his best offensive years. I mean, I've always said this. He's going to be a guy that hits somewhere between 245 and 260 on the year. He's going to pop you, 20 to 25 homers, drive in 70-something runs, and play unbelievable defense. So I wouldn't really get too concerned. I mean, again, they did face some pretty good arms down in San Diego. But I don't, guys like Chapman, Adames, I don't worry too much about those guys. They've been through it. They've been there, done that. And, especially early in the year, I mean, you have one good week and you're back hitting over 300 again. So not very concerned. I mean, the strikeouts could be a little alarming, but we know that there's a lot of swing and miss in that lineup. I mean, the one guy that really isn't a swing and miss guy is, probably Jung-Hoo Lee. But most of the other guys, there's a lot of swing and miss in there. So it's just as a former player, you 2-game series and you strike out that many times. Yeah, that's a little hard. But, at least you come home now and you know who you're facing, and you try and get back on track before you head right back out on the road again in another tough place to hit and play, especially early in the year in Wrigley.
Talking to Rich Aurilia on the UMA guest line. Giants did make a roster move today. Tyler Fitzgerald lands on the 10-day injured list with a left rib fracture.
Ooh.
You ever deal with anything like that, Rich? That's got to be tough for a hitter.
I mean, that's got to be tough, especially
anybody,
with as much as you twist and move, and especially an infielder, with a lot of, bending down for ground balls and stuff. And, that's got to be something that's not very comfortable.
Yeah.
But again, at least you know what it is, right? It's not an oblique that can last weeks upon weeks upon weeks. At least you know what it is in a fracture, and you can, go about ways of healing that a little bit quicker maybe than you would an oblique.
Yeah, Brett Wisely was called up. The lineup is out today. Christian Koss is going to start at second base. As Justin Verlander takes the ball tonight, he's looked really good, I thought, over his last couple of starts, and I pointed this out. Even that before they went on the long 10-game road trip, the game against the Reds where he kind of gritted into the 6th inning and had one bad inning where he gave up 5. Still got 9 swinging strikeouts in that game. He doesn't have the win yet, but I think he's rounding into form.
Yeah, I think he is. You got a guy who's pretty much spent all of his career, hasn't he, in the American League?
He went to the Mets briefly, didn't he? Briefly,
he went to the Mets briefly, like right?
Season,
yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you got a guy who's, a veteran guy who's, probably more concerned about getting his body ready for opening day than the actual pitching part of it at 42 years old. So I don't want to say it was a surprise or not, but the slow start probably isn't that eye-opening. I mean, but guys like this, these veteran guys who have been around a long time, they start figuring it out. And, I'm sure he's getting adjusted to the West Coast and San Francisco and being in this rotation and pitching in that ballpark. And, guys like Verlander, man, he knows that it's I guarantee he knows it's a hard park to hit in at Oracle, and he probably pitches to his ability to use the park to his advantage. And I remember years ago, I played in the All-Star game, and Kurt Schilling was on the team, and we were just talking the outfield. These are the Diamondbacks at the time, and he said, "I love pitching at your guys' ballpark because it's just so big in the outfield." And he goes, "I just pitch to get fly balls there, to the gaps, and hopefully my guys run them down." And I thought about that for a long time as Schilling, a veteran pitcher, and I guarantee you, like Verlander sees stuff like that too, and takes that with him out there every start. So. Really nice to see him throwing the ball well. And as evident, he gutted out those innings But it's evident that the stuff's still there. He still had the 9 Ks. So, hopefully, May will start off really good for him, and, he can get 1 inch closer to that 300 win plateau mark.
A couple more minutes with Rich Aureli on the UMA guest line. All right, Rich, I want to ask you a very serious question. Have you seen this 100 men versus 1 gorilla debate?
I've been hearing it the last few days.
Yeah.
So where do you come down on this?
I mean, you would think that 100. What kind of men are they?
That's the thing.
If it's 50 Derricks and 50 me's, we got a problem.
Yeah,
probably,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
well, that's where I heard it first. Was the other day. With you guys. Yeah, that is where I heard it.
Dirty
first.
work spreading the news.
That's it, dude. Yeah.
I mean, you would think 100 men could, you may lose a couple.
Oh yeah,
soldiers along the way.
Maybe not a couple.
I mean, you would think that you'd kind of come out victorious. I don't know. I don't ever want to be in that position.
Yeah, that would definitely be a tough position to be in, yeah.
It's a hell of a debate. When you start thinking deeper about it, too, and you start getting the stats on, like, what a gorilla's capable of, you're like, God, I don't know. You know what I mean? I started getting the information on, like, the weight of his bite, like how much force he's able to bite you with.
How many broken skulls he could have.
Yeah, you'd have to get a lot of guys in there at once. I'm just saying, if you get the eyes, you get a shot, Rich. You know what I mean?
Well, but what's I can't remember her name, but who's the woman?
Oh.
Jane in the mist.
Yeah, Jane Goodall.
Right?
Yeah, Jane Goodall.
I mean, hey, if she's going in there into the jungle by herself, taking care of these gorillas, maybe you need to get her on the team.
That, you know what? I like that. That's good strategy by Rich. That's the smartest answer I've heard so far.
She tries to talk him down a little bit or something, then we get somebody else in there to just rip him.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Then we get we distract him. We use the intelligence of a human to sort of take down the gorilla. I like that.
The old bait and switch.
That's it.
That's it. 707 on our text line says, if you had like 100 Trent Williams from the Niners, I'm like, damn.
Well, yeah.
I would definitely taken the Trents, dude, but we're talking a normal-sized person. You know what I mean?
Basically, just every offensive lineman can think of Anthony Munoz, Trent Williams.
Just say Tristan Wirfs, just anybody I can get my hands on. Rich Aureli joins us each and every week. Giants baseball tonight, 5:45 pregame, 6:45 first pitch. Rich, always good to talk to you, man. We'll do it next week.
Thanks, Rich.
All right, guys. Have a great weekend, man.
Good deal, man. The great Rich Aureli. By the way, Jane Goodall's still with us.
Is she now?
Yeah, I just looked it up. 91 years old.
Wow.
What is that in chimp years? Adam Copeland depopped. No Tim Webb today. We got Jacob Violante with us hanging out on the board. Dude, we're moving studios here in the next couple of weeks.
We are.
We're going to Levi's, right? That's what I heard.
That's the news.
Tim's going to have to do this thing in the next 2 weeks. He's not going to be able to do it at the new location.
Well, I think we were talking about it in the break. I think that he should do the crossover. Like the last night we're at the studio, he should do the whole shift, stay over.
And then go to the new studio.
And then part of his shift is to get on BART, go to Daly City, and then continue that.
I don't think so. Then we don't get all the content.
Yeah, you're right. No, but he could bring the camera with him.
Come on, that's not happening. Those logistics don't make any sense.
I mean, it sounds good in theory, but will it be actually executed?
I think it's better to just make him sit here. I think that's the better theory.
Well, we're running out of time here.
That's what I mean. He better get on.
So when are we doing this?
925. I don't know. I'm saying Tim.
He can't do it on Tuesday because he has to do his trivia.
That's fine. I don't care when he does it, but he's got to do it before we get out of this building. You know what I mean? I'm going to send him a text and say, get your affairs in order.
You know what? He should do a Monday because then he'll do a full show, not have time to sleep, go directly to trivia. It's a long night for Tim.
He's not going to want to do it on a Monday or a Tuesday. So I'm thinking next Wednesday. That's what I'm circling.
In the words of Gary St. Jean, tough wolf cookies.
Yeah, dude. And by the way, next Wednesday, short show.
We'll
be on after the Giants game. I have no idea what that means. What you got, Mr. KNBR?
I think we could do it where I think it makes feasible sense where he finishes the part of the 28 hours here. He has a mobile camera. I could hook it up. He has a mobile camera with him.
I'm liking this.
He takes that to the new studio. We film a lot, like the Uber or whatever, however he's getting there in the car the whole way there.
But then he's not spending the 28 hours. Like that to me, that doesn't make much sense because he's got to. We need him to. We want to sit him in one spot where he's just.
We're making him mobile.
I just think it would be an epic ending to the whole. It would be cinematic.
I don't think it'd be that epic considering like our first day there is absolutely going to be an S show. You know what I mean? There's no reason.
But Tim will be part of the S show.
Michael,
that's part of the cinema.
Are you telling me, Michael, that you want to be dealing with that on day one of the new building?
That's a great
telling me
point.
that's what you want to handle?
Can you imagine that?
Because I'm sure
everybody from corporate.
Everything's going off without a hitch. I'm sure the second we move. You know what I mean? No mistakes, no problems. Everything's going to be operating up to speed.
Excuse me, Mr. KNBR. We have something wrong with the studio. I'll get to it later. Tim,
I'm too busy with this overnight Tim segment. It's going to get tons of likes.
I think that we stop making it more crazy than it is, and we just make Tim get his ass in here for 28 hours.
All right.
Because you know what? He's gonna bitch and moan and whine if we're like, you got to get in your car and then drive and have the camera. He's not going to do all that. At the end of being here for 28 hours.
Maybe we get him an Uber to a screening of Wicked.
It's not even out anymore.
Yeah, we buy out a theater.
5 months. That's my point.
No, then the punishment's on us.
The punishment's on us.
We got to pay the theater to put Wicked back in the cinema? Come on now.
Just like when we came up with all this, you guys are bad at this.
All right, when he shows up to the Daly City studio, Wicked is playing on all the TVs.
You guys are bad at this. This isn't good.
This is our fault?
Don't tell anybody where we're going. What are you talking about? What are you doing? 808 KNBR. 415
We're going to Levi's, everybody.
808-5627. We're going to Levi's.
Derek already blew it.
Are you guys going to start?
I did, actually.
Are you guys going to start calling the show Daly City Dirty Work of San Francisco? No. When we come on back, what are we doing next? Oh, you know what? We normally do it on a Friday, but we're going to be at Harmonic Brewing tomorrow.
Hard to bring the dial to Harmonic.
Last Friday, we couldn't bring the dial with us, and we roll it out of the KNBR storage facility. Every week, it's back there with...
Oh, I got to tell Jacob the song we use for this.
Tom's AC/DC shirt. It's back there with Gary's Bentley, with Polymac's jukebox.
Shit, I got to go make the dial.
Tony Ryan's pink slips. All those are back there.
We'll see if the dial in time.
in the KNBR storage facility. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes there.
Michael forgot to make the dial, so we'll see if we have it next segment.
You got to be blanking me, dude. How about this? Tim leaves and the wheels fall off. The Dirty Work dial. It rolls on next.
Tim's the most important person on this show.
Maybe. Only here on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Warriors got smoked by the Rockets yesterday, but that's okay. Game 6 is tomorrow. Keep it tuned on the leader. And also, we got great Warriors guest. Matt Barnes says he'll kick Dylan Brooks' ass. That was on the morning show. Check out that interview and more on KNBR.com, KNBR app.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Jacob, a.k.a. Lice Boy. You like that nickname? You tired of it?
What do you think?
Okay, I don't know. Could be endearing.
The nickname Lice Boy is it's so funny how it came to be. That's what gets me about
Murph.
Yeah, it's it was somebody else in a group chat talking trash to Murph during fantasy football. This, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, Jacob? Years ago. And Murph...
You got strays.
Murph thought it was Jacob, and just because Jacob has a lot of hair, Murph went for the low-hanging fruit and said, why don't you shut up, Lice Boy? And the best is then Jacob comes back, he's like, that's not even me. I wasn't even the one who was talking trash to you,
it's a
Murph.
solid insult, but it just shows that Murph is jealous of Jacob's hair like we all are.
And then it's stuck.
Yeah, it stuck because it was funny.
Hey. At the end of the day, you have those glorious locks. I don't think you call it locks. Great hair.
Good lettuce.
Yeah, you got good lettuce.
Nappy weave?
I wouldn't call it that.
As Marcus Thompson told us last week, you don't get to come up with your own nickname. The streets give you your nickname.
Yes, that's only fair.
In this case, Murph is the streets. In this scenario, Murph is the streets. Nicknaming
Has
Jacob.
Murph ever been called street before?
Hey, I'm going to give Michael a little bit of time here to finish, Mr. KNBR, a little bit of time to finish setting up our Dirty Work dial. We'll do it in the next segment.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
that's fine.
Real quick, I want to ask you about this.
Sure.
The Anthony Edwards thing from yesterday. So Anthony Edwards, he left Staples Center after the game.
Yes.
And he walked out of the arena. He took a victory lap around Staples Center.
Dude, this guy is so confident.
Crypto.com arena.
Yeah, I still call it Staples. Yeah, he made a victory lap. He was talking to Lakers fans. This guy has no fear. Like, the character he plays in Hustle, he's not that demonstrative. You're not going to talk about your children like that. But, and I know, you're laughing already with thinking of a riff. Children with Anthony Edwards. Go ahead. Let me hear it.
I know, I'm just thinking about it. I'll get there. Go ahead. Keep going. I'll come up with something
Just the fact that this guy, like, if we do see the Minnesota Timberwolves in the next round, Draymond's not going to have a comeback for this guy. Like, the Warriors could win that series. Timberwolves could win that series.
What do you mean he's not going to have a comeback for? What do you mean?
Just as far as, like, I think Draymond always has a retort to somebody else. He can always
paint your nails. Like,
exactly.
Remember he had to Jalen Green?
He always has like the final word. With Andy, like, he's called out Anthony Edwards before. He said, like, he made a mockery of the NBA All-Star game a couple years ago. So now they'll face each other in the playoffs. We'll see, hopefully, if the Warriors win tomorrow. But I'm concerned. I don't know what's going to happen in the next series. Anthony Edwards is scared of nobody. He calls out Kevin Durant. He calls out LeBron James. It's different than Dylan Brooks because Dylan Brooks can't back it up with his play. Anthony Edwards definitely can. So he wants all the smoke. Steve Kerr also created this monster. There's so many narratives we could get into once this series potentially happens. But remember a couple years ago, Steve Kerr was like, we did a workout with Anthony Edwards. When we have the second overall pick, we worked him out, and we said, we want you to be a little more aggressive. And he's definitely been that way. So, yeah, But
he went number one. They didn't have a chance to take him.
Exactly. So, and in hindsight, I wish he did fall to number two. That's
2020, my friends.
Exactly. But, yeah, if the Warriors face Anthony Edwards, I am definitely worried about that.
Yeah. You said it just a minute ago. I've said it before. He's not scared of anything unless it's a child support payment, in which case he ain't taking care of that. Yeah, Anthony Edwards last night leaves the arena. What's up, Jacob?
Or a condom.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, we got it.
Just wrap your S or pay for your kids. That's all I'm saying.
Wrap it up.
Wrap it up or pay for your kids. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, pay for your kids.
Anyway, he took a lap around the arena, I guess, yesterday.
Yeah.
We'll play the audio later, but somebody asked him about what happened. Somebody asked him about a movie or something.
So he kept making fun of the fact that everybody kept saying Lakers in 5, and he was like, "Oh man, the good guys died at the end of this movie, like Maurice Chestnut, like referencing Boys in the Hood."
Right. Yeah.
And then some random ass guy walks up and goes, "Hey Anthony, so is that your favorite movie, Boys in the Hood?" He goes, "No, my favorite movie is Matilda."
Solid film. Solid movie.
You and I remember it. You and I don't even know on the air, but we've referenced Matilda, I think, in the last couple of months.
I remember, I mean, "You can do it, Bruce," is a common line for me. If somebody's holding a big piece of cake.
I have not seen the movie in quite some time.
You're not. I won't say I have a PhD. I'd say in Matilda, I'm probably like, I got a bachelor's maybe. Maybe an undergrad. I maybe minored in Matilda.
4 years worth of Matilda?
Yeah, maybe a minor in it, because I know it pretty well, and I've seen it many times. It was one of my favorite movies as a kid. It's a Roald Dahl book, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so good movie. I mean, it was not what I would expect Anthony Edwards to come with.
No.
Danny DeVito.
I mean, it's a solid flick.
You got Miss Trenchbull.
Kind of in the same vein. Like,
She's
not
like
the same
abusing
vein.
kids, throwing them in the chokey. Yeah.
But like the same time period as like a Harriet the Spy. Rest in peace.
Was it? Yeah. Oh, yeah, she passed.
Yeah, she did pass.
Yeah, Harriet the Spy. I wasn't real into that show. It was a Nickelodeon show. I remember that.
Was it a show? It was a movie initially.
It was a movie?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it was a movie. Oh, I'm thinking of The Mystery Files of Shelby Woo. That would be the show.
Yes.
See, now I'm going deep into my Nickelodeon bag. That's what I thought you were referencing. No, yeah, I remember that because Nickelodeon used to have the VHS tapes that were orange.
Yes.
Remember that? They would come out in the big plastic shell.
The Rugrats movie?
Yeah, Rugrats movie.
You open that up, it's like, well, this is orange? It's going to work in my VCR?
They should have done that more with VHS tapes. I don't know why they did that. Only just one standard color.
It was always like black and white and the same old thing.
Nickelodeon, once you go orange, never go back to black, I guess, is what Nickelodeon
I guess so.
Yeah, I thought that was funny that Anthony Edwards put that out. By the way, shout out Rich Aurelia for ripping on Tyrese Halliburton's dad, too. I thought that was pretty
Dude, no fallout for that? I mean, like him getting fined, or I don't know. Like, by the way, is this real? Like, I heard
they said he's banned for the rest of the series, right? Of the playoffs. I mean,
is he?
Yeah.
I did not see that. Okay. The shirts, the Cavaliers for the next round. The Pacers are playing the Cavaliers. I saw online the shirts. Like every team has shirts that you want to put on.
Halliburton's dad to stay away from Pacers games. I don't know if it's a ban, but he's not.
Okay.
Yeah. After conversation with Pacers front office, his father, John Halliburton, will not attend teams' home and road games for the foreseeable future.
That's appropriate.
So it's not a public ban, but they were like, you ain't coming.
Please stay away.
Yeah, you ain't coming.
Okay.
Don't make us ban you.
Okay, did you see this? For the Cavaliers-Pacers game 1, the shirts online are going to be Control Your Dad. For the Cavaliers fans.
Control Your Dad?
Now, I heard Greg Silver mention this to Zach Harper earlier with their show, and he was like, I think that's a great idea. Is it real? They actually make shirts for I want to know if there's confirmation on this. I'll look it up in the break here, but I can't believe that. I don't think that's real. Where they're actually made shirts that say "Control Your Dad."
I don't know.
That'd be a great troll.
Be an awesome troll. The Cleveland Cavaliers are denying a viral claim that they will be handing out "Control Your Dad" T-shirts.
I figured
people will certainly be wearing them, but I can't imagine. Yeah, the Cavs are not giving out "Control Your Dad" shirts. Now, don't forget when the Warriors were 24-0 in that season. They started and they lost to Milwaukee, the lowly Bucks at the time.
Yes.
Remember, didn't the Bucks the next time they played them or some other team, didn't they try to troll the Warriors with a shirt of some sort?
Yep.
Then they got the brakes beat off them, I feel like, after trolling.
Yeah, Clay was not happy with that. I remember the whole back and forth. But yes, they went 24-0.
It's funny to troll somebody for being like really good.
Exactly. No, the Bucks acted like we know how to beat this Warrior team, and Clay's like, please, man, please. So I don't remember what the shirt said, but yeah, I remember that whole thing being like, the Bucks talking ass, and the Warriors were like, we were 24-0. We had a bad night. Relax.
Yeah, that's what happens. 925 checks in on Matilda on the Golden State Lumber shirt. I'm texting and said, bro, Miss Honey was hot, dude. Miss Honey was a smoke show.
Do you remember the actress?
No idea.
Okay, I'm going to look it up.
Miss Honey's the one who ends up adopting her at the end. And Danny DeVito just signs the paper. She's the teacher. She's Miss Trenchbull's, I think. Is it like her younger sister or she's her niece or something like that? Miss Trenchbull is the principal of the school, who then it maybe came out that Miss Trenchbull might have offed Miss Honey's dad.
Really?
It's a little dude, there's some dark themes in Matilda. Miss Trenchbull grabs that girl by her pigtails. She just chucks her through the air.
Jeez.
She's a shot putter. I don't know if you recall.
So Harry Wormwood and Xena Wormwood was Danny DeVito.
Miss Wormwood, yeah.
Yeah, Rhea Perlman.
Yeah, Rhea Perlman.
Mary in real life. Wait, Pee Wee Herman's in this movie too? I
don't know. I'd have to get the character.
Yeah.
That's right. He plays one of the FBI guys. That's right. Yeah.
I'm looking it up right now.
He's in the FBI. Yeah, they're investigating.
Is Matilda streaming? I may have to check this out later tonight.
It definitely is out there. It's got to be out there. 408 checks in and says, dude, shoot, Dirty Work needs these shirts. Control your dad. It's a good text from the 408.
Very accurate. Very accurate.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, the 707 says those Warrior Troll shirts just said 24-1.
Oh, okay.
415 checks in and says, dude, Anthony Edwards has 4 kids by 4 baby mamas. That'll make you tough real quick. Yeah, but he's only claiming 1. So how tough and how strong. Oh, what a big man he is. You know what I mean? He's telling Laker fans that's the case at least.
If this series happens, that's going to be your riff every day.
Every day.
It's just him. I'm
gonna have a good troll.
I know.
There's no way I'm the bad guy here.
It's not a noble thing by all means.
No, I'm mocking him because it's disgraceful.
It is disgraceful.
It's a terrible thing. 707 says, dude, Tim better bring his ass to this punishment ASAP. I'm with you on that one.
I agree.
I'm with you on that one.
Hey, the dial's working.
Hey, the dial's going to be up and rolling. All right.
Here we go.
Mr. KNBR got the dial working. I did have one more texter that I thought was pretty funny because people were checking in on Jane Goodall, which is what Rich Aurelia told us. We asked him
Jane Goodall.
100 people against a gorilla. Who would he take? Rich Aurelia said, you got to get Jane Goodall on the team because she may be able to talk him down. Like, she spent all that time living in the jungle with the chimps. 415 says, dude, Goodall was with the chimps.
Yeah, she was.
Diane Massey was with the gorillas. That's incredible.
Whoa.
Incredible knowledge.
Okay.
And then 408 checks in. I knew somebody was going to go here. You think Jane ever made it with a chimp?
What a stupid question. You know what? We're all wondering.
I don't know, but I'm really glad you asked.
You know what? I mean, okay, along the same lines of Matilda, do you remember the original George of the Jungle with Brendan Fraser?
Of course, yeah.
Great movie. The John Cleese.
Great movie.
Great movie. Great movie.
It was a movie.
Oh, great movie. Jacob. George of the Jungle, Brendan Fraser.
Solid, very solid.
Great movie.
Peak Fraser.
Peak Fraser. I know he won an Oscar for being a whale, but he was way better in George of the Jungle.
That's not what happened at all.
He wasn't a whale in that? He played a whale and won an Oscar.
It was called The Whale. Go ahead.
Yeah, he was a whale. Anyway, John Cleese plays the monkey in that, the gorilla.
All right.
And when I think of Jane Goodall, I remember him just going, "Sir, I knew Jane Goodall. You are no Jane Goodall."
All right. Great movie, George of the Jungle.
It's hilarious.
He played
a
whale.
Up.
He played a whale. That's like when you confuse Hotel Rwanda and Hotels for Dogs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very different movies.
Cheadle's in both.
Hey, Don Cheadle's in both of them, but very different movies.
Adam Copeland, D-Bob. Jacob Violante with us on a Thursday afternoon. I think we got the Dirty Work dial up and running.
Beautiful.
As I told you, every week we keep it back in the KNBR storage facility. We go back, we dig it out. It's back there with the jukebox that Polly Mack had. It's back there with Gary's Bentley, Tony Ryan's pink slips. All that good stuff are sitting back in the facility back there. We roll it out and we go through the Dirty Work dial, which, by the way, is nothing at all like the NBA grab bag. Nothing like it.
Nothing
we'll get
like
into
it at all.
Next. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Jacob. Still no good on the dial?
More time at 4:50.
God, what's the holdup? All right, we're still waiting to do the dial. Before we get to that, real quick.
Are we really waiting to do it, or are we just doing it because we didn't have something planned for the next segment?
No, I mean, we do have we do have it ready to go, I guess. But
we were supposed to talk to Mark Spears, but he's flying, right?
Yes.
So we couldn't get Mark on.
Mark Spears is going to join us tomorrow when we're at Harmonic with Marcus Thompson and John Dickinson. Real quick, Steve Kerr spoke to the media, says that Jonathan Kuminga legitimately had a migraine yesterday, but he's feeling good. He will be ready for Game 6 tomorrow if we need him.
Oh, he had a headache.
Jordan had the flu.
I'm just being a D. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Migraines are tough.
Oh, a migraine. Why don't you try burning yourself on some hot pasta water and see how it goes? I didn't come to work either. I called out.
Yeah, you did.
I did.
You did one show.
I did do one. Then I was like, I should probably go get this thing taken care of.
Yeah.
It's healing up
on
pretty
your
nice.
birthday, too.
And on my... the Pope died. And on my birthday.
I know.
I'm healing up pretty good, by the way.
Good. Can I see?
Yeah, come here.
No, thank you.
Come get a little closer. Anyway, 707 on the text line. No glove love for Anthony Edwards. No.
Jeez.
I don't think they're calling him the glove.
No, definitely not the glove.
Yeah, we have a short segment here, so we'll do the Dirty Work dial next because it's a beefy.
Well, let's play some cuts from the Warriors game last night of how confident these guys are. So...
Did we not play these earlier?
We did not.
Okay, let's get to it. Why don't you set us up, huh?
I will.
I got to do all the heavy lifting around here.
All right, okay, I'll do the heavy lifting right now. So, Warriors lose last night, 131-116 to the Houston Rockets. No big whoops, though, right? No big whoops. Everything's good.
I don't know. You were waffling. Somebody earlier when you were like, you asked me, you said you were a bit concerned about tomorrow because of what could happen if they lose.
Yes.
What it means for the series. I was specifically talking about tomorrow. I'm not worried about Game 7 until there is a Game 7. Right?
I'm not worried about that until later. What I'm saying is I didn't like the way they went about last night. I wish they came with more intensity, and I wish that they had the mentality of closing out the series than just like, let's see what happens. Am I concerned about tomorrow? I mean, obviously... a little bit, but...
See, somebody earlier texted in and said, dude, put some syrup on this waffle from Derek, dude. It's going back and forth. He's like, I'm nervous, I'm not nervous, I'm concerned. No, okay. I'm not. Didn't you say you were with me?
My full expectation is they're going to win tomorrow.
Double digits?
No. Because that's the thing.
Jacob says absolutely not. No. They're not blowing this team out, I don't think.
No, that's the thing. Every game it's been tough for the Warriors. Even the 95-85 Game 1 win was by 10 points. Everything for the Rockets at home has been a blowout. Game 3, they had to squeak that one out. Game 4 was tough. Thank God Fred VanVleet didn't hit a 3 at the very end there. It took Draymond Green, D'ing up Alfred Şengün to get the stop and Jimmy Butler getting the rebound. So am I confident they're going to win tomorrow? Yeah, they should win tomorrow. But the Rockets have played this team very tough. I don't expect the Rockets to have the same offensive output. So, I'm a little nervous because obviously it's a playoff game. You never know. But my full expectation is the Warriors close out the series. And the Warriors are confident themselves. Let's listen to Steph Curry and how he feels about tomorrow's game and comparing it to a couple years ago when they lost by 49 to the Memphis Grizzlies.
There's definitely something you could look back on part of the journey, but that's all well and great to talk about. You have to go do something about it on the court. We talked about our group is trying to do this for the first time together, and I love that challenge because, we have an opportunity to, write our own story and how we bounce back, and we've had a pretty, resilient group over the last 2 months, and it has to show on Friday.
I mean, yeah, I think it's an apt comparison to compare it to the game from 3 years ago where they lost 49 points to the Memphis Grizzlies. But also, I think that's kind of lazy of all of us, and me included, and even on the Warriors players because it's a different series. It's totally different. They're 3 years older. Will they bounce back as quickly? I think they will. But I just don't like, I brought this up. I know I did a couple days ago, and I brought up the Clippers series, and I brought up the Sacramento Kings series. They're all different series. It's just, can the Warriors bounce back and win tomorrow? And I expect them to do that. But my expectations are kind of the same as, when they initially won 10 years ago. It's the same old team, but it's not the same old team. They're a much older team.
Would you agree with Steph in saying that they're a resilient team? I don't know. Like, I would say, because he says we've shown that we're a resilient team. I would say that they certainly showed that when they didn't have Jimmy and they won the game without him. Yes. I would say that was resilience because Steph knew what he had to do. He knew he had to play more. He knew it was all on him. He was going to get bodied and thrown and pushed and shoved, and he still came out and handled it. Jimmy showed resilience, I guess, in that game to come back injured and overcame that adversity and the injury and put together an incredible fourth quarter. I would say, though, that I don't want to say they lack resilience because I don't think that's right. But I would say that in the way that they finished the regular season, it's tough to say they were resilient based on how they kind of gave away the 6th seed and more, potentially.
They definitely tripped at the finish line at the end of the regular season. Are they a resilient bunch in the way that they could come back in a game? Yeah, but I never think like the leads that the Rockets had where it was insurmountable for the Warriors to come back. So they've been resilient through the years. The mentality I think they have as well is we're the Warriors. We always do this thing. We have high expectations for ourselves. We have 4 championships. We're going to do the same old thing. And sometimes it blows up in their face like it did 3 years ago against the Lakers. They had to go to a Game 7. They thought they were cool. They thought they were fine. And then they lost that series in 6. So my thing is, yes, they should handle business tomorrow, but you're dealing with a totally different beast in the Minnesota Timberwolves and everything else. This is something we never seen before with the Warriors where they are the lowest seed possible remaining in the playoffs. They will have to go on the road for every series they compete in. So it's not the same as before. And they are older, so I don't know how they're going to bounce back as quickly and have that same intensity. Are they a resilient team? They have been. But right now, to answer your question, I really don't know. I mean, they're capable of coming back in a game, but they don't have the same stamina like they had in the past, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I'm with you. Resilience to me is not really what this is about. It's just about closing out a game.
Yeah.
Can you be the better team? I think they're the better team. Close it out. It's about superstars in the playoffs. I think they can win this one. What else we got?
Let's hear from Draymond Green as he compares last night's game to 3 years ago against the Memphis Grizzlies as well.
They weren't playing whoop that trick, but they may as well have been. But, I mean, at this point in our careers, we've seen it all, had all the experiences, so you got something to draw back on. But, yeah, they played a good game. But whether they win by 1 or 50, it's a playoff series. It counts as one win.
That's true. That is true. But, for as confident as they are, I believe in them. But also, I can remember Draymond Green. They were down 2-1 to the Toronto Raptors. And he was like, let's come back, 2 days from now. We'll tie it up 2-2, win in Toronto, come back to Chase, win in 6, and win the championship once again. Did not happen.
That's not what happened, no.
Exactly. So
there were other factors involved.
Of course. And, Kevin Durant and his injury, they were a different team,
Clay
obviously.
and his injury, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course,
so
all that stuff goes down in that series.
Exactly. So they're confident, and I believe that they are the better team. Of course they are. They have, Hall of Famers, and I don't really know if there's any Hall of Famers on the Houston Rockets right now. Maybe in time, but right now they're a very inexperienced bunch. So, yeah, the Warriors should wrap this thing up tomorrow. It's, just a matter of will they win the championship? I have my doubts. But as far as this first-round series, yeah, they should handle business.
Quick check in the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. People checking in on Derek's claim that George of the Jungle. Well, you stated George of the Jungle, peak Frazier.
Yes.
What you called it. 408 checked in.
I'm not talking about Kelsey Grammer, Brendan Frazier.
408 checked in and said, on mushrooms, George of the Jungle is amazing.
Yeah.
Haven't done it on shrooms. 925 says, is Jung Hoo Lee out today? Jung Hoo Lee is not playing today. At least he's not starting for the Giants today. We do have a lineup.
We do.
If you guys are interested in it. It's going to be Elliot Ramos in left field, Willie Adames batting second at short. Wilmer Flores hits third at DH. Matt Chapman fourth at third. Yastrzemski hits fifth in right field. Luis Matos sixth in center. David Villar seventh at first base. Patrick Bailey eighth catching. Christian Koss ninth at second base. They did call up Brett Wisely as they put Tyler Fitzgerald on the 10-day injured list with a fractured rib.
Okay.
Tough deal. Originally, they called it a chest contusion this weekend. And then I missed a little bit of time, and then officially they're like, yeah, we got some imaging on that. We're going to have to sit him down. So they're facing a lefty then.
Yeah, they are facing a lefty, which they've had their struggles against, but the Rockies have been putrid.
2-7, I believe. Yeah, Rockies again 1-14 on the road.
And the pitcher that's going tonight is 0-4 on the season.
It just made me laugh. I don't know who it is.
Yeah.
It's got to be terrible.
Yeah.
Of course he's 0-4. They're 5-25.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody's struggling,
Obviously baseball, you play every day. You're not going to get caught up in one loss. If they lose one game in the series, will you be pissed?
The Giants?
Yes.
I'd like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
You can't lose. I mean,
they should have a 4-game sweep.
They're a pro baseball team. You should sweep the team. You should sweep the Rockies. But if you don't, you got to win 3 of them, right? Otherwise, it feels like you're giving it away or you're not producing in a way you should produce.
Yeah.
They split. That's bad news. 408 checks in says, Brendan Fraser, George of the Jungle, or Will Ferrell in Land of the Lost?
Oh, come on now.
Fraser?
408
says, Bro, peak Fraser was Encino Man, way better than The Mummy. Started thinking there's some other good Fraser movies that you guys have.
Deadly
left off the
Do Right?
list. I would have gone Mummy is up there. Mummy Returns, pretty good. Blast from the Past is one of my. I like that movie. Blast from the Past.
Can I give you a Bedazzled?
With what's her name from
Elizabeth Hurley.
Elizabeth Hurley, yeah. Mummy Tomb of the Dragon. Fraser just kept coming back from Mummy movies.
Yeah, the last Mummy wasn't great.
No, Blast from the Past got me too. I like the there's a funny baseball reference in that.
What about I know my man Jacob's with me on this one. Monkey Bone? Remember Monkey Bone? No?
I know
Jacob, come on
so
now.
I know Jacob's with me on this one.
Jacob knows some obscure
I
movies.
don't know what you're talking about.
No Airheads here?
Airheads,
Airheads, yes.
They take over a radio station.
Yes.
Right?
Don't know about Monkey Bone. I did know about Wishbone, though, if you know about that.
I believe me. I know about Wishbone.
Monkey Bone pulling a 20% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, that's Brendan Fraser and Chris Kattan.
Oh, dude, this looks. I think I kind of remember
It's
this.
awful.
I think I kind of
Now,
remember
that movie's
this.
good on shrooms, let me tell you.
Whoopi Goldberg's in that movie.
Is she really?
Yeah, dude. So is Bridget Fonda and John Turturro.
A-list cast.
Hell of a cast, dude.
John
for that movie.
Turturro, good
I know.
Lord.
What the hell's he doing in that movie?
But Airheads, I mean, yeah, that's got young Brendan Fraser, Adam Sandler, Steve Buscemi. They're a rock band, and yeah, they hijack a radio station. Awesome flick. But yeah, George of the Jungle. When I think of Brendan Fraser, I think of George of the Jungle.
Amen.
Watch out for that tree.
510 says, you know who's resilient is Copes, burn victim. I'm part of the burn community now.
Burn notice.
That's not the same thing. All right, we will take a
Kyle Friedland is your starting pitcher tonight.
Kyle Freeland used to be pretty solid. Now he's 0-4.
0-4
What are his
on the
numbers?
season. He has a 5.93 ERA.
It's not good.
No.
It's good for the Giants.
Yeah.
It's not good for them. All right, we'll take a quick break. We will now do the dirty work dial. When we come on back, we roll it out. It's nothing like the NBA grab bag. A series of stories that maybe you have or have not heard. We'll run through them on the dial when Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, rolls on next. We're under an hour from Giants pregame. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
All right, Giants fans, 2-game sweep against the Padres, no big deal. You got the Colorado Rockies, who we love seeing on the schedule for not 3, but 4 games at the house at Oracle. Come check it out. Keep it tuned in on KNBR. We got the pregame for you starting tonight at 5:45.
We are back at halftime, and the National Thanksgiving Day tradition of kicking off the Red Kettle campaign for the Salvation Army is about to take place in its new home, Cowboys Stadium.
And now, here to kick off the 2009 Red Kettle campaign, 19 RCA recording artist, Daughtry.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop. No Tim Webb today. Jacob in. But we'll be at Harmonic tomorrow. Getting you ready for Warriors and Rockets Game 6. So come on through, snag a brew, say what's up to Pat H. We'll have a good time. But people, we just played the cue to call for Jim Nance saying Daughtry. So if you want tickets for Disturb/Daughtry, call in right now. Call number 10. Get those tickets. Come on, people. All right.
This is crazy.
We got the dial going?
Sounds like people just aren't up on Nance, kind of like me. Seems like more people agree with me about Nance than people heard it and they're like, you know what, I'm good.
Yeah, maybe.
So, how about somebody called and he's like, hey, I already won, thanks. Then he hung up.
Yeah, he did.
Well, thanks for listening.
I mean, that's nice of him because we don't want, repeat winners. There we go. All right, here we go.
There we go.
People calling in.
All right.
Jacob, snag a winner for us, can you?
Well, he can't now because we got to.
All right, Michael, Mr. KNBR, someone snag a winner, please, quickly.
Trying to get the dial.
Oh, you getting the dial going?
Trying to get the dial up and running here. I don't even know if I have it set up correctly so that I can operate the dial. See, Michael's messing us up here.
Oh,
dude.
God.
Michael, I'm not even set up to operate the dial. You going to do anything for us today, man? See, Tim's not here, and the whole world falls apart.
Oh, jeez. This dial is faulty today.
We got a lot of bells and whistles on the show. You know what I mean?
Okay, while we get the dial going, why don't I grab a winner real quick? Because we need to get this winner for the con. Okay, Jacob's got
the winner. As Michael gets the Dirty Work dial set up.
Producing and hosting and getting the winner is so hard.
Just put that caller on hold that's the winner, Jacob, and let us open up the dial, and then we'll go from there. How's that? Okay, cool. So we do it each and every week. We roll the dial out. It's nothing like the NBA grab bag. Why don't we go ahead and open up the Dirty Work dial?
It's the Dirty Work dial, and it's absolutely nothing like the NBA grab bag.
Oh, yeah.
All right, the Dirty Work dial, we spin it. There's a series of stories. We go round and round and round the dial. Whatever it lands on, that's what we will discuss. You can look at the dial up on the KNBR YouTube channel, which is where all the best people are hanging out, is the KNBR YouTube channel.
All the cool kids.
When I say best, I use it loosely. With the filth hanging out. Megan Movie Mate Experiment.
Oh, okay.
Megan is that horror movie or the scary movie that came out a couple of years ago or a year ago with the doll. It's sort of like a modern age Chucky. It's like an AI doll, and she's violent. She's a killer.
She is.
So Megan 2 is coming out.
Megan 3 is coming out, apparently. There was a sequel already. So Megan 3 is coming out.
Wait, they already made Megan 2?
I guess they did. So Megan 3, Meta, which is now, I guess, Facebook, picked Megan 3.
It's Megan 2.
Oh, it is?
It's Megan 2. 2.0,
okay.
Yeah.
All right, my mistake. So the re-release of Megan...
But it's M3GAN 2.0.
Okay, that's what misled me. Okay. Well, the sequel to the movie is going to be re-released to launch the company's new Movie Mate technology, wherein audiences are encouraged to use their smartphones to interact with a Megan-themed chatbot during the movie.
So you're watching the movie, and you're told now at the movie theater to pull your cell phone out?
Yes.
And to interact with so don't watch the movie, interact with a Megan chatbot.
See, this goes against everything with theater etiquette. And you know how much I hate the chicken jockey with what's going on with the Minecraft movie. But the fact that we're encouraging people to whip out their phones and communicate with some doll, some fake like AI thing. Come on, people. Go back to the movies and just enjoy the damn movie.
Well, how did this go? Because they did it as an experiment.
Yeah, apparently it failed. So far that people that...
Who would have thought, yeah.
Yeah, like the critics that are like being like the guinea pigs for this experiment hate the whole process. It's dumb. It's stupid. Just watch the damn movie.
You end up reviewing that portion of it rather than reviewing the movie itself,
Exactly.
I'd imagine. So what, you're like interacting with an AI chat bot?
No, you can't have that.
Is it on screen?
Not on screen. It's on your phone, I guess. And... just while the movie's going, you talk to one of the characters, which seems pointless.
You like scary movies?
Not really, actually.
I got a kick out of Megan, the first one. I didn't think it was a great movie. I think I watched it on streaming, but I was like, it's fun. I had a good time with it. All good. Sinners, good. Like Sinners.
Yeah, I actually probably will go to this weekend to the movie theater to see Sinners.
Sinners pretty good. You know the other one that I just recently got back into is I realized they keep releasing Scream movies.
Yeah.
And they're all part of the same unit. I didn't realize they were up to like 6 or something like that. I watched Scream 5 a couple of weeks ago. Kind of holds up in terms of like the original Scream. Okay. I don't remember Scream 3 and 4 very much. The original's a classic. But Scream, the newer one's not bad either.
Were you a fan of the scary movies?
The movie, Scary Movie?
Yeah.
Like the first one.
The first one, second one.
Spoof movies.
Touch my good hand.
Spoof movies kind of got away from me. Like, they were funny initially, and then I'm like, they just keep making too many of these.
Yeah.
Scary Movie I liked. I mean, I love Not Another Teen Movie.
Oh, that's a
Not
great
Another
movie.
Teen Movie is a classic. That one really gets me. But then they do like Date Movie and all these other ones. And
superhero movie.
They're a little gratuitous, and I was like, hey, now we're just going over the top with it. We've jumped the shark.
We have. But I'm hoping the Naked Gun, reboot's pretty good.
I'll see that. Megan 2, I'll probably wait until that one's on streaming.
Yeah, probably.
Probably won't see it in theaters.
All right, moving to the dial.
Moving on to the Dirty Work dial.
Oh, there we go.
That's a different spin sounder.
I like it.
408 checks in, by the way, and they say, what the hell happened to the NBA grab bag? Is it off the soundboard? It was annoying, but it was funny. No, it's still here every Tuesday when we do the NBA grab bag. Brett Favre Netflix.
Oh, okay. So Netflix Untold series will return on May 20th with one on Brett Favre on his time in the NFL, along with scandals with the Jets cheerleader and Mississippi welfare theft.
I was going to say, how much are we going to cover in this?
Well, I mean, we're covering his career, obviously the balance of him being a great player and great quarterback, but also everything off the field that he's been a part of.
Some of these, it's the Untold series.
Yes.
Some of these have been pretty good. The Johnny Manziel one, didn't get enough out of it. The Florida Gators one, which I thought had a lot to offer in terms of the scandal and the storyline.
Initially.
It did nothing. It didn't talk about any of the stuff that went on really behind the scenes and the drama that was the Florida Gators that won national championships and Tim Tebow and Urban Meyer and all that. There was so much they left on the table.
Right.
So many of these things now are produced and held onto by the people that it's involving.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we talk about the Patriots dynasty one there was just a Robert Kraft propaganda piece.
Yep.
Hell, can I offer you a Steph Undisputed or whatever that thing is called?
Yeah, a little bit.
Is that what that was called?
It was Undisputed, yep.
Unanimous Undisputed, something like that.
I think it's Undisputed,
Again, that one they didn't even mention. They talk all about his thrive through the Sweet 16 and into the Elite 8 and almost going to the Final Four, losing to Kansas. And then they jump directly into the 2022 season where the Warriors end up getting another championship.
You have to touch on the downfall.
And you gotta mention everything. It's all part of the fabric that is this. Then you realize, Steph produced it.
Yeah.
Oh, it was his production company.
Did I tell you that my sister now is actually working on these documentaries?
For Netflix?
Yes. So she's part LeBron James' company. I don't know the name of it. Actually, you know what? I don't know if I should be talking about this. I don't know if I'm allowed to disclose this.
Why not?
Never mind.
Why aren't you allowed? Oh,
she's just working on these. I gave her a list of like things in sports that could be good documentaries. She wanted my opinion the other day, so I gave her a list of like things that have happened in the past.
Well, what kind of things did you give her?
Let's see. I said maybe like one on the Hulk, like how Hulk Hogan was a great, obviously a good wrestler, but definitely not good these days.
I was like, you want another Hulk movie, huh? We keep ripping these things off.
Well, no, not Hulk, like the
Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, exactly. The Marvel character, but like Hulk Hogan, the wrestler. What else did I come up with? The Duke lacrosse scandal.
Yeah, that's a good one.
All that stuff. I don't know. I have to go back and look, but yeah, she's part of the process now and picking and choosing which one should be.
Oh, I should rephrase that. Duke lacrosse scandal, not a good one.
No,
interesting story.
Exactly,
yes, to be told.
exactly,
right.
exactly.
Yeah, okay, good deal. I want to know off the air what you couldn't tell me on the air. When we come, let's spin the wheel again.
Ooh.
I don't know why the dial has a different sounder now every time we spin it. Requiem for a KNBR.
Oh, well done, Mr. KNBR. So, Darren Aronofsky, the former director of Requiem for a Dream, he makes weird movies. I believe he's the director of Brendan Fraser's The Whale. So he's making a new baseball movie called Caught Stealing that features Austin Butler as a former baseball player who gets caught in a criminal scheme when pet sitting for his punk rock neighbor's cat. But I guess not the trailer, but like stills of the movie.
They put out a bunch of stills of this movie already.
Yes.
Austin Butler in the stills is wearing frequently. It's funny because there's a scene of him and a still shot of him and one of the other guys in the movie, and they're walking away from Citi Field.
Yes.
So it would seem to be that they're baseball players for the New York Mets at Citi Field. He's playing a pro baseball player, but there are a couple of screenshots or still shots with he and Zoe Kravitz, who's in the movie as well. And he's wearing a Giants, like a 1980s like Giants.
Not only that, on his fridge, it has a KNBR 68 logo, not 680, 68. So that's way back in the day.
It's the old KNBR 68 Giants. It's like a black and orange and white.
So my question is, usually in movies you have to get approval for that. Did anybody from that movie contact Mike Holler or anybody here to say, can we use this logo?
Considering Steph Curry didn't contact us at all to use my voice in his documentary.
That's true.
Considering the Netflix series wide receiver didn't contact us at all to use Minor Grant's voice in the thing. I'm going to go with no. I'm going to go ahead and say no.
Yeah, but those are, like, I don't know. Maybe
I feel like using the audio is far different. I feel like that's more egregious. We're going to take your audio and use it, not credit you. Because it wasn't credited in the credits at all, KNBR.
Right.
But to use just the image, that's just like free pub.
Yeah, no, that's true. But we've heard stories from back in the day, like basketball in 1998. They contacted KNBR and said, can we use your logo?
I thought somebody worked. Well, they're the only radio station even showed. I thought somebody from KNBR worked on the movie. Somebody formerly.
Oh, is that true?
I'd have to get the details on it. But if you look at basketball, when they go to San Francisco to take on the San Francisco Fairies.
Yes, that's the name.
If you look behind the cheerleaders who are ripping their shirts open, the big muscular dudes, on the wall there's a KNBR 680 logo.
Yes, there is.
And it's shown a couple of different times in the movie. It's the only radio station that's even mentioned or shown in the background, which I'm pretty sure the story I heard was somebody who was tied to KNBR from the Bay Area, was working on the movie and then wedged that in and used that.
Interesting.
Because I don't think that was like, why would they ask specifically for one city's radio? It doesn't make any sense. So I'm pretty sure that somebody had ties to the movie. I mean, it is kind of funny the KNBR is going to be shown on the fridge in this movie.
Yeah,
I kind of like that. Basketball still is going to take the cake for me.
Oh, of course it will.
Basketball,
nothing will beat that.
And the scene that is used in is just hysterical.
Oh, great scene. Okay, one more in the Dirty Work dial.
Only one more.
Maybe a few more.
Well, maybe we'll just have to read it. That's the original spinning sound. Mark Williams. I don't even know what this says.
Oh, trolling.
Oh, trolling. Okay.
Mark Williams, you might remember him, center for the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, he's the one who got traded to the Lakers.
Yes.
And then didn't for Dalton Connect, and then didn't pass the physical, and the Lakers sent him back.
Well, last night the Lakers lost their first-round series to the Minnesota Timberwolves, and LeBron James not happy with the lack of center play, lack of size in the series. So after the loss last night, Mark Williams tweeted out a smiley face. This was, of course, after he was traded from Charlotte to L.A., but failed his physical. So is it him saying, like, hey, you could use me again, like this offseason, trade for me or sign me as a free agent? Or is he like, you guys shouldn't have failed me on that physical. I could have helped you out.
I always wonder about the physical stuff, too, because it's really up to the team, right? It's like if you're willing to deal with that injury, you just take the player. If Luka had a torn, if Luka was hurt, and he was when they traded for him, he didn't pass the physical. He wasn't ready to play yet.
It happened twice. It happened twice for Kevin Durant. When he signed with the Brooklyn Nets, obviously his Achilles were torn. They could have filled him on the physical, but they're not going to do that. Obviously,
they want him.
Go into it. When he was playing for the Phoenix Suns, he was hurt. And they traded for him. They're not going to fail him on the physical. They want him that bad. So it all depends on the player. They want to get past, they They wanted to have a true center on the team, but this guy obviously has something wrong with his legs.
Yeah, I mean, there was major concern for them. And again, you're giving up a good player in Dalton Connect. He's a young player, controllable player, so they wanted to make sure
that was odd for him to come back.
They were going to have somebody at least for the foreseeable future. You mentioned that you told your sister Hulk Hogan would be a good guy to do a documentary on.
I think so.
408 checks in and says, "Why is Hulk Hogan quote not good these days, Derek? Because he supports Trump? Because he loves America? Do you remember his theme song, Dork?" I was going to go with just his loose use of the N-word.
That's what I was going to say.
But hey, 408, you you make your own bed, brother. Maybe you don't know what Hulk's up to.
Hey, listen,
Why don't you go ahead and Google Hulk Hogan and N-word and you tell me how you feel about it.
Yeah, it's not just who he aligns himself with politically. I don't care about that.
Do your thing. But neither here nor there. I'm still rooting for Nick Bosa to hit the quarterback.
And I'm sorry, I think a bunch of Raw fans would agree with us when he was booed when they went to LA, right?
There's more people who watch wrestling or follow wrestling on social media than the other 4 major sports in North America combined. He got booed, over the top booed.
That's what I'm saying. Like it would just be fascinating for him to be go from being beloved to be the biggest figure in all of WWE, and then now he's hated.
I feel good about dunking on this 408.
Yeah, as you should.
You're a dork because he's Trump? No, dude, it's because of the N-word. That's why.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear your
You could call me a dork, whatever.
Come back with your take on that. I'd like to hear that. Any more in the Dirty Work dial?
We got one more if you want to spin it.
Oh, naggers.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, let's just do Charles Barkley's comments on Bill Belichick. They're friends.
Can I riff? Yeah. We didn't even spin it. Go ahead.
So they're friends, and last night, as Charles Barkley is wont to do, he'll bring up stuff that's not related to basketball. So they were riffing on Bill Belichick, and he just said, he's a great friend of mine for a long time. I never talked about people's personal relationships. That's a rule I have. But I will admit, I'm a little concerned with some of the stuff going on, and I might actually have to reach out to him. I mean, that's a good friend of Charles Barkley, but yeah, even he agrees, this is a little weird what's going on with him and CBS and the whole thing with Jordan. What's her name?
I don't know.
Yeah, whatever.
Most alarming thing to me is that Charles Barkley and Bill Belichick are good friends.
Yeah, they are. I've heard that in the past.
I didn't even know that. That's so funny. Belichick and the one thing for me about the Belichick thing, I told you yesterday, the statement that they put out after that interview.
Yeah.
The statement that comes out, Belichick has not admitted or apologized for anything in his entire career.
Yes.
And has not commented on things like this. And now it's an image situation.
Yeah.
By the way, now he and his girlfriend are it said that she is, by the way, 24 years old. She is, quote, helping him apply for trademarks for some of his famous lines. We're on to Cincinnati, things like that. One, what does she know about helping him apply for trademarks?
That's 10 years too late.
I'd say she's looking for a little.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Gosh,
I'd say so.
Again, do your thing. It's just weird, and it ain't the flex you think it is.
It's not.
That's the Dirty Work Dial, Thursday, May 1st, 2025. 808 KNBR if you want to get involved in anything we've discussed today. Gorillas, George of the Jungle. What else do we hit on?
Warriors.
We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the Dirty Work Sound Soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed, including Anthony Edwards checking in on his favorite movie, Matilda. That's all coming your way next, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Warriors got smoked by the Rockets yesterday, but that's okay. Game 6 is tomorrow. Keep it tuned on the leader. And also, we got great Warriors guest. Matt Barnes says he'll kick Dylan Brooks' ass. That was on the morning show. Check out that interview and more on KNBR.com, KNBR app.
Santa Rosa. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Santa Rosa's sports leader.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
The Dirty Work Sound Soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed, or maybe not. Maybe you listen to KNBR all day long and you heard some of these sound bites. By the way,
I hope not.
You see Tim Webb is checking in on the KNBR YouTube chat?
Oh.
I said, he can check it on the YouTube chat. He just can't check in at work. It's interesting.
Well, he had a big day of going to the airport.
Oh. I like Barb's on the YouTube chat even checking Tim. She's like, hey, Tim, hope you're back from your grueling day. It was like a bunch of questions.
Jeez, Barb's. Tim, catch a strays from everybody today.
Barb's from the top rope, dude. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I like it.
All right,
well done, Barb's.
Let's check back in on the Sound Soiree here. A series of sounds that you may have missed from across the sports world, featuring J.J. Redick, LeBron, Anthony Edwards, Kendrick Perkins, and Tim's guy, Donald Trump. Well, definitely that 408 Texas guy. By the way, that 408 was like, well, Derek, you're a dork, and what do you want to come at Hogan because he's a Trumper? And
by all means, call me a dork.
I came back and I just said, no, it's about all the use of the N-word. And I found this article.
That's what I was getting at.
I know what you were getting at. I found this article from LA Times. It says Hulk Hogan, quote, use of the N-word was part of my daily environment while growing up. So maybe he's just always been a tool.
Yeah, I mean, I pitched my little sister on like Antonio Brown or like basically just stories of guys that were great athletes and then had, terrible endings.
I sent the guy the article and I just said, so no follow-up from you? Didn't think so. I didn't think you had anything intelligent to come back with. Let's start with J.J. Redick, Lakers head coach. Somebody was like, dude, J.J. Redick got really snippy and sharp yesterday. I was like, so he was just being Redick?
That's usually his MO.
Here's J.J. Redick on the pregame before they were eliminated from the playoffs.
Yes.
He's asked about his rotations and leaning on his assistant coaches.
As you watch the film, what do you recall about your thought process in the moment? Sticking with the five you stuck with in the fourth quarter the other day. And is there an assistant or someone maybe that you'll lean on tonight, maybe to try to get some other guys involved if that opportunity presents itself?
Are you saying that because I'm inexperienced and that was an inexperienced decision that I made? Do you think I don't talk to my assistants about substitutions every single time out?
No, I just think there's a lot of coaches lean on their assistants in those situations.
As do I,
There's a lot going
every
on.
single time. That's a weird assumption.
And then he walked off. So I kind of am with him. Not that he needs to react that way. And he also said, we're on edge tonight. Obviously, we're facing elimination. I think the first part of that guy's question was fine, asking, what do you think about your rotations? The second part where he asks, do you have somebody on the bench that can help you out with that? That's insinuating that he's not capable of doing that, that he's an inexperienced coach, he doesn't know what he's doing. If Steve Kerr's asked that question, he's been doing this for 10 years now as head coach of the Golden State Warriors, he would just laugh and say, you don't think I'm capable of doing my own rotations? He would make a joke out of it. JJ is more on edge. It's his first time. He doesn't want to get eliminated in the first round of the playoffs. So do I think he needed to react that way? No, but do I understand it? Yeah, the reporter was insinuating something about him.
Yeah, sure, but he asked the question, and then JJ just got kind of testy.
Well, I understand him being testy. He's facing elimination, and the guy that he replaced, Darvin Ham, got eliminated in the first round last year. So
yeah, LeBron 2-12 in his last 14 playoff games.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think he needed to react that way. But then again, that's just JJ. He calls out everybody. He doesn't think the media is very good, even though when he worked with the media,
he was the media.
Exactly. But as he called himself an engagement farmer when he got introduced as Lakers head coach, he called out everybody on First Take because he thought they were dumb with their comparisons. He thought he was smarter than them, which I appreciated. But now, yeah, he's the head coach of the Lakers. He's got to he's got to answer these questions. I don't think that he can pull that stuff every time where he's getting tested with the media. Kind of makes him look arrogant. At the same time, yeah, that reporter was insinuating that he needs somebody on his staff to help him out with the rotations.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, he's going to have to suggest everything now would be foolish.
Yes.
Which, a little bit of arrogance there. And, I mean, with respect to J.J. Redick, they're doing the same stuff since before he got here. What difference has he made to this point? Which begs the question, how important are head coaches in the NBA? It's usually about the superstars.
Yeah, it usually is. Were you surprised more with the Warriors losing or the Lakers losing yesterday? I was counting on the I wasn't counting on it, but if I had to pick between the two, I'd say Warriors were going to close the series out. I would have thought the Lakers would have survived last night, but it just shows how I would say the Minnesota Timberwolves are more resilient than the Warriors right now.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised by either. I don't know that one surprised me more than the other.
All right.
I thought the Lakers had a good shot to win last night. It wasn't a blowout or anything like that.
How about Rudy Gobert? 24 rebounds.
It's a hell of a game.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a closeout. Again, there goes the size of the Lakers,
Exactly.
the lack thereof against the size of Minnesota.
Speaking of which,
here's LeBron. LeBron was asked about playing centerless basketball for a majority of the season. They just didn't really have a center at all. Warriors did. I mean, the Warriors have played Quentin Post. I mean, not traditional centers, but rarely anybody is.
Kind of the same deal. Draymond playing the 5. They had Rui Hachimura, who's not a traditional center.
Anyway, they asked LeBron about it. Playing centerless basketball for a majority of the season. How'd it go, bro?
No comment. I'll never say that because my guy AD said what he needed, and then he was gone the following week. So I got no comment. I put that uniform on every night. I gave everything I had, and that's all that matters.
Okay, so 2 things.
This guy.
Do you interpret this as his first public displeasure of them trading away Anthony Davis?
That's not how I viewed it.
Hey, how did you view it?
I heard it and I was like, why are you acting like they would move you out of town? Like Anthony Davis's voice means the same thing that you do. And by the way, that's not why Anthony Davis has moved out. He was moved because they had a chance to get Luka.
Exactly.
That's not why. I think the Lakers were better with Anthony Davis. I told you that. He was the best player on the team.
I would agree.
Now I think LeBron's the best player on the team.
Yeah.
I think the best scorer on the team is Luka. I think LeBron's the best player on the team.
But
I think
Luka's lack of defense is evident.
I think AD was the best player on the team before they traded him. LeBron was just the alpha.
Absolutely.
I thought it was a good tandem, a good duo, and I think they could have gotten through the series if they had AD.
I think it's twofold. I think it's LeBron kind of the first time being like, well, we could have used AD in this series, and then I don't know why we traded him away.
I don't think that's what he was saying. I think he was saying, well, I don't want to comment on it because they're going to,
Well, yeah, to insinuate that, like, I could be next.
Again, are you suggesting that LeBron did not sign off on this? I saw the comments from Rob Pelinka today. I saw his interview where they asked him about, in maximizing LeBron James, is it about just putting together the best possible players you can, or is it about specifically trying to find certain positions? They were kind of asking about center and trying to build a better, more balanced roster, or is it just get the best talent you can and LeBron then will adapt to what happens? And he said, well, LeBron is great at knowing what he needs and blah, blah, blah. He kept referencing LeBron almost like he was the GM because we all know his influence is massive.
But LeBron plays it off.
To suggest that AD is of the same status when he's on a roster with LeBron is laughable.
It is.
It's laughable.
And you know what sucks about last night? I would have reveled in the Lakers being out of the playoffs. But because of the Warriors situation, I couldn't do that. Like, I love the Lakers they're out of the postseason already. You know what? I actually would have loved to face them in the next round because they are not a good team right now. They don't have a center, so I think the Warriors would have beat them. But I can't even enjoy them being out of the first round because the Warriors lost last night, and now Minnesota is waiting for them. Pisses me off.
Yeah, it stinks. You don't get to enjoy the Lakers as much. I really wanted the Lakers. I think it'd be a better matchup.
Actually would have taken them.
I think we were right because they're out.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They're gone, so it may have been. Here's Anthony Edwards. The Minnesota Timberwolves eliminate the Lakers last night. Then Anthony Edwards takes a victory lap outside of Crypto.com Arena. Has a little conversation with some fans.
I'm walking. I'm minding my business, man. How y'all gonna me? Hey, how they gonna do that? Man, they been talking all week. Hey, all the analysts said what they say. Lakers in 5. And then look, when we was up 3-1, they said Lakers in 7. And they said, go to hell today. Hey, Ty, what is it? Hey, the good guy gonna die in this movie. Hey, the good guy gonna die in this movie. Hey, Morris Chestnut died in this movie.
Hey, you mentioned Morris Chestnut. Is that your favorite movie, Boys in the Hood?
Nah, that ain't my favorite movie. My favorite movie, Matilda.
Matilda?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to check that out. I've never seen it.
Are you tripping?
Yeah,
I need to go see it.
He's right. If I ever spent time with my kids, I'd show it to them. That's what Anthony Edwards was thinking. If I ever paid for my kids and spent time with them, I'd probably show them Matilda. You tripping?
How old is Anthony Edwards? Let me see real quick.
23.
Let's see.
He's got 4 kids, 4 women in the last.
He's 20. He's 23 years old.
23 years old.
God, he was born in 2001, and yeah, he's seen Matilda. I mean, yeah, like that movie must have been like
when Matilda came out. I had to be
96, 95.
Matilda came out when I was a little kid.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, you grew up on movies that were out before you were born, but
Matilda 96.
I would have never thought that Anthony Edwards is a Matilda guy.
Are you tripping? Yeah.
Are you tripping?
By the way, conversely, your movie Monkey Bone, 20% on Rotten Tomatoes. Is that right?
Yeah, Matilda.
Matilda 92.
Oh, damn! Really,
dude? It's a solid movie. Solid movie, solid cast. Check it out.
God, I'm shocked by that Rotten Tomatoes score.
You got to go see this. You got to check it out. It looks like it's on Netflix right now.
I'll check it out.
Looks like it's available on Netflix for anybody who hasn't seen Matilda. Solid movie.
Okay.
There you go. All right, moving on here in the Dirty Work Sound Soiree. Kendrick Perkins. So Dave McMenamin, ESPN basketball, he's a Lakers columnist and ESPN reporter for the NBA. He got married to Malika Andrews.
He did.
This year, right? Or late last year, whatever it was. Malika Andrews does the NBA Today, is that what it's called, with Kendrick Perkins every day on ESPN. They check in with Dave McMenamin regularly. Kendrick Perkins, you think he botched Moses Moody's name? Here he is on his colleague, Dave McMenamin.
As expected and confirmed by my brother Dave McMenamin, the Lakers are only worried about the offense. McMenamin, the Lakers are only worried about the offensive end. That's it.
He was so pissed.
He was mad that they were calling him out. She's like, it's my husband. You got to get his name right. He's your colleague and my husband.
He kind of like trailed off at the end there. He's like, Dave McMenamin. McMinimum?
Dave McWho? McMinimum.
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 It's not an easy name. Dave McMenamin. It is an interesting
McMenamin.
name. It's, I mean, you knew
it's tough. I mean, I screw up words all the time on the show. But
do you?
It's Moses Moody and Dave McMinimum, or McMinimin. See, I just did it right now. Yeah, that's stuff for Kendrick right there.
925 says Matilda sucks.
Okay.
I've never, ever heard that take from anybody. When's the last time you saw Matilda, 925? Oh, no, they came back. They said, Congo over Matilda. Okay, now I'm with you, 925. I'm not saying necessarily over, but we were talking great gorilla movies earlier.
Congo.
Somebody said, step up your gorilla knowledge, Cope, and go with Congo.
Congo, I mean, I can't remember if I've seen Congo.
I think I have.
Mighty Joe Young.
That's not
bad.
the same thing.
Mighty Joe Young's a great movie.
You ever see Anaconda?
Yes, with Ice Cube and Jennifer Lopez.
Big ass snake just eating people. Yeah. I think they made a second one, still Anaconda.
Yes.
Last one here is Tim's guy, DJ T. Dude, so last night there was like a thing on News Nation.
What was this?
I do not know. I saw this video clip and I was like,
a town hall meeting?
It was like a town hall meeting, and it's like, who is it? It's
Chris Cuomo.
It's Chris Cuomo.
Oh, Cuomo.
It's I'm blanking on who else was out there. It's
Bill O'Reilly.
It's Chris Cuomo, Bill O'Reilly, and Stephen A. Smith.
Dude, Stephen A. Get ready for him to be president of the United States.
Dude, Stephen A., Bill O'Reilly, and Chris Cuomo. That's a hell of a trio sitting on stage, and they get an interview with Donald Trump, right? So then naturally, Bill O'Reilly's got to ask Trump what he thinks of Stephen A. Smith as a presidential candidate.
Oh, boy.
This is all real. Here you go.
Stephen A. Smith may run for president, as you know. Do you have any advice for Stephen A. If he launches the run?
No, Stephen A. He's a good guy. He's a smart guy. I love watching him. He's got great entertainment skills, which is very important. People watch him. You know, a lot of these Democrats I watch, I say they have no chance. I've been pretty good at picking people and picking candidates, and I will tell you, I'd love to see him run.
All right, there you go.
It's happening. This is going to happen.
Dude, Stephen, he just got the vote of approval from the press, dude. Now Stephen A.'s running for president.
I mean, he may take that as an insult, too, where he's like, go ahead, run, see what happens. See what happens. By the way,
couldn't believe that the three guys sitting up there on the dais.
This is the reality we're living in right now, where Donald Trump, president of the United States, is endorsing Stephen A. Smith to be the next president of the United States.
That's hysterical. I think it'd be a great candidate.
Have you seen this video that's gone viral again? It's old, but Stephen A. Smith in General Hospital. Have you seen this?
No, what?
Oh, yeah.
He was on General Hospital?
Oh, way back in the day. So ESPN is affiliated with Disney and ABC. So General Hospital is on ABC. They ask a lot of ESPN personalities to guest star on the show. Stephen A. Smith has been on General Hospital numerous times. In an episode 3 years ago that I guess no one has seen until now, Stephen A. Smith walks into a room.
Dude, I'm watching it right now.
Yeah, a shady nurse is working on a patient. And then Stephen A's like, identification. I need some identification for you to be in here. She goes, oh, absolutely. She pulls out a gun, tries to shoot Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. nonchalantly, like a secret agent, just goes, whatever. Pulls out his gas.
He pulls out his own gun and he shoots.
He shoots her.
He does it with like a silencer on it, too.
But he does it so like casually, like so cool, too. He's like, whatever. I got you.
So Stephen A. Smith made a cameo on General Hospital killing a crooked nurse, and it's gone viral.
Yes.
Dude, this is incredible.
I'd love to see him run.
The same day he's endorsed to be president of the United States.
That's pretty cool. Or to be a candidate, potentially. Adam Copeland, Depop, Jacob the Vigilante, Jacob Violante with us on a Thursday afternoon. We will take a quick break. Giants baseball coming up pregame in about 15 minutes at 5:45. When we come on back, I think we got time for a Pat H. crap section.
We do.
And then we'll put the show to bed. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America, only here on The Sports Leader.
He's a good guy. He's a smart guy. I love watching him.
All right, Giants fans, 2-game sweep against the Padres, no big deal. You got the Colorado Rockies, who we love seeing on the schedule for not 3, but 4 games at the house at Oracle. Come check it out. Keep it tuned in on KNBR. We got the pregame for you starting tonight at 5:45.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Last break, right? Dirty Work on a Thursday evening. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Jacob Violante with you. Is Tim back tomorrow?
He is.
He is. He's back.
But not with us. It'll be you and me at Harmonic.
Oh, yeah, we'll be at Harmonic Brewing tomorrow.
He'll have to just sit by his lonesome in the studio.
By the way, people checking in on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line, 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. 408 said Stephen A. Smith is still on General Hospital on a recurring basis.
Yeah, he's got a character.
That's hysterical. Yeah, the best thing is in that scene where he walks in and he sees the nurse, and he asks her for ID. And it's funny because some guy's like laying unconscious in a hospital bed. The nurse goes to like take a syringe and like stick
identification.
And he walks in and goes, identification. She turns around, she pulls a gun out, and then it's like in slow motion. It just shows him with a gun comes up from his side with a silencer, and he just pulls the trigger, and the scene kind of ends. But the funniest thing to me about it is he's not dressed in any different like outfit or uniform. That
is he supposed to be a cop?
I don't know, but he's dressed like Stephen A. Smith.
He's a silent assassin.
It's like he's on Get Up. It's like he walked off the set of Get Up onto the set of General Hospital, dude. He's wearing like
Stephen A. Smith. You know, like by day, I'm a sports analyst on TV. By night, I go around hospitals and shoot people that aren't supposed to be there.
Just making sure people aren't trying to kill patients. He's wearing like a black turtleneck and like a blazer. It's pretty funny.
Identification.
All right.
Now.
We do it every once in a while when we've got some time to do it. And today we got Giants baseball coming up at 5:45 pregame, 6:45 first pitch at Oracle Park. Giants and the Rockies for the first time in 2025. But we got a crab section, a Pat H. crab section. And it goes like this.
What is this? It's the Scat Man. They should have a name for this kind of music. There already is a name for this music, Beavis. It's called crap. They ought to have, a crap section in the record store. Yeah. It should be out in the dumpster. Oh, wait, butthead.
All right. Okay, hold on.
How long does this go on for?
Are you telling me Tim rolled this in and he rolled in like a full clip and then didn't trim it, or does he just start it from the YouTube?
No, he starts it from that point every time.
And then the Scat Man thing is supposed to play underneast the whole time.
Tim's got to give us more details of how he does his bits.
This is stuff. Tim's like, Jacob knows how to run it. He doesn't have anything put together.
It's still going.
That's what I mean. It's like, that's just supposed to be a crap section. Need more crap. And then the Scat Man, you can just find the Scat Man music on YouTube.
I can sing it while we do the stories.
No, please don't. No, just turn that down. Turn Beavis and Butthead down.
Jacob's working on it.
This isn't on you, dude. This is definitely on Tim.
Yeah. Tim had the worst day today, by all means.
Tim wasn't
even work.
Tim wasn't even here today. He botched the show. It's wild. It's incredible.
Or maybe it's more a reflection on Tim, how the show fell down so much without him being here.
I don't know. When you set things up to where nobody can operate it but you, is it brilliant or is it he set us up to fail? You know what I mean?
I guess so.
He sort of hung us out to dry.
Yeah.
This isn't like job security or anything.
Okay,
there we go. Now we're back. All right. All right. The Pat H. crap
stories,
section.
Jacob?
What you got, Jacob? Get to it, bro.
All right. First of all, shout out our guy, Pat H. Spencer, for the headbutt tonight.
Pat H. Spencer, I like it. Yeah.
None of us hit that up yet. Come on. We have to.
It wasn't even that real of a headbutt. Come on.
Did not deserve the ejection. Sad we're not going to see him in Game 6. But hopefully we don't see him in Game 7
I was hoping we're going to have to see him in Game 6.
I don't think we need to see him, Jacob. Hopefully if everything goes right, we don't need to see Pat Spencer. Love Pat Spencer. Don't need to see him.
That is correct. Okay, well, you can say...
I love Pat Spencer. Don't need to see him.
You can say Pat H. Spencer committed assault on the basketball court yesterday.
Yes.
There was this guy who committed assault on the golf course.
Oh.
As you know, some of us play golf, mini golf. All of us, have swung a club at some time.
Swing the sticks, yeah.
You're a big golfer.
Slow play. Sometimes, you're behind a group, many groups, and, play gets a little slow, gets a little, slow motion.
Rate of play.
Exactly. Well, this Florida man, 24 years old, Aaron Carbo, not sure for carbohydrate, just Aaron Carbo, but he assaulted a 79-year-old old guy on the golf course, went up to his golf cart, pulled some John Elway stuff, and the next thing you know...
Oh, my God.
Next thing you know...
Wait, what? Pulled some John Elway. I don't even get the reference.
There was a golf cart fiasco, okay? This 79-year-old man was hospitalized by this carbohydrate.
Oh, Jesus.
Fellow.
Jacob.
This dude...
This story's not good.
Okay, no, but hold on. No. It wasn't that bad.
No,
okay.
it gets funny, he said, yeah.
Okay. Minor injuries.
Okay, good, okay.
But dude arrested, booked on hole 9... Didn't finish his round.
He got booked on the course?
Yeah, he got arrested.
They caught him on 9.
Yeah, they got him on the turn.
Oh, that's lame.
They got him on the turn. Classic.
Damn you, Harbo.
I'm telling you.
What's his name, Carbo?
Aaron Carbo.
Okay, I said Harbo.
His 9-iron was working really well that day, I heard.
707 said, dude, too soon. Where's Tim at? He said, too soon, kid. Did you not hear this Elway story?
No.
So Elway's like longtime friend and business partner.
Crazy.
I guess they were in a golf cart the other day. Were they on the golf course when this happened with Elway?
I don't know, but they were driving a golf cart.
Elway was driving the golf cart, and his buddy was in it, and I guess, I don't know, took a hard turn. Something happened. The guy fell out. He died.
Oh, Jesus.
And Jacob's riffing. His body's not even cold yet.
I'm just saying, stuff happens in a golf cart, okay? When golf carts are around, people go crazy.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, 408 says that John Elway riff was tough. I know, it kind of caught me off guard, too. I was like, Jesus.
Wow, Jacob, all right.
You know I endorse the dark riffs. Just text it to me next time.
Yeah, I know.
All right, okay. We're going to stay on vehicular problems, okay?
Okay, yeah, easy there.
Should we? Yeah.
DUIs, we know everybody's got one, okay?
Not me, no.
All right. Well, anyways, sometimes
everybody's got one.
Sometimes your mailman gets a Dewey, okay? And in this time, it's not your mailman, it's the mail lady.
Oh, okay.
A Melbourne lady, not Melbourne, Australia, as you well know, Copes. Melbourne, Florida again. Caitlin Dye, 33. Honestly, from her mugshot, not too bad.
She's a looker.
Not too bad.
Would. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. KNBR is enjoying it back there.
In the middle of her mail route, she slipped into a house party that was on her mail route, got hammered with the boys, I guess, or with the college kids, and continued after on her mail route with the mail truck.
Yeah.
Got pulled over by the cops for driving on the wrong side of the road.
Oh, no.
Come on, Melbourne.
Come on, Mel. Do mailmen or mail
people?
People of postal workers.
Oh yeah, sure.
Is the
mail person.
Is the wheel on the other side?
Yes, it is on the other side. Correct.
So I mean, who's to say?
Yeah, that could get confusing after a couple pops.
Yeah, true.
Who's to say?
And especially if it's in Australia, you're probably driving on the other side of the road as well.
That's true. All right,
this was Florida.
We got to get to a note to self real quick.
We do.
Text coming in here. 707 says, "Dude, this kid is off the rails. My God." 408 says, "Who is this guy? Everyone's got DUIs. They're not belly buttons." 910 says,
Note to self.
910 says, by far the hardest riff of the year.
Yeah, I'd say so.
209 says, I need more Jacob. I endorse it. I endorse playing with fire, Jacob. I'm down with it.
Wow.
Let's get to a note to self, and Jacob, we'll let you open it up. Note to self, what you got today?
Note to self.
Note to self, you guys, Dylan Brooks guys, Tim Webb, Donald Trump guy.
Okay, that's not even
remotely
close.
close.
That's not even relevant. Yeah.
Okay.
Derek, what you got?
Note to self. Jacob is well versed in elephant knowledge. Did not know that elephant males are called bulls and then females are called cows.
How about that, dude?
Did not know that.
How about that? By the way, somebody checked in and said, dude, Elway was leaving the Stagecoach Music Festival and his friend was standing on the back of the golf cart is what happened. So they weren't at a golf course. Just for your future riffing.
It was at Coachella, basically. Stage Coachella, whatever.
I don't know. Anyway, that's what happened. Anyway, note to self.
Note to self.
If Derek ever rooms with you, lock up the Cumin.
Yes.
And the Cayenne.
And the Cayenne. I'm taking it all, baby.
Derek admitting that his roommate told him one time he's like, you can use anything that's mine is yours.
And then I used a little bit,
Cayenne.
just a sprinkle of cayenne, and she just lost it.
Just said I'm working on a budget. We got Giants baseball coming up right around the corner. Thanks to Jacob for filling in today. Nice work, I think, today for Jacob. Nice work from Mr. KNBR and Rich Aurelia, our guests, all available, KNBR.com and the app. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier every day. It gets a little easier. Just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. Giants baseball right around the corner starts right now.